On the opposite side, Brand waved his hand and unleashed a storm of fury. A strong wind immediately flared up, restricting all of Shin Youngwoo's movements. Brand opened his mouth and shouted wildly, "Hearing my name, you must have regretted it, right? But now it's too late." Shin Youngwoo was angry and didn't pay any attention to him. He quickly destroyed the effect of the storm of rage skill, holding a long sword in one hand and approached, gritting his teeth and saying, "This bastard, you should say that, before fighting. If I knew you were the son of that damn guy, I wouldn't have wasted my time talking to you." Without further words, Dane's life's longsword was raised high. Pagma's swordsmanship was used by Shin Youngwoo. The combination skill carried amazing power and struck straight towards Brand. Lord Steim saw this move and stood up, full of horror, and cried out, "Pagma!" Brand was sent flying back by Shin Youngwoo's move. He cried out in pain and could no longer stand up. His eyes opened wide. He thought incredulously, "Did I lose? Did I, the son of Count Asher, lose?" The restraining effect didn't work, and what was that extremely fast swordsmanship? What the hell is he? Looking at the person lying on the ground, Shin Youngwoo curled his mouth and said faintly, "Is that evidence enough, Mr. Steim?" Lord Steim now stood up, witnessing the scene just now. He thought in surprise, "There is no way, I should have realized from the beginning. There is only one person who is both the best blacksmith and swordsman, only the strongest soldier." Thinking like that, he quickly walked toward Shin Youngwoo, held his hand tightly and said seriously, "Please marry my daughter, Pagma's descendant." Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo's sweat dropped and thought to himself, what did he realize? Did he know Pagma? Oh, he said he was marrying Irene. Irene has a great personality, and she's so beautiful. Some people will make fun of me, saying she's just an NPC. But this is a virtual reality game. NPCs have feelings, thoughts, bodies and physiological needs like humans. I finally did it after 2 or 7 years of living alone. While happily thinking of this, Brand on the other side had the strength to sit up. He quickly spoke up, "Lord, he is an immortal who cannot die because he is under the curse of the gods. Are you ready? Are you willing to let Lady Irene be alone when she gets old? I can't let you have her. I demand the next match. Grid. I don't care what Pagma's descendants are like. I can't let you have Lady Irene." Irene had been silent all this time and couldn't help it anymore and spoke up, "Mr. Brand, I have feelings for Mr. Grid. I will bear all the pain myself for loving him, so please stop." These words completely angered Brand. He seemed to go crazy, clutching the sword in his hand, and suddenly rushed forward and shouted loudly, "You guys have lost your mind, looking for a storm." A powerful stream of power followed Brand's movements. Shin Youngwoo reacted very quickly, immediately pulled out the Dane's life. His eyes shone with a sharp light, gritted his teeth and said, "You are just one person. Slowly, I will show you how different we are." Pagma's swordsmanship, killing. A sword slashed with incredible power, cutting away even Brand's storm sword. Retracting his hand, Shin Youngwoo let out a breath. Lord Steim standing next to him said a little confused, "I didn't expect Brand to be so angry. Maybe it's because he loves Irene so much. As Brand's master, I apologize to you, Grid." Shin Youngwoo shook his head. He looked towards the person lying there, softly replied, "It's okay, but he will be unconscious for a while. And because I have urgent work, I can't have a wedding right now." Hearing the other person say that, Lord Steim exclaimed and said, "So you don't refuse, right? That's great." Shin Youngwoo nodded seriously and said, "I know you cherish her very much, so marrying her is my honor." Having said that, he thought to himself, there is no need to rush, complete the task of the profession first. Lord Steim had no further comments. He cleared his throat slightly and said, "I'm sorry that you have to go through this while I was the one who invited you here. I will pray for you to complete your work soon, uncle." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo immediately remembered what Braham once told him, that Pravranium needed to be blessed, and Lord Steim just knew and had an extremely good relationship with Rebecca Church. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shin Youngwoo cleverly said, If you really want to apologize, can you write a letter of introduction for me? I want to request an audience with the Pope of the Rebounds Yusa Church." Hearing him say that, Lord Steim asked suspiciously, "Pope, I can write a letter of recommendation, no problem. I will send it out as quickly as possible." At this moment, Irene next to her suddenly spoke up, "Will you go back to the smithy now? Grid, please take care." After hearing the instructions, Shin Youngwoo smiled and narrowed his eyes and said, "Of course, you have seen how strong I am." Grid, Pagma's descendant, was the first among 2 billion players to satisfy the conditions of becoming a noble's son-in-law. On the way back to the old Khan's blacksmith shop, Shin Youngwoo walked while immersed in happiness. A noble's son-in-law. I failed at the Yatan temple because of Yura, but after that, things turned out like that. I guess that failure was really meaningful. Ha ha ha. While happily thinking about this, suddenly a person crossed his arms and stood in front of Shin Youngwoo, then smiled and said, "Hey, I've been waiting for a long time. You're Grid, I heard you're a great blacksmith, right?" Looking at the slightly familiar person in front of him, Shin Youngwoo frowned and assessed, this guy must be a Toon, one of the 6 people who recently joined the guild. Guessing the other person's identity, Shin Youngwoo frowned slightly and asked, "What's going on?" Toon heard the question and quickly answered, "You know about the crazy person who defeated the giants, right? Make me a weapon so I can fight." After saying this, he immediately spat into the pile of wood right next to him. Shin Youngwoo's face immediately turned black. He asked coldly, "Hey, where did you spit?" Toon didn't put the other person in his eyes at all. He raised his voice provocatively, "Wow, level 100 is upset. It seems like the people in this guild pamper you too much, right? I'll tell you, I'll leave the guild after I defeat that masked bastard." Oh no, I accidentally said it out loud. Oh. Do you know his ID? I asked other people in the group but they all hit it and spit. Toon didn't hesitate to spit another spit in front of Shin Youngwoo. At this point, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He raised his right hand, and a sword immediately appeared in his hand. He gritted his teeth, said, I'm tired of being polite in front of nobles. You will be the last thing I deal with today. I will teach you a lesson for dirtying my workspace." Hearing these words, the Toon did not tremble at all. He felt extremely funny, quickly raised his hands high, moved his knuckles and said provocatively, "Whoa ho, you're not a professional, you don't understand. There's nothing about the range of the weapon you're holding. You shouldn't do that in front of me. Don't regret it because you were the one who started it first. I'm not like the others." Shin Youngwoo's eyes flashed with fire. He silently scolded, "This bastard, now I'm strong enough to not be suppressed." Scolding a sentence like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately slashed his entire sword at Toon. As soon as he performed this move, Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly opened wide. He thought in horror, "That's too strong." On the other side, Toon saw this expression and winked and curled his mouth and said, "I'm still lenient because you're just an idiot, so don't complain and say I'm bullying you because I'm a ranker." Toon, ranked 40 in the overall rankings. Toon's move was so strong that Shin Youngwoo was a bit surprised. He reacted very quickly and immediately retreated a bit. I couldn't believe it and thought to myself, after the Malika's conquest I have become significantly stronger. I have always been confident in my strength index, but this guy is much stronger than me. On the opposite side, Toon did not give Shin Youngwoo a chance to rest at all. He continued to rush forward to attack. His words were full of doubt. "Woohoo, surprise, is he really just a worker? I'm only level 114 and I can hold a dagger to block my attacks. That's pretty cool, isn't it?" Up until now, Shin Youngwoo has been dodging left and right to avoid Toon's attacks. He thought to himself, "The battle with the giant guild made me have an illusion of strength. Rankers are truly on a different level." Not bothering to pay attention to the other person's expression, around Toon's body, an amazingly strong magical current flared up. His eyes flashed with a sharp look. He said harshly, "KKK." His eyebrows were firm. "Not just a blacksmith, so a hidden class, huh? Coming to find masked men to fight. Who would have thought they would find a punching bag? Play until the end, brat. I'm also a hidden class like everyone else." Toon's hidden class is Beastman. At this moment he is gradually transforming. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and silently exclaimed, "He is so strong, he is about to dry out. He has to bring out all his equipment." Just as he was preparing to take out his weapon and get ready to fight, from afar, a figure with incredible speed rushed forward and kicked the Toon straight. Kicked him straight into the pile of wood behind him, making a resounding roar. Shin Youngwoo was startled. He looked closely and the person who just appeared was Rigas. Rigas nodded to Shin Youngwoo, then turned to Toon and said in a cold voice, "Don't make trouble here, Toon. Next time it will fly first, just wait." Looking at Rigas's harsh expression at this moment, Shin Youngwoo thought a little scared. Even Beauty Queen Rigas was angry. It seems like the new members of the guild haven't been completely welcomed yet, right? On the other side, Toon quickly stood up on his hands and knees. He laughed a few times and then lightly said, "Who in Taekwondo would fight behind his back like that, Rigas?" Shin Youngwoo looked over at him. He couldn't believe his eyes, but he was still able to stand up. His recovery speed was really fast. Poon stood up straight. He raised his hand to rub the back of his neck. His cold voice said, "I also planned to fight with you one day, but now it's a bit tense. I can't help it, so, here we are today." After saying that, he turned around and left. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly turned around and winked at Shin Youngwoo and said, "Hey Blacksmith, you look good. Remember to fight hard tomorrow." Standing behind, Shin Youngwoo saw the person about to run away and shouted angrily, "Hey bastard, stay and clean up this battlefield." Toon didn't bother to listen. He jumped over the wall in front of him, completely running away. Shin Youngwoo saw that and gritted his teeth angrily and scolded, "Patriarch, just brush your ass off." Seeing that the person next to him was about to chase after him, Rigas quickly advised him to ignore it. Grid, if he turns into a beast, he is not an easy type to defeat. More importantly, we found the holy shield. One of Rebecca's daughters is holding it. Rebecca's daughter. Shin Youngwoo exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Rigas nodded and explained, "That was the title given to the 3 strongest paladins of the Holy Rebecca sect. I requested a meeting but was refused. It seemed they were not very willing to return the shields." Hearing these words, an image of a girl immediately appeared in Shin Youngwoo's mind. He raised his eyebrows and thought, "I remember, Rebecca's daughter, that pot-faced guy who stole my shield, called Isabel like that." Shin Youngwoo felt extremely angry. At this time Rigas next to him continued to say, Goddess Rebecca had given them many sacred objects. It was even rumored that their strength could be comparable to that of other gods, 2 and 3 of Yatan as well. That is also the reason why they were able to confront the Yatan sect. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo had a headache and thought to himself, "Damn, this is getting confusing. I'm about to meet Rebecca's Pope again. If this continues, it's going to ruin a big deal." Rigas didn't see the worry on Shin Youngwoo's face. He turned around and smiled and said, "Ah, Big Sister asked me to convey a message. She said you don't need to worry too much about the progress of your equipment forging. Just relax. If you need help, just give me an hour and the whole guild will come right away." This is the only comfort so far for Shin Youngwoo. Your president is also thoughtful. Shin Youngwoo smiled and said, "So tell her that I will return soon. It seems that this time I have to go to Rebecca's cathedral once." The next day, Vantner went to look for Shin Youngwoo and received an answer from the old Khan. Grid was gone. This word was like a thunderbolt. Vantner sadly exclaimed, "Again." North of the Vatican, rolling. A blacksmith stretched his arms and exclaimed, "Wow, I'm exhausted, let's finish the last pickaxe." He lamented and looked up at the clear blue sky. Suddenly, his eyes were met by a black cloud rushing towards him. He was a little confused and exclaimed, "Ha, what is that? It doesn't look like a bird." Waiting until these black clouds flew closer, the blacksmith cried out in horror, "Demon bats, why are there so many demon bats huddled in one place?" Still not knowing how to deal with these demon bats, suddenly a figure flew from behind to defeat the demon bats. The person who arrived was wearing an icy orc chieftain's hat, none other than himself, Shin Youngwoo. "Vibranium and cloak that I just hunted monsters. It's convenient that there's a smithy here so I can repair equipment. Oh, this portable furnace and forge is also professional. I'll lend it to you for a bit, I'll pay the rent later." Hearing the newcomer talking at such a long length, the blacksmith was a little annoyed and shouted, "Wait, who gave you permission to touch my smithy? From head to toe, you don't look like a blacksmith." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo thought hard. Due to the effects of my profession, any intermediate to advanced blacksmith will have a favorable opinion of me, so this guy must be a beginner. Granted, I have to show off a little to dazzle him. Thinking of doing it, Shin Youngwoo picked up the hammer from the ground, turned around and smiled and said, "My friend is probably only about level 20, Just watch carefully and learn. A normal blacksmith in the countryside will never have the chance to witness this world-class skill." Looking at Shin Youngwoo's movements, the blacksmith was a little surprised and thought to himself, the forge was already filled with fire. He adjusted the fire level as if it were nothing. The rhythm of hammering seems to be in harmony with the fire. I have never seen anyone so skilled. The class is really different from my father, an intermediate blacksmith. Standing aside and dancing for a while, Shin Youngwoo was startled to realize that it was done. Most of the equipment had been repaired, now only this hat remained. Having said that, he immediately raised his hammer and slammed it into the icy orc chief's helmet. Looking at the high-end hat destroyed in the next minute, the blacksmith couldn't believe it and had to rush over and ask, why did he have the heart to destroy such a good hat? Just fix it a little and it will be fine again. Hearing him ask that, Shin Youngwoo immediately shook his head and said, "That's nonsense. I can't destroy it, I'll just resolve it." Having said that, he silently calculated that the helmet's perfection was only 85% after several repairs. The connection of the ropes needed to be further refined. If reconstructed and reprocessed, its perfection will reach 100% and I will be able to mass produce it. After a while of painstaking repair, Shin Youngwoo happily exclaimed, "Delicious, 100%. He put the helmet back on his head. Its information panel quickly appeared before him. Frost Orc Chief's helmet, unique quality to the order, defense from 130 to 109, 20 to 25%, has a chance to cause a fear effect on the opponent. When wearing all 5 items in the set, has the ability to transform into an Ice Orc Prison. The Frost Orc Prison transformation has the ability to command Orc equals cost, initiates Whirlwind Slashing skill. The item was reconstructed and reinforced by an unknown master craftsman of exceptional skill and proficiency." After reading this information once, Shin Youngwoo immediately jumped up and flew away. He refused to pay the 10 silver smithy rental fee to the blacksmith. The blacksmith reached out to take the money and asked a little curiously, "Why be in such a hurry? The journey to the Vatican without a healer will be very difficult." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo curled his lips and smiled and replied, "There's no need to waste money on hiring a guild. You should train according to my method. Maybe in about 10 years you'll become an intermediate blacksmith right away." The blacksmith now looked at Shin Youngwoo with extremely admiring eyes. His eyes glowed and exclaimed, "My name is Lecter. Sorry for being rude earlier. I will try my best to recreate it." The basic skills he taught. Shin Youngwoo didn't pay much attention to what happened just now. He nodded and cheered, "So keep up the good work. Thank you for letting me use the smithy." After saying this, Shin Youngwoo immediately used Braham's shoes to fly away. Flying in the air for a while, he silently calculated that the road to the Vatican still seemed very far, and he wasn't sure if there were any other forges on the way, so he had to temporarily use the mana tank to fly. Spending money to hire NPC priests is just a waste of money, so we have to choose this method. In Satisfy, only priests of Holy Rebecca are considered quality healers. But to become a priest, they must practice the rules such as fasting for long days, and abstaining from speech, so very few players choose to become a priest. Players who need a healer have to pay a certain amount, big money to hire NPC priests. Churches gradually earned more money, high-ranking monks began to be infected with the greed for luxury, and the leader of this trend is none other than the current pope, at the Rebecca Bishop's house. Hearing the moaning sounds coming from the room in front of me, Isabel said a little annoyed, "The Pope seems too busy with bed matters." Cassis, hearing her say that, Cassis next to him frowned and reproached him. It's not appropriate for Isabel, a virgin of light, to joke around like that. Hearing that, Isabel frowned and replied, "The unsuitable person is the Pope. The person who should be an example of piousness is blinded by greed. What should we do about this scandalous thing? It is impossible not to speak up." Cassis was about to say something when he suddenly heard movement coming from the room. He quickly stopped Isabel and said softly, "Shush, the Pope is coming. His eyes and ears are everywhere. You should pay attention. Behave, Isabel." Drevigo, the 13th Pope of the Holy Rebecca religion, opened the door and walked out. Looking at the two people standing in front of him, he curled his mouth inquiringly, "It's so noisy, what are you whispering about me?" Cassis and Isabel immediately knelt down and respectfully greeted the Pope. Drevigo looked at Isabel. He gasped and said, "Isabel, you are still as beautiful as before." Hearing that, Sabel immediately suppressed the anger rising in her heart. She said lightly, "Pope, if you don't come out here to invite me to bed, then please listen to my explanation." Hearing this sentence, Cassius was startled and exclaimed, "Isabel, don't be rude." Drevigo didn't seem angry at all. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Cassius. Isabel knows better than anyone else that I will never taint Rebecca's daughter, the symbol of our church." Isabel didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. She got straight to the point. If the holy shield was contaminated by black magic, the holy power in it would turn into magic power. The Yatan church knew this, so they targeted it. Shield. Drevigo bent slightly, lifted a few strands of Isabel's hair up and stroked it in his hand. Hearing that, he was neither quick nor slow to say, then we just need to collect all the holy shields on the continent and in the families that hold them. It's okay, so holy magic and magic power have the ability to assimilate." Isabel felt extremely disgusted by her hair being grabbed, but she still tried to look down. She gritted her teeth and gave her opinion, "So I will order all the paladins to collect them." Hearing that, Drevigo shook his head and said, "No, you have other things to do, Isabel. Last night I received a divine will. Goddess Rebecca warned that one of her children would betray me. One of Rebecca's daughters will betray me. Who else but Rin? Bring Rin here, Isabel. I will punish her myself. She has already refused my summons 3 times, just hiding in that rural temple. Her intention to betray is so obvious, isn't it?" Hearing these words, Isabel asked in a cold voice, was it true that the Pope did not know the reason why she did not respond to his summons? But before that he had to ask, did he really receive her message? Goddess, no. These words successfully angered Drevigo. He turned his wrist and grabbed Isabel's slim neck. He shouted in anger, "How dare you doubt me? Isabel, I give you 2 days. Bring Rin here to me. What I say is the will of Goddess Rebecca." Silently listening to all these words, Cassius sadly thought to himself, actually, Rin could not stand the corruption of the church, so now she has completely lost her faith. But Isabel swore her loyalty. With the church, it is impossible to disobey him. Saint Rebecca is Isabel's giant cage. This place has raised her since childhood. No matter how degenerate the Pope is now, she will not be able to resist orders. O Goddess Rebecca, until when the new church will be as pure as before, if the light of hope still exists, please send a savior to this world and punish this corrupt Pope. In Rolling Town, Rebecca Cathedral. A few people walking on the street all turned their eyes to the person sitting face down in a corner of the wall on the other side. They whispered and pointed in disgust, "Look at that country guy. Why are you huddled around the temple wall?" The person they were talking about was none other than Shin Youngwoo. Looking at a piece of sparkling light in front of him, he couldn't believe it and softly exclaimed, "This is real gold, Mom. It's so sticky. How can I do it? Pry it out now." While concentrating on finding a way to pry the gold, a slightly cautious voice suddenly rang out in Shin Youngwoo's ear. "Ah. Dear friend, the people in the city are watching." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo suddenly stood up in surprise. He scratched his head shyly and said, "Ah, I was just admiring those beautiful flowers over there." The person opposite immediately smiled, then said very seriously, "Rolling is a stop for players who want to go to the Vatican. Are you going there too? We happen to be on the same path. Do you want to go with me? I'm Dong Pao, a priest player." After agreeing to become companions, Shin Youngwoo and Dong Pao immediately set out. While walking on the street, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed, "Wow, this is the first time I've met a priest player, and he's level 161. I heard the conditions to become a priest are very harsh. In real life, he is also very faithful." When Dong Pao heard that, he shook his head and laughed. "Ha ha, in real life I'm just an ordinary person. The task of choosing a profession only requires keeping a vow of silence and chastity, so it's easy, and moreover, as long as I pray sincerely, I can gradually complete all the tasks and develop holy power." Saying so, Dong Pao immediately turned his head to look at the person next to him and asked, "Let's go, let's form a team." Shin Youngwoo nodded in agreement. Agreeing to confirm the team, Dong Pao looked at the other party's information and asked with some doubt, "Friend, it seems like you are only level 147, which seems a bit low compared to the average level in this area, right?" Shin Youngwoo heard that and scratched his head shyly and said, "Ha ha, will that cause any problems? Next, I have to rely on you, dear pastor." Dong Pao didn't show anything. He smiled and said, well, the holy knights also often travel on that route, so there won't be many monsters. Besides, having friends to keep me company makes me happy. Saying that, he curled his mouth and thought, I will definitely escort you to your destination. You chicken is about to have its feathers plucked. The two quickly set off. After entering a desolate mountain area, the two of them immediately encountered a group of monsters. Looking at the scary monsters in front of them, Shin Youngwoo gasped and exclaimed, wait a minute, it's dangerous, my friend. Dong Pao was now warily staring at the monsters and asking suspiciously, why are there suddenly so many monsters here? What's going on? Still not knowing what to do, Shin Youngwoo pulled out his knife. He held the knife tightly in his hand and rushed straight towards the monsters, not forgetting to remind the people next to him, don't stop, focus on healing me. As he rushed forward to fight, Shin Youngwoo curled his mouth and thought to himself, hee, the level 190 lizard warrior is different, draining his blood is incredibly fast. Luckily he has a priest with a high quality healer. If I keep progressing like this, by the time I get to the Vatican I will be a lot stronger. Don't ask questions, the cape pulls delicious monsters. Life has given me a free priest, so I should take advantage of it, Shin Youngwoo happily shouted, continuing to heal me. Dong Pao added mana while continuing to pump blood to the opponent. He frowned and thought, this guy is really strong. I thought he was lucky to be able to overcome the Sways mountain range with such a low level, but holding that highly enhanced knife, he probably only relies on good stuff. If I keep farming like this, the experience and spoils will be considerable, so I have to continue supporting him. Pumping another shot of blood, Dong Pao retracted his hand, breathing heavily and said, friend, it seems like the spoils of war are being distributed to the captain. Why don't you set up an equal division? Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and calmly said, it's just to easily control the items. I'll divide them evenly later when I get to the Vatican. Dong Pao was not very satisfied. He was about to say something, but Shin Youngwoo pointed at the crowd of monsters rushing in front of him, saying seriously, should we continue fighting or continue arguing? Drink that mana potion and then buff me again so we don't all die now. When Dong Pao heard that, he couldn't help but be speechless. He nodded in response and then silently scolded, you're crazy, you've lost all your mana. There were countless monsters on this mountain. They fought one group after another and still had no end in sight. Dong Pao pumped blood into Shin Youngwoo, who had been extremely tired all along. He panted for a few breaths, taking advantage of the monsters. Before he left, he pointed to the cave not far away and said, friend, let's go into that cave to rest for a bit, and it's strange, why are there so many monsters attacking us? I'm not a warrior like you, so I lose strength very quickly. Mana recovery is also slow, so take it slow. Shin Youngwoo, who was walking in front, heard that and immediately said, I want to go to the Vatican as quickly as possible, but that can't be helped. Having said that, he thought to himself, I forgot, I should have put my cloak away. Malicus's cloak had just been put away when a new notice appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. Vampire Duchess Marie Rose was sealed here. Due to the influence of Marie Rose's evil power, you will not be able to use it, magic or skill. Seeing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo suddenly stopped in one place. He looked around for a while and then said, it seems like this place is not normal. How can you rest assured like this? Hearing that, Dong Pao immediately reassured, don't worry, Marie Rose was sealed here by Kreshler, the second pope who is also Rebecca's daughter. There was no way in existence that had been sleeping for so long would suddenly wake up. Before the words were finished, suddenly from deep inside the cave, a group of people armed with weapons stepped out. The leader, carrying a knife on his shoulder, curled his mouth and said in disdain, why are you so slow? We've been waiting here since afternoon. This person's name is Shay, rank 5 assassin. According to stars, he is a curb, ranked 11th assassin, and a sniffer, ranked 13th assassin. Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo was a little confused and asked, wait for me, do you know each other? After saying this, Dong Pao from behind suddenly said leisurely, I don't know why I was a little late because I was being attacked by monsters. Even though he has a poor face, this guy has a really good quality knife. Shay, he's more or less a young master. His level is still low, so threatening to kill him isn't necessarily effective. But you probably don't like to die either. vomit all your equipment and money and I'll throw you away, grid. Looking at Dong Pao's fake face, completely different from before, no matter how stupid Shin Youngwoo was, he knew he was tricked, but he didn't seem angry at all, just turned his head slightly. It's a bit confusing to say, so it's a robber. Isn't it true that if a priest disobeys the law, his holy power will be reduced, or if a priest of the Holy Rebecca religion betrays his faith? Dong Pao narrowed his eyes and smiled. He twirled the necklace in his hand, a bit disdainfully replied, there are few guys who are willing to play with pastors. Everyone thinks pastors have to be honest, right? But I just need to be honest. Just follow the rules when doing missions. Just pray for holy power. There's one more thing you're wrong about me, which is that my faith in Goddess Rebecca is absolute, but faith doesn't necessarily have to go hand in hand with action. Shay didn't want to say that much. He raised his sword high and rushed straight toward Shin Youngwoo, laughing and saying, a.k.a. the holy religion of Rebecca has now degenerated to the point that their pastor has become a robber. Yatan is probably secretly happy right now, but worry about yourself first, brat. Shin Youngwoo turned his head to look at the source of the voice. He was a little surprised and thought to himself, looking at his equipment, he must have been at least level 200. The rest of the group were all higher level than Dong Pao. They tried their best. The idea is to trick yourself into a place where the use of this skill is limited, which is the perfect environment for assassins. After the encounter with Toon, I realized that rankers should not be underestimated, but I have plenty of experience in dealing with assassins. Putting on the Ice Orc Chief's helmet, taking out the Dane's lifelong sword, Shin Youngwoo without fear began to calculate. Compared to fakers, these guys are just chickens. A sword slash with incredible power struck Shay, unable to resist and falling straight back a distance. His two friends, Curb and Sniffer, quickly caught him. They couldn't believe it and exclaimed, this dog is strong. Wait, take a closer look. That hat and sword are him, the murderous butcher. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo laughed contemptuously and said, KK, so what, I regret it. Just as he was about to use another move, a smoke bomb flew from somewhere and exploded, leaving Shin Youngwoo unable to see anything. On the opposite side, Shay led the group of assassins to rush forward. He said in a cold voice, what about butchers, brothers, come on. Curb also gritted his teeth and scolded. The useless Dong Pao had led the wolf into the house. When Dong Pao heard that, he frowned and said, sorry, because I really don't know who he is. Saying that, he thought to himself, who would have thought that he was such a dangerous character? Join the group as soon as possible. This group of people quickly got into position. Shay began to give instructions. The Sniffer behind threw shuriken. We will take care of close combat. Hearing that, Sniffer curled his mouth and replied, these shurikens have explosion, poison and smoke bomb effects. You don't need to participate. This is murderous. This is crowing at us. Shuriken was quickly launched loudly toward Shin Youngwoo. Each explosion rang out rapidly, smoke and dust everywhere. Looking at this scene, Shay was extremely satisfied and said, I defeated him. The feeling from the tip of the sword did not deceive me. Is Grid right? Don't be too bitter when you die, when you encounter an assassin like us. As soon as these words ended, a sigh suddenly rang out from the opposite side. Phew, rankers are really different from normal players. You guys also have a lot of cool toys. A little carelessness and I'll be dead. But if we consider that toy aspect, then this guy is not lacking. Shin Youngwoo's body was surrounded by Duran's rings, Pervranium metal and countless other items. He looked at the group of people in front of him. His eyes carried a cold murderous aura as he gritted his teeth and said, repeat it to everyone, teasing me, wrong dog, kids, Blacksmith's rage, Pagma sword dance. Broadcast. The skill carries amazing power from the sharp Dane's life blade. Seeing this scene, Dong Pao couldn't believe it and thought to himself, how could he use the skills in this? Also, how can he single-handedly take on 3 assassins with such a low level? Surely this guy must have a hidden profession. At this rate, I will lose both lead and bait. I have to quickly think of a solution. New law. Thinking like that, Dong Pao immediately knelt down, bowed his head, and asked his friend to spare his life. Looking at the person kneeling in front of him with cold eyes, Shin Youngwoo said in a harsh voice, how many people have begged you like that in this place? Oh well, it doesn't matter what the others are like. After all, you supported me along the way, So now it's not too much for me to take all the loot from farming, right? I still couldn't pray. Dong Pao immediately nodded and said, "Of course not, big brother," saying that in his heart he thought a little disdainfully, "Don't kill me, this guy is more lenient than I thought." Suddenly, Dong Pao felt like something was wrong, his face turned pale, cold sweat flowed out. Seeing him like that, Shin Youngwoo asked in confusion, "What's wrong? I already forgive you, stop acting." As soon as these words ended, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the gloomy cave, "Well, just woke up." In the midst of a raging bloodlust, being served a delicious breakfast right away, it's really refreshing, hello honey. After saying that, a new system notification immediately appears, you have encountered Vampire Duchess Marie Rose, all forms of magic and skills are ineffective. The vampire's eyes attract the soul of lower-class creatures, you will lose your will and ability to control your body, Marie Rose's appeal is absolute. Ineffective control, ineffective control, ineffective control. Looking at the person who just appeared in front of him, Shin Youngwoo pursed his lips tightly and thought, is this woman Marie Rose? Her aura is terrible, Malachus is nothing compared to her. Thinking like that, he immediately asked, what, I thought you were sealed, how could you wake up? When Marie Rose heard this question, she smiled and said, I can smell the blood of countless living beings on this cloak, it woke me up. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo secretly exclaimed, so it's true that Malachus sacrificed thousands of virgins when he was alive. At this time, I heard Marie Rose continue to speak, but you, just you, are very strange. You don't have strong holy power like Rebecca's children or powerful magic like Brahma, but you can be unharmed before my gaze and aura. Coming here, Shin Youngwoo suddenly stopped in surprise. She knew Brahma, and she spoke so condescendingly, her position is higher than Brahma. Such great beauty and overwhelming strength, I definitely can't defeat her, I need to be very careful. Calculating like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately opened his mouth to ask, strange, that means I'm interesting, right? Am I interesting enough to keep this life? I woke you up from the seal so it's okay, consider it meritorious, right? Not expecting the other person to say that, Marie Rose was a little stunned. Right after that, she laughed and said, you're really thick-faced. That's so cute. Okay, this time I'll let you go. It's been a while since I woke up, I have to go out and get some fresh air first. See you again, baby. As soon as these words finished, Marie Rose immediately turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared on the spot. Shin Youngwoo stood still for a long time in the cave, then took a breath and said, gulp, howl, howl, luckily it's okay, if I opened my mouth to ask for a faster train, it must have been a failure. From now on, you have to be careful with free things, they're all scammers. After saying that, Shin Youngwoo turned around and looked around, his eyes suddenly stopped at a pile of things lying on the ground. His eyes immediately glowed, full of joy, exclaiming, it seems to be the shuriken belt of the assassin from earlier, he died so it fell out, oh my god, this is a good thing, it's free. Rebecca Mosque. Pope Dravigo sat high up, looked down at the person kneeling below, and gently questioned, I heard that you took advantage of the reason to pray to secretly do illegal things, right? Up until now you have always been a weapon, effective, always for me and the holy teachings to clear away obstacles. Yet you dare to doubt me? Messenger of the goddess Rebecca, you should be a symbol of loyalty and an example for your followers. That is the duty of goddess Rebecca's daughter, Rin. Pausing to take a breath, he continued to speak, the group of rebel priests had the audacity to accuse me of being blinded by naked desire. Wasn't that what you, a daughter of the goddess Rebecca, executed? Is that right? Your old loyalty was all fake. Rin had been bowing her head, not daring to raise it. Hearing that, she quickly replied, my loyalty to goddess Rebecca and you is eternal, but his recent blasphemous actions as Pope made me really confused, so I sent a prayer to goddess Rebecca for witnesses. When Pope Dravigo heard that, he angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, shut up, how dare you talk about loyalty with such doubt, traitor, now you are no longer Rebecca's daughter. Kill this bastard and reclaim the holy weaponical sword for me immediately. As soon as these words were said, in the row of guards next to him, there was a person who suddenly stopped on the spot. This person was Damien, ranked second by the Holy Knight ranking, fan page admin and crazy fan of goddess Rebecca's daughter. At this moment, a board appeared in front of him announcing a new mission, an order from the Pope, SS level, worried that he would not be able to control Rebecca's child, the absolute weapon of the church, so he decided to change it, replace her, conditions completed, Rin dies, reward quest, awaken, you will awaken the skills of Holy Knight Rebecca, failed quest level drops 4, holy power drops 10,000 points, accept the quest, if you refuse the quest you will become the Pope's enemy. Reading through this notice board, Damien frowned and thought, the reward is skill awakening, so that means that if I accept, I will officially become a Holy Knight of the Holy Rebecca sect, compared to the Jadar and Dominion sects, famous sects with outstanding buff skills and combat skills. Rebecca's Holy Knight only knows how to heal, and it is also difficult to change classes, so it is rarely chosen by players. Looking towards where Rin was kneeling, Damien thought, there is only one reason why I embarked on this path, and that is because of Rebecca's daughters, the Holy Knights of the Church. I'm over level 200 and have done the second level up quest, but I'm still stuck. When will I be able to truly become a paladin of the Holy Rebecca sect? If it's 7 o'clock, I'll kill her. I will be able to awaken. Damien held the sword and approached Rin. After a moment of calculation, he took off the helmet on his head and threw it on the ground, thinking, what a nonsense. How can I point my sword at a beautiful girl like Rin Chan? Thinking so, Damien immediately pointed the sharp tip of his sword towards Pope Drevigo. He curled his mouth and said loudly, I refuse. Don't worry Rin Chan, I'll protect you. Hearing this, Rin felt a little embarrassed. She gratefully exclaimed, Damien, so I'm not alone? Damien nodded and smiled and replied, of course, I will always stand side by side with Rin Chan. Seeing this scene, Pope Drevigo shouted in anger, traitors, sinners, why are you still standing there? Kill both of them. As soon as these words finished, the guards standing around immediately rushed to surround Damien and Rin. New notifications continue to appear in front of Damien. Goddess's punishment, job change quest, as Goddess Rebecca's messenger, punish the Pope, quest acceptance reward, awakening skills, completion conditions, Pope Drevigo dies, completion reward, hidden profession, messenger of the goddess, failed quest, 20 levels reduced, loss of current profession, Saint Rebecca will be completely decadent. You are blessed by the goddess, all stats increase by 100 points, activate the blessing of light and wish skills. The results of the hidden job quest will have a great impact on the Satisfy world, please be careful. The light blessing skill helps the skill user and party members increase their defense index, attack power and accuracy by 80% for 3 minutes, mana usage is 900, regeneration used for 300 seconds. The wish skill has the effect of instantly reviving the dead. The mana used is 80% of the maximum mana, reused for 24 hours. Reading through these skills, Damien happily thought to himself, great, these skills are almost the strongest of the support system. I have been chosen. Now is the time for me to become the main character. Thinking like that, Damien immediately rushed forward, using the light blessing skill. A blinding light immediately flared up inside the Rebecca Cathedral. The surrounding guards looked at this scene and cried out in horror, what is that light? It's so strong. Everyone must maintain defense and protection. The Pope. The new skill helped Damien easily pass through the guards. He aimed straight at where Pope Drevigo was standing. Shouted loudly, Drevigo, your cruel reign will stop today. Pope Drevigo didn't seem to be frightened at all. He leisurely raised one hand, shooting out a powerful stream of magic towards Damien. But at this time outside the Rebecca Cathedral, sitting on a corner of the wall, Isabel put her face in her hands and said sadly, I pushed Rin to the end. I should have refused the Pope's order, but I was too hesitant. I took Rin home when I knew perfectly well how much she hated the current Vatican. Cassius, standing next to her, heard that and immediately spoke to comfort her. If she resisted the order, Rin would still be forced to be escorted back here by someone else. Being able to go with a friend is already lucky for Rin. Don't be too bitter, chores, Isabel. Isabel shook her head. She couldn't think so clearly. Her eyes were now filled with tears. What would happen to Rin? The Pope wouldn't allow me to be with her, Cassius. Cassius didn't know what to say. but just silently thought to herself, she would clearly be deposed. In the worst case, she might even die. As long as the 3 holy weapons remained intact, her reputation would be intact. Rebecca's daughter's name may change at any time. They were forced to fight and prove their absolute loyalty just because fate had given them outstanding holy power, so that one day they would be mercilessly eliminated as useless tools. What an ironic fate. Seeing Cassis cry, Isabel couldn't hold back anymore and sobbed. Why are you crying too? The goddess will protect Rin, right? Cassis knelt down on one knee and bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, Isabel. With our power alone we cannot save her, nor you. Just when they didn't know what to do, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind these 2 people. Hey, an adult is crying like a child. You're too sensitive. It doesn't look right for you, his face at all. Hearing these words, the 2 of them were startled and turned around. As soon as they saw the appearance of the person in front of them, Cassis exclaimed incredulously, You are Grid. Shin Youngwoo put his hands on his waist, curled his mouth and smiled. He said in a low voice, Long time no see, Cassis. Cassis was a bit surprised by this appearance. He cautiously asked, What are you doing here? Isabel next to her seemed to realize something, wiped her tears and said, Wait, Cassis, Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha's cloak. Is Malicus's cloak? I heard that a group of warriors defeated Malicus not long ago. Maybe. Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Youngwoo reached out to touch his cloak, let out a loud noise, and said, Your eyes are also sharp. Speaking of this, as if remembering something, he immediately shouted, Ha, wait, you, the shield robber. No, the robber has been caught. What should I say? Ah yes, girl Rebecca, fake shield here. Seeing Isabel's confused expression, Cassis immediately explained, His name is Grid. He is the blacksmith in Winston who forged the holy shield she is holding. Hearing that, Isabel exclaimed in disbelief, He's so young, but how can a blacksmith defeat Malicus? Saying so, she immediately bent down, placed one hand on her left chest and respectfully greeted. It was an honor to meet the great warrior who had defeated the arch-rival of the holy religion for many years. I would like to express gratitude to the hero who acted on behalf of heaven. Too lazy to listen to her talk so much nonsense, Shin Youngwoo kept shouting, Whatever, give me back the shield, it's mine, I forged it but no one paid me. Hearing him say that, Isabel spoke up a bit apologetically, sincerely apologizing to him, but this shield had a high risk of becoming a dangerous weapon, so the Holy Church had an order to confiscate it, and he even created the shield. Any other shield should be surrendered. Unable to understand these words, Shin Youngwoo shouted angrily, Why do you guys force me to hand over the results of my hard work? If I don't return the shield, my head will bleed. Seeing that the person in front of him looked like he was about to go crazy, Cassis immediately spoke up to reassure him, Calm down Grid, tell him why you came here. Hearing that question, Shin Youngwoo calmed down a bit. He frowned and replied, I mainly came to ask for a shield, but I also need the blessing of Goddess Rebesa, so I want to meet the Pope. Hearing this answer, Cassis frowned and thought, Does he want to meet the Pope? Is this an arrangement by the goddess? While thinking about this, a rumble rang out inside the Rebecca temple. Seeing this, Isabel suddenly exclaimed, This source of holy magic, the Pope is definitely doing something to Rin. Seeing that she was about to rush in, Cassis quickly stopped her. Don't, Isabel, the Pope has an absolute order not to let anyone in, don't act rashly. Isabel didn't take these words into her ears at all. She pushed Cassis's hand away, took out a sharp spear and shouted coldly, Get out of the way, I have to stop him at all costs. Standing next to witness this scene, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and thought, At first I was too busy so I didn't pay attention. This spear is truly a genuine product, forged with even higher skill than the Dane's life. Here it is Pagma's work. On the other side, Cassis still refused to give up and spoke up to advise, Don't be like that, Isabel. Isabel screamed angrily, I have to go save Rin, don't stop me. The 2 were arguing fiercely when suddenly a blinding light erupted in front of them. Waiting for this halo of light to subside, a girl with a cold face stepped out and said in a harsh voice, The Pope's orders are absolute, don't you dare interfere. Isabel, this person who just appeared is Luna, Rebecca's 3rd daughter. Isabel couldn't think much, she quickly cried out, Rin will die, Luna, get away. Standing behind, looking at the person who had just appeared, Cassis silently pondered. Luna was only 14 years old, so she especially adhered to canon law, and also had the greatest contribution in suppressing the rebellious clerics. Should be trusted by the Pope, there will be no way for her to defy orders. Just like what he calculated, Luna said coldly, "What is impossible will still be impossible. I'm sorry, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Youngwoo suddenly spoke up. There was something special about that spear. Why was he suddenly so tense? As soon as his words came out, a new notification immediately appeared. Assisting the Holy Rebecca sect, career tasks. The Holy Rebecca sect is a church that has a deep relationship with Pagma. The friendship between Pagma and the fifth Pope Franz is still passed down hundreds of years later. As Pagma's successor, you have an obligation to help the Holy Rebecca cult, which is currently in decline under the 13th Pope. Drevigo, conditions completed. Drevigo dies, reward completed, blessed by Goddess Rebecca. This is a branch quest directly related to performing the second job quest. If you fail, you will not complete the quest. Meet the conditions for completing the second career task. After reading this notice once, Shin Youngwoo was annoyed and silently scolded. What the hell? You have to kill the Pope to be blessed. It's really paradoxical. Having scolded him a few times to get angry, Shin Youngwoo immediately used appraisal to evaluate Isabel's spear. After a moment, he suddenly thought to himself in horror, "Ha, what is that? There is a symbol on the spear. What does it have to do with anything? Mission, right? Based on my instincts, it must be a suggestion. The higher the difficulty of the task, the more suggestions the system will give to complete it, so it must be it." On the other side, Isabel's tears fell. She silently prayed, "Please, stay away, Luna. Rin will die. Goddess Rebecca, can you bear to let Rin die? I really can't do anything to the Pope. Please, anyone." I don't know. When Shin Youngwoo walked up to Isabel, he raised one hand to hold her spear and asked seriously, "So I will have to kill the Pope, Isabel?" As soon as she saw the other person, a sudden source of power was released, urging Isabel to trust him. So she immediately wiped her tears and asked again, "Really? Are you really going to punish the Pope for dishonoring the holy religion?" Shin Youngwoo nodded and replied, "Yes, just accepted the quest." "This couldn't have gone any better," Isabel exclaimed gratefully. "Thank you, Grid." Shin Youngwoo raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the spear in his hand and said seriously, "Okay, I will save Rin too, but after that you have to give me the shield. Consider this a gift first, appraise it." Shin Youngwoo quickly appraised Isabel's spear. The new notification immediately jumped out. The legendary blacksmith could appraise the item with a keen eye. He can detect all hidden functions of items. This spear is Lifil's sealed holy spear, legendary quality, one of the three divine objects of the holy religion Rebecca. It contains terrifying holy magic that is beyond humanity's control, becoming a heavy burden on the user's mind and body. Attack power from 730 to 1270, holy power plus 1500 points, all stats increased by 60 points, vitality recovery increased by 100%, increased by 2000 attack power points per attack, has a high chance of activating the skills of Light Wheel, Light Shield, Light Direction, and Vitiligo. Attack power increases by 20% when confronting evil forces. Conditions of use used, Daughter of Rebecca. You have successfully discovered the hidden feature of the item. Lifil's incense, mythical qualities, attack power from 2330 to 2890, holy magic increased by 3000 points, all stats plus 200 points, recovery rate vitality increases by 300%, there is a high chance of activating Light Wheel, Light Shield, Light Direction skills, Vitiligo skills will always be activated, attack power increases by 50% when confronting evil forces, Pagma's successor unsealed the weapon during the reign of the 13th Pope. You are admiring a divine weapon, your perception increases by 200 points, your perception index exceeds 500 points, from now on you will see the world from a new perspective, all skills related to blacksmithing increase by 1 point, from now on you will be able to forge mythical quality equipment. Reading this message, Shin Youngwoo couldn't imagine it and thought to himself, mythical, even better than trash, no, this is even equipment that can upset the balance of world. Mythical equipment, so from now on I will be able to forge super products like Daneslife or Valhalla. Thinking of this, Shin Youngwoo was startled and looked at Isabel standing next to him. He let out a confused sound. I only saw a blinding white light flare around Isabel's body. Shin Youngwoo couldn't believe it and silently exclaimed, "Why is this happening? The vitiligo is automatically activating. A huge source of holy magic is flowing from the lethal spear." He saw the index of 120,000 right next to Isabel, a bit puzzled, and guessed, "Oh, the attack power increased so much because of my assessment. But what is the number above Isabel?" "I understand, it's fighting power, good attack." Isabel currently has a combat power of 120,000. At this moment, on the opposite side, Luna with 50,000 combat power could no longer bear it anymore and immediately took out Evriel's shield, one of the 3 sacred objects of the holy religion. Rebecca burst out screaming, so the collision was inevitable. Looking at this scene, Shin Youngwoo silently calculated, Isabel's combat power increased from 55 to 120,000 and Luna's increased from 26,300 to 50,000. Even children could guess Isabel's bet on this battle. So that means after winning this match, she will help me save Rin. With a terrorist protection like this, there's no need to be afraid. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately walked closer, smiled and patted Isabel's shoulder and said, "Good luck, I'm going to save Rin now." Hearing that, Isabel nodded in response. Inside Rebecca's sanctuary, Pope Drevigo leisurely raised his hand and struck a powerful force towards Damien, causing him to be unable to support himself and thrown back a long distance, his mouth gushing out fresh blood. Damien thought painfully, "Ah, I knew it. Sorry, Rin, it seems I'm not the main character." Rin reacted very quickly and immediately rushed forward to support Damien. At this time, a new notification appeared in front of him. "You have lost 41% of your vitality and the ability to concentrate." Right in this critical situation, 3 sharp hidden weapons were shot inside, causing the paladins in Rebecca's palace to suddenly stop for a moment. Following those hidden weapons was a voice full of hate. "What a shame, when that assassin used it, he released so many effects, but when I used it, it was all smoke bombs like this." The person who spoke was Shin Youngwoo. He wore a Kennen belt on his waist. He had a unique quality. This is the favorite belt of Kennen, a cruel Yordle ninja. A hidden weapon will be created every 20 seconds, storing a maximum of 3 hidden weapons. The effects of the hidden weapons are random, causing damage equivalent to 40 to 80% of attack power. Conditions of use: used is the skill of launching hidden assassin weapons at level 7 or higher. When Pope Drevigo saw this scene, he suppressed his anger and said in a harsh voice, "No one has taken the holy law into any form. Why can a stranger enter this sacred place? Newcomer, please declare your name." Damien had lost too much vitality, and at this moment he couldn't understand what was going on. He blurted out a little confused, "Who?" Behind him, Shin Youngwoo faintly said, "Let's just call for now. Be the main character." Shin Youngwoo wore the helmet of the Ice Orc chief on his head, wore the cloak of Malachus, held the Daneslife longsword tightly in his hand, and carried it on his shoulder arrogantly as he entered. Looking at the 2 people sitting in a corner next to him, Shin Young silently assessed, "So she is Rin, her combat power is 27,000, and the other holy knight is a player, her combat power is about 22,500. He must also be a top ranker, right? As a holy knight, he can't be a punching bag." After evaluating it for a while, he grinned and said, "Let's form a party, kill this pope, and I'll forget all the things I lost. If you save someone's life, it's reasonable to pay them that way, right?" When Damien heard that, he was extremely happy and sent an invitation to the party and said, "Feel free, but now I have to rely on you. I have to recover first." Seeing that no one considered him in the crowd below, Pope Drevigo angrily shouted, "Insolent, how dare you come to defile this sacred place? I, Drevigo, in the name of Goddess Rebecca will personally punish you." Carrying the long sword on his shoulder, preparing to fight, Shin Young suddenly received an additional buff from Damien. Feeling the flow of power flowing through his body, he silently exclaimed, "Oh, the paladin's buffs are of great quality. This young man is also very useful." After receiving the full buff, Shin Youngwoo took out Malachus's magic ball and gritted his teeth full of contempt and said, "Punish the fart, just because of you. My chain of blessing quests is all messed up. face the letter of introduction to my father-in-law's father-in-law is now nothing more than a scrap of paper. If you live kindly, won't you save me trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword Dainslife powerfully slashed down towards where Pope Drevigo was standing. He was not afraid at all, immediately raised his hand to knock away Shin Youngwoo's sword attack. He reacted very quickly, immediately retracted his sword and retreated a bit. He was a little surprised and thought to himself, did he block my blade? I already had the red lightning buff and Damien's buff. With my current attack power, I can even penetrate Malicus's 3-layer defense. How can a Pope with only 24,000 combat power be able to block it like nothing? Taking Damien's 12,000 combat power as a comparison point on the ranker level, Malicus would have to be over 200,000 because the whole group gathered together to be able to defeat him. But right now I feel like this Pope is stronger than Malicus, which means that the difference in combat power, although it seems insignificant, is actually extremely huge. Never mind, combat experience will make up for it. Thinking so, Shin Youngwoo immediately stood up, once again rushed forward. He swung his Dainslife high and said in a harsh voice, "This is the result obtained after conquering the labyrinth. Try blocking my sword energy." Pope Drevigo's body burst with powerful magic. He raised his hand and said somewhat contemptuously, "Waving his sword like that was enough to threaten me. It was far from penetrating my defense." He raised a hand, a blinding light flared up. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo replied faintly, "He's strong, okay, let's see how long he can last. I also want to see how strong I am." Ascend, the Blacksmith's Rage. The promotion skill combined with the Blacksmith's Rage skill brings terrifying power to the attack. L. Immediately broke the flow of power of Pope Drevigo. His power is crumbling into small pieces. Seeing this scene, he thought in disbelief, the light shield had been penetrated. The goddess's power was destroyed by this mortal. On the other side, after this move, a series of notifications appear in front of Shin Youngwoo. You deal 13,300, 13,910, 14,080 damage. Active, ability of the Master Gauntlet. You deal 29,300 critical damage. Deal 31,050 damage. You deal 13,600, 13,020, 4,050 damage. Looking at this series of notifications, Shin Youngwoo happily exclaimed, "His vitality has dropped by more than half. Ha ha, like this, just me is enough. I don't know what the hero will drop." Pope Drevigo was now extremely angry. Seeing the surrounding holy knights just standing there, he angrily shouted, "Why are you standing there? Kill this blasphemer for me." The holy knights only now came to their senses and immediately cried out, "That was the Pope's order, to capture them." Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Shin Youngwoo hurriedly shouted, "Hey brother, the Pope is about to pay his respects to his ancestors. Are you planning on sitting down and eating a bowl of gold, Damien?" Damien has now finished healing. Hearing the call, he immediately raised his shield and rushed towards the group of holy knights. He smiled and replied, "Sorry, let me cover for you, Mr. Grid." Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo curled his lips and reminded him, "There must be 20 holy knights over there, take care and cover up well." "I'm almost done." Looking at Pope Drevigo who had been beaten to death, Shin Youngwoo silently thought that the effect of red lightning, Thang and the Blacksmith's Rage was about to end. "I have to put all my effort into this final attack, the Pagma sword dance, killing." The sharp Dainslife blade carries amazing magic power. It was about to touch the Drevigo Pope. Then around his body, a blinding magical energy immediately erupted. His body was covered in wounds that were slowly healing. Shin Youngwoo reacted very quickly and immediately withdrew his hands into a defensive stance. Seeing this scene, he couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "It's impossible." His vitality reached the bottom but he immediately recovered completely. I estimate he has about 30,000 vitality points, but what recovery skill is so perverted? Not only that, he also has an additional skill shield. Pope Drevigo realized the question in Shin Youngwoo's heart. He immediately answered, "The breath of the goddess, the blessing of the goddess will protect my body and soul. Let the light save those who are lost in darkness. Let me show them the way by your light, in the name of Goddess Rebecca." As soon as these words finished, Pope Drevigo's hand reached out and made a powerful move toward Shin Youngwoo. In Rebecca's sanctuary, a fire immediately flared up so brightly that it was blinding. Shin Youngwoo couldn't imagine it and thought to himself, this is the pinnacle of the priest class. Pope Drevigo used the goddess's breath technique to hit Shin Youngwoo hard. A beam of light flashed straight up. He twirled his knuckles and said in a cold voice, this is the goddess's appropriate punishment for an infidel like you. If you are smart, then repent. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo immediately responded firmly, and still had the integrity to open his mouth and teach, the one who was corrupted was you. You are the one who deserves to be punished. Having said that, he immediately used the Holy Shield to block Pope Drevigo's attack. The quality of the Holy Shield is rare, durability 282 out of 360, defense 189, resistance to magic. The magic is 150, the conditions for use must be over level 190, strength over 500, holy power over 1000, and especially must be a holy knight of the Holy Rebecca sect. Pope Drevigo was extremely surprised to see Shin Youngwoo using the Holy Shield. He asked incredulously, how could a pagan like you dare to touch the weapon of my holy religion? It's blasphemous. As soon as these words finished, Pope Drevigo continued to attack Shin Youngwoo's direction. He reacted very quickly, raising the Holy Shield in his hand to take this attack. He thought to himself, each attack is as heavy as a hammer. Damn, the shield's durability is rapidly decreasing. Shin Youngwoo decided not to use the Holy Shield anymore. He put it behind him and took out his sword. The small blade covered with a layer of blue light looked extremely sharp. Shin Youngwoo opened his mouth to scream, I can't let you destroy my beloved item. Let's fight for merit. Shin Youngwoo quickly moved forward to attack. He used Wind Slash to strike straight at Pope Drevigo. At this moment, a bright stream of magic power shot out and flashed to the right, breaking part of Shin Youngwoo's icy orc chief's helmet. He couldn't hide his anger and cursed loudly, you bastard. Turns out, Drevigo was controlling the iron pieces to attack Shin Youngwoo. He arrogantly said, I was going to blow your head off. Good dodge. Shin Youngwoo quickly rushed towards Pope Drevigo and said, daring to sabotage my beloved equipment. By this time, Shin Youngwoo's anger had exploded. He used a move called Lean, continuously attacking Drevigo, making him unable to avoid it in time, suffering a total of 22 blows. Fight. Pope Drevigo cried out in pain, his whole body falling straight back, unable to move. Damien Flem in the back was fighting with some holy knights when he was stopped for a moment by the scene just now. He thought to himself, it seems like Grid has the upper hand, but from my own experience, now is when the Pope is most dangerous. Thinking like that, Damien was a little worried and shouted, Grid, stay away from him. Just as Damien predicted, Pope Drevigo immediately stood up. He raised his hand. A beam of light radiated. With amazing speed it stabbed straight to Shin Youngwoo's chest. A new notification immediately appeared. You received 14,560 damage. You lose 52% of your health in one attack. Pope Drevigo held his chest with one hand, pointed straight at Shin Youngwoo and said arrogantly, this is the end, you infidel. Damien saw that the situation was not good. His face darkened and he thought, no, Grid has lost more than half of his vitality at this point. The Pope will deal the finishing blow while he is stunned. Who would have thought that the situation was not as predicted by Damien? Even though Shin Youngwoo lost more than half of his vitality, he still quickly rushed straight towards Pope Drevigo, stabbing his knife straight into his chest. This scene happened so suddenly that Pope Drevigo cried out in horror, ha, why? Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo shrugged and calmly replied, didn't I warn you? I will kill anyone who dares to scratch my precious equipment. Speaking of which, Duran's ring is activated. Instantly restore 7,280 vitality points to Shin Youngwoo. Pope Drevigo couldn't believe it and widened his eyes, thinking, this human is still hiding his cards. Shin Youngwoo didn't want to waste any more time, so he immediately slashed Pope Drevigo's body, causing him to fall straight back in shock. Looking at the person lying at his feet, Shin Youngwoo raised his sword high in contempt and said, let me look up and see how long you can heal. Message displays. Countless fatal slashes continued, causing countless damage to Pope Drevigo. Fresh blood suddenly splattered. Shin Youngwoo flashed a dangerous smile. he curled his mouth and said, "Die, die." Damien stood to the side and saw this scene, sweating and thinking, wait a minute, at first I was skeptical, now it's certain, he's a murderous butcher, the one who has been killing the giants. It's horrible, this scene looks like an even more cruel demon appeared to punish the Pope, it's so brutal, our savior is torturing the Pope right on the steps of Street, Road. Pope Drevigo's eyes still couldn't hide his surprise, he thought to himself, I can't believe I'm being insulted by a petty pagan. I am the messenger of the goddess, the supreme leader of more than 70 million sects, so noble that even the king bows his head. Thinking of this, suddenly from the body of Pope Drevigo an extremely bright light flared up. Shin Youngwoo saw this and jumped back in horror, thinking, leave me, heal again, Kotex advertising is the same, just two, right? No, it's not the same as healing, but there's something different, whatever it is. Pope Drevigo slowly sat up in that light, he gritted his teeth and said, being insulted by a pagan barbarian, but for me this is also a good thing. Having said that, he immediately stood up with his body completely healed, then curled his mouth and continued speaking, so that we can once again confirm that the pagans are just barbaric wild animals that cannot be taught. Goddess Rebecca always knows how to challenge true disciples like me. Looking at this scene, Shin Youngwoo stood on one side alertly thinking, it was completely different, I was feeling a potential danger. Outside Rebecca's sanctuary, Isabel's fight with Luna is going on. Luna looked up from below and said seriously, the Pope's orders are absolute, Isabel. Hearing these words, Isabel held the staff above and pointed it straight at Luna. Hearing these words, Isabel held the staff above and pointed it straight at Luna. As soon as these words finished, Isabel immediately used the goddess sentence to stab straight at Luna. Luna reacted very quickly, immediately raised her holy shield to block this blow, then used the goddess's protection to protect her. Protect yourself. A powerful light flared up. Isabel took advantage of the situation and thrust her spear straight forward. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Looking at this scene, Cassis nervously exclaimed, Isabel, Luna. Isabel gently landed safely, without turning around, she replied, it's okay, Cassis. Luna was now lying on her back on the ground, her eyes closed and not moving at all. Isabel immediately spoke up to explain, I used vitiligo so the results were clear, but don't worry she was just unconscious. Take care of Luna Cassis, I have to quickly go in and save Rin. Without waiting for Cassis to answer, Isabel hurried into Rebecca's temple, she told herself, I won't be afraid anymore. Pope, there is no way I will close my eyes and ignore Rin again, for everyone's sake. Isabel opened the temple door and nervously shouted Rin's name. Inside, Pope Drevigo stood still and proud, he seemed to be much stronger than before, his mouth opened and he began to mutter, please protect your servant, please grant me your loyalty, this is your power to punish sin and evil, as a loyal servant of the goddess. Hearing these words, Isabel shouted worriedly, that is the strongest holy magic, don't try to block it Grid, avoid it. Pope Drevigo called it the wrath of the goddess. A huge beam of light shot out and rushed straight below. A ray of light burst out. Isabel reacted very quickly, immediately raised her spear and rushed towards Rin and Damien, trying to protect them behind her. Pope Drevigo used the attack just now, causing a noticeable loss of his physical strength. But when he looked at Shin Youngwoo who was still safe and sound, Pope Drevigo was extremely surprised and exclaimed, What? What the hell are you, stopping the goddess's wrath? Even Isabel said in horror, unable to believe the goddess's wrath. Before Isabel could finish her sentence, Rin interrupted her, she said a little sadly, Isabel and Damien, I'm sorry. I thought that listening to him would be contributing to the holy religion, but in the end, I would harm everyone. If punishing him is the goddess's will, then I will also fight with everyone. After saying this, Rin wiped away her tears and stood up straight, she took out Akel's mirror, one of the 3 magic items. Seeing that Rin was about to act, Shin Youngwoo immediately reached out to stop him and said seriously, hey guys, listen carefully. If you dare to think about KS, I'll deal with it, he's mine. This wretched old fox must die by my hands. As soon as these words were spoken, Shin Youngwoo turned his head and looked at Pope Drevigo with eyes full of hatred. Damien looked at Shin Youngwoo's back and exclaimed, but he blocked the wrath of the old Pope's goddess. Thank God, the main character is here. Damien behind him raised his hand towards Shin Youngwoo. A light blue light emitted from his palm. He softly said, thanks to awakening his skills, he was able to defeat the other paladins. Now he has to practice. Just buff the grid. As soon as this action occurred, a new notification appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. The attack power and accuracy of party members increased 80% in 3 minutes. Pope Drevigo was still in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. What the hell? How could that brat stop the power that the queen had given me? Looking at the long sword Dainslife in Shin Youngwoo's hand. Old man Drevigo cursed, this barbaric beast still refuses to back down after seeing me show my power. I have underestimated him too much. Shin Youngwoo on the opposite side quickly waved his hand and swiped a line. A blinding light stabbed straight towards where Pope Drevigo was standing. Seeing this move launched, he was not afraid at all but still extremely confident, smirking and saying, idiot, I'll rewrite it. As long as this shield still exists, you won't be able to touch the hem of my shirt. Where are we? As soon as the words ended, the light broke. Completely destroyed the shield in front of him and then stabbed straight into his body, causing this 13th generation Pope to have absolutely no time to stop and fall backwards. Pope Drevigo spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs fell to the ground. He gasped and said in horror, how could you penetrate my shield? Shin Youngwoo carried the Dainslife sword, running towards him while explaining leisurely, ignorantly, using physical defense to block magic damage would be perfect. That move just now is called Golden Light Break, is a unique skill of the restored Dainslife longsword, dealing 1000% of the user's magic power to the opponent in a straight line, mana cost 500. Not wanting to say more, Shin Youngwoo rolled his eyes angrily and shouted, obediently agreed to die and vomited here, old pervert. Having said that, he continued to use the move called Link. Pope Drevigo's whole body kept shaking. He exclaimed softly in shock, I didn't expect him to use a magic attack. I received too much damage. I have to recover immediately. At this moment on the other side, a new notification appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. Level 2, skills upgraded, damage increased, number of attacks launched increased by 5. Receiving this notice, Shin Youngwoo smirked. He used a dangerous tone to tell Pope Drevigo, if you're good, just keep healing, watch your eyes and watch me chop your eyelashes off. Having said that, Shin Youngwoo immediately swung his Dainslife longsword and used his combo skills to attack him with a total of 27 attacks. Pope Drevigo's whole body was covered with wounds, blood was flowing out. In his heart he secretly complained, this kind of barbarism really knows no end. Pope Drevigo continues to use the goddess's protection to block Shin Youngwoo's attacks and restore his vitality. Once again he stood up straight, opened his mouth and shouted, you ulcer, die. As soon as these words ended, Pope Drevigo clenched his fists, using the terrible power from the goddess's explosive rage. Countless blinding rays of light carrying extremely strong magic power continuously rushed downwards, hitting Shin Youngwoo. That old man just screamed like that. The notification sounds continuously, you deal 15,900 damage. You deal 12,300 damage, you deal 13,000 damage, you deal 9,500 damage. Looking at this situation, Pope Drevigo thought to himself extremely confidently, he wouldn't be able to block all the damage with just those tiny discs, it's over. Thinking like that, he happily laughed like a crazy person, ha ha, in the end, I am the winner, return to dust, flies and insects. Who would have thought that the happiness wouldn't last long? From below a hand reached out and grabbed Pope Drevigo's arm tightly. The holder is Gerd. He was startled and stopped. When he saw clearly who it was, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed, why? He thought to himself, he should have died countless times, why is he still alive like this? Pope Drevigo was dumbfounded and asked Shin Youngwoo, how did you escape death? Shin Youngwoo heard that and calmly said, don't make me repeat it again, old bastard. I have 3 genuine toys in my house. Shin Youngwoo possesses the skill to deny death, a legend that does not fall easily. When the vitality index reaches the minimum level, All damage will be neutralized for 5 seconds, Pope Drevigo shouted unimaginably. What the hell are you, a dissipating soul? Shin Youngwoo didn't bother being too lazy with him anymore. He stabbed the Dane's life sword straight into the middle of his chest without hesitation. This was a level 2 killing move. The skill leveled up, the damage caused increased sharply. Pope Drevigo struggled to grab Shin Youngwoo's head, gritting his teeth and scolding, "You bastard." Shin Youngwoo glared back, "Shut up and died." As he finished speaking, the Dane's life longsword stabbed deeply into Pope Drevigo's body, and a dazzling light erupted inside Rebecca's sanctuary. Isabel's 3 people looked at Shin Youngwoo blankly. A new notification immediately rang out. You defeated Drevigo, the 13th Pope. The grid captain received the essence of the goddess, holy light armor, holy light gloves and holy light crown. You received gain 95,350,000 experience points. You get 500 gold. You advance 20 levels. Currently your level is 170. After dealing with Pope Drevigo, Shin Youngwoo was completely exhausted and fell to the ground. Damien and Rin rushed over to him worriedly. At this moment, Shin Youngwoo opened his mouth and gasped while exclaiming. He was so tired that he couldn't even move his fingers. Another notification appeared before his eyes. The mission was completed. Saint Rebecca's favor towards you had reached its maximum. Talk to Isabel to receive blessings on the Pavranium. Shin Youngwoo read those notices and immediately sat up. He still had things to do. At this time, Isabel also ran to Shin Youngwoo's place. She said excitedly, "Grid. Thanks to him, the honor of the goddess and the holy religion of Rebecca were saved." Damien was standing aside, still unable to believe what had just happened. He thought to himself, unbelievable, he defeated the Pope alone. I could only stay outside of the buff. If there was no grid, then Rebecca's daughters will have a hard time ensuring their lives. At this time, Damien also received a new notification. The mission is completed. You have switched to the unique job of messenger of the goddess. You are now qualified to become Pope. You can run the Holy Church of Rebecca if becoming a Pope. You get the skill Goddess's Wrath. You get the skill Goddess's Protection. Initiate the passive skill Divine Wisdom. Divination skill makes sense if you act according to the Goddess's instructions. Miracles will happen. Activation conditions are random. Dignity stat is initialized. Holy magic growth rate increases 3 times. This announcement made Damien extremely surprised. He thought to himself, most hidden professions are rare and currently only know of 3 people who hold epic level hidden professions. Yet I was transferred to a hidden profession, unique level profession. It's truly a once in a lifetime opportunity for me, a nameless person in my 30s who only knows how to serve Rebecca's daughters. Grid is truly my great benefactor. I must compensate him properly. It's worth it. While thinking like that, next to him, Shin Youngwoo looked at Isabel and raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, Isabel, just thinking you won't be able to do this. Saint Rebecca is rich. Just throw up the money. Hey friend." After saying that, he told everyone to respect me. "Hey, my hat is destroyed. My cape and armor are also seriously damaged. You guys have to pay for my repair costs. But also Isabel, you take the shield if I don't pay my saint. I have to compensate for the psychological damage." Hearing these words, Damien helplessly forced a smile. He thought, taking the name Grid is not wrong. When will this greed die? Shin Youngwoo took out 2 pieces of Pavranium and threw them in his hand, said seriously towards Isabel, "And the most important thing is, bless these 2 young guys. You can do it, right?" Isabel took the 2 pieces of Pavranium and asked in confusion, "Okay, but why do you want us to bless the object, okay?" Isabel didn't wait for Shin Youngwoo to explain and started reading the blessing. "O Goddess of Wisdom and Love Rebecca, please share your warmth with your beloved children." As soon as the blessing was spoken, the announcement immediately jumped out. Pavranium has been blessed by the goddess Rebecca. The golden disc is made of Pavranium. The durability is eternal. The weight is 5. Receive the vitality recovery feature from goddess Rebecca's blessing, increases the owner's vitality recovery speed by 300%. The 2 golden Pavranium discs flew back into Shin Youngwoo's hands. He thought to himself with great satisfaction, great, the recovery skill not only has an independent will but now he can also use the skill. So after being blessed by the remaining gods, it will also learn other skills. Next to her, Isabel pulled out her holy shield and said softly, "As promised, I will return your holy shield to you, a perfect holy shield of legendary quality. As soon as Shin Youngwoo saw the holy shield, his eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim, "My beloved shield." Holding the holy shield in his hand, Shin Youngwoo fell into deep contemplation, frowning and calculating. Now, how will he manage to get the blessing from the Yatan church? This will be a headache, it will be irreconcilable. If there is no other way, otherwise, we have to use force. On the other side, Lizabelle slightly lowered her face and hesitantly spoke up, "Right now, it's a bit difficult to pay you properly because we need to use funds to rebuild the Vatican. It sounds a bit thick-faced, but please consider this shield as compensation." Shin Youngwoo heard that and stroked his chin with his hand. He took a breath and said, "It's boring, but it's okay, I have something to do now." Damien standing next to him saw someone wanting to leave and asked, "Are you planning to leave now? Thanks to you, many people are safe." Grid, "This time I can't help much but hopefully one day I will. I can return this favor to you." Speaking of this, Damien stopped for a moment, a bit shy to say his wish. "But before you go, let me rub my cheek against those plates for a bit. Just now I saw that it captured your big soul. Isabelle blesses." Isabelle heard Damien say that and got annoyed, raised her foot and kicked him in the face. Even though Shin Youngwoo didn't take compensation anymore, he still had a request. He said to Isabelle, "Ah, that's right, instead of money, can you help me with something, about my next destination?" Isabelle quickly turned from Damien to Shin Youngwoo. She nodded and replied, "What's going on? Because I have to take care of the Vatican's reconstruction phase, I won't be able to go with you." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo took a deep breath and said, "I don't really want to have a young girl with me." "You're too young," Isabelle scolded. Shin Youngwoo stopped joking around and immediately turned serious and said, "Please write me a letter of introduction." Leaving St. Rebecca's church, now in a distant forest, Tobin was sitting on a rock. The game system was open in front of him. While surfing around searching, he scolded angrily. His friends were like her groin, asking for help with a mission. Why did they all slip away without leaving anyone behind? A young man volunteered, but now I can't contact him. Tobin was extremely worried about this mission. It was an SS-level mission with a reward of a legendary sword. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him as the strongest paladin of the world, Jadar Church. The difficulty and risk are extremely high, so people who are mentally unstable don't dare to help. Tobin was sitting in deep thought when a voice rang right in his ear. "Tobin, we're here." There were 3 people who came, Black Teddy, Box, and finally Asuka. Tobin looked at these 3 people and thought to himself, only a few new members are willing to help. Not very close, but after all, they are still rankers. This trip still has a chance. The player named Box waved the fan in his hand and asked, "When do we start?" Tobin heard that and immediately stood up and replied, "We need to go get something." The first location is Street, Rebecca's palace. Jadar, god of health and wisdom and dominion, god of war, they are the sons of the goddess of light Rebecca. That is why the Jadar and Dominion churches are under the authority of Saint Rebecca. All 3 churches have always maintained a very close relationship. However, everyone has their own ambitions. Pascal, the second archbishop of the Jadar church, sat on a high chair, raised his hand to his chin and frowned, saying, "Dravigo has indeed tainted the entire Vatican. The true followers of Saint Rebecca must be very worried, looking forward to a new pope. If we cannot choose a suitable candidate in the Holy Rebecca Church, then I will become pope." Hearing these words, Tobin, the strongest paladin of the Jadar Guild, vice president in charge of human resources of the Zadaka Guild, top of the paladin rankings, knelt down on one knee and bowed his head, saying, "The revered Pope, the most important holy church in history, Franz V, also came from our church, so it is extremely reasonable for a similar thing to happen. Please allow me to ask what my next mission is." Pascal thought for a moment. He spread out a hand and commanded, "Bring me the equipment that Franz used during his lifetime from St. Rebecca's temple. Only with it can I be qualified to be worshipped, became Pope." As soon as these words ended, a new mission notice immediately appeared before Tobin's eyes. Franz's descendant quest, SS level. Pascal aspired to become the 14th Pope and prove to St. Rebecca that he was worthy of the title of Franz's descendant. Take back the requested equipment and give it to Pascal. Quest completion reward, 5 extra levels in Sage Sword skill. the mission fails, Pascal's plan falls apart and he will hate you. Reading through this notice, Tobin frowned and thought, the rankings of high-level rankers still have to compete for every percentage of experience, but by increasing 5 levels at once, I will be able to escape the problem, level 232 in this rank 68 to rise up the overall rankings. Not only that, but also the Sage Sword. The Sage Sword has legendary qualities, durability of 500 over 500, attack power of 385, attack speed increased by 3%, is a holy item of the Jadar Church. In the past, the archbishops of the Jadar Church only entrusted it to those they trusted the most. When attacking, has a chance to clear all skill reuse times, intelligence increased by 250 points, conditions of use, the strongest paladin of the Jadar Church. Reading this line, Tobin thought, the attack power is equal to other legendary weapons, and with the ability to clear time and reuse skills, I will be able to level up as fast as Pawn and Ibeline. The task is quite difficult, but since Grid's father put me on the blacklist, I have to take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking of this, Pascal above continued to speak, you can find the location of the treasures through the confidant I installed in the Vatican. I have high hopes for you, the strongest paladin, by Jadar. At this point, there was no need to think too much. Tobin immediately smiled and replied, just bring the list of treasures here, I will depart immediately. At the end of the flashback, on the way to find the treasure, he glanced at the new people walking behind him. Tobin silently scolded. The bunch of bananas and bananas at first enthusiastically accepted to help get it, but after knowing it is the church's duty to invite each other to dive without being bubbly or bored, the brotherhood is not even as good as that of new members. Thinking of that, Tobin turned around and smiled and said, fortunately there are you guys helping, but I have to warn you that we might have to fight with Rebecca's daughters. Box, at the top of the Link Master rankings, ranked 232 on the overall ranking, spread his fan over his mouth and shook his head and replied, ha ha, it's just a mission to reclaim the treasure, that's all. As long as you can take us to meet that young man in the bone helmet. Hearing him say that, Tobin frowned and thought, so this is the legendary fuckboy. Rumor has it that this guy cheated on so many women that people even set up an anti-page called Killbox. The Link Master uses magic to manipulate objects or link them to create magical shapes that carry various blessing and curse effects. Although his overall rating is the lowest in the guild, to be at the top of the career rankings, you have to do something. Let's see how it performs. The remaining 2 people are Asuka, a crazy warrior, and Black Teddy, a summoner who also has a quite high rank, so the team's combat power this time is quite good. But why are all the new members so curious about the grid? It was a bit confusing to understand this, but Tobin didn't think too much about it anymore. He turned around and said seriously, as announced before, I will only reveal that information when I completely trust you guys. Box waved his fan and nodded, I also knew it was delicate information, that's why we agreed to support you this time. It's strange that if this project succeeds, it's not believed, bro, but you're the chief of staff of the guild, so you two must be very close, right? Hearing this question, Tobin was startled, a little guilty and said, of course, we are best friends, no one in the guild understands him better than me. Okay, enough chatting, let's get back to business, we've been on the road for 2 days, the Vatican is probably not far away. The words suddenly stopped here. Tobin noticed a strange symbol on a tree not far away. He thought to himself, that was the spy's signal, he must have been waiting here to inform me of the location of the treasures. Thinking like that, Tobin immediately turned around and told the 3 people behind him to wait a moment, I need to go receive the church's announcement. Waiting for the person to leave, Asuka let out a bored breath of exclamation, sigh, boring, why is this group so mysterious about that player? Black Teddy heard that and immediately reassured him, try to be a little more patient, miss, we are almost to the Vatican. Asuka nodded slightly, then turned back to Box and asked, hey, Box, are you sure if you help me on this mission, I'll get to meet the guy in the skeleton helmet? Box covered his folding fan with his mouth, shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but it's most reasonable to follow this advisor. When Asuka heard that, she was a little disappointed, she frowned and said, well, I'm afraid he'll use some excuse to cheat, me and Black Teddy will go first, you and the advisor will go later. Hearing her say that, Box somewhat puzzledly exclaimed, Wouldn't it be more convenient to go together? Asuka angrily replied, I'm tired of waiting, let's go Teddy. But now there the spies were waiting. Not knowing what he heard, Tobin let out a surprised sound. The spy, wearing a cloak from head to toe, nodded firmly and said, Really, I even came to verify it myself and I couldn't believe my eyes. Pope Drevigo was just killed. The perpetrator, like you, was a man protected by the gods. When Tobin heard this, his eyes widened and he asked, What was that person's name? The spy shook his head slightly and said, I can't confirm that, but it's definitely very strong judging from the swordsmanship he used to defeat the Pope. Tobin was extremely panicked at this moment. He thought to himself, Unbelievable, a person protected by the gods is a player. The Pope is considered one of the strongest NPCs in the game, yet that player is you can defeat it yourself. Is that Kraugel, the #1 ranker that Pawn always talks about? I heard that he is so strong that even our guild cannot defeat him. No, it could be some anonymous expert. Even Euphemina who defeated Faker is a name I just heard for the first time. After speculating for a while, Tobin was a little confused and asked, Weren't Rebecca's daughters supposed to protect the Pope? They were all taken down too. The spy shook his head and replied, No, they were still unharmed. Recently the Pope has been unable to control them, and they have abandoned their guard duties due to dissatisfaction with the Pope. Hearing that, Tobin immediately thought, there's such a turmoil internally, perhaps St. Rebecca's church is currently in a mess after the death of the Pope. It seems easier to get Franz's treasure. Thinking so, he immediately asked, Okay, where is that treasure now? Outside, the box is waving its fan, waiting. Then Tobin walked out. Seeing that, he immediately asked, Are you done yet, brother? Tobin nodded. Seeing that box was the only one left here, it was hard to understand. Where were the rest of them? Box shrugged and calmly replied, Miss Asuka couldn't wait so she went first. Black Teddy also accompanied her. I heard that in real life he is also Lady Asuka's follower. Seeing Tobin's face change slightly, Box asked with concern, Why do you look so worried? Is there a problem? Tobin shook his head. He tried to force a smile and said, Nothing. The mission has changed a bit. Tobin opened the map, then said, Not too quickly or too slowly. The exact location of the treasure has changed a bit. I will share the information in the group chat. While talking about this, at this moment in the distance, an extremely loud noise rang out. The two people, Tobin and Box, were startled and turned around to look back, only to see a column of smoke rising high there. Seeing this scene, Box immediately exclaimed, Smoke, it could be Miss Asuka. She said she was bored so she must be hunting now. Hearing that, Tobin quickly said, Just chase and see what's going on. Box nodded in response, then went with Tobin to the place where the column of smoke was rising. Tobin ran forward thinking, We don't need the Vatican, it's much simpler than having to fight with Rebecca's daughters. However, what I'm most concerned about is that this is still an SS level difficulty mission. The difficulty of the mission should have been reduced. Opened a notice board, the running box next to it spoke, Mr. Tobin, it seems our target is right in front of us. I don't think it's a hunt but a quest marker. Seeing a vague figure ahead, Tobin immediately shouted, It's Asuka, hurry up. At this moment, on the other side, Black Teddy stood below and asked impatiently, Miss, are you okay? Asuka stood on a high rock. Hearing this question, she was annoyed and scolded, asking what's the use, give me a hand. Hearing that, Black Teddy immediately raised the bear in his hand and shouted loudly, clearly, summoning the black bear. As soon as these words ended, a black bear was immediately summoned to the Black Teddy's call. Seeing this scene, the box immediately said, It's Black Teddy's summon, join them quickly. Tobin beside him nodded and replied, Okay, let's start. This sentence had not yet been finished when Tobin seemed to realize something and immediately stopped in place. Box was now running towards Asuka. He said excitedly, We are here to help fight. When Asuka saw who was coming, she angrily shouted, Box, are you sure this is a mission to reclaim the treasure? Hearing that, Box frowned and replied, She didn't read the information about changing the mission, right? It was this mission, but looking sideways and up I didn't see any treasures at all. Tobin stood still. He remembered what Archbishop Pascal said, France's regalia can only be equipped by his descendants in the Vatican. Grab them and bring them back here. Remembering this, Tobin recalled the conversation he had with the spy earlier. When he asked for the location of the treasures, the spy said, "Well, that player took them away." Hearing that, Tobin widened his eyes and exclaimed, "That player, yet the believers just let him die." The spy nodded and said, "Not only that, it seemed like they were also very tormented for not being able to repay that person more." At this point, Tobin completely couldn't understand what was going on. On the other side, the black bear has begun to move. It roared loudly. The giant bear's hand thundered down on the target below. Tobin on this side is still dead on the spot. The words that Archbishop Pascal once said rang in his ears. "This is the mission I gave you, the strongest paladin of Jadar, to carry out. France's divine costume can only pass it down to his descendants. They are the crown, armor, and holy light gloves." Intertwined with that, the voice of the spy from earlier echoed, "Not only that, but he also wore holy light armor for a while. He had to stop that person. He is the one who defeated the Pope and took away the treasures. For the Archbishop, you must kill him and bring back the treasures." At this moment, on the opposite side, a rumble rang out. Smoke and dust dispersed everywhere. Waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, a person gently lifted his leg and walked out, completely confused, exclaiming, "What's going on? Why am I suddenly upside down like this?" The person who just walked out was none other than Shin Youngwoo. He leaned on his hands and looked in the opposite direction, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Ha, Tobin." Tobin was now cold sweat pouring down his face. His face was pale without a drop of blood. Shin Youngwoo immediately understood the problem. He was extremely angry, gritted his teeth and roared, "You're a jerk, right?" Standing to the side with his arms crossed, Shin Youngwoo angrily gritted his teeth and asked, "You're making a joke, aren't you, Tobin?" After asking for a while and not seeing the other person's answer, Shin Youngwoo said angrily, "Why are you standing there like that? Let's explain." As soon as these words ended, a white bear suddenly appeared behind Shin Youngwoo. It raised its giant hand and suddenly attacked him, knocking him back for a while. The system notification immediately appeared, receiving 4,550 damage, activating Duran's ring function, recovering 2,275 vitality. Shin Youngwoo couldn't believe the scene that just happened. He immediately exclaimed, "Ah, it's the black guy's beast summon, so powerful." At this moment Tobin regained his composure. He was a little scared and immediately shouted, "Stop, Black Teddy, he is a member of my guild." No one bothered to listen to what he said. Asuka also raised her sword high, taking advantage of Shin Youngwoo's time to react, and struck out a sword, causing him to receive 3,900 damage. Shin Youngwoo cried out, looking at the opponent in front of him. He mentally cursed, "This brat using dual swords is also strong. Wait, let's see." In this fighting force, both are high-level rankers. Damn, being beaten up like this is bad. It's probably because my current equipment is so bad, that's it. Thinking like that, an amazing stream of magic power immediately flared up, knocking Asuka back. Black Teddy saw that and worriedly called out to Miss. Shin Youngwoo proudly stood still in one place. He is fully equipped with necessary items including the Holy Light Crown, Holy Light Armor, Holy Light Gloves. When equipped with 3 synchronized items, defense increases by 500 points, vitality increases by 6,000 points, usage conditions are franz. Shin Youngwoo glanced at the crowd of people on the opposite side, curled his mouth and said, "Take a look and admire it, country people. This grid is only dazzling when dressed up." Looking at the scene in front of him, Tobin couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "That's the Holy Light equipment. I've only read about it in the mission description but have never seen it with my own eyes." So it was Grid, the one who defeated Pope Drevigo and took these treasures. He only reached level 100 a few weeks ago. How can he defeat Drevigo on his own? Well, anyway, it's a good thing. If I can convince Grid to help me complete the task, that's good. Thinking like that, Tobin immediately flashed a smile toward Shin Youngwoo and said cheerfully, "I said, Grid." Before he could finish his sentence, Asuka on the other side continued to hold her dual swords and attack Shin Youngwoo, with amazing magic power pouring out non-stop, shining brightly throughout the entire area. Tobin's face turned pale and he softly exclaimed, "Stop teasing him, you crazy people." On the opposite side, Asuka pressed down hard on the twin swords in her hands. Her cold eyes looked at the Dane's lifelong sword in Shin Youngwoo's hand. She gritted her teeth and said, "This great sword, you are the guy wearing the bone helmet. You're a murderous butcher, right? The rumors say that you single-handedly took down the entire giant guild." When Shin Youngwoo heard that, he curled his mouth and calmly replied, seeing that the marshal had such bright armor but was still labeled as a maniac and that, but he thought that once he became famous, people would have to respect him a bit. But where does this group of people come from? Having said this, Shin Youngwoo immediately swung his sword, knocking back Asuka's dual swords. Seeing that the situation was not good, Black Teddy immediately raised his arms and shouted loudly, "White Bear Warrior, protect the lady quickly." The White Bear heard the command and roared loudly, then rushed forward. Shin Youngwoo quickly swung Dane's life, a killing move towards this bear, but was completely unable to defeat it. The White Bear still stood tall in front of him. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't he fall yet? I stabbed him right through his body." Saying that, he cautiously looked at the Black Teddy. Only then did he realize that it was the summoner's ability. On the opposite side, Black Teddy continued to issue commands and fight furiously. The animal summoner's rampage skill has the effect of being immune to damage and doubling all stats within 10 seconds. Shin Youngwoo reacted very quickly. He raised his Dane's life and unleashed a protection move. This protection skill causes no living creatures to be able to approach the skill user within 3 seconds. Ineffective against undead, consuming mana, cost is 300, reuse after 300 seconds. This move hit the White Bear with an incredible amount of force. Black Teddy couldn't believe it and was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, "What? He can cause damage to a level 208 White Bear Warrior. Even in a state of berserk battle, you can still block its attack." Not bothering to pay attention to the defeated bear, Shin Youngwoo grabbed Dane's life and rushed straight towards Asuka and shouted, "If you have the guts to cause trouble, you also have to have the guts to take the beating, kid." The move carried an amazing pressure. Asuka quickly raised her 2 swords to defend. She couldn't imagine it and exclaimed, "The big sword he just waved like nothing, unbelievable." But if you like quick battles, it's better, because the longer the battle lasts, the stronger the crazy warrior becomes. Calculating like that, Asuka immediately used the crazy sword skill, attacking the target 9 times in a row, causing Shin Youngwoo to receive countless damage. After the move ended, Shin Youngwoo faintly curled his mouth and called out, "Hey kid." Hearing this call, Asuka widened her eyes and thought, "Is he still unharmed?" Shin Youngwoo on the other side smiled faintly and said, "I told you that this is both new and genuine, and open your eyes to see what a joint attack is, okay?" Sword Dance Pagma, Link. The attack carried extremely strong magic power towards Asuka. This time she could no longer resist and was immediately knocked straight to the ground. Shin Youngwoo took the long sword and walked forward, pointed the sharp tip of the sword straight at the opponent's body, asked in a cold voice, if he had the courage to tell, what was the purpose of this attack. "You just told me this is a murderous maniac. If you show any signs of cunning, I will sell you salt." Having just said this, Tobin standing behind suddenly held his shield and rushed straight toward Shin Youngwoo's body. This scene happened so unexpectedly, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Tobin, so he chose death." On the other side, Tobin turned pale and trembled loudly. "Trust me, it's not me who did it, Grid." Shin Youngwoo didn't bother to listen. He gritted his teeth and said one thing and did another. "Are you teasing me?" Tobin cried without tears. He quickly explained, "Really, it wasn't because of me. It's because of Box, the new member of the guild. He's a link master so he can manipulate objects. He's the one who controlled me to attack you." Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned his head to look at where Box was standing, only to see him wave his hand, narrow his eyes, smile and say, "Thank you, Tobin." Saying so, he thought to himself, the ultimate skill of a puppet master can control objects with magical power. This is the strongest control skill and his ultimate skill, yet it only takes effect for 3 seconds. If used on monsters, it can be controlled for 5 minutes, but for a normal player it should be 30 seconds. The top 1 paladin is different. This Sadaka guild is really not average. My ultimate skill is gone. After carefully calculating for a while, Box decisively said hello. It's a pleasure to meet you, Grid. We just joined the guild and are helping Tobin complete the quest. As soon as he saw this person's face clearly, Shin Youngwoo was a little disgusted and cursed to himself. Ah, handsome guy, I hate him. Box didn't pay much attention to Shin Youngwoo's expression. He continued to say, to complete the mission, we have to kill you. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo inexplicably exclaimed, what? After saying that, he immediately turned to Tobin to question him. So he actually planned to blackmail his fellow guild members. Tobin heard that and quickly denied it, saying, no, it was just a misunderstanding, Grid. The mission was to deal with the person who murdered the Pope, but I didn't know it was you. Actually, there's no need to fight. To complete the mission, I need the holy light equipment you're wearing, so sell it to me. Tobin was so focused on speaking that he didn't pay attention to the other side. Black Teddy had already controlled the white bear to grab Shin Youngwoo and stuff it into its mouth. Shin Youngwoo tried to suppress his anger and said in a harsh voice, is this kind of negotiation? Tobin was startled and turned around, seeing a scene in front of him. He panicked and shouted, Black Teddy, stop, it's just me. The explanation took a long time before Black Teddy accepted to let Shin Youngwoo go to the ground. He patted his messy head, took a breath and said, okay, it's your duty, I will consider how much I plan to pay this guy. Receiving this agreement, Tobin happily said, thank you, so each dish is 2,000 gold, for a total of 6,000 gold. As soon as he heard him say that, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and exclaimed, are you teasing each other? It costs at least 2 million gold per item. Hearing this price, Tobin's sweat dropped and exclaimed, what? That price is not worth it, you're the one teasing me, they are quest items, I can't equip them. Shin Youngwoo shrugged and said casually, but I look a bit cool wearing it. Hearing that, Tobin continued to beg, come on, don't be too harsh, this is my first SS level mission, help me out a little. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo frowned and thought, it's true that only idiots want to buy special equipment, but he doesn't fully understand the value of this legendary equipment. Not seeing what the other person said, Tobin impatiently grabbed Shin Youngwoo's hand and continued to plead, come on, Grid, 2,200 gold, I really need them. Shin Youngwoo angrily dodged the person behind him, said seriously, stop it Dad, do I look like I'm joking? Tobin sadly bowed his head and thought, it's boring, not only about price, I've also never seen him give in to anyone, so persuasion is really impossible. At this moment, Tobin received a new message with the content, shut up, Tobin. This is the message the box just sent. Box covers the fan in front of his mouth. Send another message, you know our goal is to challenge him, we will defeat him and give you that equipment, your job is just to stay away. After reading these lines, Tobin bowed his head and thought, it's not possible, it's an internal battle within the guild. But I don't know when the Grid will forge new equipment for me. If the equipment is too low level, I will become a burden to the guild, but is that a good reason to point my sword at my teammates? No, internal unity is absolute. But, after pondering and calculating for a while, Tobin decisively texted back. Box, just act like you're controlling me. Box received this message and smiled happily. Immediately on the other side, around Asuka and Black Teddy's bodies suddenly flared up a dazzling halo of light. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo thought in surprise, this is the blessing of the Holy Night, so that means. He looked towards Tobin, only to see him suddenly curl his mouth and say, oh, what's wrong? Box used the controller on me again, sorry Grid, stop it, ah, Jadar's blessings. After saying these words, he thought to himself, it's because you forced me, Grid, to sacrifice for the common good of the whole guild. On the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo observed the other person for a while, then raised his eyebrows and said, Tobin looks strange somehow, the situation is not good if we don't fight each other. At this moment, Box was standing in the distance, smiling, not too late or too slow to speak, I had just met him, I also wanted to test for myself how the strength of the player holding the hidden class alone defeated the giant guild. Asuka restarted the battle with Grid. She rushed over quickly, at the same time, he pulled out a spear and shouted, let's see what tricks he has. She attacks Youngwoo crazily with a spear attack. dealing 50% attack power and knocking up all targets within range for 0.8 seconds, Asuka sneered and said, "See, this is the power of my beloved demon spear. It has absolute control skills, once you are thrown away." Not having time to finish his sentence, Youngwoo swung his great sword to stop Asuka's spear. Seeing that, she was startled and thought to herself, why wasn't he thrown away? At the same time, Youngwoo was also thinking, I heard that the crazy warrior can use all kinds of weapons. Now she plays magic spear. Not only that, her defense is also more solid than before. That's already tiring enough. That old eel Tobin even buffed them, because Tobin used holy light, so that all the stats of himself and his team members will increase by 20%. Third, Youngwoo unleashes a fierce sword dance that deals 155% attack damage and slows down all targets within a 1-meter radius, consumes 350 mana, and recycles for 120 seconds, causing Asuka to receive 4,500 damage. Her speed decreased for 10 seconds. Asuka thought to herself, he could penetrate his unique level armor with a wide area skill that could cause him to lose up to 25% of his vitality. There are also debuffs. Hidden Clash is really perverted. Box now ran to stand behind Asuka and Black Teddy. Box then used the magic resonance skill to enhance all blessing effects used on himself and his team members by 1,5 times. Not stopping here, Box also used magic bullets, countless balls containing magic launched towards Youngwoo. He didn't have time to react and was hit. The system continuously displayed, you receive 307 damage, you receive 315 damage, you receive 290 damage, you receive 310 damage, but Youngwoo said very leisurely, it's so itchy, even though the index has been reduced due to different usage conditions. This set is still called Great, Holy Light Armor. Physical damage received is reduced by 40%, magic damage received is reduced by 50%, Holy Light Equipment Set, defense increased by 500, vitality increased by 6,000. Youngwoo did not blink even though he was repeatedly hit by magic bullets, making Box confused. He thought, only 300 damage, even though the Link Master doesn't specialize in dealing damage, his stats have increased a lot, thanks to the buff. In the blink of an eye, Youngwoo swung again to attack and knock Box away. Then, he used the attack to release energy from the sword towards the three of them. At this moment, Tobin rushed forward to use his shield to shield them. But Tobin was about to succumb. His epic level shield was showing signs of breaking. Tobin thought to himself, what is this monster grid doing that is so terrifyingly strong? Seeing that, Youngwoo got angry and shouted, damn it, Tobin, what did you mean by that? Tobin reluctantly answered, slowly, Grid, listen to my explanation. Asuka spoke up, it's okay to take a break and chat for a bit. You asked before about why we wanted to contact you, right? Did you know that there are a lot of people selling information about job switching and hidden jobs? To choose and buy the strongest class, one needs a lot of information, so players like you who converted to hidden classes are an extremely valuable source of information for me. Please show me how to change to your profession. I will pay you a lifetime amount of money. How much is enough, 10 billion or 20 billion? Hearing Asuka say that, Tobin realized that her eagerness to find the guy wearing the guild's bone helmet was for this reason. Black Teddy is Asuka's assistant, so it must have the same goal. Youngwoo didn't answer. He thought, this offer is too attractive for a money-hungry guy like Grid. What will your decision be, Grid? After thinking, Youngwoo decided to bid 1 trillion won. What? Black Teddy stood still for 5 seconds, thinking, 1,000 billion won. This guy is crazy. This is not the amount of money that a tycoon's daughter can have. Asuka frowned and exclaimed, are you teasing me? At this point, Youngwoo was irritated. You don't have to be modest and say it. Think a little. If I keep opening my mouth to the world, why the hell do you call it a hidden class? Besides, it's not a transfer. Every time you change a class, you use the same method. It's not like you can do anything if you have money, kid. What's more, you suddenly come out of nowhere and dare to open your mouth and ask for business. If you want to fight, then fight quickly. You're too busy talking about girls. Tobin thought, playing the lion and the fly again. The price Asuka proposed was too reasonable. However, refusing this offer is a serious mistake, Grid. Confronting rancor is not easy. Asuka was angry. She rushed towards Grid with her dual swords. Youngwoo sarcastically said that he was already angry when he refused. What a brat, a child again. As much as you like to compare the attack with your brother, if you like it, Youngwoo also rushes in to fight Asuka. Asuka said with a murderous look in her eyes, "Don't be complacent. If I can't get information, at least I can test the strength of your hidden class myself, because I received too much damage. The effect became crazy. War has reached its maximum. And attack power increased by 80%, with attack speed increased by 50%, thanks to which Asuka caused 5,100 damage to Youngwoo. Box, he said to Tobin, Tobin, make up your mind, understanding the full power of guild members will only be beneficial. Tobin heard that and thought, this decision directly affects the completion of the mission, but at the same time, as a ranker, I was also curious about his true strength. Thinking so, Tobin firmly said, okay, I will help. Box and Tobin did not want to stand by and watch. The two of them decided to join forces. Box unleashed resonance magic, and Tobin unleashed a fierce technique. The attack power of party members increased by 30%, but defense is reduced by 20%. Magical resonance enhances all blessing effects used on you and party members by 1,5 times. Asuka felt an overwhelming power and screamed. She swung the spear and attacked Youngwoo strongly, sending him flying into the air. Youngwoo thought again, playing with the magic spear again. The pressure was much stronger than last time. The shock wave threw him up. Not only did Asuka come here, she also used a hellish chain move to tie up Youngwoo. Now it's a chain too. The kid has a lot of toys. At the moment when Youngwoo was bound by chains, the white bear and tiger rushed towards him. But the golden discs protected Grid from the bear's attacks and sent it flying away. He shouted loudly, "It's disgusting, go away." At the same time, Asuka rushed in front of Youngwoo and smiled triumphantly. Now those golden discs are busy, let's see how he can use his body to block this attack. Asuka took out her crazy sword, this crazy warrior. Without further ado, she jumped up and stabbed the great sword into Youngwoo's chest. Because he could not defend, Youngwoo suffered a fatal blow, receiving 29,900 damage. Tobin heard Youngwoo's painful scream and silently thought, sorry Grid, he just brought it on himself. Suddenly a stream of green light shot out from Youngwoo's finger. It turned out that the light was from the Duran ring on Youngwoo's finger. He grinned, howling, I thought this time he was really dead. Duran's ring, 50% of the damage received will be converted into restored vitality, plus the holy light armor, increasing the effectiveness of each magic. Recover up to 300%. Duran's ring, activate the recovery feature of 38,850 vitality. Asuka couldn't believe what was in front of her eyes. She gasped in surprise, no way, is he still human? Black Teddy then ran forward and lightly pushed Asuka. Step back, lady, white bear warrior, stop him. The white bear warrior heard the command and immediately rushed forward. Youngwoo growled, just stabbed a hole in my armor and wanted to get out of here alive. Then a killing move was launched. As soon as the white bear warrior encountered Youngwoo, it could not withstand the killing attack. The sword passed through the white bear's body, immediately causing Black Teddy and Asuka to continue, so log out. Box turned pale when he heard the system notification that team member Asuka had died. Team member Black Teddy had died. He couldn't help but think in fear that he could fight against the entire Ranker team alone. He was stronger than he expected. It was worth all this hardship to meet him. Then he asked Youngwoo, Grid, to leave Sudaka and join our guild. I came to recruit you. Our guild is, before Box could finish his sentence, Youngwoo slashed his neck with the fury of a blacksmith. So team member Box was killed. Tobin was drenched in sweat. He was dumbfounded thinking, he killed 3 rankers. Youngwoo turned around and looked at Tobin, annoyed and said, stop it, Dad, you don't have to act anymore. I almost lost my life because of you. Tobin was still deep in thought. He couldn't imagine that he was that strong. There was no way. So Tobin knelt down in front of Youngwoo. I bow my head in repentance, no matter what the reason is. The truth is that I turned my back on my teammates for personal gain. I have nothing more to say, sorry. It was only because I was so anxious to get stronger quickly that I needed to complete this mission, but that still could not justify my unforgivable actions. Youngwoo grimaced, if I inform Jishuka, you will be expelled, you know that, right? I know. Shin Youngwoo frowned and looked at Tobin. Well, your desperation is understandable since your request for forging equipment was pushed to the bottom, and being a member of the guild also brings me many benefits, so this time I will give up. However. From now on, you must follow my orders. In return, I will forge things for you. How about it? Tobin looked up, smiled shyly and said, Grid, thank you, but is that enough? Get up, we still have a mission waiting, there's more. Tolerance comes at a cost. No matter how much money you have in your pocket, pay it all here quickly, otherwise I'll tell Jishuka right away. In the real world, a corporation is currently having a meeting. Thank you everyone for gathering. We need to convene an urgent meeting due to a system problem. As everyone knows, Satisfy is a great success that has turned SA into a large corporation not only leading in Korea but also in the world. We currently have more than 20 million customers and hundreds of partners, big and small. Our influence and value currently hold a unique position in the market. There is an undeniable fact that we are making important contributions to the Korean economy, especially in many aspects such as job creation and charity. So yesterday, the government makes a rather interesting request. And today's meeting is about that, so let's start the meeting about international competition. International award, Lim Chul-ho replied, yes, that was a proposal from the government. We will arrange the top 100 rankers in the overall rankings into teams according to their home countries and organize a tournament right in Korea. The Korean government will be responsible for supervising the tournament, and at the same time, they also asked our SA group to sponsor and host this event. Kim Ji-young heard that and said, the government is also good. We are not a charity organization. Currently there are many tournaments organized by famous companies and radio stations. Are we really? Is there a need to use financial resources for this campaign? Lee Hoon continued, not to mention, it will cost hundreds of millions just to exploit a famous ranker. Director Yoon Sang-min spoke up, but this is an international tournament of a game watched by 1/3 of the world's population. This campaign will certainly have huge appeal. Hearing the director say that, Kim Ji-young said, considering the attraction of rankers, success will definitely be guaranteed. Selling broadcasting rights will also bring a lot of profit. I believe this is also the goal that the Korean government is aiming for. Suddenly Chairman Lee Hoon asked, why don't we make the Satisfy International Tournament an annual event from now on? Lim Chul-ho smiled, saying it was also a good idea to build national pride in the Satisfy world. So okay, let's inform the government that we accept their offer. Right now, Choi Nahi spoke up, wait a minute, before you conclude I want to add a few points, please, Executive Committee Head Yoon Nahi. First, the strength correlation between countries is uneven. There are 23 Americans in the top 100 and only 2 Koreans, so a tournament with such a difference is unfair. Hearing what she said, someone immediately asked, is it just that little? Then adjusting the structure is also a solution. We can lower the scope to the top 30 or expand the selection of famous people in each class. Nahi explained, but if so, the scale would become too small compared to an international tournament, and if only famous players were selected, management would be very complicated. Also, yesterday, at around 22:53, Yura reached level 280. Oh, happy for her, Yura's achievement is really good news for us, especially at a time when Korea has lost its leading position in the esports arena, that is, the top 5 ranker, are all above level 280. But the leveling speed of rankers is really too fast. According to Morpheus's forecast, it will take another 2 months for more players to reach level 280, right? Is it a glitch or a virus? Nahi shook her head and replied, Morpheus has no problem at all. It's just that the abilities of the top rankers are too unreasonable. How unreasonable? How unreasonable? Typically we can mention a player named Rigas. He only uses his bare hands without using weapons, yet can still maintain his position as a top 1 martial artist. Rankers' fighting skills and senses. This is superior to normal people. Oh, that guy named Roald Hoffman. He still insists that using weapons is against the spirit of Taekwondo. Even though it's true that martial artists don't usually rely on weapons, they only need equipment. Adding an iron gauntlet is already much stronger. Choi Nahi continued to say, returning to the main issue, the reason I mentioned Yura's level is because, if we agree to organize the tournament, the preparation and promotion process will take at least 3 months. And with the current leveling speed of the top 5 rankers, they will reach level 300 in these 3 months, which means a third promoted player will appear. In the past 8 months, the number of players above level 200 has increased dramatically, so it has now surpassed 1,000 people. However, everyone also understands that with only a 1 level difference, the difference in strength between the first promoted player and the second promoted player must be at least 50 levels, and that difference will be even more significant than between the promoted player and the second time and third promotion. Lim Chulho agreed, "You're right, because we designed it so that the third promotion will be a very difficult achievement to achieve because it's a hidden class. The third promotion player will completely overwhelm the other players, so the results will be very clear. Now we can't change the system." Branch manager Kim Jae-young, "Do you have any ideas to participate?" Kim Jae-young heard that and replied, "Just limiting the number of candidates according to their rank is very complicated. So what if we recruit candidates through tasks? We will notify players about the tournament, ask them to choose appropriate criteria and assign corresponding tasks. If so, we can keep track of players who have accepted quests and select candidates from each country." Listening to Lee Hoon's opinion, Lim Chulho continued, "So not only will the players have the same starting point, the promotion and selection of candidates will also be simpler and more knowledgeable." At the Dominion Church Cathedral, the woman in front of her is the Archbishop of the Holy Dominion, Rhonda. The bishop said that you want the Dominion's blessing. The blessing of the Holy Spirit is a ceremony performed only once a year for outstanding disciples with strong beliefs. Even if you were accompanied by the first Holy Knight of the Jadar Holy Sect, and had a letter of introduction from Isabel, daughter of the goddess Rebecca, this would still be impossible. After speaking, Rhonda thought to herself, "He looks like an idiot, but his eyes are very sincere. What an interesting character." At this time, Tobin stepped forward to introduce, "Bishop, in front of you is Grid. He is the messenger chosen by the goddess Rebecca to punish Malachus, Yatan's disciple and the decadent Pope Drevigo." When Rhonda heard that, she was very surprised. "Is that true, Tobin, the first Holy Knight of the Jadar sect?" She was surprised and thought, "So he must have been an outstanding figure who received blessings from goddess Rebecca." Tobin thought to himself, "I recited every word like Grid told me, I don't know what the result will be." And the Archbishop bowed to Youngwoo, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Grid. If that's true, then the blessings of the gods will be upon you." Seeing that, Youngwoo took out a few golden discs for Tabab. "Was it that easy? Here it is, my friend," and Tobin was extremely surprised to see that scene. He wondered, the Pope and the Archbishops each had tens of millions of followers, and even the kings bowed to them. Yet those noble people listened to Grid so closely, not understanding it at all. After that, Rhonda performed the ceremony. The blessing process was completed. She blessed 2 Pavranium gold plates. He was excited. "Great, now it has more attack features." From the notification system appearing in front of Youngwoo, Pavranium gold disc with eternal durability, weight 3, receiving recovery feature after receiving blessed by goddess Rebecca. The owner's vitality recovery speed increases by 300%, receiving the enhanced strength feature after receiving blessings from the god of war Dominion. The owner's attack power increases by 15%. Getting out of there, Youngwoo couldn't hide his excitement. Tobin looked speechless. "Calm down, Grid. This is the area of level 260 griffins. If you get caught by them you will definitely die, including the general manager. The priest will be very angry if I return without the papal equipment. Franz, do I have to follow you?" Youngwoo made a weird face. "Leave him alone, stop whining, pick up your ass and let's go, my slave. The destination will be the holy Jadar religion." Tobin cried, thinking to himself, "You sick man, just entering this route already feels wrong." Then he spoke up, "Then at least leave, this place is very dangerous." Youngwoo impatiently interjected, "Oh, this person, are you American? Do people in your place go to the army, and dare to order this guy to walk on all fours? It's just a misunderstanding, Grid, I'm just advising you. Also, Grid, I'm planning on hunting those griffins. The bones, feathers and tendons of griffins are worth a lot of money. You think I can't take down a griffin? I know you're strong, considering your attack power alone. You can reach the top 10 overall rankings, alone with 3 rankers. But this canyon has too many level 260 griffins. Once they gather, even Krogel will have to give in. Grid, can you hear me? We need to avoid confrontation. While speaking, Tobin suddenly saw Malicus's cloak on him, which made him very surprised. It was Malicus's cloak. After wearing this cloak, the smell of blood from the cloak attracted the leader of the Griffin area level 290 to come. When Tobin discovered that a group of griffins had flocked to him, he was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Why did he give me something to wear? This Malicus cloak always gives off the stench of blood, making the wearer an easy target for monsters and fierce beasts, making people around them feel uncomfortable. While Tobin panicked, Youngwoo, hiding on the cliff, spoke up and ran away, leaving me to sneak attack them. Tobin broke down, shed 2 tears, and then thought, the mission was over, and he was still entangled with this goddamn guy. So Tobin ran like crazy. When the griffins saw him, they also chased Tobin. Tobin was miserable, and the boss of the area appeared. It was so dark he didn't know. Youngwoo is excited, very beautiful. Run away, Tobin, let me deal with the ones behind. It's been a long time since I've been able to kill freely. While Tobin ran, Youngwoo swept away the griffins with his great sword. Tobin looked back in horror. This guy is not human. There is no other way. He must save himself. Suddenly, the griffin leader attacked Tobin from behind, causing him to be thrown up. Tobin screamed loudly. Then he swung his shield to block the griffin's attack. The bosses in Satisfy can be divided into 3 main types. First are hidden bosses like Malicus and Drevigo, followed by dungeon bosses hidden in the deepest areas of the dungeon, and finally, area beams like this one. They are the most beloved of all bosses. However, their stats are still 4 times higher than spear monsters. Hunting a regular griffin alone is already a struggle. How can I help myself alone? While Tobin was about to not be able to hold on any longer, at this moment Youngwoo appeared behind the griffin and gave it a fatal blow, and the holy light gloves activated the feature. The attack was launched 5 times. Thanks to that, Youngwoo caused 284,000 damage. A fatal blow caused the griffin leader to struggle and scream in pain. The griffin was defeated. The system appears. You have defeated the griffin leader. You have received 4,500 experience points. You have leveled up. You have received 3 griffin sinews, 4 griffin feathers, 7 griffin bones and the storm spell book. Tobin was dumbfounded. He wondered, the boss of the area died 1 hit after her. How strong was Grid? When he fought with Box and other rankers he was not this strong. Even Youngwoo couldn't believe it. He thought, surprisingly, the old Pope had about 300,000 vitality. Level 2 assassins increased attack power by 1,800%, and that's it. Blacksmith's Rage, combined with Dane's Life's attack power increase feature, I also increased the stat points I received after defeating Drevigo by 200 to my physical strength. Then there's the buff that enhances the attack power of the Pervranium Disc and the 5-time attack effect of the Saint's Gauntlet, and finally the critical hit, like this. The shrimp puffer must call him by his name. Tabam confusedly asked Youngwoo, Grid, the attack just now was incredibly strong. How did you do it? Youngwoo leisurely replied, it was luck, it was a pile of luck. Then he started complaining, oh well, why does the boss of the area drop such trash? There is only an old magic book. Tobin heard that and spoke up, it's extremely rare. It's an item that only drops from Griffin Leader with a drop rate of only 0.1%, and I also didn't expect to be able to hunt area bosses here. I didn't dare before, I almost died. Thanks to you I got the loot and experience. Suddenly Tobin was stunned. At this moment, he realized that he had not joined the team. So Tobin hurriedly called Youngwoo, Grid, to invite me into the nest, but Youngwoo glared at Tobin. He said with attitude, you're a traitor and you're still opening your mouth to claim your rights. Why are you still standing there? Just keep running for me. Tobin screamed in vain. At that time, Tobin did not know that this life of slavery would finally make him open his eyes. Meanwhile, at Winston Castle. To reward the victory in defeating Malicus and repelling the threat of the Yatan Church, I, as the Princess of Winston, bestowed upon Jishuka the title of Baron and a land named Baron Village, and Irene took in the Zedaka Guild. Every 4 months, the orbits of the two moons coincide and become one. At that time, the Brinichi coast will reveal a secret path. Euphemina just arrived here and finally found out. Is this the path leading to the bottom of the sea? She thought. Mief, a dwarf noble, chose this place to live after marrying a mermaid 500 years ago. The destination of the journey to find Mief's descendants is here. Euphemina is using Laurela's flute, which can breathe underwater for 25 minutes. Notification system. You have found a place that is only mentioned in legends. If you redraw and sell a map of this place, you can earn a lot of money and fame. If you sell this map for the third prince of the Saharan kingdom, a chain quest will be established. You are the first to discover the Mermaid Kingdom. Mermaid Kingdom, I'm really excited to find it, because I'm the first of 2 million players, but finding Mief's descendants is my top priority. Mief and Mumut are two different characters, not like in Lane. Mief is the dwarf who helps forge magic spells, and Mumut is Braham's student. Must find a method to create magic spells by Mumut, the student, the first created by the supreme magician during his lifetime. Grid doesn't know how strong he is now, still remember his promise to forge magic for me. I will bring the design to you soon, just wait, this Euphemina can do what she says. Scene changed to barren village. Toon loitering around the village. It's so boring, I only joined this guild to find the skeleton hat guy, so why the hell am I now a guard for this shabby old village? Asuka, Black Teddy and Box also wanted to find that guy, but now they've all left the guild. What are they planning to do? He had to ask properly, and he started calling Box. Hey, Box, what the hell? You said you were in this guild to investigate the identity of the skeleton hat guy. Why did you leave so early? Box just laughed. Ha ha, is it Toon? I actually met him before, but I didn't achieve my goal so I left. Toon was surprised. Ha, I met him. Who is he? Tell me. It wouldn't be fun to keep talking like that. He's a very special character. Try to find him. By the way, do you still remember my suggestion? After finishing your work there, come to our guild. My guild always welcomes players with high fighting ability like you. That's all. Bye. After a short conversation, Toon was a bit annoyed with Box. You cunning bastard. So who is that bone helmet guy? I've met all the members in the guild. It's not him. It's not, or Grid, but he's just another crippled blacksmith Winston. Toon curiously opened Youngwoo's information and was surprised. Wait, what? He couldn't believe he had reached level 172, while just last month he was level 110. Wow, that's suspicious. Pan and Ibaline are cleaning up the monsters in the nearby area with the soldiers. Faker is handling the financial books. Vantner followed Jishuka to repair Barren Village. Vantner said, the construction of the village was progressing quite quickly. There were also quite a few players moving here. Jishuka said while observing everyone working. This village already has great development potential. There are many high-level dungeons around this area and it is also only half a day's journey from Winston. Ventnor complained, at a time when things were boiling hot, the guy in charge of human resources disappeared somewhere. The last time I contacted him was a week ago. If he refused to help with a task, he would just shut up. Jishuka said, so far we haven't had any major problems with personnel, so it's okay. At the same time, the system displays that you have the right to enter the nobility, and the territory management system is established. And Vantner is still complaining, and so is Grid. Lately he's been neglecting blacksmithing and just focusing on farming. You've seen it, that guy reached level 170 in just a month. Yet he said he was going to complete the mission. He could just go into some goddamn dungeon for 1,000 visits. Jishuka thought to himself, that leveling speed was exactly like Riga's during his glory days. After meeting Braham in the maze, I secretly learned about Pagma. Pagma is the most talented blacksmith in history, and also the strongest swordsman. Unexpectedly, Grid was the successor of that legend. If it was a legendary job quest, it was understandable that he would take time to complete it. But I have to return quickly. Grid, I'll see how strong the bridge is. Youngwoo and Tobin are resting in the canyon. It's already late at night. It's been 4 days. Grid, as I beg you, take a day off. But I want to quickly reach level 200 to get promoted. Tobin said tiredly, I should let me rest first, because being a decoy doesn't give me any experience. Having said that, Tobin thought, Promotion will greatly increase all stats and only happens every 100 levels. For normal players, this will be an extremely important step, but for someone with a hidden class, levels don't mean much to a legend like him. Single-handedly defeating 4 rankers above level 200 and hunting hundreds of level 260 griffins, Grid is now stronger than the strongest epic rank transfer player ever announced. Then he curiously asked, "Grid, how did you get this legendary class?" Hearing that, Youngwoo thought to himself, "How? It all started from that cave in the northernmost region, a miserable time in which I died so many times and still had to carry the whole mountain, more debt." Thinking of that, Youngwoo said, "Don't ask about that anymore." Seeing that Youngwoo did not want to answer, Tobin thought again, "It must have been a lot of hard work. There is no way to just rely on luck to find the legend class. You can't just look at the immediate results, forget about the effort behind it." He stood up and said, "Grid, stop plowing and go to the holy land of the Jadar religion. I don't have the right to express my opinion, but I will do my best to help you complete this blessing mission. I have underestimated the time and effort you put in. I am extremely sorry." Tobin, "Okay, let's go." Youngwoo suddenly felt guilty. "You were a bit mean to him before. But it seems like I'm still flirting with Jishuka. I only listened to you this time because I'm a person with an infinite tolerance. Okay, Dad is the best." The next day, at the holy site of the Jadar sect. Eternal Durability Pravanium Gold Disc, Weight 3, receives recovery skill after being blessed by Goddess Rebecca, increases the owner's recovery speed by 300%, receives skill to increase attack power after being blessed by the God Dominion. The owner's attack power increases by 15%, receiving the skill to increase defensive power after receiving the blessing of God Jadar. The owner's defense power increases by 15%. Youngwoo was extremely happy. He thought to himself, "Good, now you only have the Yatan Church." While he was eating with Pascal, he asked, "Is my blessing useful to you, Gerd?" "It is an honor for the Archbishop of the Jadar sect to assist the messenger of the goddess Rebecca. I am very curious about the story behind your achievements in killing the evil Malachus and the corrupt Drevigo." Youngwoo was suspicious when he was strangely hospitable, while he still wanted the holy light, so he thought he had to fight big. "But don't let your guard down. You don't know what he's thinking. You're only level 180, but, thanks to the blacksmithing profession, your current stats are much higher than your level." He had increased by 30 since fighting Drevigo. If he really fought, he was still confident of winning against him. Seeing Youngwoo's serious face, Pascal asked himself, did Tobin reveal to him his intentions? Because he seemed too wary, but there was no need for me to be aggressive with his messenger. Goddess Rebecca did nothing. The holy light equipment is what I need to become Pope, because the holy Rebecca sect has no one suitable and the Dominion side has no intention of fighting, so I am definitely the most suitable candidate for the position. The Pope's wisdom. This guy Grid really made everything much simpler. But Grid, the Yatan Church acts very carefully. No one has found the location of their treasure yet. If you want the blessing of God Yatan, you have to wait and see what the future holds. Youngwoo asked, "So Tobin doesn't know?" He replied, "Even though Tobin is quicker at finding outside news than me, there's a high possibility that he doesn't know either. By the way, why did Tobin escort you here, and then hide somewhere?" "Ah, he was feeding the dog outside." Scene changed to Winston Castle. At the city gate, people are coming in and out, very bustling at this time. Many people are excited. "Hey, what are you doing at the city gate that is so crowded and bustling? Look at this set of guards, there must be more than 100 lives." Did the king personally lower the price after hearing that Winston has been developing very well recently? Princess Irene and Lord Phoenix of the Zadaka Guild of the Barren region also came. This is a tense situation. The trumpets blew loudly. Someone asked, "Oh, who is this grand ceremony for?" "It must be the king. This grand reception could only be for the king. The city gate is open. Who is it?" Youngwoo and Tobin had just returned to Winston Castle and didn't understand what was going on. Youngwoo grimaced, "Why are there all these people?" When the people around saw Youngwoo, they looked down on him. "Who was this beggar? I thought he was the king." At this moment, Irene ran over and hugged Youngwoo in front of everyone. Everyone is shocked and doesn't know what happened. She even confessed her feelings. "I miss you, Grid." Youngwoo gently, "How are you, Irene?" Hey, you're a bit late, Grid. Welcome back, we've been waiting for you. Seeing Jishuka, Youngwoo smiled and said, that new outfit, did something interesting happen while I was away? I almost didn't recognize you. This scene became a huge topic and was reported in media around the world. It has even become a hot topic on the internet. Breaking news. The fact that an unknown player received a warm welcome from Winston's Princess Irene and the emerging Lord Jishuka of the Baron region is being discussed. Exciting recently. Other players are actively investigating the identity of the high-numbered player who was personally welcomed by the two beauty icons of Satisfy. At Youngwoo's house, C was sitting next to Youngwoo on the sofa. The two of them were also watching the news. He said, "It's your brother, right?" The suspicious sister Shin, I mean the one surrounded by beautiful people, that's you. You've been away for a long time and people welcome you when you return. Shin doesn't believe it. It's crazy. The two of them look like superstars. Don't cut them. You're a bit popular. Don't look down on them. Shin doesn't believe it. It's crazy. The two of them look like superstars. Don't cut them. You're a bit popular. Don't look down on them. She looked down and mumbled, "You're famous." Then he stood up without saying a word and went straight to his room. Youngwoo's face was pale. "Is there any food left at home? You're so tired from plowing. You'll starve to death, then die." Seeing his younger sister upset, Youngwoo thought, he's jealous, he can't wait to be an adult. Come to think of it, after completing the mission, I still have to have a wedding. Your brother is about to escape his virgin life, remember, he's about to get married. Late at night, the light in Youngwoo's room was still on. C happened to pass by and spoke up, "Mr. Hi, the whole family has gone to bed, why are you staying up so late?" "Just leave me alone, Shin, you go to sleep first." C stood still for 5 seconds, then he shouted throughout the house, "Mom, my brother is possessed by an evil spirit, he is here holding a school book." Youngwoo mumbled, "The moon rises to the top of the mountain, the moon is dim, my potatoes are too cold, please roast them for me, it sounds so good, I should have read this scripture sooner, I knew the beautiful words in advance, I would have already dumped her." Never mind, the main performance is important. Then Youngwoo logged into the game. It's also known that this game can make players feel everything. And having fun for both NPCs and players is great. If only 3D like a young would be a thing of the past for me, only Satisfy can save this jaded heart. It's also known that this game can make players feel everything. And having fun for both NPCs and players is great. If only 3D like a young would be a thing of the past for me, only Satisfy can save this jaded heart. Let's see, players can have sex once a month as long as the other person is the player's spouse and agrees to the act. If the above conditions are not met, this feature will be locked, according to this regulation, will be set up to avoid abuse of the sex feature for wrong purposes. Youngwoo was frustrated. "Once a month, these publishers tease me, I've been waiting for this day for 27 years. This is truly unforgivable, but I have no choice but to follow the rules. But this will be a burning night as long as 1,000 years, even if I have to change my class to a stamping machine." The next day, when logging into the game, Youngwoo came to meet and informed everyone about his upcoming marriage to Lady Irene, causing Vantner to scream, "No! After an insignificant guy like you gets to marry the noble Lady Irene, why is it you and not me, Grid? As a top ranker, he only got to talk to her a few times, how did you do it so well? The pawn sat next to you and teased you. You walked away and acted like a human. Vantner, not having enough hair, still asked to sleep with someone." Vantner was so angry that his face turned red. He scolded, "Shut up, pawn, how many times do I have to explain? In real life I'm not bald, the important thing is look at your face, you look like your father, I don't." Youngwoo said at this point, "There's no need to be so busy, you're a lord, you still have free time to take care of these things." Jishuka smiled, "It's your wedding, how can I give up?" Through. After disappearing for 40 days and then suddenly marrying a princess, everyone was shocked. You were also the first player to marry an NPC. By the way, listening to Vantner babble like that, you're still so calm. It seems like you've become more mature. Is that so? Okay, Faker is also here, right? I have something to ask him. Jishuka looked around and replied, "He should be here, but he's probably hiding in a corner somewhere. He's a bit afraid of crowded places. Han said, the top one assassin is different, everyone spread out to find out. Youngwoo saw Faker standing with his arms crossed in a corner of the smithy and approached. There you are, Faker, I picked up some equipment after defeating an assassin player, show me how to use it. Startled Faker, he wondered, I was using incognito, how did he find it so quickly? It was completely different from a month ago. The old Grid was always so impatient. Why did he seem so calm now? Position. The ability to understand the other person's psychology and respond calmly is all thanks to the influence of Grid's empathy index, which has now surpassed 600. Now I understand why the audience said he was more mature. Then Faker looked at the equipment Youngwoo kept in his bag. Oh, the trapping tools and the poison mixer. All of them are genuine goods. Youngwoo continued, his name is Shay. He and his accomplices ambushed me but the deal was overturned. This is the item dropped when he died. Faker was dumbfounded. The Shay you mentioned was the guy ranked 5th on the assassin rankings. His accomplices were Sniffer and Curb. Could Grid take down all of them alone? At this moment Jishuka spoke up. Grid, the ceremony is about to start. Get ready. Faker was still deep in thought. Jishuka once said that in the future Grid would be able to surpass both Pawn and Rigas. We must find an opportunity to compete with him in a match. At this time, Youngwoo adjusted his outfit and went to Winston Castle. Nobles from all over were present, under the witness of the Supreme Goddess Rebecca. I swear that, from today, you will cherish, trust and love each other until death do us part. Hundreds of people watched Youngwoo and Irene exchange vows of love. I swear, I swear. Han said, the diplomatic ambassador and also the king's congratulatory speech. People say Erlstein is the most powerful noble in the kingdom. It's true. Jishuka continued next to him. That means my guild is also will grow strong in all aspects. Grid is truly our god of happiness. Please give each other proof of your promise. Irene took out 2 rings. My family has already prepared them. Grid, let's wear them for each other. Now, when the rings have been given, you have become life partners. The system now displays, you have worn the promise ring. You will receive many benefits when near the person wearing the other pair of rings. Your benefits and voice will increase with the wife's affection. For you increases. If the wife's feelings are low, divorce may occur. Be cautious. B. You have crawled into Count Ton Kong's house, created your nobility index. All indexes increased by 20 points. You can enter the nobility, receive a monthly salary of 500 gold. You have sworn to love, eternal love by Irene Winston von Stein. You are now someone's husband. Irene happily called Grid's name. Youngwoo exclaimed, you are so beautiful, Irene. Just looking at you makes me feel like my soul is full of life. And in the name of Goddess Rebecca, I declare you 2 officially husband and wife. Everyone around you happily applauds and congratulates Lady Irene. Both Jishuka and the Pawn were especially happy today. Everyone was happy except Vantner and some guys stood hugging each other and crying. Khan thought to himself, so he has become the princess's husband. Congratulations, Grid, what a relief. The boy helped me protect the smithy, visited my son with me, and helped me live a meaningful life. Thank you for the sound of the hammer that warmed this old man's heart in the cold smithy. Now you are a noble. We are no longer on the same level. Meeting each other again will be very difficult, but don't be discouraged. This old man will always support you. Goodbye, son. Grid. Youngwoo went to old Khan. You gently call Mr. Khan's name. It seems like the smithy is about to run out of coal. When you're done, you'll go back to the smithy. I'll buy it for you. Old Khan was stunned. Grid, but you. My son asked you to take care of me. Hearing that, he couldn't hold back his tears. The Count walked up to old Khan and said, I heard that you are a relative of Grid. Is that true, Count? This old man is blessed for 3 generations when you take care of him. No way. How dare I look down on a great blacksmith like you? Besides, you are my son-in-law's master. Don't be so self-deprecating. It would be a shame not to celebrate on such a happy day. Hold a party, serve delicious meat and sweet wine to everyone. Youngwoo was excited. Come on, Khan, take a day off and have fun. The wedding ceremony of Princess Irene and Grid was a bright spot that partly helped people forget the pain and loss of the brutal war with the Yatan Church. All Winston products will be tax-free for 10 days. Players who establish a residence in Winston will receive a 50% increase in experience and 30% of the items received for 15 days. Residing in cities or villages within Earlsteim's territory will increase the amount of experience gained by 30% and the amount of items received by 15 within 10 days. The population of Earlsteim's colony increased rapidly thanks to this event, and the territories under Winston Castle and Barren Village also developed strongly during this period. This is also a milestone marking a completely new stage of development for the Zadaka Guild. Jishuka is distraught, busy with work all day long. And here, there is also a guy who is about to experience it for the first time. Youngwoo nervously sat with Lady Irene in the room. Grid, Irene called his name, making him startled. Our first meeting was when you entered the city to deliver the precious sword to my family, and after that you saved me countless times from danger. I am very grateful to you for that, but because of that I always torment myself. As a princess I have the duty to protect the people, yet I cannot save myself. At this point, Youngwoo thought, it's not easy for a girl with weak legs and arms to be kidnapped so many times, and it's not because she's too weak. Irene said with all her heart, even though I'm not strong enough now, I will definitely protect you one day. Youngwoo looked passionately at Irene's beautiful face. She is so gentle, but also so strong. Irene, besides you, no one has ever said such words to me. I hope so, Irene. She will do it. He touched her cheek, then gently kissed Irene on the lips. And the two of them also started their wedding night. Grid thought to himself, that's it. Looking at Irene's gentle smile, he suddenly felt moved. Youngwoo silently promised, I will protect you. After marrying Lady Irene, Earlsteim gave Youngwoo the title of Viscount. Youngwoo also officially became Viscount of the Eternal Kingdom, was Earlsteim's son-in-law, and received the surname Steim. System displays, you have received the right to rule a territory, you have received the right to order troops, you can now grant knighthood, you can grant knighthood to 3 NPCs or people playing, you will receive a salary of 2,000 gold per month. Hearing this, Youngwoo couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Lord Phoenix now said, according to current law, an earl can appoint 2 viscounts and 8 barons, but the Steim family is highly regarded, so with his authority, he has the right to appoint up to 6 viscounts including yourself, which is a title that will suit you very well, in terms of both power and authority, permission. Youngwoo thought with interest, including the salary of 500 gold I received when I became the Earl's son-in-law, my monthly salary is 2,500. I have no reason to say no to a salary of 3,000,001 for free, this fee is all. Count Steim suddenly asked, their first night was passionate, making Irene's face turn red. And Youngwoo replied, yes, thanks to Dad's kindness, I had a very happy time. Inside I was sad because I only get to do it once a month. Youngwoo thought with tears in his eyes, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His accuracy, stamina and strength were almost 1,000 and yet it was wasted like this, once a month, with someone who was born to fight in nights like this. But it's okay, I have a new goal. I will do everything to protect my girl, I will not let her be in danger like before. Then he asked, Irene, is it okay if I borrow some of your soldiers? Irene was surprised, aren't you planning to go to the smithy? He didn't answer immediately but thought, I need a greater source of strength to protect Irene. Thinking that then he answered, I plan to go on an expedition to protect your territory. I will defeat the guardian of the forest in Barren, which has always been a threat to everyone, and it's time to complete the failure tree. At the training ground in Winston Castle, the soldiers were ordered to stay behind after training. They looked at each other confused, why did they order us to stay behind after practice? Just our group, unit number 13. We have caused a lot of trouble, we will probably be punished, punishment or something. There are only about 2,000 soldiers in Winston right now because of the battle with the Yatan Temple, they need all the remaining soldiers, so I don't think they will be that harsh, right? Captain Jude, why were we called? Jude, you don't know? I don't know. Oh my gosh, our captain, besides being strong, doesn't have any brains, he's perfect, there's no need to adjust. Dex shouted, silence, attention, Viscount Grid has arrived. Immediately the soldiers all stood solemnly, Some said, he was the hero who saved the princess's life. I heard that he was also a talented blacksmith. That's great. Youngwoo looked around and thought, are they the soldier unit that Irene prepared for me? They look stronger than normal Winston soldiers. I have to know their abilities before the expedition. Should I use the sword I was given by Irene? The commander's sword. The sword given to army commanders appointed by royalty or nobles. It grants the army commander the authority to closely observe the soldier's abilities. Dignity plus 30, characteristic observation skill will be initialized. And Youngwoo can view his allies' personal information, current stats, stat limits and skills. His insight has reached over 6,000 points. Observe the level 3 characteristic being activated. Youngwoo started using observation skills. He observed 34-year-old guy Romeo, knight title of Princess Irene, level 196, strength 878 910, stamina 420-441, agility 253-270, intelligence 174-200, superior mental skills, attack accuracy of A+, and cool head B, the third child of Viscount Lanish and the student of Captain Phoenix. Recently, he has been worried about his development slowing down. Next is the 32-year-old Deck, knight title of Princess Irene, level 185, strength 750 out of 1050, stamina 334-536, agility 213-320, intelligence 199-230, flattery skill B+, the ability to grasp the situation and common swordsmanship B. His best ability is to read the situation, always act according to the trend and has a strong ambition to succeed, has the potential to become a commander. This sword really provides a lot of information to Youngwoo. There are up to 3 NPCs gathered for this expedition, and the other one is Jude, 25 years old, title of Captain of Winston's 13th Unit, level 103, strength 818 out of 2080, stamina 431-908, agility 34 out of 330, intelligence 11 out of 20, skill to disarm enemy, silence and I don't know anything 55, a rare idiot, born in Winston. He is a natural warrior, born with terrible strength, slightly mentally handicapped so he is not suitable with any premium position. Youngwoo thought about it. This guy's total stats are slightly lower than the other two, but in terms of level, he's really high. On top of that, the maximum stats that can be achieved are also very commendable. If this guy can reach the maximum level, this guy can probably be at least twice as strong as Romeo, but his intelligence is trash, but the skill level is very good and I can take advantage of it. Such a stupid name. Okay, I'll help this guy get stronger and become my knight. Then Youngwoo announced, listen clearly, we are going to hunt the guardian of the forest. Romeo next to him exclaimed in confusion, what? With only 100 people, it will be difficult to defeat the guardian of the forest, even if you bring Winston's entire army, and we need at least 2 great magicians to follow. Winston has no magic, there are no wizards at that level. Ah, are you planning on taking the Zadaka Guild in Barren Village? Youngwoo immediately said, no, but will conquer it yourself with these people. However, Youngwoo he also began to calculate, in order to be able to take all the green orichalcum and the materials of failure for himself, he should not bring along the guild members. Besides, he alone is enough to defeat the guardian of the forest. Staying at Barren Village at the moment. While Jishuka was working, Vantner angrily ran into the room and said loudly, Guildmaster, you have to tell Grid to understand, he should be taking care of making equipment for us. Why has he lost all color since the wedding? So, I don't know where he's going. I heard he's going to hunt the guardian of the forest. Tobin said, guardian of the forest, think about it. When I first met Grid, he was trying to join the guardian of the forest team. Was he looking for something? Vantner got angry. Whatever it was, he didn't say anything to us. That was foul play. Then Jishuka said, you know how he is, he likes to do everything alone. Don't worry about crafting. I also plan to talk to him about completing his guild duties. Well, even if I don't say it, he will realize the importance of the guild after that hunt is over, especially at this time of year. 4 days later in the Grey Forest. The soldiers were all exhausted from having to march for 4 days without any time to rest. One soldier complained, this is torture, we have been marching for 4 days straight without stopping. I know the Baron monster is very strong, but isn't it a bit too much? We haven't lost anyone yet because he sends out his knights every time things get bad, but he doesn't plan on stopping anytime soon. This isn't a commander anymore, this is the devil. Romeo spoke up and said, Mr. Grid, we've come this far, but I don't think we can go any further. Youngwoo replied, why not? But there are poisonous mist flowers 300 meters in front of the entrance. It's quite far, but some of our soldiers are already exhausted. He thought to himself, the toxic mist emitted from the flowers would deal 350 fixed damage per second. It would be difficult to overcome it, because the soldier's health bar was only around 3000. I guess I'll have to go alone. While thinking about it, Youngwoo suddenly saw something strange. He was surprised when Jude fearlessly entered the poisonous mist. Jude, he is not afraid of what even knights fear. Forcing them to march made them all stronger, but because Jude fought on the front lines, and thanks to his potential, he had already reached level 110. That potential was beyond expectations and could make up for his brainlessness. No wonder he attracted my attention. Yes, keep growing, Jude. I will make good use of you as my knight. After a while, Jude suddenly fell to the ground, making everyone nervous. Is he dead? Is Commander Jude dead? Why did he walk in without thinking? Youngwoo was speechless. That's right, this guy's intelligence is only 11. The soldiers shouted, be careful, the branches of the flower are poisonous. The goblins are also here. Captain Jude is in danger. I can't get closer, the mist is too toxic. The deck also cried, we can't risk the soldiers' lives. What to do? Right at the moment of danger, Youngwoo wields a Pagma sword. The wave wiped out the goblins in front of everyone. Jude, lying unconscious on the ground, gradually regained consciousness. Youngwoo said softly, they died with just one hit. I missed the opportunity to train them. Are you okay? It should be better when the poisonous mist is gone, right? And Jude jumped up like nothing happened. Jude, I'm fine. Youngwoo had to exclaim, your blood is really quite strong. But, use this blood bottle just in case. It's good to be brave, but next time use your brain a bit before acting. You don't have 10 lives, right? I can't lose you like that. Jude looked at him blankly, saying, thank you. Romeo and Deck stared in amazement. It was amazing that he defeated monsters with just one attack. On top of that, a noble was willing to risk his life to save a commoner. He loudly reminded, there are too many goblins here. Gather a group of 3 and protect each other. We will go to the Guardian. Right now Romeo and Deck and the soldiers admire Youngwoo very much. He is our commander. They did not falter but immediately rushed forward. On the other hand, Vantner was still wondering, but the guild master, what was going on just now, about how Grid realized the importance of that guild, especially at this time. Jishuka replied, we have fought the forest guardian before, our whole guild participated, but it was strong enough to cause everyone heavy losses. But now, it's the time of year when 2 full moons overlap. Green orichalcum, which makes up the body of the guardian of the forest, will possess infinite magic during this period. The awakened guardian of the forest is much stronger than the Pope. Even Grid, you will also die if you are too confident in yourself. In the Grey Forest, Romeo ordered the entire army to prepare for battle. But at this moment Youngwoo seemed to feel something was wrong when he saw a forest guardian in front of him. He wondered, there was something different, like a human. He remembered that it was over 5 meters tall, but now it's only as tall as me, because its body is made of green orichalcum. I thought it was the guardian of the forest. However, the forest guards quickly attacked the soldiers, leaving them unable to react. This caused the deck knight to die immediately. Looking at the deck logged out, Youngwoo thought to himself, a level 185 knight died in one kick. How strong is this guy's fighting power? He intended to see its level, but what appeared before him were only question marks. Making Youngwoo start to get nervous. Its fighting power is unmeasurable. What the hell is this thing? The guardian of the forest has awakened. Its level is unknown. And Vantner went to the Khan's smithy. When he heard the old Khan say he wasn't here, he was surprised. What? Grid hasn't returned yet. The old Khan just said, I told you, so go home. Vantner pondered, I'm only here because Jishuka said that even Grid would fail in this hunt. Then he spoke, when he comes back, tell him to make an item for me. The old Khan said uncomfortably, I heard you say some bad things about Grid on the wedding day. Don't you have any shame? Hearing that, Vantner was speechless and didn't dare to open his mouth to say anything. He just thought, so tense, why did he say that? Friendly with Grid. At the same time, from the smithy a man wearing a cloak walked out. Old man, thank you for the cup of tea. I'm going. The old Khan very happily welcomed him. Leaving so early? Why don't you stay a little more? Seeing this stranger, Vantner was curious. I've never met him before. What's wrong? Khan is friendly with someone. Then the man whistled a flute. Immediately from above a dragon flew towards him. Vantner stared in shock. He thought, Yuck, it's a wyvern. That's his pet. The man turned around and said to the old Khan, now I know where he is. I'll go find him. There you go, old man. Don't be too surprised to meet him. He's much braver now. He's a bit more mature. The man who climbed onto the wyvern's back happily said, he is the type of person who grows according to the things around him. That's what he did to me too. It's good to see you healthy like this. Meeting you later. Vantner was confused. Is there anyone like him among the top players who own wyvern pets? Is he another new ghost? Damn, I'm stagnating due to lack of equipment. Where the hell are you? Grid. The scene changes to the Grey Forest. Before the power of the awakened Green Forest Guardian, Youngwoo orders everyone to step back. You understand clearly, if the insight stat doesn't work while it reads the Pope's power, that means it's stronger than the Pope. The awakened Forest Guardian will be difficult to kill, but it will drop a lot of green orichalcum if the difficulty is increased. The awakened guard's eyes flashed red light, then it rushed towards Youngwoo. Youngwoo also held his sword tightly in a ready position. When it charges at Youngwoo, a strong slash hits the monster directly, dealing 5,700 damage. He thought to himself, the amount of blood lost is 1/100th of the total amount of health. The damage is quite good. It is smaller, so the defense and blood amount are also reduced. It's slow, but its natural defense has disappeared, so its awakened version has optimized speed and attack power. That's a good opponent for me, because I have overwhelming attack power. Krrrr Yorg. The monster roared and charged at Youngwoo again. He smirked. Ha ha, are you still attacking me straight from the front? You're a bit stupid. When the distance between the two sides was shortened, Youngwoo continued to slash at the monster as usual, but this time the awakened guardian bent down to dodge the attack. Then suddenly kicked Youngwoo straight up from below. He took a critical hit, and received 13,090 damage, with just one kick taking out 1/3 of his total health. At this time, the system notifies, Duran's ring, 50% of the damage received will immediately recover. The God of Light's armor increases the recovery ability by 300%. Duran's ring, the active effect restores 19,635 health. You damn bastard. After recovering his health, Youngwoo performed Pagma's sword dance. But the monster was very quick to dodge. Only to see, the monster jumped above his head again and launched a move like a hurricane. Youngwoo quickly used his sword to shield. The durability of +5 Dane's life reprint was reduced by 37 points. He was startled and didn't expect it to reduce the durability of Dane's life, which is made from black iron, a high-grade mineral. Green orichalcum is definitely the second mineral only after adamantium. But I will destroy you, and take everything out of you. Youngwoo furiously burst out with Blacksmith's anger. Plus the wave from Pagma's sword dance. The two moves end at the same time. The wave deals 155% damage to all enemies within a 1-meter radius and slows them down. This move directly deals 10,300 damage, in addition to reducing all target speed. Youngwoo aimed towards its chest intending to stab it for a deadly kill. But then the monster kicked the ground hard, creating a fierce shockwave. After that it kept spinning. The vibration caused his body to lose balance and his attack failed. The monster prepared to swing its fist again. Youngwoo angrily cursed under his breath, killing his own, killing the thing that had defeated so many of his opponents. The guardian of the jungle aggressively fought back, this time attacking Youngwoo with both of his mad fists. Jude saw that and wanted to go up. Jude, you helped. Jude will return the favor of saving his life. Seeing that Jude wanted to rush up, Romeo immediately stopped Jude. Hey Jude, wait, you will only get in his way. The smoke and dust filled the air. When I thought Youngwoo had been punched until his figure was distorted, I didn't expect it when the smoke and dust cleared. Golden vibranium discs flashed from the ashes, appearing before the guardian of the forest. It turned out that the monster had been punching these plates with all his might. Youngwoo, you used Brahm's boot to activate the flying skill, summoning invisible magic wings to help you fly. Looking down, Youngwoo frowned and said, "You play dirty tricks to avoid my attacks. Yes, you pretend to be smart, when you are just a walking rock. You don't have a brain, kid." Seeing that Youngwoo is still alive, everyone is happy. Romeo is excited. "Look, the Viscount is amazing. He is using high-level magic. Our Viscount can do everything." The Green Forest Guardian also flew up but failed. Its jumping force couldn't reach Youngwoo. Ha ha, what's wrong? Couldn't reach it, but he thought to himself, if I had to guess, it could probably jump about 4 meters. The attack power surpasses that of the Pope, and the body has the power to break even black iron. It's quite overwhelming, but if I have time to attack, I can defeat it. After all, I have something I want to test. Youngwoo raised the sword in front of him. Pagma surpasses the limit, attack power is doubled and the default attack changes to a long-range attack. Mana cost 1800, casting time 30 seconds, cooldown 3 seconds. Connect. Youngwoo immediately slashed continuously towards the awakened Forest Guardian. One attack straight down on the Green Forest Guardian. The Green Forest Guardian, suffering a powerful attack, let out a pitiful scream. After seeing the scene before them, everyone was terrified. Appears from the system, fatal. You have dealt 183,900 damage, you have successfully merged your skills. The fusion skill of transcending the limit has been initiated, you have successfully merged the skill, your intelligence has increased by 10, the connection has crossed the limit, you will temporarily enter the state of transcending the limit and use connection. A total of 20 attacks will be launched continuously, dealing 150 attack power with each attack. Every time the target is hit, they will be frozen for 0.1 seconds. Cooldown skill does not share with limit pass or connect. Mana cost 1600, cooldown 900 seconds. Pagma's sword dance has upgraded to a higher level. Pagma's sword dance has reached level Z. Youngwoo smiled triumphantly. Ha ha ha, you see, that's my new super strong skill. The Green Forest Guardian was lying prostrate in the hole, trying to lift his weak body up. He raised his head and his eyeballs also changed color, glaring at him fiercely. Notification system, skills, connections that transcend limits, a sword dance that reveals transcendent abilities far beyond human boundaries, combined with a sword dance that sparkles like butterfly wings, you will temporarily enter status beyond limit and using connection. A total of 20 coins will be released continuously, dealing 150% attack power with each hit. Every time the target is hit, they will be frozen in 0.1 second. Skill cooldown not shared with limit pass or connection. Mana cost 1600, cooldown 900 seconds. Pagma sword dance level 2. When the skill deactivates, you are very focused, so you will be able to become one with the sword at any time. Physical attack power increases by 30%. Critical strike rate increases by 20% and critical damage increases by 10%. This effect only works when you equip wielded by a sword-like weapon, does not consume mana. When the skill activates, you become one with the sword. You can perform a total of 6 sword dances including wave, control, connect, kill, exceeds the limit, and the connection exceeds the limit. The effect will be dispelled when the skill deactivates, requires 20 mana to reactivate the skill. The skill can only be reactivated after 10 seconds, no requires mana to deactivate. Youngwoo looked satisfied. Thinking to myself, the fusion skill itself is already good, and my sword dance has also leveled up, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Plus, the effect of the deactivation state is similar to a skill level 240 already. I have to finish it quickly so I can't go back to manufacturing again. It's already too late, I shouldn't prolong this anymore. Its health is reduced by 1/3, its attacks won't reach you if you're in the air, so it'll be easy. It says I can reuse the limit immediately after using the fusion skill. If I confuse other sword dances, this battle will end quickly. Without thinking too much, Youngwoo started using the skill to overcome the limit. Wave, two skills that combine limit overcoming and launching wave. Energy sword beams hit the forest guardians from all directions. The monster takes the hit with the hard minerals and rocks on its body. You have dealt 15,800 damage. You have dealt 9,200 damage. You have dealt 8,150 damage. The target's overall speed has been reduced. Although he caused damage to it, Youngwoo was worried. Was there a special formula to fuse it? The minerals on its back were blocking part of his damage. He couldn't use kill now because the cooldown was still there, but he still had to push it to the point of dying. So Youngwoo resorted to Blacksmith's anger. Its health bar was continuously decreasing, but the protective layer on its back was prolonging this. The usage time limit has just passed. My stamina is about to reach its limit because I've swung my sword too much. I can use kill soon, so I have to end this underground to save mana. Romeo raised his voice excitedly. He was overwhelming the guardian of the forest. It was amazing. If the guardian was defeated, Baron would be at peace again. Streams of energy from the sword shot out haphazardly, slashing at the guardian's iron skin. Now that it no longer had 25% health left, Youngwoo knew he should prepare to collect it. But suddenly its body is changing color. The green stem on its body begins to turn purple. Then around it emitted a huge stream of energy. Youngwoo was blown away by the energy blast. He fell down and hit his head hard on the rock. His mouth vomited blood. Youngwoo panicked and didn't understand what was going on. He thought to himself, is it stronger after changing color? Damn, I thought it would be over soon. What the hell? After the green forest guardian changed color, its strength increased significantly. It tried to attack Youngwoo crazily. Youngwoo can only summon Pavranium gold discs. Golden Pavranium discs rotate around to protect him from the fists of the forest guardian. At this moment, Youngwoo quickly ran away. Good Pavranium, hold it back. I should create a safe distance and buy time. I should run into the forest. The green forest guardian opened his mouth wide and released a stream of wave energy into the golden disc. This shock wave was so strong that the Pavranium gold discs instantly froze. Youngwoo ran and looked back. He thought in surprise, it was as strong as Jishuka's ultimate skill Phoenix Arrow. At this moment, the forest guardian quickly approached Youngwoo. It swung a direct punch, causing the durability of Dainslife plus 5 reprint to decrease by 46 points. The durability has decreased even more compared to the first time it hit. Doesn't that mean its attack power has increased? But why? Is green orichalcum? I just considered it an ingredient for failure and forgot about its properties. Green orichalcum, a mineral created from the magical power of the green forest guardian and the moonlight, was illuminated inside the orichalcum. Granting it additional magical power was impossible, but it possessed great power, the hardest and strongest of all minerals. It is stronger in the dark. Damn, it's already so painful in its awakened form. Youngwoo thought about it and was about to fly away. Before he could fly anymore, it grabbed his leg. One blow knocked him to the ground. Damn it, I couldn't run away from it. At this time, the golden discs also had movement. Immediately the discs flew towards the green forest guardian. Youngwoo exclaimed, great, the Pavranium's frozen state has disappeared. I can cut off its tail. The green forest guardian, unfazed, turned and sent out a fierce shock wave at the golden discs. Youngwoo, you're exhausted too. You gritted your teeth and thought, this bitch can even block Pavranium. I can't rely on them anymore. The guardian of the forest again frantically attacked Youngwoo. The system continuously announces, you have suffered 7,100 damage. You have suffered 8,500 damage. At this point Youngwoo thought, killing, Pavranium and fusion skills cannot be used against it. There is no way to win. Overwhelming strength and speed. I have never encountered such an unreasonable monster before. This hunt has failed. I will die like this. Suddenly the system opened. The effect of the Purity Index was activated. Purity Index, it's helping you calm down. Youngwoo's mouth slightly curled up. Think about it, it's funny, the items have helped me a lot, so now I keep taking the easy roads all the time. While it wasn't easy from the start, regardless of skill or bullshit, the last person standing is the winner. The guardian of the jungle threw a punch. Youngwoo immediately used his sword to slash it. He caused 7,810 damage. but still suffered 7,300 damage. Seeing that he was beaten, the forest guardian was extremely angry. The guard threw another kick. At the same time, he also used his sword to slash it. You did 4,150 damage, critical. Youngwoo took 15,600 damage. He smiled complacently. You're really crazy, right? Just keep fighting and see who dies first. Both attacks collide fiercely, the atmosphere roars. You have suffered 7,140 damage. You have caused 3,920 damage. Next, Youngwoo used a premium health potion, and restored 8,000 health. Youngwoo continued to deal 4,750 damage to the monster. Continues to deal another 4,200 damage. But in return he also had to take 10,250 damage. Next Youngwoo activates Duran's ring. The effect of light holy armor is activated, restoring 23,400 health. It's like thinking about something. Then the monster rushed behind Youngwoo. Youngwoo turned around and cleared his throat and shouted, "If you are a monster, then act like a monster, stop trying to protect yourself." Then he used his sword to slash straight at its body. Knocked the monster flying. Shin Youngwoo picked up his sword and said, "I will fight back every attack I receive." He performed Pagma's sword dance. The guardian still refused to give up and opened its mouth to release a terrifying stream of energy at Youngwoo. But opened his mouth and released a terrifying stream of energy at Youngwoo. Facing it, Youngwoo's eyes were determined. The last person standing was the winner. That face. The face you make when you see a real monster. You use immortality. Immortality that can resist all attacks for 5 seconds with minimal health. He has a fiery spirit and uses it to kill. If the person who persists until the end is the winner, then I will be the winner, because I have been persistent for 27 years. The two Romeos stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfolding. The system continuously announces, "You have leveled up, you have leveled up. You have reached level 200, your stats have awakened, enhancing the unique characteristics of your stats. You have defeated the guardian of the forest that has awakened the twin moons. You have received 14 blue orichalcum, 3 purple orichalcum and an amethyst shield." But Youngwoo regretfully held his head and screamed, "I should have scraped all those minerals out before killing it. How could I forget, this idiot? Damn, I need another piece of green orichalcum to fail. If I didn't have the orichalcum I got from the valid manager, I would have been so upset." Look at the system board in front of you. Purple orichalcum, weight 1, a mineral that can only be obtained when the forest guardian awakens as a full moon. It holds unique magical power. It is weaker than blue orichalcum, so it would be more suitable for making jewelry. The blacksmith's skills must be at a master level to melt it. Youngwoo said, "This is a material to make jewelry. I have enough bracelets, so maybe I should make a necklace with it. This shield bothers me the most. Epic level amethyst shield, durability 200 out of 200, defense 200, magic resistance 200, weight 350. It is a symbolic reward only for the commander of the Night Squad Red. It is an item lost by Piero, who was accused of treason by Asmol and fled to the Eternal Kingdom 3 years ago. The third prince of the Saharan Empire is desperately searching for the shield. The conditions of use, the commander of that night squad." Seeing that Youngwoo, he thought to himself, "This is definitely a quest item. Think about it, this makes me feel bothered because the old man in Kisan Canyon asked me to catch Asmawful. I heard Asmawful is a resident of the Saharan Empire. If I can go to the Saharan Empire, I should continue doing Piero's quest." At this moment, Romeo and Jude were worried and ran over. "Sir, are you okay?" "Oh, I'm okay. Everyone, please calm down." Youngwoo felt full of guilt. "Besides, I couldn't protect Deck. I'm sorry, Romeo. I'm sorry for leading everyone here with blind faith." "Sir, Romeo," he thought, "so the rumors about him being connected to a commoner blacksmith are true." At this time, there was suddenly a strange noise in the sky. Everyone looked up. I only saw the wyvern and the cloaked man landing on them. Everyone was confused when they saw it. "Ha, a wyvern." The man laughed softly. "I scared everyone. Sorry, I'm in a hurry." He took off the hood of his cloak. That person was none other than Heroi. He said solemnly, "Long time no see, my lord. have you been okay all this time? Youngwoo saw him and was extremely surprised. Doubt, Heroi. How long has it been? You've grown a lot, it's all thanks to him. After that, he probed Heroi's stats and secretly commented, 10,000 combat power is 2,000 higher than Romeo's, so he is probably over level 200, but his job is a non-combat job called home. That's rhetoric. Is this effect from the second job? This is an unbelievable development. Heroi, he happily said, it's been 4 or 5 months, I've been through a lot, you know, there aren't 100 players who can tame a wyvern. You came at the right time, Heroi. You, go hunt the frost orcs and get me 28 silpid scales. Heroi had a bewildered face. What, we just met? Youngwoo immediately cursed me. Let's repay the favor, the drop rate is low but you can collect it in 10 days. Youngwoo said in his head while calculating, I will make another zip-up hoodie, I need 20 silpid scale pieces to make one, so with the part that Heroi got for me and the part I already have, I will make 2 and sell 2. After thinking about it, Youngwoo pointed at the soldiers behind him and told Heroi, take them along too, this hunting will help train them too. Romeo is confused, what, us too? But don't ride on that moth and walk with them, understand, Heroi has to obey, yes sir. Youngwoo also flew up, say goodbye to Heroi, I will make you good equipment when you return, thank you. You flew up high, making Heroi a bit shocked, are you flying, my lord, since when? But he reached that realm. I'm a little surprised and a little surprised, he's still unpredictable as usual, but just like last time, he will open a bright path for me, leave it to me. The descendant of the blue wolf will never break your oath. He happily spoke up, good, I believe in you Heroi, now you can go back and fail. Midnight. Youngwoo also returned from the Grey Forest to Khan's smithy. He met Jishuka and told her about how he defeated the Forest Guardian, which made Jishuka surprised. He succeeded. Did he defeat the Forest Guardian alone? Moreover, he was only level 180 yesterday. What now? You're level 200 now. Youngwoo calmly replied, it was quite annoying because it awakened too, but I was able to defeat it. At this point, Jishuka pondered, I thought I had grasped all the ridiculous power of Pagma's descendant, but, this power is not only unbalanced, but basically a game error. Even the guild can't play the awakened Forest Guardian, even if they're all full of health and mana, doesn't that mean the grid is stronger than all of our guilds combined? It's also not fair to consider grid as stronger than our guild, since Brahm's boots and Pavranium greatly aided his victory. However, in these difficult times when the Yatan temple is hungry for revenge, enmity after Malicus's death. Grid's power made me wonder, is it really okay to have such a huge source of power play the role of an ordinary blacksmith? Jishuka smiled, Grid, I know this is your base but. She knew she needed his fighting power, so she needed to convince him, even if she had to seduce him. So Jishuka used her beauty trick to tell Youngwoo, have you considered moving to Baron? But you weren't even the slightest bit interested, flatly refused, I'm not going anywhere, I'm too busy, you should go Jishuka. Seeing that he didn't care at all, Jishuka blushed in embarrassment, okay. Faced with his cold reaction, she had no face to leave the smithy. Jishuka got mad and walked away complaining, that bastard, so he has matured. Why is he even more miserable than before? Looking at the president's angry appearance, the people around were puzzled. Wasn't that Jishuka? Who did she call an asshole? Who could make her so angry? Hey, yes, maybe she was rejected, right? The next day, the scandal about Jishuka, one of the 2 top beauties of Satisfy, spread throughout the city, but Grid's mind was busy with something else. You're just busy working in the smithy all day. Youngwoo only has one chance to create failure with the green orichalcum he has. Failure is the strongest weapon in existence. I have to do it, release it at legendary level. To increase the odds of making legendary items, a smithing hammer of the appropriate level is necessary. I will turn that forest into the birthplace of a legend. At this moment in the Grey Forest, a man also came to this place. He waited and waited but still couldn't see any movement from the guardian of the forest. Unbelievable. I've been waiting for this opportunity that only happens once every 4 months, but the awakened guardian of the forest is nowhere to be found. There are traces of battle here. So was it defeated before I got here? Isn't defeating it impossible, even with a fairly strong guild? This made him extremely bitter. How dare you guys make me, Anyus, waste my precious time. A bastard has appeared. 4 days later. Youngwoo also finished creating 4 hammers. Nonchalantly, I stayed up for 4 days without receiving any customers. Now I can't open my eyes anymore, but I did it. You hold the legendary blacksmith's hammer that I just made and look at it. Legendary level legendary blacksmith's hammer, durability 550-550, damage 130 to 150. The system appears. The amount of experience required for production-related skills has increased. The condition for using Pagma's descendants. But Youngwoo's face was not very happy. The system kept announcing his 4th legendary item. All stats had permanently increased by 25 from creating a legendary item. Continent-wide reputation has increased by 1000. Rare item creation rate 30%, epic item creation rate 20%, unique item creation rate 8%, legendary item creation rate 1%. Youngwoo thought gloomily. However, it's a great hammer, but the chance of creating a legendary item is only increased by 1%. Wait, but wasn't the rate of creating legendary items previously only 0.01%? Coming up here is already a huge number. Thinking positively, it far exceeds my expectations. Old Khan observed Youngwoo for 4 days. At this time he came to ask, Grid, how long have you been here? Are you okay, Old Khan? I have to make this hammer. Seeing that Youngwoo was unhappy, he consoled him. Is it the result of your hard work? Wow, you made a great hammer, but why are you like that? He lowered his voice. I don't know, it's definitely better than my previous hammer, but I'm worried I might fail to make the great sword I want with this one chance. I also understand that the situation is better now, but I'm still a bit sad. While talking, someone came in and called out, Old Khan, I'm here to order items. The Old Khan saw customers coming and said, I'm sorry but I will close until tomorrow. He felt sorry when he heard that. Why are you in such a hurry? There are many people waiting outside. But the Old Khan just shook his head and closed the door of his smithy. Khan, don't you accept their order? The Old Khan said softly, it's not important, come sit with me. What are you doing? Look at the trees you made. They have different colors, and this one has a strangely sharp edge. Even with a skilled blacksmith like you making them, no two are the same, right? Are all these hammers a failure to you? The only thing you should never lose in important moments, especially when asking for good results, is love for the results. Looking back at all the things that had passed through his rough hands with pride, then you can be grateful for even an ordinary hammer. Don't care about the customers, and just look forward with interest to the items you make. No matter what the result is, it will still be a good experience. Youngwoo heard these words of encouragement and was much more excited. Okay, thank you, Old Khan. In reality, at ESA Corporation, Nahi is connecting to Chairman Lim Chul-ho, C. She said into the phone, can you check the news that just came out? Chul-ho still doesn't know what's going on. Has something happened? New news about Satisfy. Currently, reports show that all Satisfy players have received a shocking notification window. The notification window reads, Pagma's descendant has appeared. The only one who can make legendary items is a legend, as you see, Mr. President. Grid, Shin Youngwoo has successfully crafted his 5th legendary item, so the birth of Pagma's descendant was announced before the whole world. At the same time, Youngwoo also activated the legendary blacksmith's patience. Everyone in the meeting room looked up at the game projection screen. They were watching Youngwoo create the legendary item. Nahi spoke up, this is the moment the world's first legendary player transformed. The grid has started to be created. Kim Ji-young exclaimed, wow, before he only forged common and rare equipment. The numbers are red these days, maybe the time has come. Looking at the fire, Gitter forged the organ to the right degree, extremely accurately. The director shook his head. What is there to joke about? The legendary class player is now holding the strongest weapon, that would ruin the balance of the game. His concentration is also increased sharply for an hour, vitality, defense and dexterity increase by 200%. Nahi continued, well, I don't think it's that bad. The game's mechanics will automatically find a balance. Only see the display system, activate the legendary blacksmith's breath, the created product features will be upgraded. Crafted, legendary qualities, durability 1090-1090, attack 1040-2166, defense 80 and weight 80, agility plus 50%, low chance of blocking opponent's attacks, has a medium chance of activating the 5 consecutive slash skill, has a high chance of activating the meat cutting skill, initiating the galaxy division skill, causing a fear effect on enemies whose level is at least 20 levels lower compared to the user. Attack power increases by 20% in darkness. A weapon crafted by legendary blacksmiths. The sword's unique shape increases its ability to slice through targets. A small blade protruding from the body is capable of assisting in defense. Due to its low weight, it does not much affect attack speed. Conditions for using level 300, 5000 strength, sword skills, advanced level 8 or higher. Youngwoo smiled and thought again, it's successful. I've created a few legendary items before, but they can't be compared to this time. The legendary equipment I made before can't even compare to Albertino's unique Dane's life, but this sword is truly a superb sword. He couldn't hide his excitement. I'm holding the strongest armor and strongest weapon in the world. I'm unmatched now, Blood Witch Yura, now I'm nothing compared to you. Holding the sword, he still looked at the flashing words. I'm surprised to see my name engraved on the sword body. This is probably an effect of the crafting skill, notification system, legendary blacksmith's masterpiece. The maker's name will be engraved on the equipment, crafted by this skill. Legendary blacksmith's blacksmithing skills. Special events will occur for every 5th legendary equipment crafted. From now on, the craftsman's initials and the artisan's initials, G, will be engraved on all his products. Your talent has come to fruition. Now you are no longer an unknown blacksmith. Youngwoo Yi shouted, delicious, truly a name that creates a brand. The system continuously notifies, 15% reduction in stats when equipping the user does not meet the required conditions. Restrictions on using equipping skills have been removed. Proficiency increased speed for users, with equipment increased twice. Seeing that, Youngwoo was excited. He thought, only having his stats reduced by 15% means he can still use its features. Great. And after this awakening period, his growth rate will decrease. The stats he receives from forging equipment will drop sharply. It won't take long for him to be happy to hear this announcement. Then he'll be in despair again. Oh hey. The system continues. You will not receive additional stats from forging rare and epic equipment. All stats increase by 4 when creating unique equipment. All stats increase by 10 when creating legendary equipment. It seems like no one expected this. It's too much. Youngwoo panicked, teasing each other. Why did the bonus stats decrease so much? Updated information about the legendary blacksmith's blacksmithing skills. Divine weapon certification. Legendary blacksmith's blacksmithing skills level 387. 1%. Now you can make fake goods of level equipment legend. Youngwoo is happy again. Oh my god. Now I can reach the mythical equipment threshold. It's so powerful. At the same time the system is still reporting. There is a high possibility of creating items. Epic rare has a medium chance of crafting a unique item. Has a low chance of crafting a legendary item. Has an extremely low chance of crafting a fake version of a mythical item. Currently your reputation across the continent is 11,830. When your reputation exceeds 30,000 you will unlock the Reputation Store, Reputation Shop, a special shop for all players, where you can use reputation points to buy items. The location of the shop changes periodically. You have never been happier than today. Youngwoo is so happy that he jumps up and cheers. And there's also a special store. I can't wait to see what it looks like. But the system knows how to tease people, increasing the stats for craftable equipment by 17%. When crafting unique equipment, all stats increase by 4 points and reputation across the continent increases by 150. When successfully crafting legendary equipment, all stats permanently increase by 10 points and reputation throughout the continent plus 500. When successfully crafting legendary equipment, reputation across the continent plus 1000. Young people can't stand it. What? Even the amount of reputation received is reduced, right when the reputation shop is unlocked. He angrily banged on the table and cursed, you bastards, do you want to play with me or something? Is it a crime to have a legendary class, and you even plan to bring people down to this level? The masters who run the game. Pagma's successor has been widely announced to the public. Would you volunteer to confirm your identity on the leaderboard? Youngwoo is crazy. there's a plane, you guys are jerks, if you play with each other then how long will it take for this guy to play by your rules, please? Without thinking much, Youngwoo immediately refused to register his identity on the rankings. When the old Khan saw the sword in his hand, his eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god, what is this great sword? In the end it was a success. Grid. Look, this signature is so cool. Youngwoo was like he was lost and mumbled to himself. If there was a dead thing called a famous store, they should have announced it sooner. What a jerk, cursing laughing, ha ha ha, mythical equipment, one day I will have you. If you laugh a little then you will get angry, hate each other, don't reduce your bonus stats, you dirty bastards. The old Khan witnessed it, also speechless. He picked up the phone and called. The Buffalo Farm knelt, right. Hearing that, Youngwoo realized the presence of the old Khan. Ah, old Khan, I'm fine. The director said again, reducing the stats is too late, because he has accumulated too much so far. I'm not sure if this is considered game balance. Why? She suddenly decided to nerf him right when his class was officially announced. He immediately replied, we only intervene in the system when updating content or adding tasks. That power reduction has been pre-programmed into Satisfy's operating system. You mean the previous stage of increasing the perversion index was also decided by the system? That's right, there can never be any errors. This nerf was placed on crafting class professions to prevent them from growing too quickly through the stat boost feature, which could be mainly due to grid was an unexpected variable for Morpheus. Even though he had a legendary job, the items he crafted were all low level, so grid creating the 5th legendary item took 3 months longer, compared to our expectations. Ironically, this also extended the stat progression period by 3 months, all because he was playing the game too much. So that means his bad luck turned out to be lucky. He agrees. I don't know if it's because his numbers are too bad or if he's just too bad at the game, but to describe him, he's a bad player but not a bad one. Despite the extraordinary incompetence of the supercomputer Morpheus, news of the appearance of Pagma's successor has spread throughout the world. Legendary Blacksmith, Master Swordsman, player with the first legendary class, many theories about his identity and abilities began to circulate, and his reputation rose from there. The top 1 Blacksmith ranker declared that I was not Pagma's successor. The a.k.a.'s epic transfer player said that blacksmiths cannot be hired anywhere. This provocative statement of his attracted attention from the crowd. Wave of public opinion. The most hotly discussed topic among the community of groups and high-level players is Pagma's successor. Faced with that situation, ESA Group came up with a solution. The president decided to deploy propaganda tasks about the international tournament and reorient the wave of public opinion. There will soon be a total war with the evil Yatan cult, so please forge equipment for each member of the guild within this month. Youngwoo calmly said, I don't have that much free time in a month, and I also plan to participate in the international tournament mission, and the international tournament will be held in 2 months. Jishuka heard that and stared at Youngwoo. A fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Are you participating? Come out and show your face so people can look at you and discover your identity, Mr. Pagma's successor. Youngwoo is helpless. It's so complicated. Someone spoke up. It's held in Korea. There will be many more events including conquests and sieges. Pon continued. Just participating in event missions will give you many rewards, special already. Youngwoo's eyes lit up when he heard that, excited. Ooh, a special reward, then we have to be quick. What else is there to forge here? Ventnor stewed with murderous intent, grabbed Youngwoo's hair and said, wait, forging equipment is the top priority. You're feeling like you're missing a new armor, grid, otherwise, in the next battle, you'll die. Who's responsible? What now? I'll die to please you. Ventnor threatened Youngwoo and had to agree. Well, if you forge, you forge. Hearing that, Ventnor happily took out the manufacturing method for him to see. While watching, Jishuka spoke up, pay attention and listen to me, Grid. I want you to focus on forging equipment for your guild members. As I said just now, the Yatan cult's actions seem strange. Shin Youngwoo thought, well, I don't have any problems now, and promotion isn't too important, just be a hermit and live comfortably. So you agree? Okay, either way, Grid is the dominant force in the world. In the real world. At this time, C was leaving school and preparing to go home. She wondered as she walked, this question is too difficult. Spring break is about to end and I'm about to be a freshman. I have to work harder to pass. I have to study hard to help my dad, mom, and older brother, but... Then she suddenly remembered her brother's words, this year he will build $1 billion mansion so that our family can live comfortably. She could only sigh. He was very successful thanks to that satisfying game. I'm happy that he can finally smile after so many years of suffering with financial debt, but it worries me. Look at the newest car parked in the parking lot. He likes to show off so much, he doesn't go out much, but he bought a car for 8 million yen. Also, all the beautiful girls next to him on TV, it's like the prospect of a tycoon standing on the brink of failure. Is satisfied dangerous? What should I do? I decided, I have to study to get a degree in psychotherapy. The road is noisy right now. A guy is shouting on the street, look, there's that car. Made C turn around and look, oh what a huge limousine right in the middle of such a small neighborhood. I just saw the car door slowly opening. From the car a girl got out, the eyes of the people around opened wide. She asked the driver, is this place? According to the information gathered, this is indeed the place. Looking at this girl, C was stunned. I've seen them on TV. She's an extremely famous female player of Satisfy. Yura's sister. When Yura came in front of her and asked her, is this Shin Youngwoo's house? Making C confused. Why would a super famous person like this come to her brother? So C panicked and called her brother. People around gathered around and whispered. There were a few young men curious about Yura. Why are there so many people gathered here? Is she a celebrity? Yes, she is a superstar of the Satisfy game. There. What business does a person like her have with the vegetable shop owner's daughter? I heard that this family's unemployed son just bought a luxury car. Could it have something to do with that? What? The car? Is that Shin Youngwoo's? Yura is so rich that it probably has something to do with it. But hey. That girl is C, right? Youngwoo's younger sister, standing in front of that beautiful superstar. She doesn't flinch at all. C frowned in discomfort. What is the use of someone like you looking for my brother? You know him. You plan to use him to do some shady things, right? Yura happily replied, I met Youngwoo in Satisfy. We became very close while pretending to be lovers for a short time. C sounded dumbfounded, doubting life in her heart. Ha, lover. Lover with his brother. What does pretending mean? Is it part of the game? But the dictionary says love is a relationship when both parties love each other deeply. Is my brother okay? Yura said softly. Can I go see Youngwoo now? Youngwoo is currently still diligently forging Vantner's equipment. While forging he thought, I originally planned to enhance the trash and the armor, because I realized that even legendary equipment needs to be enhanced after fighting the Guardian of the Jungle. But I can't delay crafting Vantner's armor, not to mention its stats are quite good so I can sell it at the same price as the main product. But there is a huge problem. It was the bald man's eyes, Vantner's eyes full of anticipation. Youngwoo spoke up, I'll call you when I'm done, so just go do your job. But Vantner is very anxious. People just want to witness the birth of the armor. I will pray to help you. Oh legend, Youngwoo is helpless. Looking at his eyes fixed on him like that, he feels pressured, he thought, just like when I made the holy shield for cashews. That reminds me, how's the Vatican? There's still no news about the new Pope being crowned. If Isabel's spear stays in its unsealed state forever, it'll be dangerous. At this moment, my sister called, Oppa, come out quickly. Ha, it's C. Seeing my sister suddenly stop the hammer and log out of the game, Vantner is still very excited. If you give me a legendary equipment, Vantner will. While talking, Youngwoo has disappeared without realizing it. He just left a message that his sister is calling. Vantner became extremely angry and shouted indignantly, this son of a bitch played his cards right again. Right now there is an emergency announcement from the president to all the members. Jishuka, what's going on? Immediately gathered at the main hall. Youngwoo crawled out of his gaming machine. You're wondering why she suddenly called you. Since she had a stable income, she's never bothered me while I was playing. So it must be an emergency. Could it be that there was a robbery? The old me still felt shy but now he's different. Who dares to touch your sister? Youngwoo quickly ran downstairs. As soon as he opened the door and saw Yura here, he was shocked. Wow. Yura smiled softly and said, "It turns out he really cares for his sister." What a surprise. Youngwoo was confused. "Yura, why are you here?" She said, "Nonsense. See, my brother cares about his family very much. Anyone who dares to take advantage of him will be punished no matter what." Then the little girl looked at Yura like a rival. Youngwoo was stunned. What is this atmosphere? Then he sat next to his sister and asked Yura, "How do you know my home address? Since the class reunion, I've had the feeling that you know a lot about me." Yura was stunned. She thought something had changed. Before he always avoided her eyes, but now. Then she replied, "Shin Youngwoo, you have changed, right? Your body looks better than before." Youngwoo thought proudly, "After my income became stable, I spent time taking care of myself, including working out, but this guy was so handsome that even a woman like her had to pay attention." But Youngwoo acted coldly and said to Yura, "My family is honored to be welcomed," meaning, "I don't care about your opinion, so let's get down to business. Yura, I want you to represent Korea and participate in international competitions." Hearing about the international tournament, Youngwoo froze. Yura continued to say, "The Korean government sent an unpublicized request to form a team with me as the main force, to bring good results to South Korea in the upcoming international tournament, within 4 days, starting May 1st. Youngwoo thought to himself, "The top rankers even contact the government. South Korea has long lost the title of best gamer. The government wants to restore competitiveness in the South Korean gaming market with the results of this international tournament, but to be honest, it is quite difficult when the media is rife with assessments that Kim's physique as we Southern Koreans are inferior to Western countries." Youngwoo smirked, "I understand, but why choose me? Korea is full of other players. Are you valuing me a bit high? Because I'm sure, you are the first epic transfer player." He looked down and thought, "Does she still think I'm an epic transfer? Is it because I took her ultimate attack at the Yatan church but it's still okay?" It's also true, because the fact that Euphemina is a human, the first epic transformation game, has yet to be revealed. Then he spoke up and said, "But the international tournament only has 9 events. A player can participate in up to 3 events. Why don't you take home 3 gold medals yourself?" Even though she didn't like it, she politely offered her tea. Yura thanked C for her tea and continued to say, "Well, that's easier said than done." Among the 9 tournament events, the first Satisfy International Tournament includes PvP, boss fights, maze clearing, crafting, pet racing, sieges, target takedowns, sword drawing and treasure hunting. Fighting bosses, solving mazes, crafting and treasure hunting are not my forte. As for pet racing, those who own wyverns will have an advantage, and in Korea, no one owns wyverns. I'm confident in the siege part, but in those types of battles, manpower is very important. The Korean men's team will have a hard time winning a medal because we are inferior in strength. Talking, she accidentally saw the notes he wrote. "My brother is not an idiot, so don't underestimate him." Then frown, "You idiot." She wondered why she hated her so much, but still continued to explain to Youngwoo. "Anyway, there was only PvP left, but there were at least 7 people above me, so it wouldn't be easy to win." This made Youngwoo surprised. She ranked 5th on the overall rankings. Why are there 7 people stronger? And she didn't receive any special powers when she became the second god, 8 of Yatan. The overall rankings are just the official rankings. There are also anonymous rankers in Satisfy. Including them, there are at least 10 people stronger than me. Among the rankers that have appeared include, 1st place Kraugel, 2nd place Zabal, 3rd place Chris, 7th place Anyus, 8th place Hurrent, 11th place Bondre, and 15th place Hao. I think these 7 alone are stronger than me. Anyus I understand because he is an epic rank transfer player, but are even players lower than rank 8 that strong? Yes, although their level is lower than me, each of them has physical strength horrified, but everyone still just brought sandals for Kraugel. Kraugel is a genius not only at mastering skills, analyzing fighting styles and weaknesses, but also extremely good at grasping the pace of battle, attacking effectively, having specific strategies, and more. So, he's a genius and I can't stop praising him until tomorrow. I believe his ability in the game far surpasses mine. If all of them are that strong, then it turns out you're just useless. Youngwoo said such loving words that made Yura stunned. At this point, he thought, no matter how strong that leader is, just seeing his trash will kill him. Yura said again, the government promised a generous reward if we earn a medal. I know this is not an easy task, but as an epic transfer player, please show off your abilities. Youngwoo didn't say anything. He pondered. Revealing his identity was mandatory to participate in the international tournament. If he was revealed to be a legendary transfer player, it would be troublesome. But she asked for help. So sincere. Is there any way to avoid being exposed when participating? Thinking for a while, Youngwoo also decided to say, okay, then I will participate in pet racing. Although my pet is not a living creature, it has its own thoughts and unlimited physical strength, and it listens to me very well. I agree, thank you. But I've never heard of a pet that isn't a living creature other than a high-level goblin created by the ultimate magician, so it's kind of like that. If it's just pets fighting to get to the finish line first, then I can win. But I have one condition. I don't want to show my face so you can pretend to be my pet's owner. Of course the reward will belong to me. If you promise, the gold medal will be yours. Okay, although it's a bit hard to believe because I've never met anyone with a pet like that, I'm glad that you accepted to join. Being deceived so much makes you suspicious, so go home and log in now, I'll show you. Yura immediately said, I advise you to log in later. Remember I said I would repay your debt the day of your class reunion, huh? Remember what Yura once said, as long as you are the main target of the Yatan Church, clashes are inevitable, but I won't kill you in battle. Youngwoo also suddenly remembered, that incident. I've been logged out for about 40 minutes, which is about 2 hours in the game. Present. Barren Village must be in chaos. As expected, it was exactly what Yura said. In the game right now, the whole Barren Village is in utter chaos. The Yatan Church launched a devastating attack on Barren Village, killing many people. Vantner and Jishuka are also panicking. What the hell? Jishuka, why is there a hole in the castle's main hall? I only saw a strange guy and an old man coming out of the hole. This is such a small, pathetic place that it's not even worth setting foot in. Yet Malikus was defeated by these vile mortals. These two people are the fourth and fifth gods of the Yatan Church. One is Balak and the other is Niberius. Barren Village is in an urgent situation, because the fourth god Niberius and the fifth god Balak are there. Hearing Yura's words, Youngwoo exclaimed, did you deliberately come to me when the Yatan Church attacked? Although our strength has been reduced, there is still no group that can stop the Yatan Church. This is the only way I can save my benefactor, please understand. At the same time, in the game Jishuka orders everyone, to be ready to fight. We must protect Barren Village. After Shin Youngwoo heard Yara's words, the two brothers' eyes widened in surprise. Shin Youngwoo quickly asked Yara again, did you come to see me right at the time of the Yatan Temple attack? Yara turned around and replied, yes, I'm sorry but I have no other choice. Shin Youngwoo heard this and thought regretfully, it seems like she just did something useless. There's no way a blacksmith like me would get involved in a guild war. After thinking about it in his head, Shin Youngwoo continued to ask Yara again, besides that, let me ask you one thing, are those invading people the fourth apostle and fifth apostle? May I have the strength to bless God Yatan tomorrow or not? Yara looked straight into Shin Youngwoo's eyes and gently responded to him. Advanced skills like blessings can only be done by the first apostle. Making a request for a guest to receive blessings is very difficult because even I, the eighth apostle, cannot do it. Anyway, he wanted God Yatan's blessing whether he was against them or not. Shin Youngwoo smirked, his eyes rolled back, then he waved his hand repeatedly and said, you're too incompetent, and you also like to be curious, now go away, shoo. Scene changed to Barren Village, with many hunting areas and event effects from Princess Irene's wedding along with active construction and protection activities. Barren Village is being nurtured into a shiny city, with more than 2,000 residents including NPCs. However, that was before the Great Plague that opened in Barren Castle and the Yatan Temple that came to invade. At the foot of the castle there are blood stains. The inside and outside of the castle are covered in flames. They are about to turn into cinders. The shrill cries of help, save me, and so on, scream pitifully in vain. Riga saw his injured friends still wanting to rush into battle and shouted that you will die if you go into battle, so quickly log out. The words echoed from within the castle. There are already 1,000 Yatan followers at level 160 or higher, far exceeding the average level of players. Hellfire will burn the entire world. This happens every time we use black magic or poison mist. The Yatan temple hordes are slaughtering the players and NPCs are evacuating through the north gate. The two people Zednos and Layla stood on the castle grounds looking at the war situation going on below and talking to each other. There were at least 1,000 people around. Has passed through the portal of great transformation. Zednos saw the heartbreaking tragedy and said, "This barren village has suffered too many losses." Zednos saw that he couldn't take it anymore and decided to take action. He showed his ultimate move and told Layla, "Layla, the only thing we can do now is to support the castle from this high wall. Let's begin. Support moving Layla." Layla heard it and replied, "Okay, I know, but I think we are surrounded on both sides of the wall and now we are very crowded in the garden. There are over 1,000 cultists level 200 or higher here. Those Yatan soldiers just now have a furious chain witch in their hands and are planning to destroy this entire place." But at this time, Layla also pondered and thought that the black magic ball she received in the previous battle was very strong, but compared to the Yatan, there were too many of them. NRRN, I'm not sure if I can last while protecting the population. Below the goal, children were being chased by the Yatan. They were running, screaming and crying, looking pitiful. Zednos stood from above and saw it and said, "Oh my god, it's not those kids. My skill cooldown hasn't ended yet. It's over." Toon appeared from afar. He rushed like a bow and arrow towards the Yatan soldiers. "What are you bastards doing in my territory?" When the Yatan soldiers saw Toon, they shouted, "Toon is Toon. Toon is the beast master. The patrol captain is ranked 35th on the previous overall ranking of 40th. The Yatan Shinto created a witch's rage and wrapped it tightly around him, saying that if you are a foreigner, you will die with us, so let's release magic chains to control him. When Toon saw it, he got mad and shouted loudly, "Why do you guys dare to do this to me? Are you kidding me? Are you guys trying to hold me back?" Having finished speaking, the Toon shouted to the Lord of Heaven and immediately a giant eagle appeared. When the Yatan gods saw it, they were bewildered and surprised that it was an eagle. He had just turned into a bird. He is definitely a cursed pagan. Hurry up and shoot him down immediately. Before the Yatans could stop being surprised, Toon continued to transform into the king of beasts. A lion with a head XXL size several times larger than Yatan's boss appeared. It furiously gnawed a Yatan soldier in its mouth to warn anyone who dared to touch its territory. This is the end of suffering. Zednos and Layla stood on the wall and happily praised him for being really great. He's quite hot-tempered, but there's no need to discuss his abilities. Right now, there are a few Yatan soldiers holding chain medicine moving towards Zednos and Layla. When Layla sees it, she screams in panic, "Zednos is behind you." But before they could do anything, they were already killed. Faker promptly appeared at the right time to save the two of them. His face seemed cold but he was very considerate of others. He reminded Zednos and Layla to be careful. The two of them saw that Faker had just saved their life and were happy to thank him. Faker thanked him. Suddenly the main gate of the castle was broken. A voice rang out telling Zednos and Zodnos, Layla to leave this place to me now. You two should hurry and assist the others in the village. You said there are more than a dozen high-ranking followers, right? The famous Shin Youngwoo appeared. He said, "My body has been yearning to move for a long time, since being punished and cutting off contact, but I'm sure this much competition is enough to make up for it. Training days are lacking." Jishuka and Vantner ran like crazy on the roofs of the buildings. Over here, Vantner is using a knife and axe to destroy the Yatan Shinto. Jishuka quickly ran to tell Vantner, "Vantner, please put your head down quickly." After saying that, Jishuka raised his bow and arrow and shot towards the Yatan soldiers. Vantner saw that Jishuka was about to shoot these goons and he said to keep your strength. "Jishuka, you should use your skills on the roof of the castle where you can see everything. I'll take you into the castle from here." Before Vantner finished speaking, 2 arrows rushed into the Yatan soldiers, killing them before they could yawn. Vantner was regretfully wanting to kill a few more people when Jishuka shouted loudly, "Go quickly, your health is already very low. Your testing power is like shit because you invested it all in your power, you stupid guardian knight." Vantner then suffered a cut on his canopy and gritted his teeth in pain, thinking, damn it, I already regret building an index like that. My damage right now isn't that high compared to my stats. Vantner looked inside the castle wall and thought, we still haven't reached the corner of the castle wall inside. The Yatan temple has never been this strong of an opponent. Surely there is someone in charge who can influence the stats around here. Suddenly a purple flash appeared. It was a man with an old, ugly appearance holding a flute and blowing magical notes. He said, you were pagans who defeated Malachus and caused many damages to the temple. The sound coming out was the sound of a flute filled with black magic that caused loss of concentration and imbalance. Your evasion has decreased to 0%, your accuracy has decreased by 60%, casting ability has increased to Z times. These effects will last until the star sound stops. He was playing the flute and thinking that I will definitely make you pay. The sound of the magic flute now echoed around Vantner. He gritted his teeth thinking that the completely overwhelming power could not be compared to Malachus. This guy who was their leader, our entire guild struggled to defeat Malachus. We wouldn't be able to defeat them with just the two of us. Suddenly, Ibeline flew from nowhere and used a medical axe to slash at the person who was emitting a magical flute sound, disrupting everything. He said to Vantner, go ahead Vantner, the second in command of Overgeared will stop it. But Ibeline could not escape the sound of that dark magic flute. Soon he had to kneel at Malachus's feet. He looked at Ibeline who was being subdued and laughed loudly. I saw someone trying to cause a little damage to me. That action was just as pathetic as your sword. Vantner and Jishuka on this side saw the same scene and exclaimed, oh Ibeline. Malachus still played the flute and threw his magic weapon at Ibeline and said, blame your own incompetence for daring to hold me back with your weakness, you pagans. Faker saw him pull out his sword and fly towards Malachus. Malachus was also injured quite a bit at this time. He said to the Faker, if your sword can also cut me, it seems impressive. Faker saw that he still hadn't said anything and looked angry, saying it was just a scratch. As for Ibeline, that flute causes countless adverse effects, including reduced accuracy. Vantner saw the power of Faker and said, Faker is good if we cooperate with the four of us, but Ibeline said, no, you guys should go first. The other members will arrive soon and we are better suited to holding him off. Faker gritted his teeth looking at Vantner and Jishuka said, there are many enemies to defeat besides him. Vantner, you have many missions to do. As for Vantner, tears fell from his eyes in pain as he responded that the responsibility of a guardian knight is to protect his master. After speaking, Vantner rushed inside the wall and Jishuka also chased after him like lightning. He said to Jishuka, Jishuka, try to catch up with me and we will rush through. The fire is still burning brightly. Inside the wall, two Yatan soldiers are holding swords and threatening Smith. If you weren't with the arrogant people, you probably would have been spared. Your crime of making weapons for pagans will be rewarded with death. Baron's Renf worker, please quickly repent in the afterlife. Smith heard that even though his face was injured everywhere, he was not afraid to tremble, but instead replied loudly, ha ha, I don't even know what's going on. I was too focused on work. However, we have nothing to regret. After being inspired by a young man a few months ago and I put all my energy into it for the first time in my life, I succeeded in creating the special Yafa arrow. Tears of joy fell as he said that after 50 years of being a low-level blacksmith, now I can finally witness the stage where fire and hammer become one. I don't feel ashamed when come down and see your teacher. Before Smith could finish speaking, two Yatan soldiers were stabbed from behind by two arrows, causing his blood to spurt out. Smith also looked surprised and didn't know what was going on. A completely covered man appeared, holding a sharp arrow in his hand. It's been a while since I last stabbed someone with an arrow, right? By the way, this arrow. Very strong, old Smith. He held the arrow in front of the smith. He might have to wait a long time to see his teacher again. Smith saw the person standing in front of him and his eyes widened. It was Grid. Why did you appear here? Grid came closer and helped Mr. Smith sit up. He excitedly said, I worked hard while thinking of you. I can't believe that now we can meet again here. After hearing this, Grid replied, is this an arrow? You did a good job. He smiled widely and told Smith, this special Yafa arrow that you made is absolutely amazing. I am sure this is the best one that exists after achieving enlightenment with his footsteps. Dark. Smith, who is now a high-level blacksmith after a lifetime of being a low-level blacksmith, he was desperately feeling the greatness of the grid. After listening, he coughed a few times. It was really embarrassing. I can finally become the blacksmith I wanted to be.
Mr. Smith said as he cried. His tears poured out like rain as if he had been able to express all his thoughts for so long. I have always wanted for many years. I wanted to be work.
Grid felt choked up when he heard it. He gently called out to the old man Smith, sobbingly and affectionately. Suddenly the array of magic works. You are deeply moved by the old blacksmith's desire to push beyond his limits with determination and passion. Grid is surprised to see his emotional quest. Blacksmith 5 has been initialized. Blacksmith Sentiment 5. You appreciate Pagma's human ideal of using blacksmithing to benefit others. You want to reward the blacksmith for reminding you that you have a fruit. The blacksmith's heart is as hot as fire but as strong as iron and steel. The quest reward is the blacksmith's emotional skill and the condition for completing the smith's smithy protection quest. Smith was a hard worker and a late bloomer, so he had the potential to become an artist, and helping him live longer would bring many benefits. If the quest fails, the smith's life will not be extended. Your blacksmith's affection can increase the skill level of an NPC blacksmith by 1 to 5 levels if you have enough sympathy for them. Good. Blacksmiths who receive your teachings will be loyal to you forever and share new item designs with them each time they receive them. Grip now searched his memories and thought back to the same situation as that time, like when he intervened when Khan was robbed in Winston and received the blacksmith's anger. Grid quickly went to see the condition of the blacksmith's wound. Old Smith's wound is not too deep, so please keep it tight. You want to continue working properly, right? And to do that, you need this smithy, right? Smith saw Grip turn away and quickly asked where he was going. Grid held his face and thought he didn't have the habit of being a good person, but I guess clearing a pebble on the path of his passion wasn't a big deal. Grid then turned to face Smith and said, I think this place will be a bit noisy now for you to work in your golden age. I'll go kick those pebbles away. Having said that, a series of quests appeared in front of the Grid. The love quest of Blacksmith 5. You who have succeeded with Pagma's skills and will, you appreciate my ideals. Pagma's people use blacksmithing to benefit others. You are touched by the dream of the young blacksmith who has surpassed his limits in his years of life. You want to reward that blacksmith for reminding you that you have a heart as hot as fire and as strong as iron. Scene changed to the northern suburbs. In the northern suburbs, suddenly a blue light appeared to attack Tobin. Tobin saw that even though his whole body was injured, he still tried to use an iron shield to block it to minimize the damage. He blocked it and thought, thinking, why am I taking so much damage from fire attacks? Regis is stuck in the city, and Pawn is busy handling high-end items at the west gate. The remaining members can't come help him at this time. This guy is so strong, he is the 5th Balak of the Yatan Church. Balak saw that Tobin was trying to resist and laughed out loud. In that state, what's the use of blocking the attack? Tobin still tried his best to painfully think that even if he could block his sword, his passive skills were still too strong, dealing 500 damage per second while the average health of a level player was 250 is only about 20,000. Blocking the attack doesn't help either, and because it deals damage over time, fire resistance doesn't seem to be effective. I have to get out of his attack range and hold him off until other teammates arrive. Balak saw it and said, are you trying to widen the distance? You made a useless decision. Tobin was blown out. As he spoke, he used his sword and axe to slash at Tobin. At first, I was a bit proud because there was only one person to stop me, but now I feel satisfied, considering that this person is a holy knight who can stand against everyone. The voice of the devil. Balak slashed repeatedly at Tobin. He had now suffered 3,900 damage, but was not satisfied, so he continued to slash, causing injuries to Tobin all over his body. The ghost was no longer a ghost, but he was also no longer a demon. He had now reached the point of death, critical for 7,980 damage. Tobin was gritting his teeth in pain at this time, but he still felt strange. He had clearly used all the buff skills, but his damage was still too high. He had to quickly think of something to do. Seriously injured, Tobin did not succumb to the neon shield technique. A mass of dirt, rocks and mud mixed together rose from the ground and attacked straight towards Balak. The more Balak tried to escape, the deeper he sank into this feeling like he was stuck in the mud. He looked at Tobin with sharp, fiery eyes. mocking that everything would be much simpler if you accepted death and became a slave of our god Yatan. Those despicable tricks come from greed, and greed, your greed makes me disgusted. Even though Tobin was defeated by Balak, he still arrogantly laughed and said, "Ha ha, so you better prepare yourself because there are still many despicable tricks waiting for you." Suddenly, Tobin's teammates appear, quickly use special techniques to finish him off. Having finished speaking, the three of them joined forces to attack this green-headed demon with double attacks, ultimate attacks, and moon slashes. As soon as the great move was released, a muscular guy appeared to avoid the useless guys. If the ultimate skill can only do this, then all of you should retreat to the back post and fight the thugs. Saying that, he unleashed a ecstatic slash. A tiger appeared and rushed like an arrow towards the Balak. The slash dealt 1350% damage to the target. When the Balak saw it, he disdainfully said that first it was a group of pagans, and now it was a beast. I intended not to avoid it to respect your efforts, but the sound of old Nibiris's flute did not allow that to happen. I appreciate you valuing me and that old man, but don't underestimate our disciples. Because they will engulf you in hellfire. He then used a hellfire attack that made everything around him constantly shake and move. The scene changes to inside the city. At this time, the disciples' stats increase by 50%, thanks to the support of God Yatan. The soldiers saw this and said to each other that God Yatan is protecting us, let's kill all these infidels. The Yatan soldiers flew towards Jishaka and said, she is the leader, quickly attack her. Vantner saw the situation and went to protect Jishaka with both hands and two swords to fight them. First, you should step over my corpse too. Many soldiers died at the hands of the pagans, causing the Yatan soldiers to panic. These disciples became noticeably stronger due to that fire. I didn't even have time to drink the magic potion. Further recovery of the flute of Nibiris has made us much weaker. At this time, Jishuka was also suffering damage. Vantner thought that a guardian's responsibility was to protect his master. There was no other way. Jishuka heard this and immediately asked Vantner what he was planning to do. Vantner sadly turned back and said, it's humiliating to admit that I failed to protect you. To turn this situation around, I must get you safely inside the city. Even though it's hopeless, even if there's only a 1% chance I have to do it, please use me. Vantner used all his protector's strength to open a path forward. The fighting was still fierce. Vantner screamed, he just wanted to kill them all. On this side, the Yatan soldiers still don't know what's going to happen. They're gathering their strength and magic to kill all those pagans. The end is near. Die and receive God Yatan's punishment. Vantner was running like crazy towards them and said to go quickly, Jishuka. Vantner went up to fight the Yatan. But it didn't take long before Jishuka had to rush in to save Vantner.
Vantner fought those demons alone and was injured, and losing was inevitable, making Jishuka angry and shouting at Vantner, see, I told you it would be better to let Garcia be a bodyguard than that impulsive guy. It's your house. I already knew about this from the moment you asked to be the defender, even though you were always the attacker in LTS.
Your stats are ruined because you spend all your points on strength to compensate for your weak attack ability. From now on, remember to allocate your stats appropriately. But this made Vantner crazy. What are you doing? I should be the one to protect you. Now that you protect me like this, what can I do anymore? I even took a risk, even his life. Jishuka smirked and said, losing experience points after death is equally dangerous for everyone. Plus we are rankers, so it may take several years to recover after losing experience points. Either way, if you weren't here, I would have died, because half of the Yatan Church's forces must have gathered here. The process of gaining more experience is also the strength of the guild. If death cannot be avoided, I will use Fire Phoenix arrows to destroy as many as possible. This helps the remaining members of the guild save their fighting power. Jishuka was raising her bow and arrow and preparing to shoot when a voice came to stop her. Jishuka and Vantner looked up at the sky in surprise. A person covered in black clothes. I don't know who it is. Grid stood in front of the two people and said, why did everyone have to die? Jishuka looked at the Grid and angrily said, it was too late, you bastard. Grid's big eyes covered his mouth as he looked at Jishuka and said sorry. When Vantner saw it, he also screamed, that guy finished making the armor for your brother. So he can't leave, thanks to you. He was beaten to a pulp. If you're a bodyguard, if you can't protect others, then you still do it. What can you eat? After listening, Grid said, stop screaming. Put this on. You can continue fighting now, Vantner shouted back. He turned off the text, he was eating his food, and continued. What kind of fight? Over here, the Yatan soldiers are armed with bows and arrows and say they're already dead, but they still have a status card standing there, flirting, die quickly, you infidels. However, as soon as their bows, arrows and medical techniques were released, they were blocked by a barrier. They were confused as to what they were so surprised about. Was it being countered by a barrier? The Grid shirt given to Vantner exudes armor. Its rarity is legendary. Item durability 574 out of 574, defense 861, speed -4%, weight 1920. It reduces damage by up to 60% if health is over 60%, has the ability to increase defense against slashing attacks by 30% and has a high chance of neutralizing slashing attacks that create resilient skills. Resilient when health is lower than 5%, instantly restores 20% of health and can completely block enemy attacks. Cooldown time is 30 hours. Among the equipment made by Craftsman Forging, this is the second product with emotions. Because of the anxiety caused by being neglected during the manufacturing process, it is filled with the desire to not be abandoned again, which affects the wearer. There was someone who had a grudge against its creator but wasn't brave enough to show it. Vantner saw it and thought to himself that even though he had great defense, the point worth mentioning was his resilient skills. It's as good as the power of a defender's ultimate skill that can negate an attack, including ultimate skills. It's a bit difficult to use it at the time you want, but it still has instant vitality recovery effect. Vantner smiled happily and said, greedy, thank you. I will rush through all of them. Follow me, Jishuka. Grid asked the two of them if it was because of the two guys at the east and north gates that everyone was pushed back only by the disciples. Jishuka heard it and replied yes. How did he know their location? Grid thought deeply that, thanks to his increased insight, he was able to see the situation better, but he told Jishuka that I had my own way and you two were fine, right? I'm going to leave this place to you too. The scene changes to the northern outskirts. The Balak looked at the burning goal and said, at this rate this pathetic land will be burned to ashes in less than a day. Ha ha, close range attackers will not be able to fight this fire. As for long range attackers, my continuous blasts of hellfire are too much to bear. Right, I was planning on giving you a taste of sword dance, but your body is so damaged that it's no longer fun to play. Tobin stood here thinking that he couldn't expect reinforcements because Rigas and Pan were being held back by high-ranking disciples, and he couldn't earn many experience points because he was dragged everywhere by greed, but after this incident, my experience will drop even more miserably. The only one who can overcome those passive skills and attack is the Toon. But just relying on the Toon alone doesn't have enough attack power. Damn, I wish I could make up for that lack of attack power. If so, even if I had a defender I could still help create opportunities. A giant sword flew down from the winch. Make Tobin wonder if this is Dane's life. Tobin happily smiled and shouted greedily. Grid looked down and said, it seems like that green fireworks guy is the boss. Look at that facade. There are 5 guild members here. So with that weapon you can probably handle it, right? There's still a boss at the west gate, so I'm going there to help. Tobin saw Grid leaving and shouted, wait, be greedy. The requirement to use your great sword is level 250, strength 1800 and high level swordsmanship. Even if I'm not level enough, no one can meet these 3 conditions. Grid looked down and said there was someone, although I don't like him very much, you can trust him this time. A voice echoed out, you're just a guy pretending to be a low-level blacksmith to hide your identity. I don't like you at all. However, this is the butcher's sword that I've been looking for a long time, but this is starting to get interesting. Hot News Satisfy reports that this is the current situation of Baron City under attack from the Yatan Church. The Zadaka Guild is known to be one of the strongest guilds fighting back against very dangerous situations. The important point is that the 2 strongest members of the guild, Rigas and Pan, are being held in the inner city and the western suburban gate. Several hundred disciples whose stats have been enhanced by hellfire will definitely be a huge obstacle for them. Due to their overwhelming numbers, they would need a support team from the city center to be able to defeat the disciples. However, the only ones in the center were Layla and Zednos, who were providing support from the inner city walls. The Jishuka had moved through the town and entered the inner city wall. Because she is an archer, she will be able to slow down the enemy's attack speed. Jishuka entered the voice and saw Zednos and Layla struggling to fight. Seeing her, she apologized to me for being late. Zednos said to Jishuka, "It's fine for you to join us, but shouldn't you defeat the gods of Yatan first?" Jishuka replied, "No need to worry about Niberius. And I think we don't need to worry about Balak either." In the northern suburbs, a sword swooped down, making Balak laugh and ask, "Ha ha, who was that brat just now? Do you think a sword can save you? The only chance for you to repent is to accept death and rebirth as a disciple of Yatan." So they started fighting again. The blue-haired guy said to Sandra, "It's too dangerous. Sandra, you have to leave here quickly." Vantner on this side had completed his mission and rushed over to tell me to come and assist everyone. Tobin saw Vantner wearing the armor and asked Vantner in surprise if that was the same armor. Vantner answered yes, although it was a bit late, "But I'm here, and so is he, so it's time. Clean them up." Vantner used his sword to rush towards the Yatan cult. Many soldiers were injured. They screamed and quickly retreated. That sword had magic. Blood kept pouring out from the wound. Ibeline saw it and said, "This is not a magic sword. It looks a little cursed, so be careful not to get caught on the thorns." Ibeline thought to himself that the only way he could help Faker right now was to hold off those disciples, but would he be okay alone? Faker went to Malicus and the flute to destroy the magic of that flute. Faker thought to himself, "The sound of this flute is already having a hard time standing, not to mention that his accuracy has also been seriously reduced. But the worst thing is that I have 0% ability to dodge attacks. I can't fight him." Malicus used his sharp sword to stab the Faker, seriously injuring him. He said, "You were fast but lack strength." He raised his hands to the sky and practiced magic while playing the flute and criticizing the Faker. It was a pity. If you were willing to use the dark magic that infects everything and take full advantage of its power, things would be different. After you are reborn, remember to consider that. Malicus's eyes are now like two fires burning inside him, successfully creating black flame magic and then quickly flying towards the Faker. Heart-colored flames flared up. Ibeline saw the black flame rushing towards him and Faker shouted loudly so that Faker would quickly know how to avoid it. "Faker!" Suddenly, a foot appeared and that person blew away everything, making it impossible for the black flame wind to attack anyone. When Faker saw it, he was surprised and said, "Wow, everyone has gotten stronger." Before, everyone attacked at the same time but still had to struggle to defeat Malicus. Suddenly Grid came closer and said to Faker, "But if a young assassin like him cannot defeat an old man, he will become the laughing stock of the world." Faker saw the image in front of him and said in surprise, "That Grid is that Grid." Faker then turned to face Grid and replied, "Don't keep thinking about it, it's just that my skills are being reduced due to the negative effect of the flute." Before Faker could finish speaking, Grid immediately flew up. He said to Ibeline, "Ibeline, take Faker away, the area just now is about to be destroyed." Malicus saw Grid flying up and laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, a magician can also fly. I hope you realize that you are facing a great magician." If Grid hears it, it's okay to answer, "Okay, if you're the one who caused all this, you're pretty strong. It seems that you are quite complacent and perfect to become my test subject. I would like to ask you a favor." Grid raised his sword and said he needed to try out this new product, so he died too soon, but it was a mistake. When Ibeline saw Grid's sword, he was startled and surprised. "Wow, what is that? Is that Grid's new great sword? It's so big." Malicus saw it and said, "A magician uses a great sword, and what kind of ridiculous size is this? It's too vulgar. Ha ha, you don't have confidence after defeating Malicus, but don't think I just as weak." After hearing this, Grid said contemptuously, "Thanking you for your warning." Having finished speaking, I unleashed a succession of great moves such as Pagma sword dance and continuous promotion. The old man paused for a moment. When the old man saw it, he looked bewildered and said to himself, "Is it not just an ordinary great sword?" The previous move made the old man unable to react. Grid continued to release the black flame wind. This move is so powerful that it penetrates even the black flame wind. What an extraordinary power. But the old man unleashed a black cold spell. This move of his surprised Grid, not expecting him to be that strong. The old man looked at Grid and said, "Ha ha, you're not even worthy of being my entertainment." Grid said seriously again, "Okay, now that you're done laughing, let's fight seriously." Grid wore holy light armor that had the side effect of activating dark magic resistance and then continued to cast the deadly Pagma sword weapon. The old man was startled when he saw it, thinking that it was impossible for the light attack to have no effect, and this attack. "It's so strong that I can't fight it." Suddenly, where did a monster like this come from? Grid and the sword were flying towards the old man. Suddenly the old man unleashed a gravity reversal. Grid got angry when he saw it. He reversed gravity. His killing power was wasted and there was no way to resist the sudden reversal of gravity. Why does this guy have so many skills? The old man looked at Grid and announced that the situation was reversed. "Now it's your turn to be beaten." As soon as he finished speaking, he cursed and black thunder and black water were continuously released by him. He thought again and now saw that his armor was imbued with holy energy. It seemed like it could resist dark magic but not 100%. The medical kit continuously reported Grid's injury index. You had suffered 1,160 damage. A few seconds later the damage had increased to 1,230. Grid thought to himself, "Damn, thanks to the armor and vibranium, I was not seriously damaged, but at this rate, I'll just become a punching bag for him. Okay, if gravity is reversed then I will go along with it. The sky is the ground." Suddenly Grid shouted that "I'm tired of being a sandbag" and then performed the Pagma lean sword dance move. Gravity inversion recovery. "Ha ha, now gravity is back to normal and it's so annoying. You just made me waste 3 skills in a row. Do you know how much effort I spent on trash?" Satisfy News continues to update information. Here is the hot news. Satisfy again. There is a report to an anonymous player who is said to be a descendant of Pagma has been revealed. It seems that Baron Citadel is gradually regaining control, thanks to appearance of this person. However, the fact that this highly anticipated player was overwhelmed by Ninorus, caused many people to criticize the legendary job, Lamau, how legendary is it lol, such a legendary fighter, haven't you seen the news? He's a blacksmith, maybe it's because of his profession. He has those skills but this guy is so stupid. Thieves are animals. Wake up ho ho. As a special commentator and the person ranked 3rd on the current total rankings, how do you feel, Chris? Chris answered frankly, looking at the great sword he threw at the north gate, it seemed like Pagma's successor and the murderer were the same person. The commentator asked the question again, pretending I was asked directly. Currently, there is a lot of criticism about his ability. If compared to you, who is stronger? Chris replied, based on this situation, he is stronger than me in conquering skills. Because I don't have enough attack power to easily defeat the hidden boss Niberius, and because it's a legendary class, it means his default stats will be higher than mine, however. Then a handsome guy commented on this matter. I refused to confirm that I was superior to him in PvP skills. His control ability was very bad and his techniques were also very simple. Currently, I don't know how strong those skills are, because the Pagma sword dance skill is still being avoided by the enemy and cannot be hit yet, right? Moving on to the tough fight between Old Man Malicus and Grid. Old Man Malicus looked at Grid and said, a strange armor and a small disc. You also have a lot of equipment. I think you should feel humiliated, because of my lack of skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man unleashed a black storm. Grid's eyes widened when he saw it. The black storm was the skill Yari used in the Yatan meeting, but this one was much stronger. An explosion erupted. Grip was angry and could no longer control his emotions. He stomped his foot on the ground, causing the entire ground around him to crack. What the hell are these skills? Shut up, damn it. If you're good at it, say that after defeating me with full equipment. Having said that, Grid unleashes a perfect holy shield with legendary difficulty that has a high chance of being completely resistant to dark magic. But of course Grid did not give up. He also prepared to attack. Grid looked at the old man who was forming a ball into an eye shape and was stunned. What a ball! If you continuously pour magic into the ball, you can cast spells without chanting. It's like a magician's guaranteed solution. On this side, the commenters who follow the hot news continue to say that I'm pretty sure that the top 20 players in the rankings also think the same as me because of something that goes beyond professions or equipment. It's fighting skills. Outside the west gate of Baron Castle, Pawn's figure was still continuing the battle. He stepped up wide, his golden shoes rubbing against the ground, creating a great force, taking a fighting stance, then shouted loudly, materializing. He jumped high, his attack and spear pointed towards the enemy, creating aura around him. Purple and white illusion, there were violent screams, he was surprised, was it an illusion? There were only rustling sounds around him, caused by the techniques left behind. Pawn calmed down, observed carefully, thinking to himself, his accuracy had increased because the flute had stopped playing, it's a bit slow but is slowly disappearing. In a situation where his life was hanging by a thread, he still held his spear high, looking at the men in black. He couldn't believe his eyes, but thoughts appeared in his head. I can't believe I'm fighting alone with so many level 200 high-level followers. I've really gotten stronger since the fight with Malachus. That's the result of me focusing on leveling up, but still. These things would be very difficult without this galleon. This new equipment is like giving the guild wings. After that, he shouted and raised his spear to continue fighting. Because he believed in himself, believed in everyone, I was sure everyone would agree. On this side, the sounds of clattering weapons were heard. A great battle between Vantner and the masked man was taking place, surrounded by a mess with loud explosions. Vantner continuously swung his axe to attack the other person, causing him to step back and fight back. The bright blue flames, radiating from the masked man, burned Vantner's body, making it difficult for him to resist and complain. KHH, you bastard, it's too hard to eat, this fire, it's so annoying. Suddenly, there was a sound from below. Wantner, don't get too close, that fire does more damage than you think, the blonde knight advised Wantner. Wantner saw that, raised his axe and said confidently, you underestimate this armor, that's nothing, anymore. I just received a good product, if I don't use it properly, it will be a waste. Having finished speaking, Wantner transformed into a giant wolf monster, bared his sharp fangs and growled. Continuously launched dangerous attacks towards the masked man. The other guy could only resist helplessly. The blonde knight now had bloody scratches on his face, but watching that scene he silently exclaimed, they possessed great fighting skills, but their equipment was preventing them from reaching their potential, their ultimate abilities. However, receiving equipment has increased their eliteness. Grid. The equipment you make has more meaning than just stats or skills. A crackling sound seemed to tear through the sky and earth. The purple-white light stabbed straight into the ground, causing a loud explosion. The fourth generation apostle of the Yatan temple is casting magic. The two magics stored in my orb are the strongest magics, using 3 different types of magic. Old Neberius recited the magic spell, causing the red eyeball to be surrounded by black and purple gas cages. The old man was sweating and complacent. Using just one of the 3 was enough to defeat all the pagans. This idiot, who relied on his toys, was not a big deal. But no, reality is still just his imagination. Grid's determined eyes shone brightly, rushing straight into the battle he laid out, sparkling golden light shining around him. The old apostle was suddenly bewildered and wondered how he dared to attack his ultimate skill. Isn't it just a piece of trash armor? That shield from before is also the strongest holy shield I've ever seen, the old man thought in panic, still continuing to cast magic. The old man widened his eyes in anger and shouted that even so, your ordinary item has no real power, the power of suppressive magic is the greatest form of power. Then recite the mantra, Black Storm of Chaos. Dense blasts of magic continuously attacked in one direction, gaining momentum. He proudly said, you don't think there is another magic in the ball, do you? You will be torn into 100 pieces. The streaks of light flashed across his face, his eyes widening, along with the items that you trusted so much. Realizing something was wrong, Grid passed the second magic battle, suffered up to 14,300 damage, and moved closer to the old man. The old man couldn't believe the truth and panicked. It couldn't be, he had gone beyond this. How is that possible? He should have been cut into 100 pieces. The old man shouted incredulously, what are you? Who is the owner of those ridiculous creations? Grid replied contemptuously, "You crow a lot for someone weaker than the Pope. Why so? Are you jealous that your skills have no effect?" Neberius now had no magic left, exhausted and knelt down, secretly worried. There was no more magic left in the ball and my magic power was exhausted. I could no longer use magic power. The old man's expression of fear and confusion gradually appeared. "I lived a long time, thanks to the blessing of God Yatan, and gathered knowledge for 123 years, but I have never seen such an unreasonable immortal." Suddenly, he created a formation, a black shield. The atmosphere gradually turned purple and black as ink. Around there were rocky outcrops. In the sky was a purple diamond formation shining down on the ground. Grid immediately prepared himself for battle. Surprised, with a diamond shield, the old man smiled smugly. "Ha ha ha, this defensive magic will show you, you will never be able to break it. I don't think I have to retreat just because of a brat." Grid saw the old man using teleportation magic to try to run away, so he only raised his sword in response. That teleportation magic probably took a bit of time. He asked, "Anyway, you can't use tricks to deflect my attacks anymore, right?" "Kuaha, you talk as if you still have skills to use. Do you think that simply swinging that sword will break this double barrier?" As the water encroached on me, I laughed even louder. Grid raised his sword to show his agreement. "Yes, the cooldown time is still very long, with the connection surpassing the limit, connecting and killing. But a normal attack is enough, because this greatsword has a legendary level." He swung a normal attack, but it was extremely powerful and beautiful. Gauntlet of Light, activates 5 consecutive attack effects, fails, then activates 5 consecutive attack effects again. At this point, he couldn't believe his eyes anymore, wondering, what, it's not a skill, he just swung the sword. Breaking the shield, Grid roared with murderous intent, preparing to deliver a dangerous blow. With a whoosh, the old man's right arm flew several feet away. The system rang, failed, activating the halving effect. The halving effect can cause 800% attack power to a certain target. Several parts of the O'Hare target's body are split in half to cause a disadvantageous status. Cooldown is 300 seconds. Being hit by fatal attacks, the old apostle could only cry out pitifully, "No, it's impossible, it's impossible." It wasn't until the moments between life and death that he realized that the other guys were stronger than we thought, but this rat was on a completely different level, like that bastard Yura, the godly man, Yatan chooses even though he's just a pathetic person. The old man barely breathed out his last words. "That terrible divine power is the Temple of Rebecca. I heard that there is a mysterious temple in the Temple of Rebecca, responsible for training Rebecca's daughters and assassination holy knights. Are you the holy knight of the Temple of Rebecca?" Grid laughed happily when asked. "Ha ha, I'm not a holy knight, I'm just Overgeared, the person you've always looked down on. Now then, get lost." Having said that, he brought out his sword and stabbed it through Neberius's stomach, with the sound of wind ending his life, at the last moment of his life. That old apostle still couldn't imagine. "Why, how could I die at the hands of an infidel? I must, for the sake of God Yatan, be reborn, in hell." The system's ringing sound rang out, congratulating you on defeating the 4th apostle of the Yatan temple, Neberius, who performed biological experiments, to research black magic. Hearing that, Grid brandished his sword a few times. Grid received 67,131,050 experience points, and his reputation across the continent increased by 4,000 points from the system, until another dark magician appears. The black magic-wielding magicians of the Yatan temple will appear very slowly. Ting, ding, ting, you've leveled up, you've leveled up, you've leveled up. Youngwoo's system sound rang out. The level of hostility towards the Yatan temple has reached its maximum level. The popularity of the Rebecca temple has reached its maximum level. You will be welcomed when you visit a temple of Rebecca. The favorability towards the Dominion Shrine has increased by 2,000. Visiting a Dominion Shrine will help you receive blessings. Jadar Shrine favorability has increased by 1,400. Visiting a Jadar Shrine will grant you blessings. That's what Youngwoo received from the system after this mission. He sighed in relief. Phew, it's over, I defeated him. Youngwoo continues to receive more equipment. You have received Neberius's star tree and bracelet. You are happily surprised. Woohoo, good reward, old man. Not resting on his victory for too long, he told himself, I want to sit and look at these gifts, but it seems like cleaning this area is more urgent. Then, should I go and wipe them out? Youngwoo then picked up his sword and left. The scene changes to Vantner's place. He is still trying to defeat the blue-haired demon. Grid, Vantner called out when he saw him. He sat on the roof and asked, I finished cleaning this area so I came here, but it seems you're not done yet. The masked man heard that and thought to himself, he is the one who went to Neberius. Was Neberius defeated by him? He doesn't look that strong. When Vantner saw that he only cared about Grid, he got angry, shouted, and looked at me worriedly. The demon beast roared, making an attack. The sound of friction with the blade rang out. Clang, being suddenly attacked. The other man couldn't help but be startled. Grid stood there listening to the conversation, then added salt and pepper. Oh, you like that sword? Do you want to buy that trash from me? I'll sell it to you for 4 million gold. Vantner heard those tantalizing words and growled angrily. You called it trash while selling it for 4 million gold. Don't joke like that, calling what could easily be one of the most powerful weapons in existence. This guy is crazy. Having said that, Youngwoo immediately reminded him, finish him off. If you don't defeat him until I finish checking the things, I will see all the rewards. Okay. Vantner gritted his teeth angrily. We'll let you do that. The blonde knight who was treating the injured also said, Grid, I saw the notification window. You defeated Neberius. Grid nodded. Yes, that old man brought all the delicious things. Having finished speaking, Youngwoo immediately opened the bag to check. Neberius bracelet. There are no hidden functions at all. He picked it up, a legendary level flute, and said, this flute has a taste. This is how it is used. Jobs that specialize in buffs or debuffs are quite limited, but with this it doesn't matter anymore. He picked it up and played. The flute sounds rang out loudly, making both Vantner's family and animals stunned and screaming. Next, instructions for use rang out. Losing concentration, Vantner was secretly attacked by the masked man and cried out, Kiok. The wolf asked, is this true? Vantner also, yeah, that's right. Continuous reminder notifications from the system. You heard an annoying flute sound. All stats have decreased by 30%, making you vulnerable to adverse effects. This effect will last for 30 seconds. Youngwoo also had a headache and was sweating profusely because of that bastard. The masked man saw that his sword had been buffed in power, and smirked, Kuaha, so there are people that stupid among you. Thanks to you, this sword of mine will be even more interesting. With a flash, a sweet cut, the emerald sword he was proud of broke into many pieces, making him startled. Grid said, you like this sword, so what a pity, I have to clean up the mess I made, so understand. The masked man couldn't help but panic, wondering, his sword broke after just one blow? No, before that, the huge size and aura of that sword. Sure enough, Neberius was defeated by him. Still not seeing enough, Grid continued to prepare other attacks. Hey, I haven't really used killing yet, so I need you to try it out a bit. The masked man silently assessed that he was too dangerous. A pillar of light shot up into the sky. He realized that this battle had already been lost since Neberius was defeated. Before Grid could react, a beam of light flew straight into the sky, and he started to run away. Youngwoo cursed, damn, he runs so fast, it's so annoying that I can't use the ultimate skill. Youngwoo completed the love mission of the Blacksmith village. A glowing gem that could live for another 30 years appeared before his eyes. He smiled complacently, I guess this is good enough. After the invasion of Baron Castle ended, with the victory of the Zadaka Guild, all the money and effort the guild had spent on Baron Castle, during the past 20 days, so the loss was huge, but it's still thanks to Grid that the outcome of the incident was like this. And so, the media and groups all over the world, all talked about the masked man who defeated the Apostle of Yatan. The sky is blue, the atmosphere is peaceful, the houses are being renovated. As for Youngwoo, he just couldn't believe it. There are talks about Neberius being weakened by other guild members, and so, his fighting power and mana have decreased significantly, but being the center of attention is still very clear. In Miami, USA, there is a white villa on a cliff next to the blue beach. So this guy defeated level 300 Neberius. By the way, Asuka and Black Teddy were also defeated by the same guy. The one holding the fan up to cover his mouth said. The person next to me replied, I regret letting those two become experts. You still need to rely on Asuka's resources. The person holding the fan continued. Zabal Graven, suddenly standing up from his chair, said, We, the Snake Guild, will gather the strongest people in each profession, and build a new kingdom. We continue to conquer castles, take over hidden dungeons. A steady supply of legendary items will be guaranteed. Your appearance will attract a lot of attention, the guy holding the fan reminded. Graven smiled brightly and confidently said, I paid close attention to him because he was the only one who made legendary items, but it was a waste to do that to that idiot. Even now it's not true. In Barren Village, looking at people renovating their houses, Kiek sighed. It took months to develop, but it only took half a day to turn it all into ash, which is hard to hear. The Jishuka notification window popped up. An individual had appeared in Barren Village. She was happy again. At least this notification window is good news, because we are desperate, need a manager right now, but the required conditions are too difficult. The window gave her a hint. Her intelligence stat only increased if she was a commander, or managed a guild for a long time. My insight index is only 75, so this will be very difficult. Jishuka looked in one direction, wondering, I still have to go, right, to someone with a higher intelligence index than me. A moment later, Youngwoo asked confusedly, What, you want me to find an unknown talent? He raised his sword to the sky, then said to Jishuka, Don't you know I'm a blacksmith? Come on, Grid, don't you have a high intelligence stat? Jishuka begged him. She remembered, in the last battle, during the fight, Grid told her, Were you struggling with just some ordinary followers in the east and north attack? She said to Youngwoo, Can't you read the situation very quickly? Looking at the Lord sword in his hand, Youngwoo sighed and thought, This looks like an upgraded version of the Commander's sword, and this will also be troublesome. You were stunned by the glue spray. At Jishuka's beautiful gesture of winking and asking for help. Please help me a little, I will personally reward you, please. Grid blushed, his brain felt lightheaded, fascinated. Jishuka, why does she look so pretty? My heart beats so fast. Do I have a heart disease? He started to fantasize. Does she like me? Is this love? Cotton thought again. It was impossible. The girls other than Irene are all extremely dangerous. The Jishuka next to him didn't understand anything but was curious. What was that face? He immediately refused. No need. Just help Vantner and Toon. They didn't have enough money to pay for the armor and Dane's life. She opened the window, clicked open something. The guild's funds were exhausted, so please wait for them a bit. Oh, and take this, the guild members just collected recently. Having said that, immediately give the Grid 7 pieces of green orichalcum, 21 pieces of orichalcum and 55 pieces of black iron. Youngwoo received the items, opened the notification window, took a quick look, then asked, Are they extremely valuable? Are you giving them to me for free? You've given me all the resources and blueprints. Jishuka expressed, You are our person and the most valuable blacksmith. You are worthy, so I hope you, Grid, will consider this guild a good place to stay for you. Youngwoo smiled bitterly and thought to himself, I'm in the Zedaka Guild, not only because of this support, but they also acknowledge me and treat me very well. Suddenly, he came up with an idea, teasing Jishuka, If you want to be nice, call me Oppa or something. Aren't you only 24 years old? After hearing that, she asked and waved her hand. What, Oppa? The guild master can't use that word. Somewhere in the village, the ding-ting sound announcing Ian's score appeared. He looked like he was sweating profusely. Ian is working hard, while Grid is idle, increasing his intelligence. Wow, my intelligence has increased by 5 points. The stat growth rate is 2 times faster than the command sword. He thought to himself, Jude is really stupid. There are about 500 NPCs in the village, but my intelligence is increasing and I'm a knight candidate, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suddenly, Youngwoo received a text message request from Yura. He was surprised. Yura. Yura sent a message to Grik, saying, I watched the live stream of the Baron battle, so contacting you was a bit late. That masked person, is he a descendant of Pagma, in your guild? Youngwoo thought to himself, the battle was live streamed. Luckily I took precautions and wore a mask. He looked surprised. Oh, I guess so. Besides, why did you contact me? Yura added, I think I can take a look at that pet you mentioned. Additionally, I'm also curious about Pagma's descendants. Youngwoo asked confusedly. Aren't you an apostle of Yatan? My guild won't agree. Yura seemed to know that he would answer like that, and replied, I will disguise myself, so as long as you keep it a secret, everything will be fine. We have a pretty special relationship, don't we? You won't hold any grudge against me, right? After that, she asked Grid to meet her again in Barren Village. Tut, she hung up the phone. What do you mean by a special relationship? Don't say words that can be easily misunderstood. Youngwoo blushed furiously and said. Suddenly, a muscular guy walked up and said, there you are. Youngwoo turned around confused. Is it a Toon? Toon held up a huge sword to Grick, spitting as he held it. Then he said, I want this great sword, but I don't have enough money so I came to return it. I'm not rich enough to pay 4 million gold. Youngwoo took it, then said, if you ranked 40th on the overall rankings, aren't you very famous in your hometown? Don't you make a ton of money from the media? Other guild members also make money like that. Jishuka mentioned that she earned hundreds of millions. Toon turned away, as if embarrassed and expressed, I don't know about the other members, but I'm not popular. So, Wu looked at the sword in confusion. What? I don't understand. Toon was embarrassed and shouted, I said I was hated, so I didn't receive those offers. What I get is 10,000 gold after each hunt. Youngwoo saw the Toon karma, thought to himself, 10k gold, the top player's equipment costs at least 40k gold. At this level, his rank will soon drop because of the lost equipment limit. I think the top people are always rich, so I thought I'd lend it to him, but still, it's good that he came to return it. Toon hesitated and said softly, I use it because I used to be a swordsman, now I use my claws more often. Phew, he hesitated again. By the way, let me ask you, what did you think when you lent it to me? I can run away with it. Looking back at the first time we met, we really didn't have a good relationship, so let me give you a valuable weapon. Wu happily replied holding the sword, I still brought it back, no problem, and when you find any good designs and materials, bring them to me, if you can pay, I can make it for you. Suddenly, Toon's face seemed to find bright moonlight, shining with a sparkle, remembering his previous sinful life. My end result was a difficult life because I joined the mafia in Italy. I only stayed there for half a year and committed all kinds of crimes, probably only murder. I beat, loot, and destroy everything around me, repeating that endless cycle. Until my asexuality reached the vast world of Satisfy. A beautiful scene appeared in Toon's memory, with hanging mountains and water flowing from upstream to the sea, looking truly poetic and lyrical. It was a sight I had never seen before, and it sparked hope within me. I had to have my left eye gouged out to get off the ice, but in the end I was fine, because one eye is enough to see light. But even though we were reborn here, this is a completely different kind of society. The only language I know is violence. The place I ended up in was the alleys. The image of a young man confronting bad guys appears, but this is different from before. I have to do something. I have to join the guild and become the leader of the security team, and decided to take a step towards a different path. I swear that I will live a new life, if I can prove it to anyone. Those were all of the Toon's thoughts and feelings that he had kept hidden for so long. Toon told Grid, about how I treated you before. Wu laughed, it's nothing, just do better from now on. First of all, stop spitting, you look like an idiot. Toon seemed to come back to himself, saying, okay, I'll try to fix it. He thought to himself, with this guy, he is being kind without asking for any conditions. For the first time in his life I have seen him. Toon happily waved, okay, I'm going to work. Wu was helpless, his face darkened and he chased away. Oops, go away, don't make that weird face. Youngwoo was extremely confused. Why were Jishuka, Yura and that bastard all acting strange today? Am I becoming sensitive after focusing on finding talent or something? He thought to himself, think again, if this battle was live-streamed, wouldn't the Pavranium already be exposed to the public? I plan to hide it and put it in the animal race. I need to do something. At the smith's furnace. Grid, the old smith called out. Smith opened his arms to welcome Grid, but Grid was frightened and didn't understand what was going on. He shouted, what do you mean, stay there? Then, Wu put his hand on Smith's shoulder and said, Smith's feelings, You helped him increase his level. He was confused. Yuck. Grid, what's going on? Hee, it's okay, I'm not only a hero, but also an almighty hero. You're in your prime, so you'll be quite busy from now on, Wu said. Wu threw up 2 Pavranium pills. By the way, let me borrow this place for a bit. Of course you can relax. Smith looked at the 2 pills with wide eyes and replied. Youngwoo started working on it. Pavranium. It has weak attack power, because I made it a defensive form. Thinking of Malicus's barrier, I have too little, so at most I can only make 2 dagger blades. Anyway, there's no pet that can harm Pavranium, but I want to overwhelm other opponents even more. With a determined gaze, he determined to transform it into the strongest offensive form of Pavranium. Until sunset, the bird flew back to its nest outside the city gate. There was a person dressed in black, hiding behind a tree in the forest. Grid suddenly came out of nowhere, speaking in a teasing voice. She was covered in many layers. I guess enemy territory is scary after all. Even with Yura as strong as her, Yura was startled. She walked out. If that alone scared me, I wouldn't go to places where I'm so shy. If anyone recognizes me, things will only get more complicated. She looked straight at the Grid and said, there's no point in wasting time. Show me now, your pet. After that, Wu ran away and came back to tease Yura. Oh God, you're so cold, I want to tease you even more. I just finished it a few minutes ago, so I'll show it to you while it's still fresh. Yura was helpless and speechless. He waved his hand and said, okay, throw me a rock or something. On this side, she took out a pink stone, wondering, I don't see any animals. Are you ready? I trust your words, so I'll throw it. Whoosh, decisively, she threw it straight towards Grid. He said jokingly, hey, give it your all. If you throw that much, it won't appear. Bang, there was a sound of collision between the stone and Wu's shield. You're flattered, and I need to see your surprised face, Yura, piercing. With that said, boom, the stone exploded. The beams of light flying past Yura surprised her. Light beams point towards the Grid. You said, it's a form that was created with a lot of consideration. Grid was proud. It wasn't a pet that many people knew about. The beams of light accumulated, forming a bright mass, like a mini sun, which he called an obscure pet. She was half convinced, asking, is that a pet? No, but that light is. Suddenly, it exploded, causing both of them to be caught off guard and scream, ah. Dust flew everywhere. Youngwoo didn't understand what happened, wondering, what the heck, why did it suddenly explode? Suddenly, Sir Phoenix appeared, standing in front of Grid. Viscount Grid, are you okay? Grid asked in surprise. Mr. Phoenix, why are you here? There were footsteps again. A girl spoke up. I was returning to help my husband, who was struggling with the process of rebuilding the Baron. Then I saw him and thought he was meeting someone outside the village. But Master Phoenix recognized her as the 8th apostle of the Yatan Temple, the ones who kidnapped me. What happened? Grid. Irene raised her hand to her chest and asked worriedly. Youngwoo sprayed glue, fell silent, thinking, is it Irene? What kind of luck is happening today? What the hell? Irene asked Grid, my husband, why are you with this person? He didn't know what to do. He hesitantly replied, Irene, me. When Ura heard that next to her, many questions appeared in her mind. Did she just call him her husband? So the person who married the Princess of Winston is Grid. Phoenix looked at Yura as if he had been holding grudges for a long time. He raised his sword, roared with murderous intent, and shouted loudly, she is the enemy who has taken the lives of hundreds of our soldiers, then asked Grid to explain clearly. Youngwoo is very awkward right now, trying to find a way to relieve himself. Why at this right time? If I'm misunderstood as having an affair, then Irene's good feelings towards me will be lost. I have to do something about it. Thinking about it, he launched a blow towards Yura. He intentionally missed, deflecting to Yura's left. Bang! A small explosion occurred. Yura didn't have time to react. He could only look at the attack. Grid angrily cursed at Yura. You cunning person. You intend to approach me to find an opportunity to attack my wife, right? Yura heard a thunderbolt strike in her ears, wondering if she was cunning. Even though she didn't understand what happened, she still said the last words before leaving. I sympathized and forgave him, even though I still didn't understand his feelings very well, but these golden needles are quite similar to 2 golden discs, which a mysterious person used in the recent battle against Yatan. Grid also didn't understand what Yura was saying. She said goodbye to him and left. I'm going now. After seeing your pet, I have somewhat guessed your secret. You are definitely a valuable asset to the Southern Dynasty. Legendary transfer player, Pagma Successor. Yura recited the incantation, flew, and soared for a moment. Grid was a bit frightened when he saw it. The other person left. Irene fell to the ground, her hands supporting her chest, breathing heavily. Wu immediately comforted Irene. Everything is fine. She must have been very scared. Since I'm here, she doesn't have to worry about anything. He smiled and said to Yura. A few days later, at a majestic castle, Jishuka was bowing her head in gratitude to Irene. Thanks to your support and assistance, we have restored most of Barren Village. I will not forget this favor, but will repay it when everyone needs it. Irene politely replied, since everyone is Grid's friends, this is something we should do. I hope everyone can continue to be a reliable support for my husband. If everything is okay here, we will now bring people back to Winston. Please continue to protect Barren Village, Baron Jishuka. On this side, Wantner stood behind the Grid, furious, gritting his teeth. Wantner said sarcastically, you look so excited, Grid, you must stay in the inner city while Miss Irene is here, enjoying your honeymoon. It must be great. Grid was furious and said straight to Wantner's face, if you don't know what's going on, shut your mouth. Wantner, do you know the feeling of happily cuddling each other in bed every night, only to have to endure fat rising to your mouth but not being able to eat? How painful it is. Wantner stiffened. What are you talking about? Grid imagined last nights. Even though he was in the same bed with Irene, Grid was quiet and awkward. It turned out that he wanted to have sex as husband and wife, but he couldn't, because he didn't have Irene's permission. He only had 10 days left, just for approval. Grid cried like a child who couldn't eat candy. He told the Wantner who had no experience in life, just get married and you'll understand. Wantner didn't understand what was going on and said words of comfort. Although I didn't know what was going on, I felt sorry for him. Having said that, Irene immediately said goodbye. Grid, I'm leaving. He also responded by saying goodbye. Goodbye to you, Irene. Irene is shy like a teenage girl. I know that because you are a talented person. You are very busy, but I hope you will return as soon as possible. I was so happy to see you again, after a very long time. Youngwoo stood there blankly looking at Irene chirping. Irene hesitated, turned her head to look away, and said, next time, let's have a more fun night together. I will wait for you. Grid was crying inside. Sorry, it was all the damn operator's fault. He didn't dare show his feelings in public, reassuring himself that even though he had to send her away regretfully, he couldn't keep being so in love like this. Then the two happily said goodbye to each other. He looked at the girl's silhouette and thought to himself, if I want to return quickly, I have to finish my work here. Now I should start finishing my search for talent. Some time later, Youngwoo reached the land of white clouds, golden sunshine, and rocky mountains. He lamented, in the end, he had to go to Baron's mine to search. As I walked and helplessly kicked a small rock, I observed more than 400 people, but still couldn't find anyone with potential. He came to the place where the miners were working hard, surprised, oh, there are miners here. Probably because the reconstruction of the city walls was almost complete, so they went back to their work. He thought back, speaking of which, when he was low level, he came here to mine iron. Back then, just climbing the mountain was tiring. It was back when I was barefoot and eyes wide open. Suddenly, a stone flew towards me. Grid quickly raised his hand to dodge, oops, and kicked it away. A worker scratched his head and scratched his ears, shyly apologizing. Excuse me, because I couldn't control the direction of the kick. Grid saw that there was no big deal and replied, it's okay, in a mining area, kicking is a natural thing. The kid nearby was also curious, causing rocks to fly around again. Uncle Mickle was angry. This kid is always like that. Miner aggressively stepped forward, knowing it was unavoidable, but he refrained from kicking them away. How many times have I told you that just paying attention to the mineral surface will help you avoid splattering rocks? The kid was angry. Oh my god, even at this age he still doesn't know how to use a hoe properly. Look, you crushed all the minerals into sand. Really? Grid was stunned when he saw that, sweating profusely. He looked at Mikkel helplessly in the face of Miner's criticism, and silently assessed that although he looked like he was only 15 years old, this kid was really enthusiastic. Before, I didn't even expect that a kid like this still existed. He was as happy as a season, thinking to himself, right now my insight tells me that this kid will be an interesting character. By the time the sun went down, it disappeared behind the castle. In the castle, Wantner was shocked. The population had already reached 12,000. A small village like this could accommodate that many people. Next to Tobin replied, "It seems it's time for us to expand and upgrade this place to a city." Tobin looked at Wantner. "Fortunately there were many people who moved here because of our fans, after watching the live stream of the battle with Yatan. Thanks to that, we can solve the problem of budget shortage, with the help of other players." Wantner was excited. "Ha ha, no wonder a lot of female players have started looking at me in a different light lately." Pon kicked him. "Keep dreaming, they only know your face because you are the guild leader's bodyguard." Tobin sighed. It was a pity that Pon and Rigas couldn't unleash their full power, but if they did, the village would be destroyed beyond recovery. Having gained momentum, Wantner whispered to Pon, "Ha ha, he couldn't even step foot into the city." Faker suddenly came out of nowhere, making Tobin startled. "Don't suddenly appear like that, Dad." Faker replied, "And for some reason the blacksmith of the high-level blacksmith village. That means from now on, our weapons and manpower will be even stronger." Dropping his serious expression, he smiled. "It was all thanks to Grid. At first I thought he was just a selfish guy, but now he has changed. Our team is growing very fast. We also have to become stronger to catch up with him." Ibeline and the girl next to him were like loyal fans of Grid and exclaimed, "Have you guys seen the live stream? Even though he was wearing a mask, he still looked extremely cool. I watched it. He looked really cool when he saved Jishuka." Hearing that, Wantner thought that this was probably the reason why Jishuka started looking at the Grid with different eyes. Tobin was surprised. "Really? She's finally interested in manhwa." The meeting was held at the library, so she was probably around here. Just in time, Jishuka walked in. Everyone was buzzing. "Ah, there she is. Should we ask her directly? Ha ha ha. Should I risk my life to ask her?" Wantner walked over and patted her shoulder sarcastically. "Jishuka, Grid is already married. Why can't you?" Jishuka was startled, her face as red as a tomato. Without giving him time to react, she gave him a beating. "Die, you bastard, die." Grid arrived. He spoke up. "Oh, everyone is present, huh?" Tobin curiously asked questions. "Grid, why are you wearing armor inside the castle?" "Oh, who is that?" Youngwoo smiled as if he had taken the trophy, pulled Miner's head and sat down on the chair, declared, "This brat doesn't believe in the dignity of the person he's about to serve, so I temporarily put on armor to spite him." Introducing everyone, "This is Miner, an insolent brat." Miner had an unwilling look on his face. He slammed the table and stood up, arrogantly shouting, "I won't do it anymore. I'm the future king of miners. Why do I have to sit and read a book?" Grid was annoyed, pressed Miner to sit down and ordered, "Don't be troublesome, stop whining. From now on you have to read 2 books a day for me." At this moment, Miner had tears in her eyes, sadly saying, "Why do I have to read books every day? That's no different from torture. I swear in my heart, this cruel man, one day I will make him pay." Grid also felt sorry for the kid and thought to himself, "Of course he won't get used to it, because I made him read a book instead of holding a hoe like usual." Even though Miner is young, he can mine as well as a miner with 20 years of experience. The villagers believe that one day, this boy will surpass the legendary miner Gis. With an excellent set of technical skills, master of mining, spontaneous talent. Miner D is in tears because of being bullied by Gerd. Grid thought to himself, the autocratic sword helps him clearly see the details of the opponent's skills. The maximum stat limit for a commoner is 109, but this kid's stat is unusually high. He looked at Miner and smiled. The spontaneous talent skill didn't sound very good, but all of those skills were S rank or higher. It is the perfect partner for a blacksmith like me. I have found a high-quality detector. Suddenly, a guard told Grid, "Viscount Grid, the person you were waiting for has arrived at the smithy." Grid, looking forward, "Oh, it's finally here." Jishuka saw that and immediately asked, "You have a guest, who is it?" He quickly replied, "I need to go meet someone, the work here is almost done, so I'll go there and go straight to Winston." Grid raised his sword. "Please lend me this sword for a moment." Hi, I need to use it again." Scene changed to Smithy's house. There was a guy with other people, happily calling out, "Mr. Grid, I completed the mission and returned, are you okay?" Youngwoo looked at the soldiers, then complimented, "You did a great job, the average level of the soldiers has increased from 8 to 10, there weren't even any casualties, it all seemed more trustworthy." He looked at Jude and silently exclaimed, the most notable person was Jude. A tall, muscular red-haired soldier with skills in robbing and utilizing enemy weapons, silent and brainless. Grid checked Jude's skill description, surprised. He had increased by 17 levels and his stats increased by 280. He must have increased at least 16 stats per level. The growth rate was amazing. Although intelligence is still not any better, the points increase per level is 10 points, NPCs from 6 to 10. He turned to Heroi, the most important thing is Sylphid scales, how much can he earn? Because he wanted to be praised by the leader, Heroi happily replied, 28, everything is here, what are you going to do with them? Grid walked away. He said he acquired the sword master skill after switching to the second job. Right, we have all the ingredients, so let's return to Winston. Youngwoo confidently said, I will make my special equipment, and a sword in you. Also, I need to collect as many branches as possible before the international competition begins. Media channels reported on the country's immigration situation and the current situation. Today, the Immigration Data Management Department has just announced a number that has attracted a lot of attention. The number of tourists coming to our country has reached nearly 800,000 people. Based on a comparison of the number of tourists coming to watch the Olympics, it is only about 200 to 500,000 people. Although the Olympics has cooled down in the past few years, according to many experts, this could be a milestone to mark a change. A global political event has just been born. Currently all eyes are on the resounding success of the International Satisfied Tournament. Transferred to Baron Village after the encounter with the Yatan Church, 4 months after the attack on Baron by the Yatan Church, Baron Village has now recovered, and every day there are many interesting news about Baron, international tournaments. However, Greed does not pay any attention to these matters. Currently all of his concerns have been concentrated in a small cave in the north of the Eternal Kingdom. A very loud noise rang out in the cave. Miner was now calmly lying on the stone carpet, looking up at the sky and loudly saying, "This is the last place, hurry up and go home." Suddenly something appeared. He opened one eye and looked surprised. Those were 2 people with big ears, red eyes like fire and sharp fangs. They were carrying 2 sharp axes and standing in front of Miner as if threatening. The 2 of them looked at Miner and their saliva kept flowing. They said to each other, Eureka Jira Rekek, let's shoot this human chewer. The other guy said again, Ikuakuk Oigweek, that's a good idea, let's capture it for food, store it away. After hearing that, Miner pretended to cry. Didn't you hear the explosion just now? I advise you to leave her alone. But not only did they not listen to Miner's words, they were also angry. He raised his axe high to split Miner in half. He said, Kurareka, why aren't you afraid of us? Baruch and Kudka will kill you right now. Having said that, they raised their axes and rushed towards Miner. But a sword suddenly appeared, hindering them and giving them a few fatal blows. They were in pain and cried out, Gudu Giuk, where did this giant sword come from? Greed rushed out of the cave with his giant sword to save Miner. He told Miner that he had avoided the golems but was still caught in Braham's trap. It detected my aura, so the ability to hide was hidden. I spent all my effort preparing, but in the end it was useless. Miner turned around and said, if you don't need it then lend it to me. I'm the one in danger sitting out here waiting, or else you should leave sooner. Greed smirked and replied, Miner, do you know how hard I had to work to make this? I had to use his money, but do you think my hoodie is cool? This item has a unique rarity. This is an equipment made by the legendary Blacksmith that helps the wearer become invisible. The invisibility ability will disappear when the wearer attacks an enemy with 30% movement speed. 20% wind resistance. Conditions of use are nil. After hearing this, Miner turned to ask, have you found it yet? Greed replied, once you know the location of the traps, they are nothing. Greed, after finding the treasure he was looking for, happily cradled it in his hands and said, "Thanks to you, I was able to find that 7th Pavranium, so I got all the Pavranium in the north of the country, it's dead." He hugged Miner and looked up to the sky, laughing loudly, "Ha, Miner, you're right, training you was truly without my effort, now let's go home." Not only was Miner not happy when he heard it, but on the contrary, he looked annoyed. "Don't mention it again, I'm still haunted by being locked in a library for 4 months. After hearing this, Greed turned back to comfort Miner. "It's better to be smarter," but Miner didn't give in. He shouted loudly and said that my destiny is to become the future Miner King. After a while of arguing, Miner and Greed decided to fly home. In Greed's mind, he thought he didn't want to hurt this kid, but still. He continued to think about the words of the soul, the condition to get all the Parvanium that the great magician Braham hid all over the continent. "Make me a soul vessel, if you can do it, then I will give you all the remaining Parvium." He thought, in order to make a Paravanium soul vessel, he must have the blessing of the 4 gods, but that was impossible because he was the sworn enemy of the Yatan Church. But fortunately, Miner was my savior after increasing his intelligence and mineral finding ability to become much stronger, thus helping me find Parvanium. Miner saw Greed deep in thought without saying anything, making him wondering what he was thinking. Greed still thinks about important things to do and doesn't pay attention to the things around him. "Now I don't have to make a bowl of dog food to help that ghost come back to life. I can collect everything myself, Parvanium kit without his help." The scene changes to the cave. From the cave suddenly came a curse at this bastard Pagma successor. "Not only did you insult me by breaking your promise, but you also ignored the fragments of my soul and took only Parvanium. What an insolent bastard. Perhaps Pagma's successor has begun to doubt my identity. If I hadn't been able to use him to revive him, I would have had to prepare a plan B, but I will never forgive your crime." Scene changed to the company. Department head Yoon informs the president, "Chairman, I need to inform you about an urgent transfer." After listening, the chairman was surprised and asked what was going on. "Chief Yoon, it seems like Braham's new legendary class successor has met the qualifications." After hearing that, he was stunned and surprised. Then he smiled again. Finally, Greed realized that Braham is a liar and the world's biggest enemy. After listening, the department head laughed and replied that perhaps you overestimated his intelligence. After listening, the chairman growled and said yes, but he had already registered to participate in the international tournament. "This will be very interesting." The chief replied, "It was also something beyond our expectations, but there was a high possibility that he would not show up, because the person who registered him was Yura, who has the sponsorship of the Korean government, country." After listening, the chairman laughed loudly and said, "Ha, we can never predict his actions, or should we bet to see if he will really appear?" Scene changes to Greed's house. Greed looks at Tobin and says this. After hearing this, Tobin begged Greed, "I can't find the Firestone on my own. Can Miner's mining master skill find it?" After hearing this, Greed angrily told the mining master that it was not an omnipotent skill. If there were no specific clues, even Miner wouldn't be able to find it. "I told him this over and over again, you in the past 4 months. Tobin helplessly put his head on the table and said again, "But I need a fire shield with high fire resistance to attack the Phoenix in 10 days. After hearing this, Greed laughed out loud and tried to overcome it with the belief of victory. At this time, Greed was thinking about Firestone. Firestone is a type of mineral rich in fire energy used to create many fire attribute equipment. This mineral will be produced from certain boss monsters, with extremely rare abilities." Greed saw Tobin crying and comforted him. "I told Miner to find out about it. Now go help me, don't bother making excuses here anymore." A moment later, Miner opened the door and rushed in, shouting that he found it. "I found the location and how to mine the Firestone." After hearing that, Tobin woke up in surprise and asked again, "Really? Kako Island is in the south of the Eternal Kingdom. Normally it would take a week to get there, but if you use flight magic you can shorten that time by 2/3. After hearing this, Tobin was stunned and thought, "Kokoro Island, if I remember correctly, that is the place." Everyone saw Tobin thinking, holding the computer and thinking, then asked, "What are you doing, Tobin?" Tobin was startled and replied, "Wait a bit, I'm asking the other members about this." He seemed to have found something, suddenly speaking in the thoughts of the Silver Knights. Then Tobin turned to Greed. Well, Greed, thank you for finding out for me, but I can't go anywhere. That area is under the control of the Silver Knights Guild. According to statistics, they are weaker than us, but they are still a very strong association with 200 members, and the president of that association is also in the top 100 in the world. Although I really want to, if I go there without permission, it will probably cause friction between the two guilds, because the guilds have an agreement with each other. We cannot enter the area under the authority of another guild when without permission from them. I will send a request to cooperate with them later, but it will probably take a lot of time. As soon as Greed heard Tobin's words, he froze for 5 seconds. Tobin continued, after all, finding crafting materials is our duty. I'm very grateful that you took the time to research it for me. At this time, Greed thought in his mind that every one of these people was upright. They always knew how to keep their promises. Greed turned to look at the old Khan and said, Hey Khan, I will probably have to be away from the smithy for a few days, so is that okay? The old Khan slowly replied, Ha ha, you don't need to explain to me. You have good intentions, don't worry, just go ahead. Gathering materials with good intentions is also one of the necessary qualities of a blacksmith. Greed put on his armor and said, Tobin, consider this a reward because you behaved more properly than before with this winter hoodie. I can go in there and mine without anyone knowing. I will count this as when going on a business trip. Remember to prepare your wages. Tobin chuckled and looked at Greed with gratitude. The scene changes to South Korea. 2 days later in South Korea, the opening ceremony of the first International Satisfy tournament began. At this time, the MC is introducing more clearly to everyone about the competition. The first international tournament with the participation of 17 countries with more than 10 record holders of all categories. Each country has 13 people on the team, so a total of 221 people with an average level of 213 will compete. Furthermore, 6% of profits will be invested directly into the economy to benefit the community. Please give the Korean government and a round of applause for organizing this award. Secretary Yoon was watching online TV and commented admiringly, with more than 800,000 visitors, the impact of this event on the country's economy has surpassed the Korean government's expectations. We continuously receive many requests from other countries to choose their country as this event. Not only did we receive a lot of response from everyone, our stocks also skyrocketed. As for the president, he crossed his arms and thought that the rankers who came to Korea were paid a huge amount of money, plus billions of people around the world were experiencing a wonderful entertainment event. The world I created has overcome physical, linguistic and national barriers. It now creates joy that even gods cannot bring. At this level, my name has already passed, has reached the point where it can be saved in history books. Right now, Jishuka was feeling uncomfortable before the match. She seemed to be waiting for someone. The members in the back saw her worried expression and discussed among themselves. Why was Jishuka behaving so strangely? But she had been looking for someone from the Korean team all along. Looks like his name is Greed. Scene changed to Kokoro Island. Greed had now arrived at Kokurosawa Island. After a long time, he happily breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had arrived. It must have taken 46 hours. This place was farther than he thought, but it was still there. It's because I got inspired and went here. This island is probably the size of Jeju. It's really big. According to Miner, you have to come at the right time to harvest the firestone. Now I still have a lot of time. Just wait and I will slowly defeat you. Greed was running around on the island when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be an event today. The scene changes to a restaurant. After a long time of wandering around feeling tired and hungry, he goes into the restaurant to call the waiter. Give me all the specialties on the menu. The waiter hears it and is surprised and asks, oh, that's all? What's the menu? Please wait a moment. The waiter just turned away, greedily thinking in his head, saying that the more he buys from merchant NPCs, the faster his sympathy for them will increase, thereby making it easier to collect information. After all, on an island like this place the development is also quite good. Is it? Thanks to the Silver Knights Guild, quite impressive. Greed turned to ask the waiter, sorry, I came to find a monster called Helgao. Do you know where it is? The waiter heard it and said in panic, why do you want to meet the man-eating demon? That's it. Do you want to commit suicide? Don't you know about the legend of the Holy Sword Muller who sealed the greater demons 3,000 years ago? He turned the greater demons' bodies into ash, but their souls were still not sealed, so it sometimes always reappears. After hearing this, Greed was confused and thought about the legend of Muller. Was he a monster that a man of that level could not completely defeat? Greed looked over the wall from this side and saw a group of people. He said in surprise, "Those people, they are the expedition team of the Silver Knights Guild." The waiter told Greed they said that demon will appear again. I wonder if they are fully prepared to fight the fire. If you're going to meet that demon, you should dye your equipment with firestone first. After hearing that, Greed was surprised to see how it dyed it. The waiter continued to say, "You need to be able to resist the black fire, which is hotter than the jade fire of the demonic families. Go to the southern neighborhood and find Ellen and mention my name to her. I will dye it for you at a cheap price." Greed listened with wide eyes and asked Ellen. After hearing this, Greed immediately went to Mrs. Ellen. She told Greed to soak the firestone in my specially prepared solution to turn it into dye. The dye made in this way carries fire energy, so if you dye the page if I use my equipment with it, its fire resistance will be higher. Greed asked if it was possible to dye an armor with mithril. Ellen replied that the firestone is a symbol of harmony and can blend into everything. Greed stood here looking at the bucket in front of him and said it was just a stone, but it was so formidable, right? He thought, I can avoid being burned thanks to the status immunity of the title, but it doesn't apply to fire damage, so I need some resistance. Greed pulled out her spear suit and told Mrs. Ellen, "Then here are my armor and gloves. 20% fire resistance is enough." Mrs. Ellen took the shirt and said, "Yes, you don't need to worry." She held the shirt in her hand and looked at it carefully, then thought to herself that it was beautiful and perfect. Surely this was the skill of a dwarf? Or was it made by the skills of an artisan who far surpasses that of a dwarf? Never seen anything like this in my 56 years as a dyer. Then Mrs. Ellen turned around and told Greed, "Trust me, I will do my best to make sure this masterpiece doesn't encounter any errors." Having finished speaking, he agreed to dye the shirt for Greed. Greed looked at every careful move of the old woman and appreciated that she did not even let a single drop of dye fall on the golden borders. This is truly an artist. Moreover, she had been working for many hours. I couldn't miss this opportunity. Suddenly, Greed felt that his insight index had increased by 10 points, his accuracy index had increased to 20 points, and he had learned something, a little about dyeing methods for clothes and metals. After many hours of painstaking work, the armor was finally dyed. The old woman happily told Greed, "Thank you, I have created one of the top masterpieces of my life, to the point that now I want to draw a whole picture of it." When Greed saw the shirt, he happily quickly put it on. He thought to himself that this is really me. Why does it look so good? The red and gold color blend so well that it even brings out a fierce aura. In addition, the armor is increased by 19% and the gloves are increased by 8% in fire resistance. This is truly a great buff. Okay, so just one more thing to combine into one. Suddenly a strong light emitted from a backpack, making the old woman angry. Greed strung together pieces of vibranium into a treasure that he called the Demon King was born. Haha, this suits me so well. There's still an hour left until Helgao. Now it's time for me to sneak in. Let's work properly. The Silver Knight Guild. Thousands of Silver Knights have arrived in front of the island where that human-eating demon is located. A leader in the team spoke up. After many failures, we are all standing here. Kokoro Island is a place officially owned by the Eternal Kingdom, even when the Sakura Guild wanted to claim the place as a reward for their war contributions. Our Silver Knight Guild represents Satisfy. We'll make this place the home where the top players of the future of Korea are born. Peak Short ranked 16th on the Silver Knight Guild Master rankings. Peak Short looked at the cup thoughtfully, thinking that Korea's foundation in Satisfy is too weak. He hopelessly refused Yura and the government's request to participate in the National Teas tournament. The reputation of being a country that owns Korea's top gamers in the past is part of its honor. I will not let that honor become a thing of the past. He then shouted loudly in front of the knights, "Today we will defeat Helgao and earn our own fame. Everyone, let's go." Moving back to the international tournament in Korea, the event was announced on all Korean media sites, reported by the press, and broadcast from Korea where the event opened the international tournament. Satisfy for the first time is happening. Unfortunately, Kraugel, who was the number 1 player in the overall rankings, officially announced that he would not participate, but the remaining top 5 all participated and up to 21 high-level top players all participated, so this is still an interesting tournament. And now the players representing America are taking their oath. The American team has a very high level of competition and is a top contender with 6 members who are top players in the G-Top 20 on the overall rankings. On the contrary, despite being the host country, Korea is predicted to be the most successful country because the player base is quite poor. There are some predictions that the country that owns Pagma's descendant can bring a win. The tournament will start tomorrow. Deaf people from all over the world, let's shout. Thousands of screams, clapping and coughing go up. Wah wah. The young man with his hair saw the beautiful girls and said, "Wow, a lot of them look trendy. Oh, that's great, look at that girl." The guild leader, Jishuka, standing next to him, heard it and glared at him and said, "Don't worry, look at the road. I've known him for 3 years and I can't believe a guy like him." A young man standing there talking like a mirror image from the Satisfy world in real life, so I'm still fine, ha. Jishuka looked at Rigas and said, "You are the worst person here." Rigas, wearing Taekwondo outfit, Rigas proudly said, "This is the country of Taekwondo." After a while of arguing, the 3 decided to go to a bar to talk. The blue-haired guy looked at the 3 of them and said, "By the way, it's a bit of a pity that Kraugel didn't participate. This is his chance to test his strength, but I guess the rest of the people on the list are enough to satisfied." After hearing this, Rigas opened his eyes in surprise and said, "Spain doesn't care about achievements to that extent. It's quite different from England." The blue hair replied, "No, we are the same. This is just his personal goal, just me." Rigas smiled awkwardly and replied that I was also very interested in coming to the country where Taekwondo was born. I have been a national Taekwondo athlete for more than 10 years, but now I am 26 years old to come here. After listening, the blue hair replied that the media is really flattering America, perhaps because their level and number of top players are quite overwhelming. Ishuka heard the 2 people talking and got angry. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Where the hell is a grid?" After listening, the blue hair was surprised and asked him why he still didn't answer the phone. The guildmaster Jishuka rolled his eyes and said, "He didn't even read my message, that bastard. He didn't bother to show up at the opening ceremony. Is it true that he participated in the tournament? Now he is in. Where are you and what the hell are you doing?" The scene changes to Kokoro Island. On the island at this time, the battle between the knights and the monster is raging. Many knights have died at its hands. Peak Shord saw his comrades sacrificing one after another and felt bitter. A fire and some guild members. Could it be that this time they failed? As for Greed, when he put on the armor, he felt like he felt something. He was wondering why the ability to hide was interrupted. Maybe Helgao discovered it, so there's no need to wear it anymore, right? Now I should mind mines quickly and leave. In South Korea, Rigas is telling everyone that it seems like Korea has no intention of winning anything in this tournament. Right. Besides Yura, most other Korean players are considered the weakest. Perhaps other countries don't even consider them competitors anymore. Many of the top players are participating, so it makes sense, but being able to achieve the goal of surviving in the tournament is the top priority. After listening, Jishuka stood up and said, "I'll go back to the hotel first." She turned away and said I would log in to Satisfy and ask greedily for his address. Blue hair and Rigas heard it and laughed and said, "Does she like him? I think that's the only reason." Well, the tournament is still a tournament. Testing against the top players is also beneficial because we can build a little more foundation for ourselves. Anyway, do you think Grid will come? Rigas replied, "Ha ha, if he really came, I think everyone would be shocked. You see, we are the only people who see Korea as the biggest obstacle to winning the championship. For those who only pay attention to America, they will definitely be very surprised." Blue hair said that when I first heard about the tournament, I didn't really care much, but now that it has actually started, I feel motivated. Jishuka said we are all among the top 15 in the overall rankings. I'm sure we will be able to get high scores. Whatever the outcome, winning the tournament will help regain the reputation of Tse Daka Guild. Because with the equipment that Grid has made for us over the past 4 months, everyone is noticeably stronger. On this side, Grid still bravely charged into Helgao's death fire alone. The fire broke out, sand and dirt flew everywhere. Grid stood alone there. Peak Short saw Grid walk through the fire without any injuries, which surprised him, asking him why he was okay. Jishuka walked out of the shop, looked far ahead and said that our guild has something that no other guild has. In another situation, when Grid saw the attitude of the knight looking at him, he turned around and smiled and said, "It's nothing, we were just overgeared." From the fire, the sand, the air is now very foggy, everywhere is falling apart. Peak Short saw his army being slaughtered and was bitter. With just one fire column attack he had made half of the deadly team unconscious, and even though he had raised his fire resistance up to 86% he still did not eat. What a loss. And who is that young man who was unharmed by the fire? Grid turned to look at Peak Short and the Helgao monster and said, "Seriously, I'm so annoying that I'm dying. I'm not joking with you, hell, go play somewhere else." Peak Short saw Grid bravely fighting Helgao and was startled. Even the strongest masters of the guild couldn't do anything to that Helgao with just one swing of his sword. Again, his attack power and defense are amazing, and it's obvious that he has a hidden class. Moreover, the aura surrounding that sword is probably a +8 enhancement effect. The current maximum is +10. I have hardly seen +7 equipment yet. The probability of successful enhancement is extremely low, not to mention it takes a huge amount of money to be able to do that. Could it be that he has a high-class hidden profession and is both rich and extremely lucky? He must be the type of dude born with a golden spoon in his mouth. After a while, Peak Short also decided to ask Grid, "Are you a Japanese spy of the Sakura Guild? Don't bother our raid." After Grid heard that, he said again, "What is the Sakura Guild? I'm from the Southern Dynasty, first of all." After hearing this, the knight's eyes and mouths were wide open. "Besides you and Yura, we also have masters like this. Besides you from Korea, we are also from Korea." "Yes, it's an honor. As expected, I knew that at some point our country would have experts appear." Grid replied, "It's nonsense to say I'm bothering you. While you guys were unconscious, this monster hit me, don't you see?" After finishing speaking, Grid used his sword to rush at the monster, using Pagma's sword dance. This slash caused the monster to suffer up to 10,500 damage. Made him scream in pain. Grid continued to tell the Silver Knights that "I don't care about this monster. If I wanted to go behind your back, I would have done it long ago. I just wanted to mine firestones, so let's do it ourselves." But in Grid's mind, the thought appeared that those people absolutely couldn't win that monster. "I couldn't see how powerful it was. I took a fatal blow and it only lost less than 10% of its health. Even if I used all my passive skills, I still wouldn't be able to beat it. It's known as the Monster of Hell, so I have a bad feeling about this. Now I have to quickly dig up the 3 firestones needed for Tobin's shield and then run away." The monster saw that Grid was about to take away the firestone where he ruled and immediately screamed and threatened that bastard is not something that an ordinary person like you can touch. Peak Short saw the monster preparing to attack the Grid. Then he immediately helped him and gave him a flying knife that hit him, seriously injuring him. When finished, Peak Short immediately retracted the sword. Then the monster's side exploded. Peak Short told Grid, "Okay, because you are a Korean man, so I will try to trust you once, then consider us even." Peak Short ordered all the knights, "If there is a gap, the entire army must gather their strength, put all the strength that has been trained. This time we will capture it. Let's show it the hidden power of Silver Knights Guild." The monster saw the knights about to attack him and cursed loudly, "You bastards are always so stupidly confused. You're all human, so why is there such a big difference?" Grid was digging up the firestone and saw it glowing more and more. The firestone was glowing brighter and brighter. It couldn't possibly be a source of magical power, so the magical power and the incarnation of Helgao are definitely related to this firestone in some way. If so, then I just need to dig this up, then the name that shit will kill you. An attack aimed at the monster. Over here, the monster Helgao is constantly threatening, "You low-class insects, the fact that you want to touch the power of hell is inherently a myth. You and your accomplices should deeply memorize this teaching and then quickly die. The entire army has worked hard for the past month and yet it's just a joke to this guy." Peak Short looked at the Helgao monster with hatred and thought, "It was my fault for not predicting the power of Helgao. Please forgive me." He stood below looking at the monster. The Helgao monster who was fighting with the knights suddenly saw that the fire was weakening. He turned to look for Grid, his eyes glaring with anger. What did this bastard do? After a while, Grid was able to hold the firestone in his hand. He happily laughed out loud. His guess was as accurate as a god. Grid threw Peak Short an axe. Uncle, take this. Firestone is this beast's weak point. When it attacks, just find and dig up the glowing firestone and it will weaken, right? Peak Short looked at the Grid he just tossed to him and thought, this is an Asian national bird. The amazing pickaxe has a legendary rarity, durability is 155-219, attack up to 107, is the national bird that the legendary Blacksmith G once created. As long as you have this national bird, even if you are a child, you can mine high-quality iron ore. The mining rate of high-grade minerals is 10%. The mining rate of super high-grade minerals is 10%, 5%. Reaching level 3 intermediate mining technical skills will be formed, with conditions of use being level 200 or higher. Seeing Grid know about his weakness made him mad. You bastard has been making me feel quite prickly since just now. Grid was not afraid of this monster, but instead pointed his finger at him, challenging him to fight and quickly moving forward. Another wave of rock exploded everywhere. Helgao rushed towards the Grid. He still spoke loudly and scorned. With just these pieces of iron, do you want to stop me? However, no matter how many moves this monster unleashed, he couldn't do anything. He told himself that they couldn't be broken by my weapons. Were they adamantium? And what's more, how could they be artifacts? Can move automatically as if they had their own will. Peak Short held the axe in his hand and shouted loudly at the Grid, hey, I'm sorry but I don't have the ability to mine. Grid pulled out a sword several feet long to fight the monster. The sword was so big and long that it made everyone who looked at it startled. It was an impossible sword. How could it be that big? And what's more, that effect is weapon enhancement +9. Grid was angry when he saw that Peak Short couldn't do the job. It was true that he couldn't mine comfortably. I gave him a pickaxe. Why would he hold that country until an idiot can dig? I will deal with this butterfly, so please throw away that useless sword and use the country to dig for me. As an extreme sword ranked 16th in the overall swordsman rankings, you dare say it's useless? Grid didn't care about Peak Short's words. He directly took the sword and repeatedly slashed at the devil Helgao. Grid noticed that its spiritual power had decreased by more than 10%. Clearly it had weakened after the firestone was dug up, and he had taken advantage of his free time to visit the temple for 4 months, so now he went up, level 246 already. Looks like this match is worth a try. The Helgao monster saw that he was constantly being attacked and was furious that he had pushed him to this point, even though he had lost a firestone. That bastard had clearly gotten stronger when he started using it, that sword. He turned his face to the other side and saw the knight trying to dig in search of the firestone. Then he shouted that he was aiming for my firestone. Stop quickly. Grid saw that and told him not to be so absent-minded. Helgao, he can't believe everything that happened. That strange golden blade plus that sword too. You stole the god's treasure. You are the first person I recognize after Muller. After hearing this, Grid said again, is it the legendary swordsman Muller, the one who turned you into rags in the past? Grid still uses the chainsaw again. No matter what you say, it seems like you have to die a second time today, because I'm also a legend like Muller. Helgao monster was startled when he heard it. What did you say? A bastard like you that looks like Muller. Helgao increased the power of the fire so that he caused the Grid to take 4,800 damage, and in just 1 second the burn damage increased to 2,000 damage. Seeing that his fire had attacked Grid, the demon laughed loudly with glee. That hellfire would never extinguish until it burned its target to ashes, even its proud mouth. You can't turn it off either. It seems like he was too disdainful of the power of the Grid. That little bit of damage would probably be nothing to him as long as he resisted his effects. Everything could return to normal. Just Grid's technique just now made Helgao see clearly. Now hellfire can't do anything to him. Just like that guy. Is he really a legend like Muller? In human legends, it is said that a single horse can seal great demons. 150 years ago, after my body was sealed by that guy, I had no choice but to borrow the demon's body, and the firestone to appear as it is now. No matter how many times I burn you all, my hellfire still burns brightly. I am Helgao, who is ranked 9th among the 33 great demons. Do you think I will suffer that humiliation a second time? Then his firestone glowed brighter than hellfire. Just like that, it burns more and more towards the grid. It caused him to deal a critical blow of up to 7,930 damage. This also made Grid extremely surprised why it suddenly became stronger Pavranium. Not only was there a change in strength, the attack posture and atmosphere also changed overwhelmingly. Grid was seriously injured repeatedly, dealing 3,550 damage, dealing 3,590 critical damage, and receiving 7,280 damage. Grid now wondered why he had enhanced all his defensive equipment to +6 but was still seriously damaged. The probability of receiving a fatal blow is too high. Even though your body cannot be burned, you cannot underestimate the fire of hell. Even though he had dug up a firestone, he was still this strong. Could this be the true power of hell? Grid continued to use Pagma Ba's sword dance. This time the damage increased by 18,500 at full speed. The enemy's level has been reduced. The Hellgao monster looked at Grid and said, "You're still talented, but I guess I have to acknowledge your effort to remind me of Muller." "Ha, but you are not Muller." Grid's whole body was injured. He thought, "In just a moment I still have 30% of my life, but if I just try to endure a little longer, I will prevail. Just need to dig up one more firestone." On this side, the knight asked Grid, "This thing is normally this hard, just try to endure it a little longer and I'll soon find a way." Grid was so angry that all the blood rushed to his face, cursing at the knights. "You want me and you to hug and die together? You're crazy, go away from me, fuck you." When the word Satisfy National Competition appeared on the big screen, the host announced that the first Satisfy International Competition, Day 1, had begun. The boss raid and maze escape contest was conducted amid cheers from the audience. Commentators said that, "It can be said, this is not a surprising result. The US, Canada and France are already strong candidates, right? These three countries won medals and formed the strongest trio." He often compliments players with good behavior, in the boss raid, with great leadership, and possessing perfect attack and defense abilities. Jeeble, the player ranked second on the leaderboard the overall division, won the gold medal for America. The image of a proud Zabal and his teammates celebrating, after defeating a huge boss, appeared on the screen. Next, a handsome man with 7/3 blue and white side part hair was shown. The commentator continued, "And in the maze escape match, the players ranked, he quickly grasped the structure of the maze, and showed superior talent compared to rankers from other countries. The remaining one of the three is a Canadian player. Although he had some regrets, he also achieved good results. Canada's strongest player, Chris, participated in 2 categories, but he was one step ahead of America and France. In the end he only got 2 silver medals for the 2 categories he participated in." The image of Chris looking angry and a bit regretful appeared after finishing the 2 categories. The 2 commentators looked at each other to evaluate Chris. However, if you consider that each individual can only participate in a maximum of 3 categories in this competition, the achievement of Chris, Canada's strongest player, is one of the best. Disappointing results. Having said that, the medal results notice board of the countries appeared. At this time America and France each won 1 gold medal, and Canada had 2 silver medals. The commentator continued, "No matter what the result was, today's competition was off to a great start. Tomorrow's task is to hit the target. I don't know if they have a strategy ready yet." The person next to him smiled and replied, "Of course there is a strategy, but the formula to win is very simple. Just know how to hit the target and you'll be fine." Scene change. Arriving at the mining grid, a bright red stone appears. Someone helplessly complains, "Oh my god, it's so frustrating." The commentator on the other side further affirmed, "I swear it's something any ranker can do." There was a person standing next to the firestone, sweating profusely because of the heat the stone radiated. He paid attention to someone's voice shouting, "What's the point of trying to pick something like that?" That was Grid's voice. Even though he was busy fighting, he still shouted angrily. If you look closely at the area near the firestone, there are places where the ground closer to its origin will be more loving than other places. You just need to calmly aim at that spot and dig it out. Grid was fighting a monster with 2 horns on both sides. It looked very strange. He shouted, "Take care of your life first." He emitted yellow rays of light, accumulating into a mass. Grid was startled, but was able to use his holy shield to defend himself. The block of light collided with the shield, creating a loud explosion. The monster teased, constantly having to take more artifacts from the inventory. Isn't it tiring? If there's anything else, just take it out at once, ha 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 ha. He continuously launched attacks. Grid tried to defend, buying time. Ha, I don't have much time left, let's buy some time, Pavranium. Suddenly, a strong impact suddenly occurred. That big guy just focused on the Grid. Unleashed dangerous attacks. He used his large body to squeeze Grid, pinning him down, hitting him hard on the ground. A cracking sound like broken bones rang out. Grid was tired and his face was pinned to the ground by the big hand and he cried out. He thought to himself, he was so fast. From the beginning, his level was far different from the jungle guard. He smugly shouted, "Hell dare to underestimate, die arrogant human, gra. He wants to kill Grid, push you harder and harder, let me clear your head, help you think clearly." Grid tried to protest. Bang, there was a loud noise after the explosion. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, leaving nearby rankers helpless to shield themselves. Ha ha ha, everything was burned down by fire, not even ashes. Before he could finish his sentence, he panicked. Grid wasn't dead yet. He looked regretful and said, "I'm sorry but I'm not dead yet." It turned out that Grid used Duran's ring and was restored to 50% of his health when he received critical damage. That guy was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. "What is that? Just how many artifacts do you have in total?" Grid held his sword tightly. "Up until now, you've hit me quite a bit." He activated the trash effect, using the cutting skill, a critical move, dealing 46,940 damage to the boss. Helgao's hands were cut off. He gritted his teeth and cried out, "Ah ah ah." Therefore, his actions are limited. His attack power and attack speed are also significantly reduced. Grid was pleased that if he used it to resist the enemy's powerful attack, its effectiveness would be combined with the armor's effect to achieve maximum effectiveness. Thanks to that, vitality recovery and damage also reach maximum index. This is the most correct way to use Duran's ring. He stood up, raised his sword, said provocatively, "You've already lost 30% of your health. Are you okay?" Helgao shouted angrily, You bastard. You're so angry that you're burning up, gra, shut up." Suddenly Helgao was stunned on the spot. Turns out, Grid had already run away, that insect. He was angry and looked at Grid's running shadow. On this side, the other ranker finally got the firestone. "I did it too." Grid asked, "What should I do? The situation seems to be going against you. Let's start battle too." The other person held the firestone, hesitating. "It was not a big deal, no. Mining is something I never thought I would have to try, but..." "See the fiery stone." He seemed to find joy, thinking to himself, "The joy of taking out minerals is an exciting feeling that I cannot feel in battle. Taking this opportunity to get acquainted with mining skills is not bad." Grid interrupted his thoughts with praise. "See, just do as I tell you. You did well." He was happy. "Really, I did well, right?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something was wrong. "Hey, what the hell am I doing?" The Silver Knights Guild leader, ranked 16th on the overall rankings, craves praise from someone who looks 10 years younger than him. Looking at Grid's heroic figure, he thought again, but if you think about what he did, this is not something strange. The one who brandished the jet black great sword, Pagma's successor, caused a stir in the world. Although he is considered to have poor control and has excellent equipment, in my opinion that is not the case. It is the proper use of that equipment that is the most effective way to fight like a blacksmith. The guild master was a little suspicious, wondering to himself, the monster that had massacred 200 elite troops at level 140 of the Silver Knights Guild, was being single-handedly cornered by a person possessing a legendary class. Without thinking much, he held the hammer firmly. He is the hope of the South Korea that I have been looking for so long. I cannot let him feel disappointed. I cleaned it up with all my mining talent. Scene changed to Barren Castle. Inside, I don't know why Tobin bit his hand in worry, trembled in waves, cried out, "It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, oh, my brothers." A purple-haired man walked over to ask, "Tobin, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so restless?" The girl next to our cabin answered. Grid said, "Trust me and him and go dig for fossils." Again, what is there to worry about? The girl didn't answer but continued, "Oh, you also ordered the grid, right?" She lamented that during the past 4 months, Grid had created about 140 pieces of equipment for the guild, none of which were legendary items, and the remaining 80% were common and rare items. "The class of equipment is lucky, it's probably because people expect too much," the other person consoled. The girl turned around, but heard that a spiritual rumor had appeared. All the members who received normal equipment said that. They all heard the words "trust me" from Grid. When Tobin heard that, he got angry and told him not to say that again. Tobin collapsed. When I heard him say that sentence happily, I felt a little uneasy inside. It was that sentence. Without the fire shield, the Phoenix raid would have been postponed. The girl helplessly comforted her. "Oh, that's just a spiritual matter, isn't it?" Hearing that, the purple hair next to me was also scared and trembling, so I had to receive the goods normally. She wondered, "So have you heard that sentence too?" Next to Youngwoo, he flew up to prepare to attack, shouting loudly, "Trust me and dig, round 2 begins, ha ha ha." He held the knife and slashed straight at Hell Gao. He was angry and cursed at the damn human. Swish, swish, the sound of swords and swords, he silently cursed, "Damn, am I being insulted by this petty human?" His body was covered with cuts, and he panicked as if he realized something. He wondered if borrowing the vile body of the demon fetus to manifest himself limited his actions. I was robbed of 2 of the 4 fossils I brought with me when I came to the human world. If we can't deal with this guy with the remaining magic power, I'll be ridiculed again when I go to hell. Thinking about doing it, he used all his remaining magic power. Red and black air flow flew towards the Grid. Being suddenly attacked, Grid received a lot of damage and fell to the ground. He was surprised, not expecting that it still had the strength to attack. The monster's hand caught fire. He expressed, "To be honest, I did not expect to meet a human with this ability." He was furious. "I needed a reason to justify being ridiculed in hell, so I will drag your soul into hell with me, and enslave you there forever." Grid was shocked, using the flowing blood to cause damage. It was indeed a monster. He launched an attack, screaming, "Let's start the battle you've always wanted." Bang, bang, a huge explosion occurred. Grid quickly dodged the attack, groaned, he lost 2 pyroliths and still. Furthermore, it has already started attacking from afar. When he swings the stick, it's even easier to hit, but now I can't reach it. Grid expertly avoided attacks from afar. He thought he could use super to deal with it at a distance, but he could only hold it for 30 seconds. No matter what, I have to save my super move as a trump card. A large rock flew straight towards him. TSK, the rock broke into many pieces. If we want to deal with him, we have to create a battle. He helped while thinking about strategies. Suddenly, the ground under his feet cracked and the battle Grid had no time to react. It was geothermal heat. He was pushed into the air. Below was a large hole, flames flickering. Grid was in a precarious situation. Even though the damage from the hellfire had decreased, his fighting strength was still unknown. I was seriously injured and still fighting so fiercely. I really didn't dare to think about calculating the amount of magic power he had. He was complacent. Flying up like that would make it easier to burn. Looks like it has to end. Having said that, he used one final move to finish off Grid, humanity, and vanish into ashes. At the boundary between life and death, Grid chose to take a risk. This situation was unavoidable. I can only bet 1 game. Damn, 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 loud explosions rang out in mid-air. It has such great destructive power that it can shake the sky and cause landslides. Affected by the explosion, a shrill cry rang out, "Wow, a.k.a. The mineral miners below were worried. No, this explosion had too much destructive power. No matter how good the equipment is, it can't stand it. Ha ha ha, the cockroach that lived as long as a leech was finally burned to ashes. He laughed loudly. But suddenly, he seemed to realize something was wrong. Kennan's dart appeared in a cloud of smoke. He was shocked to the core. The dart was smoking. Was that what was hit by my attack? He was frightened when he saw that in the fire, there was still the silhouette of a river cockroach somewhere like a leech. Grid clutched an item in his hand, preparing to throw it at the other guy. Luckily, the smoke was so cloudy that the tip of the sword only passed by. but the damage was already so terrible. Grid was hit with 15,890 damage, but was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was even more excited. He was beaten anyway, so I will give him a beating. He growled, his eyes sharp. It was really over, the blacksmith's fury. He dodged the attack. Having lost another fossil, he is no longer sharp. Hit, bang, you threw it straight at his face, making him unable to react. At this moment, tens of thousands of questions appeared in Helgao's mind, silently cursing, "Are you that strong, this bastard? Half of my HP was blown away by you in an instant." Grid raised his sword. He used the skill 5 consecutive attacks, combining holy light gloves and waste products, but they did not activate. Contempt. Suddenly, the notification window appeared. Grid's contempt skill had increased by 1 level. It was a bit of a surprise, but he felt lucky, rising at the right time. This is the result of 5 long months since the papacy. Rustle. Grid's attacks continuously slashed at the demon. He cried out in extreme pain, ah. Even though it was painful, Helgao refused to give up. On the contrary, he provoked Grid, "Your sword has become much stronger, but it's still not enough, still far behind us." Bang, fire broke out and burned the whole area. Grid shouted loudly, "Waves, die." These 2 attacks helped him bind the demon's legs. He was surprised and used lava to tie my feet. "Bastard, what tricks are you planning to play this time?" he shouted angrily. Explosions continued. In the flickering flames, Grid still kept a cool head, calmly analyzing the solution. "If I use attrition tactics, I won't be able to withstand his magic. With such a large gap, even if the ineffective skill is activated, the outcome is clear. He is different from all the guys we could use the Sea of Fire strategy to deal with before. To defeat him, you need to deal an extremely large amount of damage in a short time." While Grid was fighting, the president quietly observed Grid's every move. Grid launched consecutive attacks. He had an idea. Thinking about it, the contempt had reached level 2 before the superior contempt skill took effect. Now that contempt has reached level 3, if I create a new skill, I can combine it with it. You need to perform a few killing moves, then use martial arts continuously to be able to combine them together. Saying is doing, combined with contempt. He succeeded. The combo attack was created. The sword's surroundings sparkled with mixed purple and red colors. Hell was so angry that he gritted his teeth, growled, and felt an extremely terrible power coming. This attack is extremely dangerous. With anger, he shouted, "Don't underestimate Hell." Grid looked at the opponent in front of him and continued to analyze. The killing was already weak. Compared to 5 consecutive attacks, it was a deadly killer move. Looking out of the blue, Grid unleashed a dangerous blow, stabbing straight into the monster's stomach. The first time, then the second time, the damage the Grid suffered was a huge amount. Being hit, he cried out pitifully, "This bastard, are you really human?" The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, the amount of damage received increases more and more. The sixth time, the waste has been activated. Grid can attack 5 times in a row. Holy light gloves are activated. You can attack the target 5 times in a row. Fatal, you have dealt 2,239 damage to the opponent. A fatal blow. Grid stabbed straight into Helgao's stomach. The damage this attack caused was extremely large. He was paralyzed.
Helgao accepts defeat miserably. I have lost. I will postpone the plan to suck people's souls to get back the sealed body.
Grid confidently reminded that when returning to Hell, "Don't forget that, I'm on the same level as Muller."
Helgao's body gradually evaporated. He cried out in pain, uttering his last words, I admit.
Suddenly, Helgao's body disappeared, leaving only fragments and remnants of the battle. Grid gasped. Notification windows continuously spam completing tasks, receiving rewards, and leveling up. Youngwoo has increased to level 253. The president witnessed that scene and couldn't believe it was true. He couldn't believe it. Boy, you really defeated Helgao. He didn't pay attention at this time. The fire stone next to him was whispering as if about to explode. Damn, both of them were scared. Oh, the fire stone exploded. The president said, startled. Youngwoo's face turned pale. His mouth opened and his eyes widened. It exploded with hell. Ah. Are not, impossible, my stamina was gone, and then he fell to the ground. The president saw this and was extremely worried. Are you okay? Grid was angry and complaining. Whatever happens to me, I'll go find the firestone for me. He helped Grid up, comforted and reassured him. I will give you the firestone I dug up. Grid lamented regretfully. Then there was still one pill missing. I fought Helgao for 30 minutes, and you only dug up one stone. I'm a ranker but don't know how to pick a pickaxe. You're really bad, he shyly replied. I have no face anymore, but I'm really grateful, because our country has a legendary successor. Ha ha. Seeing him open the notification window, he was curious. Did he get a lot of rewards? Grid replied dejectedly. It was okay, I don't get any coins. This is all I get as a reward. Beans. He took out a Memphis egg, said, I don't know, he said it was an egg. He was curious. Eggs, looks like it's not a pet egg. I'm quite knowledgeable about pets because they have many skills, but I've never heard of this before. Grid was even more helpless. There were no instructions on how to hatch the eggs, or that this was a rare cooking ingredient. Sigh, hell how poor I am, speechless, he sighed. The president heard his complaints and said, this is also fate. Let me treat you to a meal. That's right, I no longer have medicine to replenish my physical strength, so I have to rest. If you eat it, you will definitely recover a little. After finishing speaking, he saw a notification. Just run away, guys. A text message appeared reminding him to leave this place quickly. He shouted, log out immediately, making Grid extremely confused. Suddenly someone walked in. Oh, there's also this case. Still alive, like this means you've defeated Helgao, right? That person is none other than the guildmaster Sakura Yoshimura. He brought a whole group of soldiers. If you've had enough, you'll have to give up this place. Great sword. Grid didn't understand anything and turned to wonder. So many people, who were they? They are one of the 3 guilds representing Japan, the Sakura Guild. They have been aiming for this island for a long time. Glancing at Guildmaster Sakura, he said, they are very famous in Japan, and there are many strong rankers in the guild. Perhaps they were determined to come after the attack ended to take advantage of the loophole to attack us. Having said that, he prepared to draw his sword, then looked at the Grid. Our association has the right to protect this island. I just need to endure a bit and the other members who have recovered will come to help soon, so just log out. Grid listened to the guildmaster's intentions and advised him to stop. I don't want to interfere in this matter, but you must protect it. I can't help but look at it. Our country sounds great, but is it more important than the experience points that are about to be lost? He was steadfast. This was the first place I met members of the association. Whether it's an island or a homeland, everyone has a place that needs to be protected. I also have someone I love, in this place, and in my country. Surely you also have a place like that. Grid was also at a loss for words, silently complaining, barrier, it's difficult. Immediately, he pulled out his sword and unleashed a beautiful blow. Anyway, from now on, this war will be a war for the things I have to protect, so don't interfere. Break the sword, destroy. Bang, bang, an explosion caused the whole group of people to fly wildly, screaming miserably, ah ah ah. Whoosh, arrows were fired by Guildmaster Sakura. He took pleasure in provoking. Ha ha, worthy of being an excellent swordsman. Whoosh, the arrows were shot by him. Attacking yourself, you are talented but also too complacent. You always stop us from setting foot on this island. But from today this island no longer belongs to you. One body no longer exists. Ha ha ha. He was so confident that he laughed loudly. Youngwoo looked at the chaotic fighting and silently assessed. This Japanese guy is so delusional. Your power is exhausted. Let's quietly escape before we get caught. Error. The logout error rang out. Due to the remnants of the great demon Helgao's power still remaining in the air, it was impossible to log out due to this disturbance. Seeing that the Grid was still dragging, the guildmaster was delusional. Go quickly. Could it be that you don't want to leave your countrymen behind? Then, thank you. This is my responsibility. Grid was frustrated because he failed to log out. He shouted helplessly, what are you saying? I can't log out. Youngwoo was scared to death when he heard, ha, the red shirt guy is on your side. Don't leave anyone alone. Kill him all for me. by some force, without fighting but declaring, "The guild master of the country confirmed that he was one of our people. Let's see if I let you touch it." Youngwoo's insides were now screaming, "Please stop talking." Because he couldn't log out and couldn't die here, he went to a corner to sit down and eat some food to get some energy. He cursed silently, "I only have a little food. How much can I recover? How miserable. At most, swing the sword 1 or 2 times and die." Suddenly there was a sound, so hungry that it made him feel exhausted. That was the sound coming from the black egg just now. It tempted Grid. He was so hungry, he wanted to eat wisely. He didn't understand what was going on. He was sweating. What the hell? It just said. The Southern Dynasty Guildmaster is still attacking the enemy with all his might. Yeah. Swish, swish, the sword slashes are so smooth that the enemy has no time to react and is beaten miserably. Grid stood to the side and observed the situation. As long as the leader was captured, the rest would automatically retreat, but to do that with just one uncle was a bit difficult. Looking at the egg, he wondered, but why? It was so quiet. Had he heard wrong? He stuffed the egg into his pocket and quickly ran away. Maybe his energy was exhausted, so he hallucinated. First, I have to get out of here while that uncle is attracting their attention. The leader of the Sakura Guild laughed like crazy. Ha ha, extremely sword. The right to own a certain land, only the strong can own it. Grid silently assessed that this guy's greed was pouring into his brain. Either way, I won't be involved in this case. Suddenly the Memphis egg made a noise, emitting streams of magic. It trembled and cried out, "I'm so hungry, give me food." Grid was skeptical. What the heck? The monster inside the egg suddenly flew out, aimed straight at Guildmaster Sakura and rushed to swallow it whole. So fast that he had no time to react at all. It turned out that it had swallowed part of the other person's soul. The chance of abnormal body states increases. His stats are reduced by 50% within 3 seconds. He was stunned. What is this? Something flew into the air. Not knowing how lucky he was, Young was shocked to the core when he achieved the title of person destined for hell. What is this? Stamina increased by 3000. Your evil magic index has been unlocked. Memphis, the first demonic beast of hell, was hatched after sensing human greed. You have become the first person in Satisfy. Become the owner of the magical beast. Youngwoo's window popped up with notifications. A black and white cat, with a golden horn on its head, appeared, surrounded by magical rays, licking its paws. Grid was surprised. A cat. It licked its feet, its eyes lit up, soulful, so delicious, meow. Seeing the cat flying in front of him, Guildmaster Sakura lost some of his sanity and was a little surprised. Oh, is it a cat? A pet without an owner, so cute. While he was not on guard, Grid rushed forward, slashed straight at the back of Guildmaster Sakura. Suddenly attacked, unable to dodge, a mouthful of blood spurted out. He angrily cursed, screaming, What is this? Where did you bastard come from? He wondered, did I lose 70% of my vitality with that one attack? Ha, that last attack was really accurate, and this cat has given me an incredible power. Grid thought to himself, you said something provocative. I heard that you chose the moment when the entire army was destroyed to come here, right? He knocked him a few meters away, shouting loudly, the thief only met an old woman, don't be dissatisfied. The soldiers of the Sakura Yoshimura Guild, like headless snakes, were all in a commotion. The guild leader, the president is in trouble. Really? That's absurd. Can he defeat someone ranked 98th in the overall rankings? Who exactly is that guy? Grid stuck the tip of his sword straight into the ground. There were still auras around that hadn't completely dissipated. He looked so brave. Wait, that big sword. It's that murderer. He's the crazy guy who single-handedly destroyed the giant guild, one of them shouted. Grid radiated murderous aura and said in a creepy voice, your president has already paid. Do you want to be next? Ha 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 ha. The soldiers panicked, talking to each other. Stay a little longer and the Silver Knights will revive and gather. What should we do? The sword alone is already difficult, but now with the other guy also, it won't be easy to defeat. Let's quickly retreat and get out of here. Extreme sword, you just wait here. Having said that, those guys ran away on all fours. Grid sat down on the ground. Sigh, Phew, he was really tired to death. The Silver Knights Guild Master ran back angrily. Are you okay? I told you to log out. He was curious. But hey, where did you find such a strange cat? The cat demon frolics in the air, singing, my master is a murderer, my master is a murderer, nya nya meow. Grid's evil magic has increased by 1. He can interact with magical beasts. Grid's expression was a bit worried. Is this the price I have to pay for taking down those Japanese? Hell. You read the information of the cat demon, who is also a wild pet of hell. The cat groomed its sparkling appearance and introduced itself. As soon as I was born, I absorbed human souls with my own power. I have the formidable power of the first demonic beast of hell, right from the moment I was born. Nya. Grid loaded more about the cat, the stats and skills, thinking, it seemed like it didn't receive any experience points from Park, but it had great stats and skills. The most special skill is soul absorption. Say he, if you see it, you'll probably like it a lot. Maybe I should buy it a capsule as a gift on this occasion. The demon cat asked, does the owner like me? Yes, I like you very much, he. Grid replied. The demon cat heard that, raised its head high in pride, meowed meow. Of course, I am both elegant and beautiful, even stronger, the #1 magical beast of hell is meow. Suddenly the cat said seriously, but the owner's face looked sick, but even so, don't worry, owner, no matter how bad or painful you are, I won't leave you, as long as you serve me warmly, that's enough. Grid was a bit angry when he saw the boss, talking like he was sitting on his head. Mom, listen to what he said, it probably just calls master for fun and doesn't understand what master means, because of your ability, I will temporarily hold back. Suppressing his emotions, Grid said, oh right, if you want to increase your friendliness, you must first give him a name, right? My cat is complacent. Oh, the #1 noble magical beast like me is about to have a name, nya. Grid with a fake friendly expression smiled and said, your name will be Noe, what do you think? Even though it sounds a bit like slave, I really don't mean anything else, that is the name of the noblest and greatest warrior in Warring States mythology. Neo's intelligence index is not high, does not understand the purpose of the grid, he was happy, his eyes were sparkling, oh, that sounds so cool, approved, you are the master, and a noble monster like me will be the anchor, nya. After that, the boss's and Sen's sympathy increases to 5. The leader of the Silver Knights Guild heard Grid's meaning and thought, dare to trick even a demonic beast, truly not an ordinary person. He said to Grid, let's go back to the castle, you're tired, you have to recover. He struggled to stand up, refusing, no, it's better if I go back and rest, staying here makes me very uneasy. The guild master continued to ask, but I was wondering, why don't you participate in the international tournament? He lamented, well, there was a strange woman who arbitrarily registered my name on the list, but I had no intention of participating. I don't want to show up, for me there's no benefit from that. The guild master feels a bit regretful, that's a pity, fighting together in the name of Korean men. I guess we'll see you again at the next opportunity. Thank you for helping me. Thanks to you, I have new hope. I will also strive to be stronger. We will definitely meet again one day. At this time, he introduced himself. I am extremely sword. And what is your name? Youngwoo smiled and said, I'm Grid. The last match was very interesting for me. If you want to make equipment, please call me. Of course it's not free. He. A while later, in a house in Barren Village, Grid returned and met Tobin, telling him about his trip. Tobin was a bit disappointed. He lamented, as expected, so you're missing one pill, right? It's probably not easy to prepare equipment in time for the next raid. Grid said, I'm not justifying myself, but Helgao is really strong. He was so strong that I couldn't concentrate on mining. He explained, but partly because I was too carefree, thinking that mining was a basic skill that everyone knew. I'm sorry, Tobin. Tobin was surprised. Was he telling the truth? Although I don't know when, people keep talking about superstition and losing faith in the Grid. He seemed to understand Grid's thoughts, but he absolutely never uttered empty words about the work of a blacksmith. Perhaps he was even more sincere than the person who requested to make the equipment, right from the moment he accepted the order. Tobin seemed a little sad. This was not his fault. I should thank you for helping me, right? About the Phoenix Dungeon raid, you can rely on Wantner. He has increased his vitality a lot in recent times. Grid told himself to dig properly next time. He opened the notification window and said, "That's fine. Then I'll keep this firestone until I finish making the shield." "Yes, but you don't participate in international competitions?" Tobin wondered. Because Youngwoo didn't get enough sleep, he yawned and missed a few international awards. "I'm so exhausted. I struggled so much to get back. I turned off the game and went to sleep." Tobin thought about something and said, "If you're so tired, you probably haven't received Jishuka's message yet. On the occasion of coming to Korea, she wanted to meet you so much, she kept texting you." He yawned with tears in his eyes. It would be fun to meet each other, but that tournament isn't over yet. At the International Competition Hall, the host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second day of the international tournament, and the weather is still as hot as ever. Today's category is to hit the target. Please allow me to begin." He looked at the screen, observed the rankers competing and said, "Compared to the two strong candidates for the championship, America and France, today there are two countries that are receiving more attention. These are South Korea and Brazil." The person next to me chimed in, "Oh, they're already out." Ishuka and Yura appeared on the screen at the same time. They are the most beautiful angels of Satisfy. Jishuka and Yura, who ranked 5th in the overall rankings, is highly appreciated for her ability to accurately control magic, and her extremely fast casting speed. Although she started playing half a year later than others, she climbed to 13th place in the overall rankings, being the number 1 archer Jishuka. The commentator briefly introduces the rules of the game. Today's tournament will take place on Tira Island. In the game, players must hit small-sized throwing discs, with a moving speed of 40 meters per second. Each hit disc will score 1 point. The winner is the one who reaches 150 points first. Obviously there will be a golden throwing disc worth 50 points with a moving speed 10 times faster. Each team should have their own strategy to conquer this disc. Participating teams can cause other players to exit. However, that does not add points. A total of 17 countries participated. Each country has 2 participants. It is best to divide the duties of one person in charge of handling the frisbee, who will protect his teammates. All teams in the game are determined to win. Commentators evaluated through the rankers that Yura and Jishuka are also strong candidates for this championship. Perhaps right from the start, everyone will focus on the two of them. Furthermore, there was only one person in the Southern Dynasty who went to battle. So could it be that they had already given up on this match? Yura walked out alone amid the laughter of those around her. "Ha ha ha, oh, Yura doesn't have any teammates. Is the Southern Dynasty department crazy? Having 2 people traveling is already at a disadvantage. What's the point of only having Yura compete here? Ha ha.
3 guys from a certain team are flirting, ha ha. And if Cubs doesn't participate in the sword poll, what kind of pairing will they have? Even though it's very difficult to be able to go to war thanks to the reputation of a company, why do you leave it to fate like that? Ka. A member of the British team walked up to Yura and asked, "Did she really give up like everyone said?" Yura: "I heard. Grid has no intention of participating. We also tried contacting but got no response." She opened the notification window and said, "It turned out to be my Rigas. I know, it's because I arbitrarily registered." Seeing her walk away, he thought to himself, her pairing up with Grid means she really hopes to know his identity, but the disappointment in her heart right now is very big. He spoke up to comfort her. "It must be very difficult to be alone, but please try your best. Your country's team initially wouldn't attack someone like you alone." Suddenly out of nowhere, Jishuka shouted loudly, "Hey, Rigas, that Grid name didn't come, right?" "Yes, it seems so," he replied. Jishuka looked sulky, her face was puffy, she was so upset. "When I saw the participation list, I had high expectations. I went all the way to Korea but couldn't meet him." She reminded him, so he should quickly prepare to go. "Don't get too immersed in other people's affairs, you might regret it." Rigas laughed. Yura told him, "Rigas, I didn't come here to give up. Only the strongest people representing a country can go to war." After saying that, she opened the notification window and logged in. She declared loudly, "And there was no one here who didn't want to become the strongest, whether alone or with teammates. I still don't give up." In the game, on a high mountain on Tira Island, countless discs are thrown. The players took the opportunity to shoot the discs one by one.
they shot and whispered to each other, "Oh wow, it's full of discs, let's kill them quickly and get out of here, we have to focus on scoring points, from the very beginning." Standing below observing the situation, Samuel, the Brazilian player, ranked 95th on the overall rankings, said, "Jishuka, let's go to a high place, where we can clearly see that goal, isn't it? Is that better?" Hearing the person next to him say that, Jishuka immediately shook his head and said, "If we take the high ground first and show them our superior ability, we will become their prey in a moment." Samuel, see. There are up to 17 countries participating, so soon there will be attackers targeting other players, then it's time to try to earn points. At this moment, a black storm roared down from the sky. Seeing this scene, the commentator of the match immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god, 1/5 of the green area on the island was destroyed in just a moment, the whole team logged out." In the game, Jishuka raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "This will be the playground for innocent moths who have not yet experienced life. And predators with overwhelming power." The black storm just now was caused by Yura. At this moment, she raised her hand again, and the black thunder skill was fired continuously without stopping. The commentators continued to exclaim, 38, 39, 40, 45, 46 points, South Korea is gaining the upper hand. Sitting outside watching the match on the screen, Zabal, ranked second on the overall rankings with one hand on his chin, not too fast or too slow to evaluate, as expected of being the 8th god of Yatan. This level belongs to the boss. Then what, Yura, you're quite good. Could it be that this is a quick winning plan? But yes, if you're playing alone, this is the best time to score points, a correct judgment that doesn't need to be adjusted, very worthy of someone who always maintains his position, 5th place on the overall rankings. Looking at Yura's movements on the screen, Zabal laughed dangerously and said, "Hee hee, but at best it was just a farce, creating a bustling atmosphere to make it look like he was ranked 5th, then last, will eventually disappear." The commentator's voice continued to echo on the live screen. The second day of the tournament, the target shooting category, there were currently 8 teams trying to hold back Yura. During the match, the current situation was very critical. One person worriedly asked, "Med, wouldn't it be better to score points at this time?" Med on the Spanish team, ranked 1 monk, 33rd on the overall rankings, looked at Yura standing high and shook his head and said, "If we do that, we will be pushed down the rankings, lost, scoring points will be left later. Right now there are 8 countries working together, 16 against 1, we can dominate the battlefield and capture Yura." At this time, Yura stood high up looking down at the players below. Her palm burst into a powerful stream of spiritual energy, and a lightning strike thundered down onto the people below. Samuel stood far away and observed this scene, then was startled and exclaimed, "Ah! With just one attack from Yura, he was able to defeat so many players?" Jishuka, who was next to him, heard that and immediately reminded him, "Don't worry about that anymore, focus on scoring points, Samuel." Taking this opportunity, the two people shot quite a few discs. The commentator immediately exclaimed, 13, 14, 15 points, the Brazilian team's score is increasing. Jishuka did not miss any opportunity. She focused on each disc flying in the sky and launched arrows, not forgetting to tell Samuel next to her, "This is an all-out competition. Even if you make the right choice, there will still be variables. This is even where the strongest people of each country gather. Those who are fighting in this battle are all the strongest." Out of a total of 16 people, there are 6 people in the top 30 of the overall rankings. Not having teammates is truly heartbreaking. Lying on the couch watching the match, at this point, Shin Youngwoo yawned and said softly, asking me for no reason, so I casually said I would participate to get it over with. In the end I ended up being 1, you're worthless, but if you use the country as an excuse to ask for help, it won't create patriotism. He lay quietly thinking. The steady voice of the match commentator rang out. Even so, her will to fight was not extinguished until the end. I was really curious to know what was going on. That's the source of motivation that makes her have that will, is that the sense of responsibility of a national representative for many years. Up until now, Yura has always responded to everyone's expectations with her sincerity, and now, everyone has been expecting her, so no matter how tired she is, no matter what, she will continue to fight. Expectation. These two words hit Shin Youngwoo straight in the heart. He remembered the words his relatives once told him. That smithy that he could not inherit, I will make it a smithy, best for you. Because we need you, Grid. Even though I'm still not strong enough right now, at some point, I will protect you. Whether in games or in real life, I always have people that I cherish, and you do too, don't you think? Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly opened wide. He thought to himself, the joy when expectations are answered. Hasn't everyone experienced that feeling before? During the match, Yura avoided the siege of other teams while silently calculating. It wasn't as easy to deal with as I thought. If I didn't suppress them from the beginning, I wouldn't have a chance to win. If we continue this long match, it will definitely be very difficult. I just calculated this far and it's the right time. In the distance, there was a powerful force rushing back and forth to repel the group of people surrounding Yura. Rigas walked up from afar, smiled at Yura and said, please forgive me, in a battle of strength, I can't stand seeing so many people bullying one person like this. The goal of becoming the strongest that you said before this competition, you haven't given up yet, Yura. On the opposite side, hearing these words, Matt angrily grabbed his weapon and rushed forward, shouting loudly, go take care of your teammates, Rigas, to protect that cheap spirit of righteousness that he intended to offer. Also a gold medal for Yura. This harsh word successfully angered Rigas. He clenched his fists, an amazing power erupted around his body. He gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, what you said is cheap, that is the spirit of martial arts, religion that I always use as my motto in life. It's true that I still have many shortcomings, but there's no reason why the spirit of martial arts should be called a cheap thing. After saying this sentence, Rigas deals an extremely strong attack, causing 9,200 damage to the opponent. Immediately after that, a fatal punch called a burst, causing another 10,900 damage, continued to be struck. Mad was completely unable to respond to these two blows. He propped his sword on the ground to keep from falling back. He thought in horror, with only 2 blows, it felt like his bones had broken. He was really strong. But thinking like that, Matt absolutely did not give up. Immediately used 2 consecutive skills to go back to his roots and opportunities from the motherland. A new notification immediately appeared in front of him. You have completely recovered your vitality. You have regenerated damaged body parts. You will continuously lose vitality. This effect will not stop until your vitality meter reaches the minimum level. Your ability index will be redistributed over a certain period of time. Intelligence, indomitability, patience, and luck stats have decreased to 1. Agility stats have increased to 2.137. Right after the announcement ended, Matt immediately stood up. He rushed towards Rigas at extremely fast speed, throwing a powerful punch in his face. Rigas couldn't help but get hit in time and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't imagine it and thought to himself, clearly his bones must have shattered. Matt looked at Rigas, curled his lips and said faintly, you practice martial arts so your body must be very strong, right? I am also a monk who has trained my body extremely ascetically. Don't bring that martial spirit that you think is important into this battle. The purpose of this battlefield is only one, that is the ultimate victory of a nation. The final result will prove it. As soon as these words ended, Mad quickly raised the weapon in his hand and slashed it towards Rigas. Rigas's screams were deafening. So Yura was the only one left. Taking this opportunity, everyone rushed forward to target her at the same time. A player named Bubat on the Turkish team, Assault class, ranked 25th on the overall rankings, ran forward while breathing heavily while thinking to himself, the hidden rare attack class, is a strong fighting profession, best. However, I can't control her after charging. After approaching her, I will be delayed for about 55 seconds when I continue to use control skills, and she can time it correctly, that moment to ruin his strategy. Thinking of this, Bubat was already very close to Yura. He hesitated for a moment and then curled his mouth and shouted. However, with the fierce attack of 15 people, her magic must have been exhausted. Right, the end has come, everyone attack. All 15 remaining players simultaneously rushed forward to attack Yura. Yura was already tired at this point, her eyes opened wide. She used her remaining strength to perform a heavenly move. This move had the effect of summoning a beam of black lightning that dealt 15 damage, 1,000 to 23,000 within a range of 10 meters. the damage range is a radius of 3 meters from the target. This move immediately kills some people like Etude and Kunbo. Yura quickly retreated a bit, she retracted her hands into a defensive stance, looked at the remaining group of people, and silently exclaimed in her heart that, thanks to the skills stored in the ball, she had overcome the difficult stage. I've defeated the attackers with low vitality. I should keep my magic to be able to defeat each of the remaining players. Just thinking about this, Bubat quickly rushed forward, the weapon in his hand raised high and shouted loudly, "Keep going, Yura." Yura was counterattacked and had no time to prepare, and was sent flying straight down below the cliff. Seeing this, the match commentator couldn't help but exclaim in shock, the strong players have started to play hard. A magician will have very low defense and vitality, so she will be defeated quickly. This is inherently a category in which Korea has a high chance of receiving a medal, but it is a pity. Having said this, the commentator suddenly paused for a moment, then stood up and shouted, wait, there's just a player from the Korean men's representative team arriving. After a moment of exchanging news, a match announcement immediately rang out. According to the results collected from the organizer, SA Group, to make the first competition more meaningful, they specially allows mid-course participation from players. In addition to this special rule, all players will have to follow the general rules. I hope everyone will forgive me. The player just walked into that capsule room. Wait, he was wearing flip-flops there. Hearing the commentator say that, the audience watching live at the arena began to whisper, "Look at that guy, how miserable Yura is, she's already late, and what's with her appearance, don't know anymore." The commentary continued to sound monotonously, and the Korean audience, who were very sad, were also making fun of him. Let's go back to the scene of the battle. Currently Yura's power is less than 20% left. It seems like she can't hold out against the alliance of other countries. Yura was knocked down. She leaned against a nearby rock, her whole body covered in wounds, breathing heavily and silently recuperating. She heard voices from above. "Damn it, Vas got hit. My team's Ray was also logged out. She alone took out all 4 attackers. What a powerful person. But let's finish her off. Even though this competition is ruined, if we end it like this, we'll become a laughing stock." Having said that, the group of surviving players began to go down, quickly moving to surround where Yura was standing. After resting for a moment, Yura regained some strength and immediately raised her hand to strike out a diamond shield. This move had drained Yura's strength. Her face was now pale. She thought to herself, "This is the only defensive magic that someone like me, who was level 291 before transferring for the 3rd time, can be used. Absolutely do not give up. Must try your best until the last minute." On the opposite side, Bubat easily dodged this attack from Yura. He quickly approached, curled his mouth in disdain and said, "Use this for defense in a fight between rankers. It's really boring. I really regret making that bad judgment, is to restrain you. So I have to take the life of a top ranker like you. Consider it a trophy in this competition. Consider it the price you have to pay for your superior strength." The male Korean audience watching this got angry and blamed them. It was all because of that useless guy. If that guy had been a cannon fodder, things would have been different. Instead of the sword, why that idiot? It's so unreasonable. The commentator also commented at this time. The audience's anger was focused on the last participating player. Just winning a medal in a competition of this magnitude is worth 200 million won, so his behavior is really worth talking about. At this time, Shin Youngwoo sat inside the game console. While booting the screen, he muttered, "That's what I mean, both Yura and the Extreme Sword Uncle have no skills, even though it's just one, my superficial promise, but seeing my country lose is not very good, so I came here. Anyway, for the competition, if you had told me the prize sooner, wouldn't that have been a much better invitation?" Inside the battle, Bubat led the crowd towards Yura, opened his mouth and shouted, "Go away, Yura." On the other side, Regis, who had recovered his physical strength, immediately shouted, "I can't stand idly watching a battle like this happen before my eyes." Mad, who was right next to him, smirked, then waved his hand and made a move to stop him, then shouted loudly, "If you can't finish your battle, don't point your nose at someone else's battle. The situation right now is extremely dangerous." Suddenly, a beam of light came from afar, hitting straight into the middle of the group of people attacking Yura. This group of people reacted very quickly and immediately retreated to avoid this attack. they took a defensive stance. Seeing the scene that had just happened, they were a little suspicious and asked, "What is this? Something caused all the attacks." The attack bounced back. "Wait, there must be something on the ground." Hearing these words, everyone turned their eyes to look below. At this moment 2 golden swords were deeply embedded in the ground. Yura, standing in a corner, also saw this. She opened her eyes wide in confusion. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out right next to her ear. "Don't be so lazy anymore. Stand up. Came here to save you, right?" The atmosphere didn't seem as heavy as I thought. Knowing that, I came earlier. I really liked the match in terms of numbers and not leaving any tricks behind like this. It was really comfortable. Anyway, this game is already a mess, so there's no need for me to be polite anymore. The person who spoke was none other than Shin Youngwoo. He took off his dirty cloak, revealing his majestic red fire armor. Shin Youngwoo stepped forward to block Yura. He glanced at the group of people on the opposite side, then curled his mouth and said, "You guys should prepare yourself mentally to be strong. From now on, you will experience a terrible feeling. Let's start the unequal match." The appearance of Shin Youngwoo made everyone excited. The match commentator immediately exclaimed, "An unexpected situation occurred. The player who came out late to the match, Grid, prevented the predicted disastrous outcome of the Korean men's team." The spectators present at the arena couldn't hold back their excitement and shouted, "It's alive! Yura is alive! It's the first time I've heard the name Grid. Can it appear so suddenly? Is it possible that it's a profession? His is an assassin." Inside the game, Samuel shot down the flying saucer while listening to the situation. A little worried and said, "Jishuka, it seems that some guy named Grid saved Yura from the Korean team." Jishuka, who was raising her bow, heard that and clicked for an hour before saying, "Things are getting complicated. If you want to score points, you have to do it now. Hurry up." On the other side, Med and Rigas also stopped fighting. Med observed for a while, then raised his eyebrows and said, "The battle is tilted in our favor. The guy seems to have chosen the wrong time to appear." Rigas heard that and laughed and said, "Ha ha, are you sure?" Through the online screen, the commentator quickly assessed the situation. The Korean fans breathed a sigh of relief, but the current situation is still extremely dangerous. The teams have temporarily put aside scoring points to focus on attacking the Korean men's team, scoring points and dealing with attacks from other teams. What will the Korean men's team do? Inside the match, Shin Youngwoo looked at the group of people in front of him, then curled his mouth and said, "Looks like we have to do both things at the same time. Let's get to work, guys." So the Korean men's team acted first by scoring points. The sword fragments were flying freely, destroying the targets. These were the sword fragments that saved Yura's life. They were not defensive equipment at all. Witnessing the scene just now, a player couldn't help but ask, "In this situation, do you dare to use those equipment to earn points?" Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo shrugged and said, "What you have to worry about now is your life, you chickens." As soon as these words finished, he immediately raised his hand, and a powerful palm roared out, causing countless damage to the opponent. The surrounding people couldn't react in time and were hit with blood. They cried out in panic, "Oh, what is this? Is this basic damage? Wait. That is the great sword used to destroy the Gaint Guild, so he is that crazy butcher." The whole crowd was stunned when this sentence was uttered. It turned out that this chaotic display of throwing blades was to prevent them from reaching their target. This made Bubat extremely angry. He raised his weapon and unleashed a destructive attack. This destructive attack skill is a typical skill of the assault profession. It can cross space and is strong. When able to reach the opponent, this move causes 1730 damage, causing the opponent to be stunned for no more than 3 seconds. Bubat took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. He shouted loudly at Shin Youngwoo, "Do you think that can hide your weakness, newbie?" The star tracking skill is quickly used. As soon as this skill is used, a notification immediately appears in front of Bubat, immune to the effect. Seeing these 4 words, Bubat widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Immune to control skills." Before Bubat could react in time, on the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo tightly grasped the long sword Dane's life and rushed forward, aiming right at Bubat and slashing down, taking back his long sword. Looking at the opponent's current situation, Shin Youngwoo quietly assessed, taking all the damage from level 8 Daneslef and only losing 20% of his vitality. As expected of a ranker, but you guys speak so harshly, touching me like that, it seems like I'll have to take out the real thing soon. Speaking of this, he curled his lips and thought to himself, it must be difficult to hide his identity from now until the end of the tournament, since it has ended up like this. It seems like the only way to appear to the public is in the most glorious way. Thinking about it, he immediately used the Pagma sword dance skill, a continuous skill with amazing power to slash strongly at the group of players in front of him. Very soon an announcement sounded, Grunt, Wade, Stackhouse died, logged out. Durant, Hayward, Dwight killed, logged out. Standing on the opposite side witnessing this scene, Bubbat couldn't believe it and thought to himself, is this a wide area skill? How can he kill so many people with just one attack? How does the skill control him? My system doesn't have any effect on him. The fight has not stopped here. On the other side, the blacksmith's rage continues to be used by Shin Youngwoo. Seeing an extremely strong stream of force in front of him, Bubbat thought in horror, here it is again. How could he swing that great sword at such terrible speed? How did such a terrible guy end up in Korea? The blacksmith's rage combined with the long sword Dane's life increased the power of this single sword, soon completely defeating Bubbat. Seeing this, the commentator immediately exclaimed, Bubbat died, logged out, so excellent, he made 15 people log out. Sitting quietly in a corner, Yura looked at Shin Youngwoo's back while immersed in her own thoughts. Yura, the fragile hope of South Korea, this is not a title I got because of the so-called as a sense of responsibility, just. I got used to having to do everything alone after my parents passed away. This time too, I believed that I could overcome everything alone and that I would be able to prove myself. I thought I had to overcome it myself like always. If I couldn't continue to prove myself, then that's when I would fall. I don't know. When Shin Youngwoo came to stand in front of Yura, he held out a hand and smiled softly, saying, don't you feel tired trying to do everything alone like that? Drink some mana and rest a bit. Hearing that, Yura nodded slightly and replied, as I thought, you are Pagma's successor. Saying a sentence like this, she sighed in her heart, and was the one who could help her rest. Yura placed her hand on Shin Youngwoo's hand and said, I'm also depending on you. Through the live screen, the match commentator immediately exclaimed, whoa, grid, Yura, oh. The male Korean audience is continuously chanting the names of the players. Can Korea, a country considered weak in this international satisfaction tournament, reverse the situation? Let's take a look at the situation in other countries. 72, 73 points. Brazil's marksmen are scoring at an extremely fast pace. Brazil is indeed a strong candidate for the championship today, but the Chinese and Canadian teams have begun to hinder them. After them, the battlefield changed again. The Brazilian shooting god mentioned in the commentator's comment earlier is Jishuka. She is currently aiming with her bow and angrily cursing to herself. Bad guy, I didn't even bother to reply to my message but just ran away, came here to save Yura. Brazil is indeed a strong candidate for the championship today, but the Chinese and Canadian teams have begun to hinder them, and the battlefield is changing again. The current score is South Korea 113 points, USA 77 points, Brazil 73 points, Canada 71 points, France 69 points, China 62 points, Japan 61 points, England 49 points, Spain 0 points. In another place in the forest, just looking at the notification on the screen in front of him, Herent of the American team, the Aura Master, ranked 8th on the overall rankings, ranked 2nd on the American team, crossed his arms and raised his mouth to say to the person next to me, wow, it's so funny, he can kill 15 people and still rank 1st in the scoreboard, even though it's a legendary job, but at this level it's truly too formidable. Lowell is also from the American team, ranked 1st in the Lost Ark rankings. The most talented among the 10 rookies nodded and replied, that's right, but on this first day only the team that scores the first 150 points can just win. Herent heard that and asked, can you handle those golden sword fragments, Lowell? Lowell thought for a while then frowned and replied, even though I could shoot them, those sword fragments looked like they were of the same material as the golden ones at the Barren Village battle. It seemed indestructible. There they are. Furthermore, there are a total of 5 teams in this forest. It's quite crowded. Japan is also preparing to attack us, not to mention a talking bush that suddenly wandered in here. The scores of the teams are almost equal. sooner or later it will turn into the first PvP match. Spain and England are playing against each other, although they are not the target we need to be wary of, but the French team, the team hiding on the mountainside and trying to score points, is making me quite worried. If we don't want to face a situation where we have to face Korea, the team that owns Yura and Pagma's Successor and has just scored an impressive score, the silver medal is our best choice right now. Listening to this analysis, Hurrent curled his mouth and said faintly, "You told us to try to win second place without a change in expression. What a calm tactician. Hey, I'll deal with the French team and come back right away. Wait for me in 3 minutes." Seeing that the person next to him had just finished speaking and ran away, Lowell exclaimed in panic, "What? I told you Japan was targeting us. If I were alone I would be attacked by them." Hurrent didn't bother to turn around. He calmly said, "What are you afraid of? You're strong enough to hold on alone. It's like I'm willing." 2 minutes and 50 seconds. As soon as Hurrent left, 2 attackers suddenly appeared behind Lowell. As soon as he saw these 2 people, he was startled and exclaimed, "Japanese team, ah." Outside watching the match, as soon as he saw this scene, a commentator widened his eyes and shouted, "Hurrent had escaped the battlefield. Separating to fight individually in the middle of the match like this is a very extreme thing to do. Adventurous period." The commentator next to him nodded and continued, "Yes, now is the time when the matches are gradually coming to an end. Eureka's also successfully suppressed the meds. This is good news for Natasha, the member who still tries to score points alone until now for the English team. On the other hand, Brazil is under the combined attack of Canada and China. It seems that second place will be decided in this battle. Jishuka is currently under attack from 2 Canadian and Chinese teams. She raised her bow and arrow, carefully aiming and calculating. The contest was coming to an end. If she didn't know how to equally divide her strength between scoring and attacking, those guys would be exhausted right now. The moment that decides the outcome is now. Realizing that the opportunity had come, Jishuka immediately used the Fire Phoenix arrow dance skill. The arrow rushed with amazing power, aiming right at the 4 opponents opposite, and suddenly there was a loud explosion. As soon as this move was played, the commentator quickly spoke. Jishuka released the power she had been saving up until now. The entire Chinese team died, logging out. Lowell, a member of the American team whose forces are scattered, is also struggling to hold out against the combined forces of Japan. Lowell was sweating in battle while gritting his teeth and scolding, "How could anyone leave a strategist alone on the battlefield like you, Hurrent? You really don't have any form at all." Nothingness book style, the attack of Void Wind with amazing power immediately defeated Japanese opponent Kokoro, as expected of Lowell, one of the 10 best rookies. On the Japanese side, there was still one guy still alive. He avoided a move just now, then immediately took a defensive stance, looked straight at Lowell and gritted his teeth and said, "This damn kid, you've gone too far. Why don't you cry and then call your parents?" Before he could finish these words, a cold voice came from above. The Guardian had returned. Hurrent didn't know when he came back. He punched the other guy from the Japanese team with a strong punch, completely knocking him out. The Japanese team died and the entire team was eliminated. In addition, he has also eliminated the entire magic team hidden in the deep forest. Hurrent looked at Lowell and smiled and said, "Well, I'm not really a Guardian at all. I'm already late." Lowell glared at him, full of hate, and said, "It took you 4 minutes and 9 seconds. The course of the battle has had unexpected changes. In a small-scale alliance with the aim of defeating each champion candidate, only Canada is left, stuck between Brazil and America." A player from the Canadian team held up a shield to defend, looking at the 2 opposing teams in front of him and softly scolding, "Damn it, what should I do now?" As soon as these words came out, Hurrent rushed forward from nowhere and shouted loudly, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Hurrent displayed blue sword light and rushed towards the Canadian team. Seeing this scene, 2 people from the Canadian team tried to block the blue sword light with shields and then gritted their teeth and scolded, "Even though you have the rare profession of Aura Master, you are too arrogant, Hurrent. We are also rankers." While these 2 teams were fighting each other, Jishuka quickly took the opportunity to release an arrow. The arrow rushed away but slightly deviated and stuck into Hurrent's hand. Seeing this result, she regretfully exclaimed, "Well, that poison arrow was aimed at his heart, and now she can still be able to avoid an arrow at high speed. What a monster." Hurrent pulled out the arrow in his hand, looked at Jishuka, curled his mouth and said, as expected of Jishuka, I didn't expect you to take advantage of this opportunity to attack me. It seems the Canadian players will have to leave the stage soon, already. As soon as these words ended, the blue light spear used by Hurrent slashed hard at the two Canadian team players in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the Canadian team was completely killed and logged out. Jishuka had been holding her archer's stance all this time. Seeing the scene in front of her, her eyes widened in admiration. The speed of the attack was overwhelming. She had to control him by all means. At this critical moment, Samuel suddenly attacked from behind. He clenched his fist and gave a strong blow to Hurrent's back, then shouted loudly, block the blow Hurrent. Hurrent was suddenly attacked but reacted quite quickly, immediately using blue light to attack back, causing 6,750 damage to Samuel. On the opposite side, Jishuka curled her lips in praise. Good job Samuel, thanks to the 5 seconds you earned, my chances are now greater. Violent explosion of arrows. An arrow carrying sparks of fire roared towards Hurrent, but before he could be happy, the sparks that Jishuka had just created were immediately bent behind Hurrent's body. On the other side, Lal didn't know when he appeared. He quickly raised his hand to block Jishuka's attack for his teammates. While blocking the attack, Lal told Hurrent, you can't block everything with air, you should use blue light to take care of the rest. This is the punishment for neglecting your advisor, Hurrent. Hurrent didn't get angry when he heard that. He turned and looked straight at where Jishuka was standing and smiled and said, thanks to you, I'm about to get stabbed all over my body like a porcupine, but this is far from happening. You still very young and green. As soon as these words ended, a dazzling blue light immediately flared up around Hurrent's body. Seeing this scene, Jishuka's eyebrows furrowed tightly. She thought to herself, he uses blue light force in an overwhelming way. It is true that the barrier of the top 10 rankings is difficult to overcome. Thinking like that, on the opposite side Hurrent continued to speak, Jishuka, you are truly a formidable archer. Am I standing too close to be able to fight you one-on-one? As soon as this question was asked, without waiting for the other person to answer or not, Hurrent decisively made a move. The moment the move was released, he suddenly stopped for a moment and quickly retracted his hand, rubbing his wrist and thinking, I just hit something quite solid. This thought was quickly confirmed. On the opposite side, in the thick smoke and dust, a faint voice rang out, Uncle's name is Hurrent. Good reaction, a little closer and I will cut the uncle came out in half. Hurrent was not at all surprised to hear these words. He curled his lips and replied, ha ha, as expected you are a member of the Zadaka group. Even so, in a battle between countries like this, show up. Isn't it a bit too much to help friends publicly like this? The person who just appeared to save Jishuka was none other than Shin Youngwoo. He said seriously, what's the big deal? How can I ignore this happening before my eyes? I will protect her. Realizing who the person behind her was, Jishuka immediately blamed her. You're really too much. Why didn't you reply to my message, you idiot? Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo quickly replied in a soft voice, I'm a bit busy, please calm down. Seeing that the situation was a bit different now, Hurrent immediately spoke up, interesting, Lal, go score points. Hearing this, Lal stood behind and asked confusedly, are you okay? But at this time on the other side, Shin Youngwoo also raised his voice and shouted, hey uncle, you're as tough as a leech, give up, either way, the medal will belong to someone in our association. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Hurrent didn't show anything but slowly replied, who would have guessed where he would come from to jump in like this? It seems like if he wants to win the silver medal, he should face him, is inevitable. As if hearing a joke, Shin Youngwoo raised his eyebrows and said, being alone, uncle, must be very difficult. Hurrent shrugged, his body began to burst with a blood-red magic. He said in a cold voice, it's okay, among the hidden professions, there is a profession called leveling master. As soon as he saw the color around Hurrent's body, Jishuka was startled and thought to himself, red light, the aura master's radiance should have been blue light, right? Not bothering to pay attention to the other person's surprised reaction, Hurrent looked at Shin Youngwoo and said with a quick, slow smile, my aura master was originally also a rare job, but now it is promoted to epic rank. You are grid, right? In the remaining time, please have fun with me. because this is your chance to compete with a legendary profession in the future. Looking at Lao's back as he left, Shin Youngwoo immediately spoke up, that kid is gone to earn points. Jishuka, you should go earn points too. Tell me one more thing, Riga's team is also aiming for the silver medal, with Danu Ada being the president, shouldn't you get second place to avoid losing face? After saying that, Shin Youngwoo immediately walked forward and pulled up his great sword. He thought to himself, they were the first to recognize my value and respect me, even though I couldn't create a good ending for them, but I want to be a stepping stone to help them achieve their dreams. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo bit his nails and said, the Korean men's team has Yura and sword fragments and is shooting at targets. My team is almost sure to have first place in their hands, so I'm also very relaxed. This morning, I heard rumors that the American team is very strong, so I want to compete with them. Could you please move out of the way so I can work? Hearing these words, Jishuka thought to himself, his way of expressing his feelings is truly clumsy. Thinking of that, she immediately smiled and said, since you want to fight, how can I stop you? Dragging Samuel as he left, Jishuka did not forget to turn back and warn him that he must win. On the online screen at this time was the image of Shin Youngwoo. The commentator couldn't hide his excitement and exclaimed, oh, because he wasn't in the rankings, I thought he was an unbeatable player, that's a name, but on the contrary, he is receiving the trust of both Satisfy idols, Yura and Jishuka. In the community right now, there are also many comments with content both curious and jealous of him. Shin said he and her friend were also watching the match on the screen. Hearing the commentator say that, the other friend suddenly exclaimed, wow, your brother is famous. I gradually want to have him. Got him already, say he. Shin say he stood still, frowned and said, even though I've told you many times, I want to repeat once again that my brother doesn't like women, and lately the situation has been even worse than before. There. Saying that, the girl worriedly thought to herself, her brother kept hanging out with those people, so he was immersed in the joy of the virtual world forever, not knowing what was going on in the game that could make a person become so much changed. Not paying attention to the girl's expression, the other friend continued to ask, hey, what is your brother like? Shin say he hates uttering the word money. And at this time inside the match, Hurrent burst out with magic power in his hand while looking at Shin Youngwoo and raised his eyebrows and said, a neater battlefield is a good thing, but they won't be able to get the silver medal easily. The boy on my team is very good in this and that. Shin Youngwoo raised his sword high, slashed once before responding, I have created an opportunity, they will know how to take care of themselves. Because he had accidentally revealed his identity, Shin Youngwoo planned to go all out, so he immediately put all his strength into using the Pagma sword dance skill. Hurrent on the opposite side also refused to be weak and immediately waved his hand. The red light in his hand immediately hit Shin Youngwoo directly. The system notification immediately sounds, you have suffered 4,600 damage. After reading the notification once, Shin Youngwoo couldn't believe it and thought, I'm wearing legendary armor and still taking this much damage. On the other side, Hurrent retracted his hand, smiled and said faintly, when fighting in PvP, you have to be quick in your preparations. This is the advice I give you, no need to thank me. Shin Youngwoo didn't bother to listen to him. He continued to raise his sword and make a killing move. Looking at this scene, Hurrent excitedly exclaimed, oh, the atmosphere is quite good. It seems that the rumor that you have the strongest job among the current jobs is not false, right? But even so, it's a pity. As soon as these words ended, the red light in his hand continued to strike, causing Shin Youngwoo to suffer countless more damage. He quickly took a few steps back in a defensive stance. His body was now covered in blood. Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, based on the fixed amount of damage caused. Maybe it's an aura that causes fixed damage regardless of defense. I'm starting to feel crazy, even with that guy's miserable expression. Hurrent continued to attack while using his noble voice to lecture Shin Youngwoo. If he wants to accurately perform a non-target skill, he must first control the opponent's movements. Otherwise he cannot do it, so at worst you have to predict the opponent's movements. It looks like you don't have any combat experience, or are you unable to use your job properly? These words successfully angered Shin Youngwoo. He tightly grasped the sword in his hand and rushed straight towards Hurrent, scolding him, stop talking nonsense, I have killed so many monsters alone, do you know? Hurrent gently leaned back and stepped back, calmly let out a loud noise and said, "Hey, even so, aren't they targets that stand still? Does that count as experience?" Not bothering to say more to him, Shin Youngwoo focused his fighting power on the sword in his hand and shouted loudly, "Avoiding my attack for once, but you sang like a blackbird non-stop, sword dance Pagma." But before this sword could hit the opponent, Shin Youngwoo had already received countless more damage. Hurrent stood to the side and said contemptuously, "So your learning ability isn't that great? I'm wondering if I gave up the gold medal too early." Not in the mood to listen to the opponent's ramblings, Shin Youngwoo angrily thought to himself, "Damn, the time to prepare the sword dance takes at least 85 to 2 seconds. When fighting a boss, I always have plenty of time to prepare and play. But now it's being made fun of by other rankers." Thinking so, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "The rage of forged poetry." The great sword with amazing power aimed straight at the opponent and slashed down. Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hey, he's laughing at me." Hurrent reacted very quickly, raising his hand to block this attack. Feeling the power of the attack for a moment, he was surprised and thought to himself, "Can he shake the whole aura? In terms of strength, it's really no different from the world's rumors." While thinking about this, Shin Youngwoo suddenly opened his mouth and laughed and continued, "Ha ha, you have mastered that trivial skill. I will use my strength to crush you. Let's play until the end." It was only at this point that Hurrent felt a little unbelievable and started to recalculate. I had given strong blows several times. He had also received quite a lot of damage but showed no signs of exhaustion. Could it be that his stats are abnormally high due to the influence of his equipment? If we keep fighting at this rate, I'll probably be the one to get exhausted first. Of course, it's better to understand the other person as soon as possible. Thinking like that, Hurrent turned his wrist slightly. Shin Youngwoo, who was concentrating, saw that and frowned suspiciously. The aura moved down to his feet. While he was distracted, Hurrent immediately used the escape skill. At this time, his attack power decreased by 30% and his movement speed increased by 30%. As Hurrent ran away, he happily thought to himself, "I can roughly feel his strength, but I wonder how fast he will reach." Without making him wait, Shin Youngwoo quickly used the skill of Shunpo and arrived in front of Hurrent in just a blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, his eyes widened in horror. He only needed to change his weapon to a short sword and his speed would increase rapidly. His equipment was set up in a form that could supplement star fighting experience. At this moment, Hurrent received a text message from Lowell with the content, "Lowell here, you've fought enough, let's focus on destroying the target, right now." After reading this message, Hurrent made a quick decision and immediately used the blue light spear skill to attack Shin Youngwoo. His cry immediately echoed throughout the space here. Firelight lit up the sky. Retracting his hand, Hurrent let out a breath, cautiously wondering if he had hit me yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Youngwoo appeared on top of his head. He raised his sword high and shouted loudly, "You've hit. What do you plan to do next? I told you I'll kill you, life, remember." This scene didn't make Hurrent feel scared at all. He raised his head and curled his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, but your team is already done." Hearing the other person say that, Shin Youngwoo didn't understand anything, so he asked again, "What?" At this moment, the commentator's excited voice rang out. The Korean men's team had achieved 150 points, winning the target shooting category. Hearing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo sadly said softly, "Honestly, I assigned the task of destroying the target to Vibranium and then forgot about it." The commentator's voice was still ringing in his ears. According to the rules, any team that has reached 150 points cannot stay on the battlefield, so the Korean men's team was forced to log out. Before Shin Youngwoo left, Hurrent waved goodbye and said teasingly, "I used that blue light spear attack to shoot the target. I'll play around here for a while longer and then log out later. You go well, boy." Hurrent finally joined forces with his team, and the American team scored another 16 points. Receiving a notice to force him out, Shin Youngwoo angrily shouted, "Why log out?" Day 2 of the tournament has finally ended. Today's hottest news is of course the appearance of Pagma's successor, the first legendary class. Now the players are conducting interviews at the press conference. A reporter picked up the microphone and asked a question. "Player Shin Youngwoo Omicron, you won the gold medal, right? Why do you look so angry? Please relax." Another reporter standing behind also spoke up. Thanks to winning the target shooting category, South Korea was able to hold out hope of taking a high ranking in the overall rankings after a long period of falling from the top. We were also extremely impressed that the Korean men's team pushed the US down to second place with a silver medal. The bronze medal went to his team, thanks to Riga's strategy of holding back Jishuka. There have been many assessments that the Brazilian team Samuel is not strong enough to stop Riga's in battle. We feel like you have a special relationship with player Yura, you two are a couple, right? What about the relationship between him and Jishuka? There are many fans who are curious about this. He quickly regained his composure and answered decisively, I don't have any love relationships with women on earth. Yura sitting next to her heard this answer and her face turned black. She glanced at Shin Youngwoo once and spoke, as a colleague, I know that he and Jishuka are in the same association. After saying this sentence, Yura immediately turned around and whispered to Shin Youngwoo, you don't need to answer strange questions, it will make the interview longer. Shin Youngwoo had absolutely no experience in this. He asked in bewilderment, what was strange? As soon as these words ended, the reporters below began to ask questions, wondering what his level was. If you are a legendary blacksmith, you should be able to create legendary class equipment, right? How old are you? Are you married yet? What is your reason for not registering in the rankings? You also didn't reveal your identity, right? Shin Youngwoo turned to Yura to ask for his opinion. She saw that and immediately reminded her in a low voice, just answer lightly enough to make them satisfied, and don't reveal anything about your personal life, even like it or not, you will now receive the attention of the whole world. Below, another reporter continued to ask the question, 40 days ago, a global announcement appeared with the content that the first person to change profession to a legendary profession appeared. Was it at that time? Was the time when he changed his job to become Pagma's successor? Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo crossed his arms and curled his mouth, thinking, the whole world, can someone like me who just stays at home do it? Even so, one by one. One by one. Just consider this an introduction. Thinking like that, he immediately stood up, looked down at the press below and smiled and said, it's difficult for me to explain in detail, but it's true that I can create legendary class equipment. The moment I changed my profession to become Pagma's successor was just as everyone said. But who would have thought that after saying such a sentence, Shin Youngwoo immediately realized what question the world really cares about right now. The reporter from earlier continued to speak. Compared to having a legendary job, it seems like he was attacked in a one-sided manner by the American Hermit. Shin Youngwoo was mad but still had to suppress it. Another reporter continued to ask, your profession is famous as the strongest sword master, but you didn't expect to be so weak. What do you think about the fact that some people think that your ability is very lacking compared to other rankers? Sitting next to Shin Youngwoo, Yura turned slightly to look at him and thought to herself, the issue of ability is there but that is not the focus. But Pagma's successor only has the strengths of being superior in manufacturing ability and passive skills. It is not a strong job in terms of combat techniques. The skills used in battle and in the battle in Barren Village are multi-THNG, multi-thousand, near kill, 3. The number of his skills is quite small, although very powerful. The weakness is the recharge time, reuse too long. In the world of high-ranking rankers, those who fight with time units measured in seconds, that is the fatal weakness of the manufacturing profession. Thinking about this, Yura heard Shin Youngwoo sitting next to him suddenly speak, isn't it obvious? Because I haven't completed the job transfer task yet, I can't receive it yet, Pagma's full power is available. Hearing this answer, the reporters below immediately became excited. A person standing in front hurriedly asked, do you mean you're still in an incomplete state? Does that mean if you're in perfect condition you can beat player Herent? Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself with hate, those journalists are Herent every time they open their mouths. I can use my shield to control his movement, and I can also use my balance to crush him, not to mention the active skills, from the indestructible justice skill to the golden lightning. I have more than enough skills to be able to deal with that bastard, but because I didn't want to reveal all my powers, I didn't use them. Thinking so, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and asked Yura, is there another PvP category, right? Will Herent participate? Hearing that, Yura frowned and replied, yes, because he is the second runner-up in America, I added that he has also been registered to participate, along with the pet marathon category. Hearing her say that, Shin Youngwoo nodded to show that he understood. He immediately turned towards the reporters below and spoke seriously. He didn't know if this could be considered an answer, but compared to Pagma and legend has it that I am now just a child with my nose still not clean, however. Or maybe you can't use your job properly. Like player Hurrent, 30 seconds, I will blow Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha away within 30 seconds in PvP category. The commentator's voice rang out on the live screen. Hello everyone, this is Satisfy Daily's news. Day 2 of the tournament has officially ended. Today's categories include target shooting, sieges and treasure hunts. We're a third of the way there, but it seems like the hosting country doesn't have any advantage, because South Korea is the weakest country among the 17 participating countries this time. Southern Korea also ranked lowest in the siege and treasure hunt categories. Although player Yura's wide area strategy is very superior, it cannot help the team rank high due to the limitations of the Korean men's team. However, the shining star of the Korean men's team, the team predicted to rank lowest in the tournament, appeared, right. He took over all the websites with his statement that made Hurrent log out for 30 seconds. That is Pagma's successor, the grid player of South Korea. After Shin Youngwoo's speech, the buzz of reporters immediately rang out in the stands. 30 seconds, can you really do it? The opponent ranked 8th in the overall rankings. There, Yura, who was next to her, immediately spoke up. Sorry everyone, we would like to end the press conference here. After leaving the stage, Shin Youngwoo asked somewhat confusedly, is it okay to just end it like this? Yura nodded and said, that's enough, there will be many interviews later, let's go back to the waiting room. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo immediately praised, you're really knowledgeable. Thanks to you I was able to complete the interview smoothly. Yura waved her hand and shook her head and replied, you're too polite. Because of poor results in other categories, everyone on the team almost had a mental breakdown. But, thanks to Youngwoo's positivity, the team's current atmosphere can be better, be a little. Even though I registered on my own, thank you very much for appearing. Hearing her say that, Shin Youngwoo narrowed his eyes and said, I find it interesting, and I also think I'm suitable for standing on stage. In the waiting room of the Korean men's team. As soon as she stepped inside, Yura bowed her head apologetically and said, I'm sorry, everyone tried so hard. Especially during the siege battle, I should have led better. Hearing these words, the players on the opposite side quickly waved their hands and said, what are you talking about, Yura? It's because we are too weak, we should be the ones apologizing. After saying that, they all focused on looking at Shin Youngwoo, then spoke to each other. Ah, this is Mr. Grid, right? I didn't expect that the person with the first legendary class was a Korean man. He was also involved. If you participate in other categories, the team's performance will probably be better. It's such an honor. You are the savior of our country. While talking about this, there was a sound of opening the door, followed by a voice saying, someone. Shin Youngwoo heard the sound and immediately turned around and suddenly saw a strange girl coming from outside and hugging him. Behind her were 2 other people. These 3 people were Jishuka, Pon and Rigas. Being hugged unexpectedly, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself inexplicably, who is that? Wait, it can't be. While thinking about this, the Korean male players in the back suddenly exclaimed, oh, she's Jishuka from Brazil, there's also Rigas and Pon. At this time, Jishuka had already let go of Shin Youngwoo. She looked straight into his eyes and said, I really wanted to meet you, Grid. After carefully observing the person in front of him for a while, Shin Youngwoo silently exclaimed, it's Jishuka. Rigas and Pon came too, but the most important thing is why is she so beautiful? Standing in the back, Pon smiled and said, ha ha, the grid in reality and in the game are the same. Rigas heard that and nodded in agreement, that's right, it's not like Alpha Iota Kappa Iota Alpha. On this side, Jishuka suddenly glanced over at where Yura was standing. She looked at the other person for a moment then stuck out her tongue teasingly. Seeing this, Yura's face turned black and she was a little angry but still didn't say anything. Everyone chatted for a bit then returned to their residence to rest. At this time, Shin Youngwoo and Yura were walking around the campus where the match was taking place. Yura spoke up a bit apologetically, because he suddenly joined the match today, he had already worked hard. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo shrugged and shook his head and replied, "Are you okay? It seems to me that you tried really hard but didn't get any results." Yura looked up at the sky, speaking neither quickly nor slowly. "Although it was true that I was sorry, I couldn't say that I didn't get any results. We were able to take another step forward thanks to our time spent working together. If we only achieve results without making efforts together, it doesn't mean anything, right? Failure is the mother of success." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo thought, "It's like making stars." Thinking so, he immediately put his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times, then said, But I think it's still better to get the result." Before he could finish his sentence, Yura next to him suddenly raised his voice and asked, "Right, what are you going to do?" Shin Youngwoo didn't quite understand and immediately asked again, What's going on?" Yura pointed behind and said, "They are following that guy." Shin Youngwoo looked back in the direction of Yura's hand, only to see the three people Jishuka, Rigas and Pon standing behind him. Jishuka took a few steps forward and said expectantly, "Take me to visit Southern Korea." Rigas heard that and laughed and said, "Now let's go to the Taekwondo theme park." Pon did not agree with this suggestion and immediately shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Of course you have to go clubbing." Hearing the two of them say that, Jishuka angrily shouted, "You two can go wherever you want, Grid will only go with me." Looking at this scene, Shin Youngwoo didn't understand anything and thought to himself, why do they keep following me? Just talking about it makes me deaf. If I say anything I will die immediately. At this moment, Yura turned around and said, "No way, it seems he also needs an interpreter." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo cried out in confusion. Yura shook her head slightly, looked at the three people behind her and said, "I'll book the restaurant, let's go." Very quickly everyone went to the pre-booked restaurant. Pon raised the glass of wine in his hand, narrowed his eyes and said, "Wow, authentic Korean food is really delicious. Come on, finish your glass, guys." Rigas sat next to him, putting food in his mouth and exclaiming, "Wow, this is the taste of Ilyo Pumse, nothing else." Pon heard that and laughed and said, "What did you eat that made you feel that delicious taste? Ilyo Pumse is the final punch of Taekwondo." At this moment, Jishuka suddenly couldn't hold back her anger, pointed at Yura and shouted, "But why? Why do I have to eat with her? You two should quickly tell someone to wrap up the food and go away. I want to play with just one Grid." Hearing that, Pon immediately narrowed his eyes and spoke up to advise, "Yura can speak 8 languages. Using a translation tool is very inconvenient. Making friends is also good." Jishuka snorted and said in disgust, "Why would she make friends with those Yatans?" Saying that, she took a dumpling from the table and gave it to Shin Youngwoo, smiled brightly and continued, "Well, I have to be patient, because I still want to participate in the international tournament, and I also want to meet Grid, or take this opportunity to settle in South Korea." Yura, who had been silent until now, whispered into Shin Youngwoo's ear, Jishuka said she didn't like South Korea at all. If it wasn't for the international tournament, she wouldn't have come here at all." When Jishuka heard these words, she immediately stood up indignantly and shouted, "Would you please translate properly? That sinister girl, I also know a little Chinese." Yura shrugged and calmly said, "I must have heard wrong, or her fat was a bit thick," pressing on her vocal cords, making her pronunciation difficult. Jishuka suppressed her anger and scolded, "What are you talking about? Dried fish sauce?" Listening to the two people arguing loudly, Shin Youngwoo was stuck in the middle and thought to himself in fear, "Why are the two of them arguing? What is Rigas doing? Why don't you stop them?" Shin Youngwoo looked around and saw that Rigas had been lying on the floor sleeping soundly for a long time. Pon, you too." Turning towards Pon, I saw him flirting with a girl from the next table. Shin Youngwoo was extremely helpless. It was only after a while that he got out of Yura and Jishuka's argument. He sighed in admiration. What a mess. Were they really the people he knew? This won't work. Let's find a place to hide first. Shin Youngwoo went to the bathroom. After washing his face to wake up, looking at his image reflected in the mirror, he breathed out and said softly, "Phew, I can't say anything. They really are different in the game." But thinking back, it's been a long time since I've talked to friends in the real world. If it were me in the past, this wouldn't have happened. So many things have changed, especially that relationship called friends. While drying his hands on a paper towel, Shin Youngwoo calculated, "It's time to go home." Yura didn't say anything. The rest of the group are all staying in different hotels. Quickly returning to the dining table, Shin Youngwoo quickly pulled a waiter standing nearby and asked, "Oh, where did the guy sitting over there go?" The waiter heard that and immediately said, "He went out with the girl he was sitting with." Shin Youngwoo nodded to thank the other person. He turned around and walked back to his place. In his heart he silently scolded, leaving without saying a word, really speechless. "Everyone, we should too." At this point, the words fell silent. Looking at the two girls lying motionless on the table, Shin Youngwoo immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god, these people." At this moment, even Riga's was nowhere to be seen. He immediately turned around and asked the waiter, "What about the guy in here?" The waiter smiled and said, "He was drunk and ran out while talking about taekwondo or something." When Shin Youngwoo heard this, he really collapsed. He was sweating and thought to himself, throw all this stuff back to me and run away. Go away, my friends, you bastards." The next morning, in Shin Youngwoo's family's apartment, suddenly there was a shrill scream of Shin Sei-hee, "Mom!" Shin's parents rushed in and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? What's wrong, Sei-hee?" Shin Sei-hee pointed at the bed in his brother's room and stammered, In my brother's room, there was a shocking incident. I just saw that there were two girls sleeping on Shin Youngwoo's bed. They were Jishuka and Yura." Just as Shin Youngwoo came out of the bathroom, seeing this situation, he wiped his hair and spoke up, "What a fuss. Loading the two of them into a taxi and bringing them here is a miracle. Mom and Dad, don't be surprised. They are the players of this tournament. They are all famous people, so I have no choice but to bring them home." Hearing that, Shin Sei-hee quickly turned around and asked, "Are you being threatened by them?" Shin Youngwoo looked at his sister in confusion and said, "What are you talking about? Please wake up those two people." Very quickly, Shin's mother finished preparing breakfast. Looking at the two girls sitting in front of her, she immediately explained, "Hey, listen to me. It seems like we had a party yesterday, right?" Yura shyly replied in a soft voice, "It's just our first meeting and we're so rude. We're sorry." With her little Korean, Jishuka also smiled and said, "Uncle, you should eat too." When Shin's father heard her say that, he burst out laughing and exclaimed, "Ha, I've eaten." Having said that, he slightly pushed up the glasses on his face, turned to Shin Youngwoo and said, "Youngwoo, you probably already know but I want to repeat. Our country prohibits marrying more than one wife at the same time." Hearing his father say that, Shin Youngwoo turned black and protested, "I told you it wasn't like that." After saying that, he looked back at Yura and asked, "We don't have to participate today, right?" Yura turned around and nodded and replied, "That's right, each person is only allowed to participate in 3 categories." While talking about this, the presenter's very audible voice rang out on TV, "Day 3 of the first international tournament. The manufacturing competition will be held today. This is a competition with the appearance of rankers with manufacturing professions in each field, because Pagma Successor, who is receiving the most expectations, will not appear in this competition. Many fans are very disappointed." Hearing that, Yura sighed regretfully and said, "What a pity, it would have been nice for Youngwoo to go to war." Shin Youngwoo simply comforted him with one sentence, "Because of the limit of the category, it had to be that way." The host's voice continued to echo steadily, "Before entering the competition, we will meet the character who became a hot topic yesterday, Mr. Hurrent. Player Hurrent, you have received a challenge to the PvP match that will take place on Thursday. How do you feel?" Hurrent heard this question and smiled brightly. He looked straight at the camera lens and said, That thing about logging out for 30 seconds. Because he was so young, he had to say something like that. That's children." In another place, while watching the interview, Lowell turned around and asked Zabal with some confusion, "Mr. Zabal, isn't Mr. Hurrent too excited, looking at the equipment of Pagma's successor? If we use all our strength to fight, I don't think Hurrent can win easily." Hearing that, Zabal immediately turned to look at the other person and smiled and exclaimed, "Our rookie is too cautious. Hurrent's aura inherently has many uses, right? Moreover, Hurrent at that time had not yet used all his true abilities. What was the point of being a brat who only knew how to rely on equipment?" Speaking of this, Hurrent on the screen also continued to speak, I can confirm that that guy is dozens of levels behind me. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo frowned and said to Yura sitting next to him, the PvP and pet marathon match on day 5 is not a team battle but an individual battle. If you win you can earn 6 medals in all 2 categories. Surely the American team is now intending to win as many medals as possible to consolidate first place in the overall rankings. However, they made a serious mistake. Because that is also my goal. Finally, it's day 5, the last day of competition. The highlight of this year's tournament is the PvP and pet marathon that will take place in both morning and afternoon. And this is the Lion Castle of Pearl Island, where the PvP battle takes place. This place was once used to train knights of the Bongas Principality, but now it has become a ghost castle. The 32 players' fixtures were arranged through the draw of lots. The 2 strong candidates for the current championship are Chris, who is ranked 3rd in the overall rankings, and Bondre, who are ranked 11th in the overall rankings. They will likely face each other in the final round. Player Hurrent has already logged into the system. He's probably thinking about his opponents now. Hurrent at this moment burst out with magic power in his hand while muttering, How ranked 14th, Bondre ranked 11th, Agnos ranked 7th, Chris ranked 3rd, Jeeble ranked 2nd and Krauzel ranked 1st. Saying this, the magic power in Hurrent's hand immediately burst into a halo of light. This skill is called Aura, ranked Epic. It is dark red. For this skill, the higher the rank, the greater the effect and magnitude. The aura is not separated from the caster, and the aura level can be upgraded through practice. At this time, a notification appears in front of him. You can deal 4,600 fixed damage to the enemy. The aura can radiate up to a maximum of 5 meters. Aura Master Class with the title of Transcendent Level 1 Sword Saint Candidate. You can control aura. You have obtained the minimum qualifications to become a Sword Saint. All stats increased by 1.3 times. Can quickly grasp the opponent's weakness. Can predict enemy movements with high precision. The Super Sense has been released. For Level 1 Super Sense, all senses will become transcendent. Level 1, Telepathy can predict the opponent within a range of 10 meters. This effect is maintained for 6 seconds. After the effect ends, you will be unconscious for 2 seconds, consuming all available mana. Reuse time is 3,600 seconds. Taking a look at the skill stats, Hurrent thought to himself, I will deal with those 6 people and climb to the position of Sword Saint, Bondre and Chris. I will destroy you guys first in this PvP match. Hurrent. The excited voices of the 2 commentators rang out non-stop outside the arena. The cheers for player Hurrent were overwhelming. Everyone was confident that Hurrent would win in this PvP match. In contrast to that, the grid player is receiving countless ridicule. 2 days ago there was an article saying that T Nu Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha disappeared along with Jishuka and Yura when the 2 of them were drunk. Currently, there are also mixed opinions about the match on the first day of grid players' participation. As he was about to enter the game console, around Shin Youngwoo and Yura there were loud curses. Go away, that thing that rushes into the middle of the match and takes away the achievements of others. Low ability, just muzzle is good. Yura was afraid that Shin Youngwoo would be affected by these words and quickly reassured him. Those teasing you are quite serious. Are you okay, Youngwoo? Shin Youngwoo didn't show anything. He turned his head and smiled and said, After all, I've never heard cheers from others before. Don't worry, the gold medal will definitely come to us. The commentator's voice continued to echo steadily, and the audience expressed a rather uncomfortable feeling about the grid over the past 2 days. Perhaps it's because of his playing attitude and arrogant speech. Now, let's leave those trivial things behind and let's watch the first match. The first match started. Just entering the game, Shin Youngwoo raised his sword. He didn't give Hurrent a chance to react at all and immediately used a Pagma sword dance. Seeing this scene, Hurrent didn't bother to move a single thing but faintly exclaimed, Oh my god, even though it's just a round to stretch the muscles and bones, has he already brought out the sword dance? How shameless. And no, I won't be harmed by that slow-moving skill, and of course those blades will never stop my skills. As soon as these words finished, he immediately waved his hand and made a move, immediately causing 4,600 damage to Shin Youngwoo. Retracting his hand, Hurrent observed the opponent for a moment, then frowned and said, What a pity, having received that much damage and still not giving up. Saying that, he thought to himself, This is a skill with a long reuse time. so using aura for defense would probably be more effective. On the other side, Shin Youngwoo refused to be weak and immediately used his protective skills. This skill has the effect of preventing enemies from approaching for 3 seconds, cannot be used against undead, consumes 300 mana, reuses for 300 seconds. As soon as this skill was used, Hurrent's body immediately stopped moving. He was a little frightened and thought, is this the skill that guy was hiding? Without thinking too much, Hurrent immediately increased his defense. A notification immediately appeared in front of him. Your defense has increased by 150%. A shield capable of absorbing 5,000 damage was created. After reading this announcement, Hurrent smiled and exclaimed, first use all your aura to defend. Just hold out this time and then adjust. Before he could finish his sentence, on the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo used another killing move to hit Hurrent straight. The shield he had just created was effective in blocking 5,000 damage. Then he continued, take 63,000 more damage. After going through this scene, Hurrent stammered in disbelief. It was so absurd. Not just him, but all the spectators. And the commentator watching the match was also stunned on the spot. During the match, Shin Youngwoo took back his report card, curled his mouth and said in disdain, being blown away by a guy who just met him for the first time like this, how would it feel, having to be this overwhelmed to be able to win, get everyone's attention? Some people opened their eyes wide and looked clearly. The butcher had appeared. At this moment, the stands outside immediately burst into tears. The image of Shin Youngwoo appeared on the big screen along with endless cheers. 5.3 seconds, Hurrent player, strong candidate for the championship. The enemy was logged out for 5 seconds, not 30. Oh wow, is it one hit one kill? Isn't it a bug? I bet money on Hurrent. Oh my money, if I knew that I would have bet 1 to 3 on Grid. Standing and watching the match through a small screen, several members of the Zadaka Association immediately shouted with joy, he did it, Grid was truly successful, Vantner, we won big in this bet, okay, take this coin and tell Grid to make equipment. Although this was a shocking result for many people, it was obvious to those who knew Grid, and he was the only one who felt disappointed. Stepping out of the game compartment, Shin Youngwoo said sadly, the legendary weapon with a maximum attack power of 3,682 along with an increased effect of 1,800%, level 2 damage but only causing just over 60,000 damage, that Hurrent guy is strong. Anyway, it got his muzzle closed, ha ha ha. Not far away, Lal walked to Hurrent's game compartment. Seeing the person still sitting there, he immediately called out, get out of the chair Hurrent, you lost. Hurrent didn't bother to pay attention to everything around him. He sat still and mumbled. The perfect combination of control and fatal blow had surpassed his calculations. From the beginning he was not an opponent. Is it his master? The legendary job is different. If I want to catch up with him, I have to enhance my aura soon. Hearing the person next to him say that, Lal frowned and said, not really, I think the difference in equipment alone is beyond imagination. Hurrent was very upset when he heard these words. He turned around and glared at Lal, then coldly said, Lal, you said it as if you were very jealous of him. Didn't the Snake Group promise to spend some money to recruit a rookie like you? Lal turned his gaze toward Shin Youngwoo who was happily laughing not far away and said, to be honest, being fascinated by power is natural. I'm also tired of the title of newbie. I'm already a soldier. I think if you want to catch up with the rankers, you first have to have good equipment as a fulcrum. As expected, good things are always better than the ability to control. I will join the Zadaka group. Hurrent should also think again about joining Zabal's group. Hearing these words, Hurrent gasped and asked seriously, are you determined? I won't be able to comfortably be with someone who I will defeat one day and pass, so good luck to you, achieve your wish. And at this time in the game, the French Bondre, the ice wizard profession, ranked 11th on the overall rankings while using the magic in his hand while secretly calculating. He could destroy Hurrent in just 5 seconds. That's really good. Grid, is that sword dance skill what I need to pay attention to? If the ground is slippery then using sword dance will be difficult. It seems he used flying in the raid on Barren Village right, then it would be much easier. The stage is an island so there is a lot of moisture. The last skill I learned from an S-level magic book is Absolute Zero. This skill has the effect of freezing the opponent and at the same time dealing 42,000 fixed damage. Although it has a long duration, this is a skill that can destroy Yura and Hurrent with terrible damage. On a battlefield filled with humidity like this, whether it's on the ground or in the sky, there's no room for you to move, you brat. At this time, outside the match center, Yura was extremely anxious as he ran and thought, Grid's next opponent is Bondre. As long as Ice Prison or Cold Ice Tri-Chu is cast, he will not be able to win. Space to move. I have to give some advice to Grid, but where has he gone? If he is absent-minded this time he will fail. In a deserted corner of the hallway, Shin Youngwoo looked at Lowell and smiled and said, I know, Evelyn also often talks about you. She said you are a genius. What is your name? The best among the 10 rookies, right? Lowell bowed his head and replied softly, I am a railsmith. I am using the id Lowell. Please let me join the Zadaka Guild. No, please accept me as your retainer. I promise to be loyal to you. Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo burst out laughing and said, Ha ha, you can speak Korean. You learned this when watching Korean historical dramas, right? What did you say? It's so cheesy. But why? You do that again. You think if you become my subordinate I will make equipment for you? Lowell didn't hide anything and nodded and said yes. Seeing that, Shin Youngwoo was quite satisfied and said, honestly, okay, let's do it. The more slaves, the better. After saying this sentence, he thought to himself, lately, is that miner boy planning to let me eat or something? He always chooses extremely dangerous mining places, even though he already has Jude as his bodyguard. If he can withdraw accepting a slave as a player with the ability to revive, there is no reason for me to refuse. Lowell was extremely happy when he received the offer. I didn't expect him to agree so quickly. I would like to repay him with advice when he competes with Bondre. The crucial point is whether or not you can stop his Ice Hell and Ice Tri-Chu moves. If you can't break the Ice Wall skill he uses to buy time in time, then failure will be inevitable, sooner or later. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo curled his lips and said, before that guy can bring out that shaved ice, I just need to destroy him as soon as possible. Hearing him say that, Lowell silently assessed, how arrogant. You have to let him taste the bitterness to wake up. It's okay, only then can he grow up. At this moment, the commentator's voice continued to sound. The third and second round of the great battle had ended, followed by the 16th round of championship candidate Chris. It's not like we've already won or lost. Even though they are the strongest guys in LTS, it seems like the past has been reversed. Player Rigas, who is ranked 12th in the overall rankings, has shown clear signs of failure. The barrier wall of third place in the overall rankings is really high. Inside the match, Chris looked towards Rigas, who was beaten to pieces below, and said with disdain, let Hurrent log out for 5 seconds, that murderous butcher. No, that Grid guy is really quite terrible. Yes, winning against someone like that guy in the final round would be valuable, but still. Guys like you, don't mistake yourself for being on the same level as me. Those of you who are not qualified to enter this battle, like you should get out of here as soon as possible. As soon as these words finished, Chris immediately raised his sword and aimed at Rigas's body. But at this moment something unexpected happened. Around Rigas's body a terrifying force erupted, knocking Chris back a distance, causing him to lose half of his health. Rigas stood up straight, curled his mouth and said, I thought this was a luxury for someone learning martial arts, so I had no intention of using it, but as expected, having a weapon would make things completely different. A move that Rigas used just now is called Duke's Iron Fist, which is unique. This is an iron fist created by a talented Grid blacksmith by combining lightning stone and green orichalcum. The basic disadvantage of Iron Fist is its weak attack power. This weakness has been overcome by the power of electric shock. Rigas continued to raise his hands in a defensive stance. A blinding golden light emitted around his body. He said contemptuously, if you just stand there and talk nonsense about this and that, you will lose. As soon as these words finished, Rigas immediately waved his hand without stopping. The notification appeared in front of him one after another. 3 consecutive attacks, 4 consecutive attacks, 5 consecutive attacks were achieved, activating the effect of the Duke's Iron Fist. You have dealt additional physical damage to your opponent. Achieved 6 consecutive attacks, activating the Lightning Duke's Iron Fist effect. You have dealt additional physical damage to your opponent. Such announcements continued to resound non-stop, culminating in 10 consecutive attacks that Rigas fired. The effect was activated. the lightning iron cannon skill was immediately deployed and hit straight towards Chris. Bearing this blow, Chris was completely unable to turn the situation around. He couldn't believe it and shouted, "Grid." Following this, the commentator's voice immediately rang out, "Canadian player Chris, logged out. What a shocking event." The extremely solid barrier wall of the 3rd-ranked player Chris was broken by the 12th-ranked player Rigas. This case is very newsworthy. I don't know if it's due to the influence of Pagma's successor or not, but the Zadaka Guild is clearly taking advantage of the victory. Player Pawn has just passed round 16 easily. But it's still too early to judge everything, because Zadaka's reputation in LTS is already in the past. The Zadaka society must overcome the final barrier before they can become mainstream. 3 months ago, there was a person who won an overwhelming victory against cats in a competition organized by a large Japanese company named Jin. Although he only had a mediocre profession, he still maintained his legendary reputation. Defeated in PvP battle, he is a Bondre player, a French wizard gang, ranked 11th on the overall rankings. Here is his round of 16, although he has quite low vitality, with his attack ability linked to ice magic. He currently possesses extremely effective control and attack abilities. He is the enemy of physical damage players. Furthermore, in an area with a lot of humidity like this battle, the Ice Wizard's magic and movement speed will be increased by up to 20%. The final champion of this competition appeared and blocked the path of the grid defenders. Inside the match, Bondre looked at Shin Youngwoo for a moment, then curled his mouth and said, "I see the sword you used to kill Herent is very good in that, but this time you used a different sword, right? But the result will not change at all, not to mention it seems like now is not the time for you to be so leisurely. Your sword dance requires a distance of at least 4 strides. On this slippery ground, wherever you step on it, sharp pieces of ice will stick out, and your sword dance will not be able to perform." Speaking of this, Bondre curled his mouth and thought, "You only have one choice left, to fly up, then I will use Ice Tri-Chu to control and use Absolute Zero to end this match." Bondre opened his mouth wide and laughed, "This is the world of rankers, you brat, Ice Wall." As soon as this sentence ended, a towering ice wall immediately arose in front of Bondre, but he could not be happy for long before a blast of amazing power thundered from the front, decisively breaking the wall. This tape. The message immediately jumps out in front of the Bondre. "You have received 12,530 damage. You have lost 80% of your vitality. You will be stunned for 3 seconds. Looking at this series of notifications, Bondre couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "What is that? Not using a sword dance but just standing in place." Ice Wall is the shield with the strongest physical defense, a skill that can penetrate that shield and cause such terrible damage. How is it possible? The skill Shin Youngwoo just used was Golden Lightning, a simulated Dainslife skill, dealing 1000% damage based on the caster's magic to enemies located on the same path, straight, consumes 500 mana, reuse time is 3600 seconds, different from normal warriors, because the grid also has magic. This skill can possess such power. Grid's current magic index is 1706, after multiplying by 10, the destructive power will be an attack that the Ice Wizard, who had quite low vitality, absolutely could not block. Taking back the Dainslife sword, Shin Youngwoo looked straight at Bondre and then curled his mouth sarcastically. "It's less dirty on his neck. Hug that shaved ice and get out of here, you bastard." Display time on screen is 4 minutes. The match commentator could not hide his surprise and exclaimed, "It was unbelievable. The championship candidates such as Herent, Bondre and Chris were all eliminated. After passing round 8, the 4 strongest remained. All remaining are aiming for the championship. Will there be a new trend this time after the departure of the strongest players? And above all, 3 of the 4 people competing this time are all members of the Zadaka Association, including Rigas, Grid, and Pawn. Currently the match between Pawn and Rigas is going on. The fierce competition between the trump cards of the Zadaka Guild has reached its peak. Until now it is still really difficult to decide between the two of them. Probably due to the influence of the Grid players, the Zadaka Guild's position is truly no joke. Jishuka was in the stands wholeheartedly cheering for both of them. Whoever wins is fine, both of them try their best. The match was extremely tense. Pawn fought back against Rigas and said coldly, "Everyone gets something, there's no such thing." Riga's attacked from Pon's back. He did not hold back and said, as expected of Pon's brother, that spear is really fierce. If you fight him hand to hand without this pair of iron fists, if you lose, you will lose. I must be very frustrated. Pon was suddenly attacked and gasped. Riga's decided to make the final move, do a strong blow and finish it off. What do you think? It would be a shame if our equipment was used to fight here without using our full strength. Hearing these words, Pon quickly regained his momentum. He held his spear tightly and replied, it was ridiculous. The look of impatiently wanting to test the maximum firepower of the pair of iron fists was clearly visible above. There's your face, but your suggestion isn't bad. Pon raised both spears in his hands forward. He prepared to attack and then spoke harshly, because now I am confident enough to be able to use 2 spears after practicing for so long. However, the warrior I will win, so don't be sad. A terrible shock wave, the strongest skills of the 2 key dealers have clashed. Smoke filled the air, and the player who would advance to the finals after this intense match was Riga's. Riga's smiled happily and said, dueling like this is really scary. You've worked hard, Pon. Player Pon, log out. Player Riga's will advance to the final round. Pon did not get discouraged. He immediately reminded him, don't be too complacent, because next round you will have to meet that money-loving Blacksmith. Just now it was truly nothing more than a party of players with top skills. Next, the second match of round 4 will begin in a few minutes, and the one who will compete will be the grid player, who became the hottest topic in the tournament earlier this year. Currently, the grid player has eliminated very strong candidates and proven his star quality. It is said that another hot issue happened after the match. It turns out that this dispute is a debate about the job design error, because the current fan community cannot accept the overwhelming power of the grid, so there are many mixed opinions. An explanation will be needed for the public to recognize the grid player. Before the grid match begins, everyone will hear a few words from the group about this issue. At the press conference, Mr. Lim Chul-ho was being interviewed by the press. A dissatisfied reporter asked, even if it was a legendary job, could a manufacturing job with such power exist? Is it too strong? I don't know if this is a bug or not. Mr. Lim Chul-ho heard that and immediately smiled and replied, ladies and gentlemen, reporters present here, the power of Pagma's successor is absolutely not a bug. This is all within the intention of the board of directors. There are a total of 9 legendary jobs, all of which are characterized by possessing basic immunity to control skills. The reporters listened and took notes of what Lim Chul-ho said. I think that ability is commensurate with the difficulty of achieving such a job, but obviously this will make players who own the job normally you would feel disappointed. However, according to what is designed, players with normal jobs will have a huge increase in their abilities after the second or third job change. Of course, the hidden jobs will have his strength is very superior, so closing the gap with the legendary profession is not impossible. Lim Chul coughed and paused for a moment. He smiled confidently and affirmed that the efforts that satisfy players have put in will always be rewarded with worthy rewards. I hope everyone will trust and support them. Our administration settings. After the press conference ended, Lim Chul-ho sat in his office thoughtfully thinking, this is the best explanation at this time. Although this is not a bug, the truth is that it has gone, deviating from the original intention. He should have created 5 legendary class equipment early and would have been limited to stat increases. But he avoided those penalties through continuously failed crafting and naturally accumulated stats that exceeded the predetermined set level. Lim Chul-ho knew that if he said this, of course he would not be able to convince the other players. You have to admit that Grid stopped the growth of the Yatan Church, saved the Rebecca Church, and not only that, he also created the conditions for the development of the first unique profession. By a strength that even the original setting couldn't calculate, he changed the situation to this extent. He is definitely the main character, or rather, the main character whose failures are so absurd that they are incomprehensible. While thinking about this, Lim Chul-ho suddenly received a new message. Supercomputer Morpheus reported, the mission was completed. That is Krausel's mission. Krausel, the first player to reach level 300, ranked first in the overall rankings, has completed his 3rd job transfer. He is planning to move from the Western continent to the Eastern continent after successfully changing his profession to become a white-clothed swordsman. Looking at the information in the message, Lim Chul-ho was quite surprised and thought to himself, the first player, it turns out he had already completed the missions and monopolized many different titles, meaning he was getting better and better, becoming a more special player. Unexpectedly, an ordinary sword master would be the first to do this. If Grid and Krauzel fight each other now, who will win? According to the system's analysis, it was 51.3% that Krauzel would win. Lim Chul-ho looked at this analysis and burst out laughing. Even though he hasn't received a new title yet, he still surpassed the Grid. What a great precedent. But Krauzel is different from other players in where he always acts alone. This victory rate is given entirely based on his own ability. Between a Grid that recruits surrounding geniuses to his side and a Krauzel that only acts alone, in terms of both strength and growth, are these two main characters standing at two extremes. The person who occupies a unique position in the world he created will be either an idiot or a genius. Returning to the match, the commentator would like to report on the current situation. There was an incident during the quarterfinal match of the Grid player. Player Grid's opponent in the quarterfinals is a master of control skills, Player Bubat, but Player Bubat announced his withdrawal because he believed that a battle with an immune player with control skills like Grid was just a waste of time. So the person who will face Grid in the finals is none other than Rigas. The two were competing fiercely. Rigas gave Shin Youngwoo a straight shot in the face but failed. Shin Youngwoo promptly retreated away. He naturally had a very strong attack power, so of course he couldn't let me get hit. While waiting to launch an attack, Rigas suddenly appeared behind Shin Youngwoo, making him extremely surprised. Rigas said in a rather confident tone, "The fact that he could move so fast that he could avoid it, your attack also means you won't have time to use the blade dance, so be careful." Rigas used the skill Taibok to destroy a large palm that appeared in front of the Grid, causing him to suffer 9,250 damages. After receiving this blow, Shin Youngwoo cried out and thought to himself, "The power is amazing. If I had known that, I wouldn't have made a weapon for him. I wanted to use it to control his movement, but with that terrifying speed he would definitely dodge it." After pondering for a moment, Shin Youngwoo decided to use the Pagma sword dance skill, but unfortunately it was not possible. Rigas appeared right in front of him, smiling and saying, in a short period of time, his skill had changed, should be famous. After saying that, he punched Shin Youngwoo straight in the face, causing him to not have time to turn back and fly away for a while. Retracting his hand, Rigas reminded him that once he became a celebrity, from now on he needed to be more careful when using the skills he had used before. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo quickly regained his composure. He landed safely, and the great sword in his hand also disappeared. It turned out that Shin Youngwoo was just acting all this time. He turned his head to look at Rigas and curled his mouth and said, "It's true that if your strength is lacking, then you can only rely on your acting ability. Besides, I still have many leaves, song that you don't know." After saying that, Shin Youngwoo immediately waved his hand to use the Wind of Justice skill, a skill he learned while playing with Heroi. The Wind of Justice is a sword wind covered with the power of indestructible justice, causing widespread damage to opponents at a maximum distance of 6 meters with an attack force of 320%. Damage range: the damage is within a radius of 2 meters, it consumes 400 mana, and the reuse time is 100 seconds. Rigas continuously suffered countless damage. He raised his hand to block in front of his face, his teeth clenched tightly together and softly scolded, "Damn, this is a skill I have never seen before, an active, face-to-face skill. How can it be so wide that it can cause this much damage?" On this side, Shin Youngwoo quickly seized the opportunity and immediately appeared right in front of Rigas. Looking at the person in front of him, Shin Youngwoo smiled and said, "The maximum time to prepare a sword dance is 2 seconds, only 2 seconds, but it's really difficult to stop, right?" Without giving Rigas a chance to speak, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and launched a killer move. This move slashed through Rigas's body. Victory or defeat is now decided. Rigas laughed and said, "Ha ha, not to mention the power. Just using the characteristics of each of your equipment has surprised me. Grid, it seems like now you have to start learning how to use equipment properly." Rigas logged out of the match. The strongest person, the champion in the PvP competition, was Grid. An ending that takes viewers from one surprise to another. Following the success achieved in the target shooting competition, South Korea also won the PvP competition. although South Korea was initially predicted to be a country unable to win a single medal. But in the latter part of the first tournament, South Korea stormed ahead, taking third place in the overall rankings. Back outside, Shin Youngwoo happily said to Yura, "I said I would bring back the gold medal, right?" Yura spoke with extremely proud eyes. Nothing could stop him. The competition is still going on extremely fiercely. The US team is trying to keep first place, the French team is trying to catch up with the US, and the Canadian team is trying to regain third place. Thanks to the determination of South Korea, the ranking battle is becoming more fierce than ever. The final result will depend on the final competition category, Pet Marathon. If it is the strongest pet, we must mention the Flying Dragon, a species with fighting power, physical strength and outstanding speed, but that species is so rare that less than 100 people in the game own it. Currently, America is the team with the largest number of players holding 5 fawn, so they will probably be the strongest candidate for this championship. The place where the competition will take place is Urea Island. There are about 40 players will participate in the competition today. The pet that will reach the top of Qing's mountain first will win. Pet Marathon is a competition for pets, not for athletes. All flying dragons only differ in attributes, but their ranks are still the same, so the better the flying dragons are tamed, the better they will be. Advantage. Here, flying dragons with all kinds of attributes are growling at each other to show their majesty. And the strongest candidate for the championship of this category is American player Zabal, who is ranked second in the overall rankings. Zabal appeared with the flying dragon that he was always proud of due to their long-lasting chemistry. This is also the last item of the grid. I wonder if you can get the final successful result. It must be quite difficult, because there is no information showing that Southern Korea holds flying dragons. Standing on Urea Island, Zabal crossed his arms in front of his chest and seriously thought. He had defeated Bondre, the undefeated legend, in just 4 seconds. Those who thought he was playing tricks could only win, are incompetent people, and I am not. He clearly has a hidden power comparable to Krauzel. I used to look down on Grid, but maybe he really is a different monster, who knows? But when I think about the situation after the tournament ends, I can't let that spirit of his exist, not to mention that this is a pet war. No matter how strong the player is, it doesn't matter. So I have to win this time. That guy's insolence will have to stop here. While thinking about this, next to Zabal suddenly rang out the frightened cry of a girl. Zabal got out of his thoughts. He turned his head to look. His face suddenly changed color and he silently scolded, "Grid, this crazy guy. Just how much does he despise this tournament? Why did he bring the cat in here?" As soon as Shin Youngwoo entered the match, he immediately summoned the cat Noe. As soon as it saw Shin Youngwoo, it immediately opened its eyes and jumped into his face, scratching non-stop. Shin Youngwoo was filled with pain and turned to ask the girl next to him, "Miss, am I bleeding a lot?" Flying dragons, they possess twice the strength and speed of a level 260 griffin, and can use dragon breath skills corresponding to each type of attribute, regardless of their intelligence and physical abilities. Far behind dragons, other than being difficult to tame, there's really nothing that can fault them, being the strongest pet dragons have created. Actually, the audience also thought that this contest was just a battle between flying dragons. Looking at the image of Shin Youngwoo appearing on the big screen, the audience all disdainfully said, "What is that? I thought he had a black flying dragon in his hand, but that cat is really cute." Zabal still couldn't accept the fact that Shin Youngwoo brought a cat to the competition. He thought to himself, flying dragons are usually very difficult to tame, so I can understand choosing another type of pet to fight, but he brought a cat here. What a low class. The cat Shin Youngwoo is holding is named Noe, of the Memphis breed. It is in a state of extreme fear. Noe keeps screaming, "I'm so scared of the dragons." Although the Memphis race is the strongest demonic beast in hell, in terms of sacred bodies it is even stronger than high-level demons, but they have an extreme fear of the strongest creature, the dragon. Shin Youngwoo was scratched a few times on the face by Noe. He was a little annoyed and threatened it. "Hey, the strongest monster in hell, don't make me lose face. If you want to live, avoid it all." Those flying dragons then flew all the way to their destination. Being threatened like that, Noah angrily screamed miserably and wanted to get out of Shin Youngwoo's hands. He scolded, "You evil devil, leave me alone, please help me save him." The commentators who followed this point exclaimed, "If they continue to fight at this rate, that cat might be eaten by other flying dragons. Even though this is a fictional creature, this is not the case. Is that animal abuse? Another commentator saw something wrong and quickly stood up and exclaimed, "Ah, it can still talk. But why did he name such a cute cat Noi?" Noi means slave. While the grid player was criticized by public opinion, the magic bullet was fired, signaling the official start of the pet marathon. The start of the pet marathon. The flying dragons simultaneously flew high and headed towards the top of Qing's mountain. However, at the starting line, the grid player and the Zabal player were still standing there arguing as before, holding in their hands a flying dragon with the calculating the wind at an outstanding speed. Surely at this moment, player Zabal is full of confidence. Zabal crossed his arms and thought to himself, "I recognize what you showed in this tournament, grid, but in the final competition, I didn't expect you to behave in such a low manner." Thinking like that, Zabal immediately controlled the flying dragon behind him to fly high and then curled his mouth in disdain and said, "A mediocre person left behind like you is very suitable for standing here alone to make jokes. I don't need to pay attention to you anymore. Let's go, Captain America." At this time, Shin Youngwoo and Noi were still struggling non-stop. Shin Youngwoo was frustrated and scolded, "Hey, you brat, why do you just stand here and make me feel embarrassed and refuse to leave? Now you are at the bottom." Outside the match, the commentator's monotonous voice rang out. The current grid player still couldn't start. Compared to the speed of the flying dragon, this delay in starting would have a very serious impact on the team, that rank. But in the battle, Noi is still waving his claws wildly and complaining, "Hey, you will be banished to the 19 levels of hell." Hey, he absolutely won't go to battle. He's afraid he'll be eaten by the dragons. Just lost. Dao screamed here. Noi's sharp nose suddenly sensed something was wrong. He immediately stopped, his eyes opened wide and said, "This smell is not that of a dragon." Having said this, from Noi's body an extremely strong force was immediately released, rushing towards the flying Captain America. Zabal saw this scene and was a little surprised and exclaimed twice. The commentator also couldn't believe it and stammered, "Just now, something huge came out of player Grid's cat. That thing completely swallowed player Zabal's displeasure. Captain America's movement speed is reduced by 50%. It turned out that Noah had used soul absorption at level 1, which could temporarily take away half of the target's highest stats and transfer it to the owner. In Shin Youngwoo's hand, Noi licked his claws and said in disgust, "Normally I would pass it on to the owner, but this time I probably have to absorb it. Hell, I won't let those bastards go. How dare you pretend to be a dragon to make fun of me, damn." Seeing the flying dragon Captain America's movement speed noticeably slow down, Zabal didn't understand what was going on at all. He thought to himself, "What happened after being attacked by that cat? My flying speed has decreased significantly, but from the outside, it still doesn't seem like a problem at all." Behind him, before starting the race, Noi turned his head slightly and said to Shin Youngwoo behind him, "Master, I saw you being a little too sneaky just now. Are you a coward? Do you think even the most magical beasts of hell like me were defeated by those little lizards?" Seeing my Noi so confident, Shin Youngwoo frowned and thought to himself, "I've ridden Heroi's flying dragons a few times, so I know how fast they are and their stats, so I also understand why this brat is so arrogant." But after learning about the soul absorption effect the first time with Hell Gao, it only lasts for 3 seconds. At the end of 3 seconds, Captain America and Noi's movement speed was restored. Seeing that, Zabal let out a breath and said, Good, let's destroy all those who are ahead." In the back, seeing that Noi was still standing still in one place, Shin Youngwoo screamed, closed his mouth and quickly left for me. Noi heard that and replied with great confidence, "Even if I wanted to lose to those lizards, I couldn't lose." After saying that, it immediately flew away and began to act. The soul absorption skill continued to be used. It absorbed 50% of Captain America's movement speed and immediately shot straight ahead. While flying, he laughed so happily that the flying dragons in front had to turn their heads to look back. Noi passed by any flying dragon and used the soul absorption skill, causing their movement speed to be reduced by half. Noi's time to hunt has come. Shin Youngwoo stood there and witnessed this scene and felt more relaxed. He silently admired, really fast, even faster than Pavranium's speed, indeed not an ordinary cat. The participating players were extremely helpless when they saw their flying dragon like that, but they couldn't do anything. The commentator said, the American team was confident in their overwhelming performance. They currently had 3 gold medals, but at this rate they would probably have the same number of gold medals as only Southern Korea. During the race, Zabal was so angry that he gritted his teeth and scolded, "It's all because of that cat. Everyone, please kill that cat for me." The flying dragons listened to the command and began to act. They focused on spitting fire at Noe, causing Noe to suffer 2,430 damage. Noe seemed about to fall down. Watching this dramatic scene, the commentator immediately exclaimed, "The American team has joined forces. It seems like the grid player's cat has no way to deal with the dragon breath of the flying dragons at the same time." At that time, Shin Youngwoo was extremely worried about Noe. He silently calculated that he was in trouble. Once the 3-second buff ended, all his stats would return to normal, and Noe was only level 1. It's hard to hold on here. The American flying dragons joined forces to attack Noe. The grid player's cat was falling. The surprise attack came from the flying dragon's tail, which is famous for its outstanding destructive power. As Noe fell, his body immediately softened. Zabal realized this was a liquefaction skill and his eyes widened in surprise. The American team's flying dragons once again attacked Noe with dragon breath. But this time it seems to be in vain. Noe moved quickly and with a liquefaction skill, making the attacks of the flying dragons meaningless. Noe moved quickly forward. At this time, he was angry and gritted his teeth and said, "If you lizards dare to fight with me, you are touching the wrong place. Let's eat here." As soon as these words finished, Noah opened his mouth wide, and the entire flying dragon team of the American team fell into panic at the same time. Now it was the turn of the other flying dragons to take the lead thanks to the American team's restraint. Noe flies like crazy and no one can stop him. Only with Noe did the race become a huge battle. Now no one can guarantee who will take first place. Zabal's Captain America flying dragon was held back by Noe at the starting line, but somehow it was in the lead. Zabal watched the race and thought to himself, "It is a flying dragon with wind attributes that has been tamed by a pet master like me after countless trials. Its high-speed wings can even compress and explode the air. Only 1 kilometer left to reach the destination. Just one more straight flight. Now that it has accelerated, no creature can catch up with it anymore. That's why we call it as the arrow of light." Thinking like that, Zabal immediately shouted encouragement, "Let's go Captain America." Phi Long Captain America heard the cheers and immediately rushed forward. It was completely unaware of when Noah was sitting on it. Noe gave an extremely cheerful smile and exclaimed, "Compared to a lizard, this one's speed is really fast." After laughing, Noe quickly attacks. It uses the scratching skill, using its front legs to scratch, causing damage and poisoning the target. Captain America received 2,900 damage, being fossilized for 3 seconds due to poisoning. The commentator, seeing this scene, found it extremely unbelievable and exclaimed, "Fossils, ladies and gentlemen, just one light scratch from a cat turned into fossils." The grid player's cat was jumping up and down with joy. Zabal didn't understand what the hell was going on. His whole face was covered in cold sweat. Some low-level flying dragons were destroyed. Noe's level was increasing significantly, and he had quickly reached level 26. Zabal was filled with doubt and thought to himself, with a speed that surpasses that of a flying dragon with the wind attribute, plus those skills, what exactly is that cat? At this moment Noah was extremely happy. His eyes narrowed. He smiled and shouted, "I am the #1 magical beast of hell." After Noah revealed his identity, he immediately sped away towards the finish line. After hearing what Noah said, Zabal's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "Are the monsters of hell?" Hell is an unknown land. He has already tamed the monsters of that place. He has explored something completely different to the point of understanding even hell. Noe rushed to the top of the mountain in everyone's surprise. Indeed, he was not an ordinary character. The pet broke all the experts' predictions and reached the top of the first Ching's mountain, to be Noe of Grid. South Korea won the final category of the tournament, the pet marathon category. Seeing this result, Shin Youngwoo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Standing on one side, Zabal gritted his teeth and blamed himself. with just one heartless animal. He declared himself the #1 pet master. I was too cocky, an undeniable failure. The American team, who was so confident that they would win the pet marathon, could not even get a bronze medal, so the Satisfy International tournament ended. The final result was that America won first place, South Korea ranked second, and France ranked third, behind the rankings predicting that America will win overwhelmingly. A completely different situation has appeared. Although this is just an event tournament, the results of the tournament clearly influence the power within the game, because what is called the strongest country is determined by the strength of each individual, personality, personal skills, etc. But that title collapsed in an unimaginable place. As the hero of South Korea, Grid is the only player who can announce South Korea's name on the world stage. Back in the real world, Yura and Shin Youngwoo are walking together. Arriving at the chosen location, Yura immediately turned around and said, "Youngwoo, it's here." Shin Youngwoo stopped walking, smiled and spoke cautiously, "It seems like I received a lot of help from you." It was the same during the interview. After advertising invitations and TV show appearances, I can no longer walk freely in my neighborhood anymore. I didn't expect that because of avoiding those things, I would have to do this to this extent. Hearing that, Yura shook her head and said, "It's natural, I don't think you have such a big dream." Hearing her say that, Shin Youngwoo said with a black face, "I have to save everything including the tournament prize, so I will have to suffer losses for a while longer, no joke." Yura smiled. She led the other person forward, walking neither too fast nor too slow. When he asked me to help him find out where to build a building, to be honest, I was skeptical, but I didn't. I suspect I'm about to achieve that now. Well, according to the information I have, the location and price of this place are among the best, so you can rest assured. Shin Youngwoo replied very gratefully, "It's just a 7-story building but the price has skyrocketed. I owe you so much, you even introduced me to a good tax officer." Hearing these words, Yura thought to himself, since he has the power to turn imagination into reality, I also have to learn to own a building next door. At the airport, Pon couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, the day he returned home, he heard shocking news: Grid is really building a building. Rigas next to him narrowed his eyes and said, "Maybe I should take this opportunity to move here. I want to focus more on Taekwondo." Pon found this idea quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. "Maybe I should move house too, because there are many beautiful people in South Korea. What about Jishuka?" When Jishuka heard about me, she smiled confidently and said, "The tournament is over, so now the Grid will return to being our Grid and also my Grid. We can't leave Yura to act alone, so of course I will also have to take action." In the largest city in the Harken Kingdom, Ubadakan, Asuka laughed in Zabal's face and said in a sarcastic tone, "You were defeated by a cat. What a pity for our talented Lord Zabal." But Box was also present and immediately stopped. "Asuka, you're being harsh. Even though you're the person in charge of our association's finances, it's still one thing, right?" When Asuka heard this scolding, she angrily confronted her. "What is the difference between 1 and 2? When Black Teddy and I returned from the fight, he also laughed at me." Zabal didn't pay any attention to these arguments. His face was heavy and said, "I'm truly sorry everyone. I have become an obstacle to the Snake Group's goal of becoming the ruling group of the mainland." Hearing the other person say that, Asuka gasped. She used a cold tone to say, "I know, but thinking back, we couldn't recruit Hearn and Lowell, right? Do you have any plans, whether you urgently transfer positions for the 3rd time, or attract Cats, who has been on the rise recently? You have to restore our reputation, right?" Zabal nodded and replied, "Up to now, providing high-end equipment in Satisfy has always been very difficult, so technique has always been given more importance, but the situation has changed because of the different equipment if that's the name. There is a first-class blacksmith named Pagma who is preparing to switch to a hidden class in the holy city of manufacturing. We will recruit him to be our warhorse. The emergence of the Grid has created new beginnings everywhere. And that is no exception for the enemy who has been cowering in the past. In Bangkost Principality, 3rd Temple, Yan Church, the head of the church spoke up, now everyone is close to God Yatan. So, believers, welcome the new gods. Yura was also present. Right now she had a bunch of thoughts running through her head. Malicus's successor is an NPC who has transferred his position for the 4th time with level 420, so the name of the monster is OK. How powerful will those so-called first gods be? Standing on one side, the second god Laikao suddenly spoke up. However, in this church, there is someone who still has many shortcomings to be able to become a confidant of the great god Yatan. You need to grow up, please leave here, O eighth gods. As soon as these words finished, a new mission notice immediately appeared in front of Yura, the ascetic path mission, SS level, you must safely meet the first gods, the reward for completing the mission and failure is unknown. Yura was extremely surprised when she saw this mission. She silently exclaimed that she was finally able to meet the first gods. However, compared to a mission with the highest difficulty, the explanation was too little information. If so, then I can't help Youngwoo, who needs the blessing of God Yatan. Anyway, in this period of many changes, I wonder what Youngwoo is preparing. Currently outside the game, Shin Youngwoo just finished giving an interview. The reporter sitting next to him smiled and said, "You worked hard because of today's recording. You've been very busy lately, right?" Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo raised his hand to rub his head, his eyes showing tiredness, and said, "Yes, during the past 2 days I have only slept 2 hours. I will leave now." Quickly leaving the building, a tired Shin Youngwoo found his parking spot. As he walked, he breathed heavily and complained endlessly. Finally, he was able to go home. As expected, filming was not suitable for him. If I keep this up, I'll die. Sitting in the car, Shin Youngwoo immediately looked in the mirror, looked at his hair and continued to say sadly, the more he filmed and filmed commercials, the more his hair fell out, the more black powder he needed to use. Up to 3 days, the building will be completed in another month. If you want to make money, there is nothing better than satisfying plowing. After coating his hair with black powder, Shin Youngwoo opened the game system. He immediately decided that from today he had to plow 14 hours a day. Yura also advised him to do the same. In order to maintain a stable income, I plan to create unique equipment on a regular basis, but in the past month, I haven't been able to create even epic equipment. As Shin Youngwoo mumbled to himself while surfing the news online, he thought to himself, that reminds me, I haven't been able to check what is the hot issue lately. Isn't this too serious? Reading these lines of news, Shin Youngwoo gasped and said, the first person to discover Siren, I don't know who that person will be, but he will probably achieve many top titles. Ah, no, okay, I shouldn't be jealous, I have to think about my losing hair. Very quickly, Shin Youngwoo drove home, saw a table full of food in front of him. He happily exclaimed, wow, such a hearty meal, what day is it today? Shin's mother heard that and immediately smiled and said, you've been working too hard lately, you should eat and drink enough. Shin Youngwoo nodded and replied, that's right, lately I've been eating kimbap all the time. Shin said he didn't know what to think of, so she reminded him that if the quality of sleep is not good, the rate of early death will be 2 or 3% higher than normal people. Hearing his sister say that, Shin Youngwoo turned black and said, you've studied too much. Shin's father, who had been silent until now, spoke up, thanks to your efforts, this family was able to find everything. I apologize for my mistakes, and thank you very much, Youngwoo. But if you still feel the burden of having to protect our family, then let it go now. You also have the freedom to pursue your dreams. I don't know what you're doing, so I can't help you, but I will always be a strong support for you so you can rely on when you feel tired. Hearing his father say that, Shin Youngwoo felt all his fatigue disappear, his face relaxed, and in his heart he softly called out, Dad. Night comes. Shin say he woke up midway because she was thirsty. The little girl rubbed her eyes as she went out of the house. Suddenly I discovered that my brother's room was still lit. She slowly approached and saw that her brother was still awake, sitting in front of the desk doing something. To be exact, Shin Youngwoo was looking at information related to Noe. While surfing the news he angrily scolded, damn, the number of members is more than my fan cafe, not more than 1 or 2, who is more than 500,000 people, it's completely unreasonable. Seeing my older brother like that, Shin say he was full of worry and thought to herself, I'm so worried about my older brother, can't I do anything to help him? After being annoyed and cursed a few times, Shin Youngwoo leaned back in his chair, he put his hands behind his head and thought. After he stopped worrying about the house and money, he felt that his future was more vague. I had this thought when looking at the building under construction. Now that my wish has been achieved, What should I do next? After filling this drawing paper, I need another larger drawing paper. Tomorrow, I will make a decision. In the game, at Winston. In front of the old Khan's smithy, countless people were gathered. They were huddled together in one place and kept talking. This place is the Khan's smithy, where Grid often appears, right? Look at that armored suit. It's different from other forges. Show us the long sword with the helmet attached. How much does that great sword cost? Seeing this scene, the old Khan wiped his sweat and lamented, "Oh my God, I hired 4 people and still didn't have time to rest." The smithy was about to be handed over to the Grid. It was a good thing to be successful, but why is everyone suddenly flocking here like this? The old Khan's words here were suddenly interrupted. Euphemina didn't know when she appeared in front of him. She smiled and said, "Hey, are you pretending to be sick? You look so young." The old Khan heard this voice and immediately raised his head. Euphemina continued, "Long time no see, old Khan." The old Khan then realized who the person in front of him was. He was a little surprised and said, "Hey, who is this? Isn't it Euphemina? It's been a long time." Hearing that, Euphemina laughed happily and replied, "Since this is my first time coming here since the item making competition, are you still well?" Winston is also much more developed. Maybe it's because the new lord has been replaced so well, that's why. The old Khan nodded and smiled and said, "That's right, it's been a long time since you came, so you're probably surprised. I heard Grid say you were looking for a method to make something. Have you found it yet?" Hearing this question, Euphemina shyly replied, "I came here because of that. During the time I was crossing continents, I almost died in a foreign land. But it was an extremely valuable experience. I was going to ask him to help me create the most amazing ball." Where is Grid? Briefly about Euphemina. She has the ability to not lose movement speed when in water. The Restore Wizard profession. Has the ability to perfectly restore the opponent's skill and use it. Does not fall easily. Ability index grows very fast. Has very high luck. Can use dice rolling skills. Has the ability to breathe in water for a long time. Has a great affinity with beast people. At this time, in a forest outside the blacksmith shop, 3 assassins Shay, Curb and Sniffer were hiding in a corner. They looked towards the blacksmith shop in the distance, started whispering, and it turned out that the blacksmith shop was that's over there. So many people are gathered, so it's probably better to stand here and observe. Shay stood on a big tree branch and said, because he was so busy, he hadn't come here directly since the tournament, but I heard that the subordinates he trusted often visited that place. Let's review the humiliation of rolling, because now we are different. Our stealth technique is level 6. Above all, this time we will do it together with the Dark Knight. I will let him experience the pain of losing something precious. Today, in this place, we will kill Grid's subordinate. I will show him that if you touch an assassin, you will not be able to rest easy. At Winston Castle, Shin Youngwoo used the Knight summoning skill to summon Lowell. Summoning a knight is effective in case the owner calls. No matter where they are, the knight will be summoned immediately, reused after 3 or 6 hours. Lowell appeared right after. He bowed down respectfully to greet. "Knight Lowell has arrived. Will you call me?" Shin Youngwoo didn't pay attention to him. He held Irene's hand and smiled, saying, "Irene, I really had fun yesterday." Irene blushed slightly and shyly replied, "Me too, so I'll excuse myself to do my work." After Irene left, there were only Shin Youngwoo and Lowell left in the room. Shin Youngwoo told Lowell to sit on the chair. Lowell obeyed and sat down and said, "If there's nothing special, please text me. The reuse time of this skill is long. Always use it when in danger." Hearing the other person's concern, Shin Youngwoo said with great confidence, "I'm the strongest person. There's no way I'll be in a critical moment." Ha ha ha. Hearing that, Lowell hated it and silently scolded him. He was too leisurely, calmed down his emotions. He seriously asked, "What is the matter that called me here?" Shin Youngwoo heard this question, cleared his throat a few times, then stood up and said resolutely, "I have to become a lord. You make a plan." Hearing this sentence, Lowell paused for a moment, then he thought to himself. He finally made a decision. I have always told him that the period after the tournament is the time when he should take actions consistent with his unique existence. In the end, my words have come to fruition. I have always wanted. The role of a strategist can help the first player become emperor. Seeing that the other person remained silent, Shin Youngwoo asked impatiently, asking, What do you think? I've been pondering for several weeks now. Do you think this is possible? Without thinking any more, Lao nodded and replied, of course it is possible, but first he has something to do to achieve that. To be able to gain territory, you need to create power first, so please disband the Zadaka Guild, Mr. Grid, create a new guild and devour those people. Seeing that Shin Youngwoo was a bit surprised by these words, Lao quickly assured him that there wouldn't be much resistance to disbanding the guild, because no one would deny the benefits that Mr. Grid's equipment brings, Chief. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo frowned and thought, that's right, after joining Zadaka I saved them many times from dangerous situations, and I never caused any damage. I have enough reputation, destined to do so. Tell them to move to a new, bigger house. Will they refuse? Like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately smiled and decided, okay, let's do it. While talking about this, the system suddenly notified me that there was a new message. The message was from Euphemina. She said she had arrived at the Khan's smithy. After reading these messages, Shin Youngwoo suddenly felt something was wrong. He stood up and exclaimed, Euphemian. Lao sitting next to him was startled. He asked worriedly, what's going on? Who is that person? Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and explained, he's a person with an epic class. It's no joke. I promised to make equipment for her. Unfortunately I'll make one of unique rank or less. I'll just tease you. Hearing that, Lao was extremely surprised. He thought, among the 3 people who had switched to the epic job, the last person who had not revealed his identity had the nickname Euphemina. His relationship was also very wide. There. Thinking for a while, Lao immediately came up with a plan. If she is someone with an epic class, it will help your plan. How do you feel if we recruit her? Shin Youngwoo raised his hand to stroke his chin. He shook his head and said, I feel a bit uncomfortable, but what you said makes sense. She is a sinister person so she cannot be left in the hands of others. Little girl, that would probably be an ideal piece. Returning to the forest next to the old Khan's blacksmith shop, Shay stabbed a knife into Heroi's stomach and said coldly, we waited in vain. I kept wondering when you would pass by. Ha! Although I'm sorry that you're still in the 900th place on the overall rankings, according to the information I heard, you're close to that guy, right? How should I say it? Because you met a bad leader, that's why you died. Don't hold any grudges against us. Rhetoricist. Lao stood in the middle of the hall with a bunch of thoughts in his head. Heroi, with only a book weapon that has weak attack power, its only attack skill called Cursing in the Face has a cooldown time. For too long, in addition to having no defense or escape skills, and having lower vitality than a mage, an order can only fight and perform tasks through rhetoric, a profession, worst with extremely high difficulty and always in a state of being ignored by everyone. Seeing that Grid only orders him about trivial things like that, it seems like Grid still doesn't know that there is a way to make the best use of his order's ability. The power of an order can shake the morale of the soldiers and the hearts of the people. It is a special kind of power that nobles need. Depending on how they use it, an order can overthrow the whole world, an army. However, that can only happen if the order can survive in that chaos. In the forest next to the old Khan's blacksmith shop, Heroi and Shay's group of assassins were in a fierce battle. Shay was pushed back a bit by Heroi's attack. He retracted his sword and took a defensive stance, breathing heavily as he said, it's unreasonable. Just a humble order who can resist the cooperation of star assassins. Curb agreed with this idea. He nodded and said, there is absolutely no way he can block our attacks with that book. Wait, that thing is the sword of that madman, the murderous butcher. Heroi is holding in his hand a sword called a mass-produced one-handed sword. This is the first model, unique class, attack is 423, durability is 49 out of 50, attack speed is -2%, hit rate is -7%, conditions for use are to reach level 230, strength 300 and be proficient in elementary swordsmanship. This sword is an experimental product of the legendary Blacksmith Grid, because it was made by referencing Dane's life, that is, copying, so it succeeded in exerting strong power. However, because of the focusing on convenience, the secondary features are very bad. Heroi looked at the 3 assassins in front of him and said coldly, I was once a helpless person who could only hold on miserably thanks to my ability to speak, but from the day I met the leader, I received an S-rank quest for the first time in my life. Shay heard the other person say that and spoke up in confusion. Suddenly they were fighting, and what the hell are you talking about? Hiroi ignored Shay's words, still immersed in his own world, and slowly said, the content of the mission was to last for 150 hours in a prison like hell. Even if I, no matter how miserable it is, that mission still continues. We endure, and endure again, but still cannot escape that painful time of not seeing a bit of light. No matter what I did, nothing changed, and then when the hope in my heart was about to fade, Grid, my master, broke the dark door of the dungeon and saved me. Not only that, he also gave this lowly body of mine a new strength. I met the outstanding hero of my life. Hiroi said in a proud tone. Shay's group of 3 assassins at that time were also listening to the story very attentively. Without appointment, they all exclaimed together. My chest felt like it was choking. What a touching story. Grid, a person, great. The moment their thoughts were released, the system notification immediately appeared. You were caught up in an interesting story. You felt like you became the main character of the story. You lost your emotions, sense of reality. You cannot grasp the current situation clearly. You will be confused for 3 seconds. 3 seconds passed very quickly. After a moment of confusion, Shay immediately raised her hand and hit her head hard and blamed herself. Ah, what is that? Everyone please calm down. This is a strange skill. That's his. Hiroi on the other side heard that and got mad and said, bad guy, how dare you use that dirty mouth to talk about my great lord? As soon as these words came out, Hiroi's morale immediately increased. The next attack was definitely a fatal blow. Hiroi's eyes flashed red at this moment. He opened his mouth wide and cursed. Your grandfather didn't know how to teach you guys. Let you go and destroy the village. Your dad didn't know how to teach you. So that you guys are so stupid to bark like that. As soon as these words fell, a new notification jumped out in front of the 3 assassins. You heard cruel curses, and your defense and attack power decreased by 30%. Seeing this announcement, Shay immediately raised a warning. It was dangerous. He was attacking. Not giving the opponent a chance to counter, Hiroi quickly raised his sword and used the Indestructible Justice skill to rush forward. Indestructible Justice level 5, complete to 88.1%, deals wide area damage with attack power equal to 650% of physical damage, consumes 500 mana, reuse time is 100 seconds. Hiroi attacked Shay's group of assassins without stopping. The announcement kept ringing. Fatal. You have suffered 10,180 damage. You have received fatal damage. You cannot regain consciousness. Apple. Shay glanced through these notifications once and exclaimed in horror. It was so unreasonable. Just an order could use highly difficult skills like mind-bending combo attacks. Ignoring the opponent's words, Hiroi continued to attack. This time it was his second profession, companion of the Messenger of Justice. This skill is very powerful and unparalleled. When together with the Messenger of Justice, all stats are increased by 20%. Can use Indestructible Justice skills. For the sake of self-forgetfulness, the title of one who overcomes challenges, has extremely high mental strength, no succumb to any challenge. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, Hiroi shouted loudly, because of my weakness, the Lord took pity on me and gave me strength in this weapon. The only person who can make us submit is the monarch. The opponent's aura was so powerful that Shay felt she could no longer avoid it. He thought sadly, he came here to play Grid, but in the end he was beaten up by a humble order. After a moment of thinking, Shay decisively opened her mouth to call Kasim. As soon as these words ended, a person suddenly rushed forward from nowhere and slashed Hiroi's neck, causing him to suffer 4,140 damage. Hiroi quickly raised one hand to cover the wound on his neck. He was filled with doubt and thought to himself, that guy jumped out from the darkness. Who is he? The person who just appeared was Kasim. He held a short sword tightly in his hand, coldly praising, can you avoid a fatal blow? You are quite quick. The situation at this moment quickly turned 180 degrees. The assassins happily exclaimed, great, out of control, slave, I will make you regret your actions. To be able to kill Grid, we completed the S-rank quest at the Assassins Association and spent a large amount of money to hire this guy, an NPC assassin who changed his profession for the 3rd time. He is Kasim. Hiroi listened while taking out a mana potion to replenish. He thought to himself, Kasim, I think I've heard it somewhere before. In general, if you fight an NPC who has changed positions 3 times, it's a bit too much for your strength, his power. but if we leave alone the guys who are targeting the main army like this, then we can't even call them knights anymore. Thinking like that, Heroi immediately summoned a flying dragon. Seeing this flying dragon, Shay gasped in admiration. Since he already has good clothes, he also plays with a good pet. If the owner is good, I also have to be good. Heroi didn't bother to pay attention to him. He began to open his mouth and mumble a spell. "O king of the sky on the steppe, turn them into piles of ashes for me. If they are my flying dragons, then you can definitely do it." As soon as these words fell, the flying dragon began to breathe fire. The morale of the king of the sky on the steppe increased, and its magical attack power increased significantly. The fire created a huge explosion, causing everyone gathered at the old Khan's blacksmith shop to panic. There was an explosion, the edge of the forest exploded, there was a forest fire. People, quickly call the security team. Jude is on the street, standing to one side and witnessing everything. The knight accompanying him quickly spoke. "Captain, we must depart quickly, please give instructions." But Jude had no intention of going. He frowned and said, "Jude, I will put out the fire. We have to thoroughly prepare everything to put out the fire. To put out a fire, you need a fan. Go prepare it right away." The knight next to him heard this and thought inexplicably, "If the house is on fire, why are you trying to take out a fan and sit there fanning yourself? Are you planning on burning down the whole hill?" Inside the blacksmith shop, looking at a column of smoke rising, the old Khan asked suspiciously, "It didn't seem too far away. Was it a forest fire?" All the guests had already left, not to mention something had happened. "Yes." Euphemina watched from the side for a while, then shook her head and said, "It wasn't a forest fire but an explosion. Although I didn't know who that person was, it seemed like the fight was quite scary. If it's a special skill, I'm curious as to what kind of skill it is." Inside Winston Castle, Shin Youngwoo was currently extremely focused on admiring his armor. He silently exclaimed, "This armor is truly exquisite. If you want to increase your understanding to 100%, then surely it takes a lot of time." While thinking about this, Lao pushed the door open and walked in. He hurriedly shouted, "A large-scale explosion had occurred on the edge of the city. It is located near the Khan's smithy." Hearing this information, Shin Youngwoo turned his head to look back. He thought to himself, did something happen to Khan? But at this time in that forest, Heroi looked at the scene of smoke and fire in front of him, not daring to believe it and thinking, how is this possible? Even a mid-ranked player cannot withstand the dragon's anger. Yet an assassin with low defense could stop it. Kasim was unharmed after the flying dragon's fire spray. He raised his hand and used the awakening black soldier skill. Speak in a low voice, joking a little to keep the house happy. As soon as these words finished, Kasim didn't know how he suddenly appeared behind Heroi. He raised his hand and stabbed a sword straight into Heroi's back. This sword was too fast for him to have time to move. He immediately had to suffer 4,100 points of damage. Heroi's face turned purple. Then he remembered and blurted out, "I remember, I heard rumors about him while traveling. The third transfer assassin can use special skills like this, control the darkness. And the NPC known as the Master of Darkness is Kasim." Even though Heroi was in a difficult position, he was determined not to let this guy go. Approach the host. The system notification immediately appeared. The companion of the Messenger of Justice is an incomparably brave person. Currently the vitality index has decreased to less than 20%. All of your indicators increased, up 30%. Heroi shouted with all his strength, "My knight Heroi will absolutely not give up." But before he could finish his sentence, Kasim once again appeared right in front of Heroi. Stabbed another sword into his body. Witnessing this scene, on the opposite side, Shay was extremely pleased to say, "What do you see? What kind of power do we have in the future?" When everyone saw the explosion, they quickly rushed to the forest to catch a glimpse. Sniffer saw a strange movement and immediately turned around to look, then couldn't keep calm and scolded. Already those who were curious had already arrived. Hearing that, Shay cursed once and said, "Damn, because of the explosion just now, we have already attracted attention. Let's quickly get out of this place." After saying that, he turned around and reminded Kasim to quickly end everything and leave this place. Kasim nodded in response, immediately threatening Heroi, "This is the mandate I received, and there's nothing interesting anymore, so let's end everything here." After saying that, he immediately used the Awakening Dark Soldier skill. A group of black soldiers appeared out of nowhere, but the situation now seemed a bit upside down. This group of black soldiers simultaneously raised their spears and attacked Kasim. Kasim was extremely surprised. He quickly backed away, completely not understanding what was going on. He thought to himself, "This is not my dark soldier. Looking at his white and rosy skin, that guy can't be an assassin, but how can he use the skill to control darkness? Is it magic?" It turned out that the person controlling these dark soldiers was Euphemina. She stood right next to Heroi, shrugged her shoulders and said with disdain, "Is there anything special about this? Anyone can use this three-legged cat skill." Hearing the other person say that, Kasim immediately smiled and confronted him. "Ha ha, are you planning to use that nonsense to despise me? That useless magic, let me see how powerful it is." Having said that, he immediately took a stance and prepared to unleash a blast of magic power, but this magical energy had not gone far before it was struck by a terrifying force from afar and shattered on the spot. Against the background of the high blue sky, Shin Youngwoo wearing the blood armor appeared proudly. His voice carried extreme anger. "Who did this to my knight?" Lal was also present. He walked up to Heroi and said in a low voice, "Thanks to Grid's flight, we were able to arrive on time. Please heal quickly." Seeing that the situation was not good, Shay gritted his teeth and scolded, "Damn, this slave held out longer than I thought." In the blink of an eye, his comrades increased significantly. On the other side, after Shin Youngwoo appeared, Kasim was not too scared. He focused his eyes on the weapon in the opponent's hand and thought to himself, "The artifact can move on its own. Interesting, that, most of all. What that guy is wearing, isn't it Duran's ring? I'm starting to get interested. Compared to clumsily rushing in to fight that guy, it's much better to find out more information first." Seeing his teammates still standing in one place without moving, Shay impatiently ordered Kasim, "Okay, anyway, at some point we have to kill Grid. You take charge of Grid, the rest will be left to everyone. We'll handle it." Not bothering to pay attention to these words, Kasim simply disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, Shay got angry and cursed loudly. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "What is that? Where did that guy go?" Seeing that Kasim was gone, Lal immediately raised his voice and said loudly, "Have you been abandoned by your accomplices? Let's throw all the remaining guys into the dungeon. The Lord can see the criminal's personal belongings in the house. Lao, after confirming the items you can handle it, you can tell them. Offer the item you want in exchange for their lives." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo let out a loud noise, then curled his mouth and said Jade was standing behind him. "So that's it. Hey, you heard it, right? That's what my clever strategist said. Put all that group in jail for me." Jade was in charge of escorting the other assassins back to prison. Seeing that everything had been resolved, Heroi turned around and said to Shin Youngwoo, the army leader, "I will go see the situation of Shay and his accomplices being detained." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo immediately agreed and advised, "I will be in the basement of the smithy. If needed, come find me there." Heroi nodded in response, then turned to Euphemina and said very solemnly, "Euphemina, thank you for what happened just now. Also, when I was in the basement, I always received your help, miss." Hearing these words, Euphemina quickly waved her hand and narrowed her eyes, saying, "I was only helping Mr. Grid out of duty. This time I intervened because of acquaintance. Don't bother." After saying that, she looked back at Lal and continued speaking. "Now that I remember, I was very surprised to know that Mr. Grid has changed to the legendary profession. He is now a noble." Hearing that, Lal immediately replied, "Yes, he is now a Viscount, and also the husband of Miss Irene, the Lord of Winston." Euphemina looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, so the castle also had an office like that. Seeing this girl talk so much, Shin Youngwoo reminded in disgust, "Okay, you want to ask me to make a ball with a unique rank or higher, right? Did you bring the materials?" As if she was just waiting for that, Euphemina immediately opened the system panel and said, "Of course there is. It took me a year to figure out how to make it, half a year to find the materials. I just sent the materials and how to make it for you. Check it out." Shin Youngwoo used a bored look to glance at Euphemina once. He thought, "It took a year and a half just to create an item. This girl is crazy, but wait, it seems like in the past I also then yes." Looking at Euphemia's eyes full of happiness, Shin Youngwoo had to let out a breath and exclaimed, "No matter what, it must succeed. This kid is someone who can chant spells with crazy power, unbelievably crazy. Absolutely do not provoke someone as crazy and strong as him." Thinking of this, a new notification appears on the screen. You have received how to make a mud ball. The learning condition is to possess high-level blacksmith skills, or possess the skills of a skilled dwarf blacksmith. Reach level 5 or higher. Looking at this announcement, Shin Youngwoo's eyes widened. He thought to himself, mud ball. This is an orb that possesses magic. It was designed by the skilled dwarf blacksmith Malpyu, who taught the blacksmith Pagma before he attained the legendary title, Mumud, Brahm's disciple, during his lifetime, loved this ball so much that it became famous as the Mumud ball. Shin Youngwoo saw the words possessing magic and was dumbfounded. What magic? Storage can only be used once, but possession can be used forever. Just like Brahm's shoes possessing spaceships, an equipment possessing magic is a treasure. As if thinking of something, he chuckled happily. In the legendary blacksmith's crafting skill list, there was no content related to making items that possessed magic. Didn't that mean while still alive, Pagma probably doesn't know how to create magical items, right? Having said that, now that I have learned how to craft, I will become the only player who can craft items that possess magic. With just this crafting, I will be able to surpass Pagma in this field. It's so thrilling. Analyzing for a while, Shin Youngwoo's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He looked towards Euphemia, softly said, "Thank you, please leave it to me." Shin Youngwoo glanced through the system's information panel once and exclaimed, "The more I looked at it, the more magical it became. I'm sure this is the best manufacturing recipe ever. As long as I do it well, this could be an item that surpasses Dane's life." Obviously this is an extremely good product. Mumud ball, legendary rarity, conditions for use are level 280 or higher, intelligence is 3000 or more, requires skill in using advanced magic ball level 5, information, magic ball unique class magic, durability 200/200, magic amplification increased by 20%, magic casting speed increased by 12%, number of magic that can be stored is 4, can possess permanently use a spell of level A or below, reducing skill reuse time by 10%. After reading the information about the magic ball, Shin Youngwoo immediately understood the problem. He said, "I was very curious why the ability to amplify magic in the unique category was not high. It turns out that this is a balanced design. When deliberately lowering the ability to amplify magic in order to reduce the conditions of use, looking at the conditions for using trash that are absurdly difficult, this is definitely the correct answer for this. This will be a secret to help me mass produce one-handed swords, and I can also observe the materials used to create the orb. The materials to create the sphere include the Ice Queen's breath. The Ice Queen's breath has been crystallized by the extremely low temperature climate in Hiraris. This crystal never melts and has the effect of amplifying magic, followed by abyssal mithril, which is a rare mineral that is only formed near the Siren Kingdom. Its compatibility with magic is 3 times higher than that of regular mithril. The third ingredient is premium magic stone, and finally the tears of the King of the Beast race. The King of the Beast race sheds tears every 5 months because he misses his daughter who left this world before him, promoting mystical features that help magic cover items. The raw material that can help items possess magic is the tears of the King of the Beast race. If this can be used, Shin Youngwoo can design a way to create items that can combine magic. Like Pavranium for example. Suddenly, Shin Youngwoo was a bit startled. He suddenly remembered something and exclaimed softly, "If abyssal mithril is a specialty of the Siren Kingdom, then according to the news previously reported, Euphemia is the first person discovered Siren." He couldn't believe this and thought in disgust, both the mission and the title, this must be super cool, but I still have to give an extra gift to the guy who just won the jackpot. Returning to the old Khan's blacksmith shop, Shin Youngwoo immediately threw himself into work, dipping a few materials into the fire pan, complaining, even though it was thanks to her that he learned about this crafting method and many more other things, but thinking about it makes me have no energy left. My stomach hurts so much. Maybe I should just do it quickly and get it done. Putting that thought out of his head, Shin Youngwoo quickly mixed the Ice Queen's breath and the Beast King's tears together, and very quickly he created a blue crystal. Seeing this immediate result, Shin Youngwoo couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, just like Pavranium created by Pagma and Braham, green crystal is a material created by Milpew. Although it looks like a liquid, it is hard, like iron and steel, it's truly magical. Something this great cannot be done lightly, it must be done well. But thinking about it again and again, Shin Youngwoo was still very angry and scolded, "Mother, that brat is really lucky, how much did he earn? How could she find him? That's the level, her value has increased significantly, reaching 283. No, even so, thanks to Euphemina I already know a lot of things, let's do it properly." Not long after concentrating on work, the system notification suddenly rang out. The legendary blacksmith's patience was activated, concentration, power, and defense power would increase significantly within an hour. After reading this notice, Shin Youngwoo worked diligently and thought to himself, it's just too painful, I'll make it rare, kill whatever you want. Sigh, stop thinking nonsense, focus. Shin Youngwoo's side just now accidentally activated the legendary blacksmith's breath skill. This skill has the effect of amplifying the effects of crafted items. 2 days later, Euphemina was standing with Lowell. She asked with great anticipation, "Lowell, I heard it's already been built." Lowell nodded quickly and replied, "Yes, you'll know when you go inside." Before Lowell could finish his sentence, Shin Youngwoo poked his head out. He looked extremely tired and listless. He held his chest with one hand and couldn't breathe. He said, "I'm here." Seeing the person in front of him so devastated, Lowell worriedly asked, "Commander, what's wrong with your face? Why are you wearing armor?" Shin Youngwoo didn't have any strength left. He pointed to the chest on the table and stammered in response, "Don't pay attention to me, Euphemina, you open that." Having said this, Shin Youngwoo felt a bit worried and thought, "Damn, I've worked so hard to regain my spirit and worked so hard, but in the end I made an almost useless item. If we waste those precious ingredients, she'll kill me, so prepare yourself for a fight." Euphemina eagerly walked forward and opened the chest on the table. A magic ball quickly flew out and floated in the air. Its information panel clearly stated that this was the opinionless Mumud Ball, legendary class, level, durability 311 out of 311, magic amplification increased by 34%, magic casting speed increased by 23%, number of magic that can be stored is 4, can permanently possess 1 magic from level S down, reduces skill reuse time by 15%, and magic amplification ability decreases by 50% according to a certain ratio. The ability to amplify magic increases by 100% at a certain rate. When using the possessed magic, the effect will be halved or doubled at a certain rate. This is the third emotional item among the items created by the famous Gridsmith with excellent abilities, because it was affected by the creator's lack of opinion, causing it to have erratic emotions. Therefore, there will be cases where it may not be able to fully utilize its functions, or on the contrary, it will exert power beyond what it originally had. Compatibility with the manufacturer will depend on its daily mood. For Shin Youngwoo there was also a notification that popped up. All stats permanently increased by 10 because you created a legendary item. Reputation throughout the continent increased by 500. Receiving these notifications, Shin Youngwoo was not happy but sadly thought to himself, so what about the legendary item? Using it is like taking the worst gamble. Just as he was feeling guilty, on the opposite side, Euphemina suddenly called out to Mr. Grid. Shin Youngwoo was startled and hid behind a chair. He silently exclaimed, "He's dead." But at this moment nothing happened. Euphemina was extremely satisfied and praised. It was truly a wonderful item. Shin Youngwoo thought he heard wrong, so he immediately asked again, great. Euphemina has always had very good luck. She used her hand to wipe the corners of her wet eyes, nodded and said emotionally, "Yes, it feels like I have just completed a long journey of a year and a half. I really thank you a lot." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, a target. Is she the same as me? I guess I don't need to worry about being killed anymore. As this matter seemed to be over, Lowell, standing next to him, spoke up and made a suggestion. "How do you feel about letting Euphemina become our colleague? What do you think, Euphemina?" When Euphemina heard this question, she was startled and exclaimed, "Colleague, but never me." Without letting her finish her sentence, Shin Youngwoo interrupted her and said, "What else is there to ask? Since you've seen my ability, Of course it's okay, you'll join, right, Euphemina? Hearing that, Euphemina's eyes lit up. She thought to herself, during the time I was running back and forth, this person had also changed, a very different feeling than before. Thinking so, she nodded and replied, yes, if you agree then of course I will try. Receiving this answer, Shin Youngwoo was extremely pleased to assign the mission. Let's depart, Lowell. Euphemina, you just stay here and rest. Hearing this, Lowell asked suspiciously, go now, are you okay? Shin Youngwoo smiled confidently and replied, I firmly believe that there is no better way to convince than proving your ability. Let's go to Baron Castle. Looking at Shin Youngwoo's back walking in front, Lowell smiled and thought to himself, although a bit sluggish but decisive, as a military advisor, clearing this path is quite interesting. At Baron Castle, Shin Youngwoo was with Tobin's group. After explaining everything to them, Tobin was very surprised and blurted out, are you telling the truth, Grid? Shin Youngwoo nodded seriously and replied, yes, I will leave the Zadaka Society. Receiving this firm answer, Ibeline angrily questioned Lowell, what exactly did you say to fascinate Grid? Hearing that, Lowell was puzzled and replied, what is this? Do you think Grid is someone who listens to whatever he says? Seeing everyone starting to argue, Shin Youngwoo immediately spoke up and explained, I will become a lord and make a lot of money. Jishaku couldn't understand the other person's intentions. She cautiously asked, now you can also become a lord, why do you have to leave the guild? Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo scratched his head and hesitated, unable to answer. Lowell saw this and quickly spoke up to help, if you want to command others, you need a position more or less. To be a dead man, the current title is not enough. According to the established game system, if you want to have many subordinates, you must at least have the authority of a guild leader, so with your current status as a guild member, that is impossible. Faker stood in a corner thoughtfully, although the other members did not like a courtier like him, but as a military officer, he was doing his duty well. It seemed like both sides is in need of a bargaining chip in this situation. Thinking for a moment, Jishuka said, I will give you all of Baron's taxes. Other members will also understand this if they think of your value. As soon as this suggestion was made, Lowell curled his lips into a sneer, a cruel choice to save Grid's pride and his own reputation. After all, he was just the president of a famous association. It's just that, you have to be very careful to convince them. Sitting right next to him, Shin Youngwoo firmly replied, no, the starting point I want is a territory that is at least as good as Winston, so, taking this opportunity, everyone is under my command, let's go, what do you think? As soon as this sloth came out, Jishuka was extremely surprised. Shin Youngwoo continued to explain, during the past time, I have protected everyone many times, there is no need to discuss the items. In fact, the castle is a bit small now, a little bit, but the territory is bigger so you won't lose anything, right? Hearing the person next to him say this, Lowell jumped in panic and whispered, oh my god, he suddenly crossed the limit. And at this moment on the opposite side, Jishuka slightly lowered his head and said in a cold tone, are you now telling everyone to get off the small boat because there is a bigger boat? Yes, it is true that we have received a lot of help from him. What he said was not wrong. But this Grid, in your eyes, our small boat is useless. Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo's sweat dropped and replied, I'm just telling the truth, I say good things. Before he could finish his sentence, Jishuka interrupted him and continued to say, before he joined, our Zadaka boat was already very stable, even though we sometimes argued, we still steered, it's a bit slow, but we've been getting better every day for 6 years now. If it weren't for us directly driving, this wouldn't be called a trip anymore. I felt the sincerity in the failed items he stayed up all night to create, but I couldn't continue to accompany a person who began to despise sailing a small boat. It's your freedom to stay or go, you can do whatever you want, our relationship ends here. Thank you for your contributions over the years. We're done, Grid. After saying these words, Jishuka immediately stood up and left. The whole room fell silent. Shin Youngwoo was also surprised by Jishuka's words, and now at Winston Castle, while holding the magic ball in her hand, Euphemina excitedly exclaimed, what a wonderful ball, he created a legendary item in the blink of an eye, something that I have always seen it in my dreams, I have to put magic into the ball first. What S-level magic should I store? Demon King's Tail, Storm's Pressure, Karshian's Rage, knew that I would diligently recreate S-level magic before this. The most applicable thing is probably this one. When the soul leaves the body, the user's body and soul will be separated within 3 seconds. The caster can control the soul, during which time the body will be in a state of immunity to all damage. The soul can deal 1030 damage, equal to half the current magic, to all targets in its path. When the soul returns to the body, it will create a shock wave that will push all nearby enemies away. Reading through this information, Euphemina cautiously said, I heard that this is the type of magic needed to become a great magician, so I followed Count Asher closely to restore it. It was not in vain, but... At this time, a new notification appeared in front of her with the content, once you put magic into the ball, it cannot be erased. Do you want to continue? Reading this notice, Euphemina suddenly remembered Lowell's previous suggestion. She thought to herself, colleague. Things are getting interesting here. Thinking so, Euphemina decidedly continued. The job of putting magic into the sphere, astral projection, has been removed from the recovery skill list. Astral projection magic has been stored in the Mumud sphere of lack of opinion. Euphemina was extremely happy and shouted. At this moment, a new notification appears. Your location has been discovered by someone. You cannot escape this surveillance. Looking at this notification, Euphemina was extremely puzzled and exclaimed, oh, what's with this strange notification window? Maybe it was revealed to the person who created it that it was grid. Just ignore it, don't care. It's so fun, yeah. Deep in a distant cave, Braham observed the situation while angrily gritting his teeth and said, I finally found it. Mumud, did Grid create the item with that name? Secretly gathered Pravanium, broke your promise to me and then tried to hide. To be able to attract the attention of a clever guy like him, how can something so mediocre like that be enough? My golems. Let's show that idiot the consequences of disrespecting the great magician Braham. In the south of the kingdom of Etnal, the great city of Pedro, the base of the Giants Guild, a battle is taking place. Acelas told everyone to destroy them and protect Pedro. A giant thing appeared. It was called an ancient golem, leveled to 240, a relic of the past. It was made from volcanic rock and a small amount of black iron, so it was very hard. It is much stronger than the usual golem. The ancient golem used an anti-magic shield to block the attacks of others. Acelas shouted in disbelief. Anti-magic shield? How could a golem have S-level defensive magic to block all magic? As soon as this sentence ended, another voice suddenly rang out from behind. That was the magic of the super giant golem. It was right behind the ancient golem. The other golem was still alive. The magicians couldn't do anything. They are. It turned out that the person who spoke was Jikan. He told Acelas to let the main physical damage players take charge of that super giant golem. That's the order, Jikan. Rushed straight down towards the ancient golem, slashing hard while shouting loudly, those ridiculous rocks, disappeared for me. But these terrifying slashes were completely unharmed. All of these golems were tougher than iron golems. In a critical situation, Chris quickly appeared and stabbed his sword straight into a golem. He told everyone around him, let me deal with them. Although these guys have high defense and vitality stats, their movement speed is slow. Don't panic. For every 3 people combined into a team, the 7 captains will be the focus to deal with them. Having just said this, a golem next to him suddenly created a sword and immediately attacked Chris. It is called a soul doll, level 280. A fighting doll made by imprisoning the souls of famous soldiers inside. Although it cannot have an ego, it can perfectly promote the fighting techniques of soldiers when they were alive. Chris had a hard time blocking its attack. He thought to himself, this group of people's attacks are both fast and heavy. In this group there are also mixed golems with the same strength as a person with level 298 how am I? Chris turned around and avoided one of its attacks. He landed safely. But he did not let down his guard because of that. He secretly calculated that this power alone was no different from an area boss. In the end, which magician created such incredibly powerful bosses? For regular members who are only around level 180, this is an overwhelming battle. I have to end it quickly in one fell swoop to preserve the entire army. Thinking like that, Chris immediately went into action. He used the guillotine skill, slashed through a golem's body, a notification immediately rang out. You have destroyed the doll spirit. You have received 87,300 experience points. Reading this notice, Chris exhaled a breath and exclaimed, "The current situation has gotten better. Other teams have suppressed them. Other magicians have also used all their stored magic. In the sphere, it was so close." Because of the failure in the international tournament, the entire association is in a difficult time. But now I have the opportunity to make a big leap. Thanks to the order given by the King Etnal Wiesbaden, already, the Giants Guild's mission is to defend the S-Class war. 300 golems have crossed the border. Repel the golems that have entered the border to protect the Etnal Kingdom. Conditions are completed. Repel the Team Golem Army. The reward is to receive a small city. The contribution points for the kingdom increase to 25,000 points. The guild level increases by 1. To receive 2 million gold. However, if they fail, the Golem Army will attack all the way to the capital of the Etnal Kingdom. The kingdom will fall into chaos. Chris stood still, speaking seriously. This is the Pedro Castle that I built for a year and a half after becoming the first player to receive the title of Viscount. I must become a player, first receive the earldom and overcame the Zabal. Jikan next to him raised his hand to browse the system and gave his opinion. Although this is only an S-rank mission, we lost half the team within 10 minutes of starting because of those golems. Fortunately, our giant association has 700 people, otherwise we would have been in danger. Hearing that, a.k.a. also nodded and replied, "It seems like these golems are moving towards the same destination. Someone is controlling them. Who could it be? Even if all the magicians on the mainland join forces together, it's also impossible to control such a large number of golems." Seeing that the atmosphere in the guild was quite tense, Chris immediately smiled happily and said reassuringly, "Slowly we will know. Pedro is strong enough to stop the golems from attacking Reinhardt." While talking about this, some members nearby began to stir with some doubts, waiting for the president. But why hasn't the giant guild quest been completed yet? As soon as these words came out, Chris was startled. A.k.a. was checking the mission and exclaimed in confusion, "President, there's something strange." The number of golems increased day by day. Just like what a.k.a. just said, the mission information is changing. The number of golems increased to 1,231. 4 times the original number of 300. Chris's face darkened and commanded everyone. The entire army gathered. But right now at Shin Youngwoo's private home, on TV the host is steadily announcing, "The following is satisfies fast news column. After a month since the end of the tournament, a terrible event has happened after the news that Krauzel changed jobs for the 3rd time. There is a golem army approaching and fiercely attacking the kingdom of Etnal, the base of the giant guild. The city of Pedro in the south of Etnal has become a ruin." 3 days later, according to in-game time, in the capital of the Etnal Kingdom, Reinhardt, Yi Rim with Shin Sei-He are here. Shin Sei-He with it as Ruby, Yi Rim has it as warrior seductive schoolgirl. Walking on the street, Yi Rim said in a bored tone, "I told you to look left and do this. The bag will be opened." Shin Sei-He heard that and immediately followed suit, then was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, it really appeared. What medicine is that?" Yi Rim heard that and immediately replied, "That's recovery medicine. Sigh, I've never seen a level 2 kid as stupid as you. You have no talent for playing games, right?" After staying in the game for a while longer, Yi Rim turned around and asked, "Sei-He, try the game and what do you think?" "Well, it's not called Ruby, right, Sei-He?" Her face turned red when she heard that. She shyly replied, "It sounds very embarrassing. Don't call me that. And your it is a sexy schoolgirl. That's a bit too much." This is Shin Sei-He's first time entering a virtual reality game, but it feels exactly like reality. "I can feel the atmosphere here." Yi Rim pointed to one side and introduced her. "This place is the capital Reinhardt of the Etnal Kingdom. It is very suitable for beginners." Speaking of this, she was a little confused and asked Sei-He, "It's understandable that you opened your mouth to ask me to go play online first, but why didn't you let Youngwoo know that? If you tell Youngwoo, he will buy a whole system to play games for you." Shin Sei-He heard that and gently explained, "That money was earned by my brother's hard work, and I had played for less than an hour all day. Why should I buy it for such a waste?" Having said that, she thought to herself, "Seeing that my brother didn't get enough sleep, he looked very struggling. I wanted to help him with something, so I just tried to play. He probably doesn't need my help, but just stand there and watch. Feel very sorry." The two were walking on the main road when suddenly a few players were running around talking. They were running and quickly discussing. I heard there was a golem appearing in front of the castle gate. Let's go earn contribution points. Thanks to the Giants Guild, we have won the trick. One of them saw the bewildered look on the two people's faces and immediately approached and asked, "You two have not been playing for long, so you haven't seen the mission yet, right? Now the golem army is advancing north. They have arriving at the castle gate. Because he felt it was dangerous, King Etnal gave a mission to all players. If you achieve 3,000 points of contribution to the kingdom, you will become a baron. 10,000 points, you can become a viscount." Seeing that the reward is so good, tens of thousands of people are flocking to it right now. The specific mission is as follows: destroy the golem. The completion condition is to repel the golem. The reward for destroying the ancient golem: if you destroy one, you will receive 100 contribution points to the kingdom and 300 gold. When destroying a doll spirit, destroying one, you will receive 500 contribution points for the kingdom and 1000 gold. When destroying an ancient weapon, you will receive 1500 contribution points donated to the kingdom and 3000 gold. The other guy raised his hand and scratched his head, looking embarrassed, continuing to speak. Golems are inherently very slow, so only the soldiers of the citadel and the player can block them. But beautiful girls like these two should stay inside. It's better. It's very dangerous. Yi Rim grasped the opportunity very quickly. She walked up to that guy, coyly said, "It's a pity, because we are new players, so we don't have a chance, right? Seeing a beautiful woman like that, who would wait?" That guy said in a soft voice, "As long as we form a team, we can share the rewards with each other, and I will bring the reward back." While talking about this, suddenly a person passed by and bumped into Shin Sei. This person immediately raised his voice and scolded. Look carefully at the road. Shin Sei was scared and quickly bowed her head, apologizing without stopping. Looking at this scene, Yi Rim angrily shouted, "When are you going to apologize to that NPC kid? This is not reality, Sei." Shin Sei faltered in explaining, "But I ran into him." Yerim sighed helplessly and said, "It's really strange. Even if this is similar to real life, you don't need to get too involved like that, right? Besides, it's not your fault. That kid is an NPC who steals for the purpose of letting beginners know the map and key NPCs." Hearing this, Shin Sei immediately opened the system and discovered that several bottles of recovery medicine were missing. Yi Rim saw that and calmly said, "The player just now said he would give us a share, so let's try to find that NPC. There will also be times when a cat will steal things. Each time there will be it's a different situation, so we have to ask people around to be able to follow up." Shin Sei understands or doesn't, wondering, "Yi Rim, you really know a lot. You've played a little before, right?" Yi Rim heard that and nodded and said, "My boyfriend was playing before, so I'm a little shy. This world isn't just about books." After saying a few words to each other, the two started asking people around to see if they knew who that person was. Arriving in front of a store, Yerim asked the store owner if he saw a kid wearing a worn purple shirt. Hearing this question, the shop owner spoke up and nodded and said, "You two are probably talking about Sig. That guy stole medicine from tourists again." Hearing this word, Yi Rim quickly asked again, "Is that panacea? Oh, do NPCs all call recovery medicine like that?" The boss nodded and said, "That medicine can cure all wounds, so it is sold at a very high price." Sig Kid is alone helping an old woman selling herbs because her situation is quite difficult. If you too must find that medicine, then try going to Austin Street, where the alchemy shop is located. Hearing the boss say that, Shin Sei thought with pity, a child helping an old woman alone. Yi Rim turned around and walked away for a while. She couldn't see her friend, so she immediately turned around and called out, "Come here quickly, he." If you keep being soft-hearted about the personal suffering of NPCs like this, it might take you several years to level up. Shin Sei didn't think so. She quickly argued, even though it was a game, the situation was too pitiful. Yi Rim helplessly let out a breath and said, "Sai, you're really more suited to studying than playing games. Find the medicine and then take a break. It's a waste of net money." The two were talking when suddenly there was an explosion in front of them. The player who had promised to share the reward with them was lying on the ground. Shin Sei could feel as if there was stone powder and fine dust hitting her head. At this moment she was a little scared. I wonder if this place is truly a virtual world. At North Rykart, Winston Castle. Shin Youngwoo is making items, but it doesn't look very promising. The item is called a mass-produced one-handed sword, epic grade, conditions for use must reach level 300. Looking at the sword in front of him, he exclaimed in frustration. He failed again. I've been trying to craft it for several days since returning from Baron, but everything has failed. The balance is better than the trial version, clearly, but the conditions of use are still too high. I probably have to make it rougher, remove options, change the materials to increase attack power, even though I got the hint, thanks to the Mumud Ball, making it is another matter. During a year and a half, Shin Youngwoo only created 7 legendary items, including Selfless Sword, Holy Shield, the Lamenting Thorn Sword, the legendary Blacksmith's Hammer, Trash, Wasteland, Amazing Pickaxe, Mumud Ball. Lack of opinion. You blame yourself. A legendary blacksmith can only get this far. It's nothing. Now I have to escape this situation. When I achieved 5 legendary item crafting times, I was nerfed due to a special event, and the stats I received for my crafting reward were now lower than those of regular blacksmiths. Shin Youngwoo clenched his fist. He randomly made up an excuse to avoid it. That's right, it was definitely because he was afraid of being nerfed again. That's why he didn't create legendary items in the past time. If so, I would have won. Back in the real world, after stepping out of the game console, Shin Youngwoo immediately ordered a bowl of black bean noodles to take home to eat. He needed to eat black bean noodles to calm down the frustrating thoughts in his heart. But at this moment, Shin Youngwoo suddenly remembered the last words that Jishuka said to him. We end here, Grid. These words pierced Shin Youngwoo's heart. He silently blamed himself. I had ruined everything. I was too arrogant because I thought I had the power in the virtual world. And they are the people who were very happy to meet me in real life, not just in the game. They were the ones who pulled me out of the days of just staying at home. Putting down his chopsticks, Shin Youngwoo collapsed on the chair with a bunch of chaotic thoughts. His mouth was talking about being friends and colleagues, but he didn't expect that he considered them as subordinates. Like this, how am I different? Where is Junho? I didn't even bother to think about what was important to them. I didn't understand what I was protecting when I opened my mouth and said I was protecting them. It's disgusting. I've become a shallow, rich bastard. At this moment, the steady voice of the host rang out on the television. The Golem army had finally reached Reincarnate, the capital of Etnal. Another host asked in confusion, but why did those golems attack a neutral country with no enemies like Etnal? Hearing that, the other person immediately answered the question. All 17 kingdoms have their own interests, so even if they are neutral countries, it doesn't mean anything. Understanding the problem, the person next to him nodded and exclaimed, so that's true, but with just one country it is impossible to suppress such a large group of golems. The giant's Pedro castle also collapsed. Within 20 minutes, listen here. Shin Youngwoo immediately became excited. He sat and turned on the cable, extremely confused, and mumbled, Giant Guild, is that the group that caused chaos at the smithy? I heard that it was a great guild, but I couldn't keep the castle, and I lost to those bureaucrats. The TV bulletin board continued to broadcast. The host continued, there was a mixture of ancient golems and ancient weapons. I wonder if it has anything to do with things in the past. Look at the control ability with that pile of golems. It can be guessed that the person behind it is very powerful. Maybe it's the legendary great magician Braham or his disciples. If you look closely at their path, their target is probably the north. If things go as we predict, they may infiltrate as far as Winston, north of Reincarnate. Hearing some familiar names, Shin Youngwoo's face darkened with worry. Braham, XM entered Winston. He breathed out a heavy breath and exclaimed, Humph. He ordered a bowl of noodles but didn't have time to swallow. But if Winston is in danger, I have to protect Irene. Because of Irene, I have to quickly handle this and come back before the noodles bloom. Shin Youngwoo stood up and stretched his legs. The TV host suddenly exclaimed, there is another extremely unfortunate news. That is, the wall of Reincarnate has been played by 100,000 people. The defense has collapsed, and there are currently about 1,000 golems massacring the players. Hearing this information, Shin Youngwoo immediately looked towards the screen. An extremely familiar image appeared in front of him. Shin Seihi's younger sister was in the game. She was running away in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo blacked out and screamed, Seihi, why are you there? At Winston Castle. Irene ran to hug Shin Youngwoo as soon as she saw him. Lowell was also present. He quickly spoke up, "Are you here? The war situation in Reincarnationstory is extremely bad. Irene seems very worried about the fact that Count Steim has gone to war with 60,000 soldiers yesterday." In Shin Youngwoo's heart, Irene sobbed and said, "I heard that tens of thousands of people were sacrificed in Reinhardt, and the massacre is still going on. I'm so worried about father." Hearing her say that, Shin Youngwoo also impatiently thought to himself, "Did they already leave while I was resting a bit in real life? Time in the game is 3 times faster than time in real life, maybe." Thinking so, Shin Youngwoo turned to ask Lowell, "Lowell, how far is the distance from Winston to Reinhardt?" Lowell quickly responded, "Even if he used a spaceship, it would take more than half a day." Shin Youngwoo frowned slightly and said, "Then it's too late. No, he is too small so he can't ride it. Is Heroi's flying dragon fast?" Seeing that the other person seemed worried, Lowell immediately spoke up to reassure her, "There's no need, I've already prepared how to move, although I still can't think of a role for her at this time. But you can get there right away using the collective teleport that Euphemina has stored." Euphemina did not know that she had appeared next to Lowell since then. She smiled and said, "Because this is a one-time use magic, I saved it from using it, but if it is for you, I will be willing." Hearing these two people say that, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself with satisfaction, "Excellent planning ability. Once again I received help from someone else. Because of Zadaka's matter I have always felt uncomfortable. Damn, I need to rethink the presence of these new teammates." After thinking for a while, Shin Youngwoo immediately reached out and patted Irene's head to comfort her. "I will definitely bring your father back safely. Please wait for me." Irene was extremely grateful. She nodded and replied, "It's all thanks to you. Husband must also be careful." Standing on the opposite side, Lowell hurriedly said, "I will tell the administrative officer to prepare the rear. Call me if you have anything. You must get the reward of dedication for the task of repelling golems." As soon as these words ended, the screen announcing a new mission for Shin Youngwoo immediately appeared. It was a mission to save Count Steim. The golems that invaded the capital Reinhardt were stronger than expected, so the war situation was unpredictable. Not going well. Earl Steim is probably facing danger. Please save him to fulfill Lord Irene's wish. The condition of completion is Earl Steim's survival. The reward is the closeness to Earl Steim. The Steim count increases to the maximum, so you can grasp great power in the north. However, if you fail, the level drops by 1 level. If the Steim count dies, Lord Irene will be in misery for a long time. The relationship between husband and wife may deteriorate. After reading this information once, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, "Okay, then save your father-in-law first and then save him too. I'll probably be busy dropping my pants today. Euphemina, let's go." Head to Reinhardt. At Reinhardt, countless golems appeared in groups. The 13th king of the Etnal kingdom, Wiesbaden, stood on the city wall looking down below. He was extremely angry and roared, "In the end, what evil person would cause this to my kingdom?" Right in this critical situation, a guard from behind happily shouted, "Your Highness, the vanguard reinforcements from the north have arrived." As soon as these words finished, Steim hurriedly walked in. He knelt down on one knee to apologize. "I'm late, please forgive me." After chatting a few words, Count Steim looked down at the war situation below, his face full of concern, and said, "The situation is really serious. I heard there are 100,000 travelers participating in the battle." King Wiesbaden heard this and said thoughtfully, "But the situation worsened so most of the travelers withdrew. Now only Etnal's soldiers were holding out." Count Steim heard that and immediately said, "I will mobilize my army to help." King Wiesbaden nodded, but still said sadly, "But unfortunately, unexpectedly there were no travelers to help the people who were being massacred." Below, several travelers were constantly fighting the golems but were unharmed compared to their strength. Realizing that the situation was not good, they ran away and shouted, "Ah, run. Magic has nothing to do with them. There is a fast and fierce golem. The people standing in front are all dead. There's a match going on right now so I can't log out." Forget it. If you fight these monsters, how can you take care of the NPCs? The battle was going on extremely fiercely. A person named Phoenix immediately shouted instructions. "Romeo, build a defense line at the north gate of Winston to get the refugees there quickly." the vanguard will stop the golems from buying more time. Romeo clearly heard the mission and immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand, Sir Phoenix." Waiting for Romeo to leave, Phoenix thought to himself extremely worriedly, even the royal guard and hundreds of travelers couldn't fight that golem. "Oh goddess of light Rebecca, is there no way to save everyone's lives?" While feeling extremely depressed, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Shin Youngwoo rushed down from that hole. He held the sword and stabbed straight down at a golem, using killing skills to smash it to pieces. Everyone here saw this scene and were extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, the doll spirit was destroyed with just one blow." It was Grid, the winner of the international tournament. Grid appeared in the center of the battle. As soon as he clearly saw someone appear, Phoenix immediately called out, "Mr. Grid." Shin Youngwoo heard the call and turned his head slightly and said, "Captain Phoenix, give me the golems, please lead the people out of here." Phoenix saw Grid's appearance and was extremely confident and said, "I know, so I'm here to help you." He turned around and left and thought to himself, "That's right, more or less there are travelers who love the common people like this guy who loves Princess Irene going into battle." The two people Shin Youngwoo and Euphemina through the communication system. Shin Youngwoo asked, "Euphemina, can you grasp the number of golems?" Euphemina nodded. She used her eyes to see that there were 733 ancient golems, 187 doll souls, 12 ancient weapons. The fighting power of the ancient golems was 9,300, doll souls are 15,000, ancient weapons are 26,000. Pausing for a moment, Euphemina asked in a suspicious tone, "Can you aim? The difference in combat power is only 100, and it's like an ant fighting an eagle." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo looked at the golems in front of him and silently calculated. The doll soul has the same fighting power as a top ranker, no joke, those with higher fighting power. The Pope has 12 children. In total, there are about 1,000 animals. The number is extremely terrible. If you want to find them, you guys have to help me. Shin Youngwoo thought about it again and again. Decided to use the night summoning skill, summoning Jude, Lowell and Heroi. Lowell was extremely surprised and said, "I didn't expect you to call us so quickly." As expected, the war situation is tense. Not wanting to waste any more time, Shin Youngwoo immediately asked, "That big golem seems to be blocking the magic attack, so just need to hit that one first, right Lowell?" Lowell glanced at him then nodded and said, "Yes, that's a wise decision." Receiving this answer, Shin Youngwoo quickly got into a fighting position. He said to everyone around, "Okay, then create a team with Euphemina too. Heroi, let's go." Hearing the order, Heroi excitedly exclaimed, "No one can stand in the way of the supreme ruler, everyone will obey his will." As soon as this sentence ends, a notification immediately appears. Your morale has increased. Your attack power and magic in the next attack will increase significantly. The next attack will definitely be a critical blow. Network. At this time, Shin Youngwoo rushed forward. He used two skills, Pagma sword dance and continuous attack, continuously launching attacks forward. Not long after, a new notification immediately appears. You are using the link in a temporarily activated super state. Every time you strike, there will be a total of 20 sword energy that causes 150% damage. Every time it is hit, the opponent will be stunned for less than a second. Seeing this scene, Euphemina above attacked and exclaimed, with just one attack she could make that big guy kneel. It was truly terrible. After a long while of attacking, Euphemina immediately announced to everyone that the anti-magic shield skill on the golems had disappeared, and now the magicians could attack. The effect of the orb of ill-conceived Mumut is activated, amplifying the magic by 100%. Euphemina controls the orb. Use the windstorm skill. Attack each golem one by one. Lowell stood there with his weapon on his shoulder. He said excitedly, "It's time to finish. This is a rare opportunity for me to use the Qigong cannon I received from Mr. Grid." The thing Lowell holds is called the Spirit Cannon, a unique class, the weapon of a Qigong master, used by inserting his hand into his body and then using the energy to amplify his power, causing 250% damage to opponents within a radius of 5 meters. Jude was also trying to smash the golems one by one. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes and exclaimed, "Unbelievable, Even tens of thousands of people gathered together and could not make a dent in those golems, yet only with the combined efforts of the four of them and was able to send them back to heaven. Lal is even stronger than rumors. Who are the remaining people? What a great combination. Inside the battle, Shin Youngwoo raised his voice and told everyone, kill them while advancing. After saying that, he thought to himself, I have to find Seihi quickly. Standing on the wall observing the battle, King Vispadan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, who is that brave guy taking down those evil golems? Goddess Rebecca has heard our prayers. Ah. Count Stein, standing next to him, heard this and proudly replied, I didn't see him when we went on the expedition, so I couldn't come here with him. So he was late. He's my son-in-law. That's really a skill, truly a legendary level warrior. When the king of Vispadan heard that, he was extremely surprised. He asked suspiciously, son-in-law, and he's also a legendary level warrior. The surrounding guards didn't dare to say anything but had the same thought, seriously or jokingly. Earl Steim's commoner son-in-law is a legendary level warrior who appeared 100 years after Pagma's time. Lord Steim has protected the north for 3 generations, and is the most powerful among the nobles. If those words were true, then it was only a matter of time before Count Steim became a marquis. Not paying attention to the surrounding eyes, Count Steim said very seriously, please rest in peace, Your Highness, my son-in-law will protect this land. Below the battle, Romeo was fighting with a dull spirit. As he fought, he gritted his teeth and thought, I can only come here. I've already lost 2/3 of my vitality. Deck, I will be your practice opponent in the afterlife. Just as he wanted to give up everything, Shin Youngwoo came from nowhere. He threw him a bottle of recovery medicine while cheering, since you are Irene's knight, you have to try to the end.